Tear apart the malevolent birth mother. Within the confines of the splendid chamber, a pair of mandarin ducks lay entwined. The young maiden, in the bloom of her youth, lay curled up. Beside her, a man of striking appearance, adorned in vibrant attire and possessing a visage as exquisite as jade, sat cross-legged. Ethereal dragon-like patterns danced across his brows, flickering with the essence of boundless darkness and destruction. Gradually, the maiden, reminiscent of a feline, stirred slightly before opening her eyes. In that instant, unfamiliar memories surged into her consciousness. Feeling a mild discomfort, Mu Yunxi rubbed her temples. After a brief moment, she realized she had traversed through time. As a being transformed into artificial intelligence, she had, upon self-destruction, collided with a temporal vortex, and her soul had taken residence in the form of Lu Xiaoxi, maidservant of the Mu household. However, before she could delve deeper into her newfound memories, she found herself abruptly embraced by the man in red beside her. The sudden locking of gazes was suffocating. His eyes were a captivating blend of passion and depth, imbued with an insidious darkness that rendered one breathless. The owner of those mesmerizing eyes seemed unfazed by her awakening, lightly remarking with a smile, "You have awakened quite timely, Mu Yunxi." She struggled to comprehend the intentions of the handsome stranger. The original owner, Lu Xiaoxi, did not recognize him, nor did she understand why, after being rendered unconscious by her birth mother. The first person she encountered upon awakening was him. Yet, the man with the enchanting gaze offered no further explanation, instead leaning down to bury his face in her neck, where kisses began to fall. Mu Yunxi. Although the preceding events remained unclear to her, she could ascertain that the ensuing scene would be strictly prohibited from dissemination by the T dynasty, and she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Gradually, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more, slipping back into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, the suffocating grip of another's hand jolted Mu Yunxi from her slumber. Instinctively gasping for air, she opened her eyes to behold a face that was not entirely unfamiliar a visage of her biological mother, Qin Yue, rather than the handsome man she had seen upon her first awakening. Her mother, seemingly taken aback by her unexpected revival, loosened her grip momentarily, only to tighten it again with renewed ferocity. Do not blame your mother for her harshness. If you must place blame, then let it be upon your own ill fate. As Mu Yunxi inhaled deeply, confusion filled her gaze. Why? She genuinely could not comprehend, for it is customary for a mother to instinctively nurture the offspring she has born, is it not? However, Qin Yue, having discerned her muddled inquiry, retorted coldly, "Why bother with such questions? I bore you and raised you, yet you must perish. Perish you shall." This reasoning, albeit harsh, seemed somewhat coherent. Having been transformed to the point of losing all human emotion, now resembling a being of mere mechanical indifference, Mu Yunxi pondered for a moment, but remained unconcerned. Yet she had no desire to face death once more thus. She exerted every ounce of her strength to grasp at the white silk encircling her neck, yearning to break free from her construct. But Qin Yue, equally determined for her demise, strained with every ounce of her being, her grip becoming a sinister vice as she venomously advised, "Cease your struggles, it is futile. Embrace death." No, Mu Yunxi resolutely declined. Her self-destruction had stemmed from a profound weariness of the being she had become, following her transformation into an AI. Now that she had regained her human form, she was determined not to face death again. In that moment, summoning all her strength, she pushed her limits. As she felt herself on the brink of suffocation, she grasped a nearby porcelain pillow and struck it precisely against Qin Yue's forehead. Bang! Caught off guard, Qin Yue was momentarily dazed but still stood her ground. However, Mu Yunxi seized the opportunity and swiftly pinned her down. Cough, cough, cough. With a moment to breathe, Mu Yunxi coughed for quite some time, feeling a sharp pain in her throat. The discomfort instinctively brought tears to her eyes. The pain was oddly satisfying, unlike when she was a robot, devoid of any sensations, leading to a life of utter monotony. Yet, despite her tear-filled eyes and slightly flushed cheeks, Mu Yunxi was far from the delicate, feeble figure she appeared to be. The moment Qin Yue pulled out her dagger, Mu Yunxi swiftly stepped on her wrist. Hiss! Qin Yue cried out in pain. How dare you step on me? You little wretch! Slap! Mu Yunxi struck her, silencing any further insult from Qin Yue. Qin Yue was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. But Mu Yunxi was far from dazed. She had already seized the dagger from Qin Yue and swung it towards her NEC. Kay drawing blood as she declared, What's wrong with stepping on you? Not only do I dare to step on you, but I will also kill you in that moment. She never anticipated that the seemingly helpless prey before her could not only retaliate, but also catch her off guard. However, she remained remarkably composed, her confidence bolstered by the timely sound and knock at the door and the urgent, concerned inquiry, Yue, what is the matter? Mu Yunxi recognized that the voice belonged to her biological father, Lu Laogo, and as he posed his question, he had already swung open the door to the outer room, hastening toward the inner chamber with notable speed. Thus, Qin Yue felt emboldened despite her confusion over her daughter who had always been pliable to her whims suddenly exhibiting such fortitude. It mattered little fate would inevitably take its course. It was merely unfortunate. Chapter 2. Escape and Ascension. Mu Yunxi, no longer the original Lu Xiaoxi. Thus, before Lu, the old scoundrel, could enter the inner chamber, whoosh. A dagger was flung towards the candlestick, extinguishing the flame. Under the cover of darkness, Mu Yunxi seized a porcelain pillow and struck Qin Yue's forehead with brutal force. Bang! Qin Yue's skull fractured instantly, her face awash in blood, a picture of utter misery. In that moment, with her vision darkening and ears ringing, Qin Yue, convinced she was about to meet her maker, was gripped by intense fear. Alas, the inferior porcelain pillow had shattered, cutting Mu Yunxi's hand and preventing her from delivering another blow. Furthermore, time was of the essence, so she made the rational decision to push open the window. The entire sequence of events transpired in less time than it took the old scoundrel Lu to walk from the outer room to the inner chamber. Less than a minute. Yet Mu Yunxi had already accomplished her task and vanished without a trace. Of course, she had not truly departed. She had merely staged a scene of escaping through the window. In reality, she had concealed herself inside the wardrobe. Consequently, the guards of the Mu residence, arriving upon hearing the commotion, did not discover her. They loudly demanded, Lu, old dog, Qin Yue, what is the meaning of this disturbance? It was that wretched girl. Qin Yue, having stubbornly recovered from the extreme pain, replied in a trembling voice. The young mistress punished her. But she refused to accept it and even dared to commit matricide. Don't let her escape. Where is she? Where? Lu Xiaoxi, that slender, beautiful, and timid maidservant? The two guards were suspicious. However, Qin Yue began to shriek hysterically. It was her. She's insane. She actually tried to kill me. I truly wasted my efforts raising her. You must pursue her and not let her escape. You must kill her. Upon hearing the commotion, the guards, realizing the urgency of the situation, sprang into action. The madness of a mere maid was not of great concern, yet should it disrupt their master, it would pose a significant problem that required immediate resolution. Lu Laogo, who was tending to her wounds, though still trembling, spoke candidly. Acknowledging that such an incident could indeed drive one to madness, it was fortunate that she was not gravely harmed. What do you mean by that? Exclaimed the agitated Qin Yue. Why do you think I am acting this way? Do you believe I am cruel? Indeed, she was cruel. Mu Yunxi, eavesdropping on the conversation, silently affirmed this notion, as it aligned with her understanding of human morality. It is worth noting that had she not been demoted, no longer wielding the near omnipotence akin to a Marvel superhero, with her body forged from the strongest alloy, Qin Yue's head would have been reduced to mere fragments. Now, in the depths of darkness, Mu Yunxi gazed at her own hands, her fingers curling slightly, betraying a hint of stiffness. Upon her initial awakening after her traversal, she was met with a barrage of primal stimuli. At that moment, her consciousness had just begun to emerge, far weaker than it was now, rendering her powerless to act. Yet, the man before her possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, and it appeared that a charming beauty mark graced the corner of his right eye. How intriguing! This was the days that humanity was meant to experience. Having assessed her thoughts, Mu Yunxi remained composed, her gaze fixed upon the wardrobe door, ever vigilant. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Yue had shifted the topic, expressing her frustration. Have you still not found her? This is unacceptable. She couldn't outrun the patrol guards, could she have? Abruptly halting mid-sentence, her gaze fell upon the wardrobe situated near the bed. A sudden realization dawned upon her, and she lunged towards it, disregarding her dizziness and throbbing headache. Bang! The wardrobe door was flung open with considerable force. Whoosh! The ever-vigilant Mu Yunxi acted with precision, her movements calculated to a nicety. She had gauged the distance. The body position, in her current state, she could directly snap Qin Yui's neck. Alas! A sandy yellow light erupted at the very instant she made her move, blinding her vision. Speechless, Mu Yunxi initially presumed she had fallen victim to Qin Yui's machinations, but she swiftly discerned that she was no longer in the wardrobe. Instead, she found herself in a dim, yellowish world. Harboring a nascent suspicion, Mu Yunxi raised her hand, examining the cuts on her skin inflicted by shards of porcelain. Following the trail of blood, her eyes fell upon the tattered sleeve pocket. She recalled that the original owner had placed a black pellet, a gift from an eccentric old man, within it. And just now, prior to the eruption of the yellow light, a wisp of crystalline white radiance had emanated from the sleeve. As she rummaged through the pocket, she discovered that the black pellet was indeed missing. At that moment, the following message appeared: a gift to the host. Awakening pill. Ingestion guarantees the random awakening of a talent ability. A gift to the host. Exclusive cultivation technique. The chaos art. This enigmatic art grows stronger with adversity. Cultivation of this art allows for the gradual, limitless enhancement of the host's potential. A gift to the host. A milk cow. Its milk possesses Panacea properties, effective only for infants under 1 year old. Consumption by children under 10 years of age will fortify their constitution. These succinct explanations prompted Mu Yunxi to massage her forehead, even though her heart was indomitable. Having accepted the reality of her soul's transmigration, the sudden emergence of the chaos jade immortal realm still left her in a daze. A self-destructing grand gift? A spatial system? Murmuring softly, Mu Yunxi received the small porcelain vial floating before her, along with an ancient text titled Chaos Sutra. She then raised her gaze towards the nearby cow. Among these 3 offerings, the cow was the most perplexing to her. However, a possibility soon dawned upon her. She might be pregnant. The Chaos Jade Immortal Realm, in merging with her, detected that she and that man, with whom she had mated upon her first awakening, were already nurturing a new life. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Little Cub. Pit-filled, instinctively, Mu Yunxi touched her belly. Although the probability was slim, it was not entirely impossible. Yet, she had no idea how to care for a human infant. Oh, but it seemed irrelevant since she had a cow. Thus, Mu Yunxi calmly set aside her concerns about pregnancy and began to delve into the Chaos Sutra and the Awakening Pill. The original owner lacked any relevant memories. Yet this Chaos Sutra bore a resemblance to ancient martial arts from Country H, with the opening lines echoing the first 2 verses of the astronomical section in the Jade Forest of Elementary Learning. When chaos first emerged, the universe was established. The light and pure essence that rises is called heaven. The heavy and turbid essence that settles is called earth. The sun, moon, and 5 stars are referred to as the 7 luminaries. Thanks to her knowledge from a previous life, Mu Yunxi quickly grasped the essentials of cultivation and began to systematically record the entire text, subsequently plunging into the practice of this technique. During this process, she vaguely sensed something small swimming and playing bubbles within her belly. Not long after, it seemed as though an unseen force had forcibly torn her body apart, leaving her in a daze with a profound sensation of excruciating pain. As if she were still undergoing a metamorphosis, her flesh being obliterated, coupled with an anxiety regarding the unknowns of her transformation. Sigh. Having nearly completed the first chapter of the chaotic technique, body tempering, foundation establishment, Mu Yunxi felt invigorated after taking a deep breath. She could distinctly sense that her once feeble physique had become significantly lighter and more resilient. Although the exact extent of her enhancement remained unclear, one thing was certain. Should she encounter Qin Yui at this moment, she was confident in her ability to crush the woman's cervical vertebrae with a mere squeeze. This thought brought a satisfied nod from Mu Yunxi, who then instinctively touched her abdomen, only to discover it was still flat. Thus, the improbable event of becoming pregnant overnight had indeed not transpired in her case. The celestial realm had misjudged. Yet, it was somewhat peculiar. However, not being pregnant was rather advantageous, as it allowed her to consume the awakening pill. Speaking to herself once more, Mu Yunxi swallowed the pill, her subconscious prompting her to vocalize, a habit she had retained. Initially, when her transformation began, she had been terrified of losing her ability to speak as a human due to her youth. However, after numerous transformations, she had grown indifferent to it. Yet the habit lingered. But her continuous murmurs attracted attention. Ah! A soft, childlike voice echoed from a short distance away. Immediately following was a burst of white light, accompanied by another gentle call, rushing towards Mu Yunxi. Instinctively raising her hand to shield herself, she touched something soft and warm. Then, her eyes sparkled. Ah! A round, plump presence hung on her arm, resembling a soft, white koala, its large, glistening eyes fixated on her with an enchanting brightness. What could this be? Mu Yunxi pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that this was her newborn child. Indeed, she had conceived and delivered. But how should she greet this little cub? With her remarkable adaptability, Mu Yunxi instinctively delved into her memories from her past life, never having anticipated such an unconventional birthing experience. Yet, before she could uncover the most suitable approach, her beautiful, large eyes remained locked in a gaze with the rotund creature before her. Then, woof! A dog barked. A dog? How could there be a dog barking? Fortunately, the little round one before her opened its mouth once more. Huh! Mu Yunxi contemplated for a moment and tentatively echoed the sound. After all, she was uncertain how to communicate with the young cub and could only attempt to mimic baby talk. She recalled that experts in her previous life had studied how infants communicated using such sounds. Surprisingly, it seemed effective. At least Mu Yunxi believed it was. For her cub had already smiled in response. Ah, it truly worked. Mu Yunxi contemplated whether she should continue this interaction. However, her little cub had already let out a sound at her feet. Following its gaze, she then noticed a small white fox with large ears at her feet. Woof! The small white fox, which had barked, transformed into a tiny, radiant flame, resting within the chubby hands of her little cub. Thus, the sound of barking emanated from the small white dog, not from the diminutive pup. After reaching a conclusion, Mu Yunxi turned her attention to the plump little creature nestled in her arms. The tiny pup gazed back at her with unwavering curiosity. During this mutual scrutiny, Mu Yunxi noticed that although the little one's eyebrows were faint, their elongated contours were striking. The delicate nose and mouth rendered the pup undeniably charming from any aesthetic perspective. Suddenly, the little one broke the silence, as if bursting with words yet only managing to utter a series of sounds, lacking the ability to articulate further. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle, both at the adorable pup and its earnest expression, which was utterly delightful. In response, the pup joined in with a joyful giggle, its eyes sparkling like distant stars, radiating warmth and beauty. For reasons unknown, Mu Yunxi felt an inexplicable warmth blossoming in her chest, a sensation both strange and unfamiliar, yet undeniably comforting, more so than the energy she absorbed as an artificial intelligence. Once she acclimated to this pleasant feeling, Mu Yunxi tentatively bestowed a name upon the little creature, calling it Choo Choo. To her delight, the pup responded affirmatively. Mu Yunxi took this as an endorsement of the name, which was indeed her favorite Chinese character. However, a thought struck her. Was the little pup male or female? As she pondered this, she glanced between its tiny legs, only to be met with the pup promptly clamping its limbs together, clearly denying her any glimpse. Ha ha ha, Mu Yunxi was amused. Yet she confirmed that the little cub was male. The embarrassed little creature turned away, as if protesting with a soft sound. Smiling, the doting mother Mu Yunxi deftly shifted the topic, suggesting that she would step outside for a moment to fetch a small garment. As for the awakening pill she had ingested, from her recent perception, it seemed she had awakened a talent known as wind listening. The practical application of this ability would require her to venture outside and gain experience for a clearer understanding. Reflecting on the time that had passed since her awakening, it had been 3 years in the realm of the immortals, which translated to merely 3 days in the outside world. Just 3 days. And it was likely that many in the Mu household were still searching for her, particularly that venomous mother. Moreover, who was that handsome man with the captivating eyes? Would she ever find him again, and for what purpose? To continue mating and producing offspring? Chapter 4, Revealing the Truth. Slay the unworthy foster mother. Uninterested, Mu Yunxi concluded that one little cub was sufficient. There was no need to search further. However, wow, Mu Yunxi. Such an affectionate embrace. It was yet another novel experience. Coincidentally, it provided her with warmth and comfort. Instinctively, Mu Yunxi leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on him, feeling his soft, warm texture. But, should she release the little fox to observe it again? She wished to learn more about the small white fox with its large ears. She recalled a legend she had heard about the birth of a human emperor, which stated that a primordial divine beast would accompany them into the world. Analyzing this, it seemed that the fox might indeed be one of those accompanying divine beasts. However, as soon as the little white fox was released, its stomach began to rumble. The tiny cub seemed momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flickering across its features. Despite its diminutive size, the richness of its expressions intrigued Mu Yunxi immensely. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the little cub was hungry. How should she feed it? Moreover, how had it been drinking milk before? Instinctively, Mu Yunxi glanced at the cow, memories of milking surfacing in her mind. Suddenly, the little white fox sprang into action, heading straight for the cow. It appeared that the cub, born from her but never nurtured by her, was being cared for by this milk fox. With a radiant orb of white light, it enveloped the milk and delivered it to the little cub. Gulp, gulp. After relishing the milk, the tiny creature let out a delightful little burp, its innocent voice adding to its charm. Based on her vague intuition, Mu Yunxi estimated that the cub was about 6 months old, born after she had cultivated for over 2 years. Although this did not align with the typical 9-month gestation period, Mu Yunxi surmised that it was related to her peculiar state during that time. Now, gently patting the cub's soft, round belly, she smiled and asked, "Are you full?" The little round creature, satisfied, responded with a cheerful sound. "Ah, then let's go outside," Mu Yunxi said, attempting to communicate her desire to exit the chaotic realm of the chaotic jade. This was a method she had deduced on her own. Buzz. Meanwhile, it had been 3 days, and still no sign of anyone. The sharp inquiry from Qin Yue compelled Mu Yunxi to instinctively cover the ears of the little one, gently rubbing his soft head in a soothing manner. Qin Yue's frantic voice, accompanied by the sound of rain outside, continued to echo, demanding to know where the issue lay. She could not possibly allow herself to live. If she were to speak carelessly, the lineage of our daughter, Tingxing, would be exposed. Mu Yunxi interjected, "Lineage? That cannot be. Everyone knows she has lost her mind. No one would believe her words." Old Lu shook his head in denial, insisting, "No, no, it cannot be. It cannot be. What use is your denial? If we cannot locate her, it could spell disaster. Her bloodline from the Dan family. No, she must not resurface. I care not what means you employ, living or dead. We must see her." The mention of the Dan family ignited a piercing clarity in Mu Yunxi's eyes. She recalled that the mistress of the Mu household hailed from the illustrious Dan family. Thus, her biological mother belonged to the Dan lineage. This revelation marked her as the true young lady of the Mu family. The previously incomprehensible pieces all fell into place. At that moment, Qin Yue, having finished her tirade, approached the wardrobe to change out of her soaked garments, completely oblivious to the presence within. Meanwhile, old Lu, still shaking his head and sighing, made his way outside to continue the search. Just as he stepped through the courtyard gate, Qin Yue opened the wardrobe once more. With a sharp crack, Mu Yunxi covered the little one's eyes with one hand while the other hand crushed Qin Yue's neck. In her final moments, with eyes wide open, Qin Yue clearly discerned her assailant, yet the truth filled her with greater astonishment. How could this be? She had scoured this wardrobe inside and out a dozen times before. She hadn't found this little hussy, so how had she appeared now? No. Qin Yue wanted to cry out before her demise, but Mu Yunxi, who had timed her attack perfectly, didn't give her any chance to vocalize. She died silently. Even the sound of bones breaking was very slight. However, frowning, Mu Yunxi keenly sensed that at the instant of Qin Yue's death, a strange power emanated from her body, and then, Qin Yue's body lit up. Mu Yunxi's serene eyes narrowed slightly, and she acted again. She sensed that Qin Yue was about to come back to life. This was very unscientific. But the world she was in was clearly not a scientific world, so she adapted quickly, intending to kill her again. Fortunately, she was quick. Because the person speaking had already arrived. It was someone the original owner recognized, the head of the Mu family, Mu Yunxi, the original owner's real father. And at the same time as he descended, a rune full of vitality had emerged around Qin Yue. A resurrection technique? Mu Yunxi was quite curious. This was another anti-scientific thing. It felt very interesting. On the other side of her, Mu Yunxi, who had been alarmed by the aura of the substitute talisman, had already asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Mu Yunxi, who did not recognize Lu Xiaoxi, could be sure that the girl standing in front of him was at least a third-rank martial artist. Otherwise, she could not have activated the substitute talisman on Qin Yue's body. As Qin Yue, who had miraculously survived, hastily interjected, "Master Roan, she is my deranged daughter, Lu Xiaoxi. Master, you must eliminate her, or she will descend into madness once more. She has even killed me, her own mother. Do not let her offend you." Mu Yunxi, taken aback, retorted, "You, a mere maid, could possibly bear a daughter of third-grade martial prowess? Chapter 5. Reunion. Embrace the great, deliver the small. Yet, Mu Yunxi affirmed, indeed. I am Lu Xiaoxi. Mu Yunxi was incredulous. Are you jesting with me? Before he could inquire further, Qin Yui insisted, Master, you must act swiftly. She is truly insane. She has even dared to offend the young lady. She cannot be allowed to remain. Silence, and leave at once, Mu Yunxi declared. Fully capable of managing matters without external guidance. Chastised, Qin Yui dared not speak further, yet she feared that Lu Xiaoxi might have overheard her previous conversation with Lu Laogo, prompting her to rush to the main courtyard in search of others. Only then did Mu Yunxi pose the question again, are you truly Lu Xiaoxi? Although the Mu household did not object to talented servants cultivating martial arts, the name Lu Xiaoxi had never appeared on their training roster. Otherwise, given her age, her attainment of third-grade martial prowess would have certainly been memorable to him. Generally, servants lacking strong bloodlines could not achieve such a rank at her age unless they possessed extraordinary talent. Such servants would see their fates transformed, their status elevated, and they would receive focused training. Yet, Mu Yunxi confirmed once more, indeed. Mu Yunxi mused. Very well, I shall uncover the truth of this matter. Though he remained uncertain about the intricacies involved, as long as she was a member of the Mu household, he possessed the means to ascertain the facts. The crux of the matter lies in the opportune arrival of this young maid, who impeccably meets the criteria of the person he seeks. Consequently, Mu Yunxi remarked that this matter could be postponed. However, your act of violence within the estate should have sealed your fate. Unless, of course, you can redeem yourself through merit. Mu Yunxi understood the gravity of the situation and replied affirmatively. Mu Yunxi then stated plainly that from this day forth, you shall be known as Mu Xiaoxi, a member of the Mu family, to participate in the capital S trials for noble families. Should you rank among the top 100, your transgressions shall be absolved. What say you? Certainly. Mu Yunxi responded readily, but with one stipulation. Her name should be changed to Mu Yunxi. That is permissible. The steward will come to register your name, and you may discuss it with him. Very well. Having reached an agreement, Mu Yunxi refrained from further discussion, casting one last penetrating glance at the young maid before departing. Mu Jin, who had been summoned, was momentarily taken aback. Master, is this not a bit too dismissive? As far as I know, the daughter of the young lady wet nurse, Qin Yui, is merely a frail maid. Not so, replied Mu Yunxi, having personally verified her capabilities. She has just activated the talisman given to Qin Yui, indicating she possesses the prowess of a third-tier warrior, and her age aligns with the Trial S requirements. Is that truly the case? Mu Jin exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. He had encountered that girl just days prior, and he had heard she had lost her mind. How could she possibly be a third-tier warrior? Yet Mu Yunxi nodded with certainty. Indeed. How splendid. Although Mu Jin still found the situation hard to fathom. He understood that with such a young lady, there was no need for her to face a dire fate that could afford to buy 3 more years. In the Celestial Music Dynasty, it is mandated that every 3 years, noble families must send their eligible disciples to the capital to partake in a grueling trial. Mu Yunxi's eldest daughter, Mu Qingqing, was originally on this year's list of participants. However, he wished for her to delay her participation by 3 years to ensure her absolute safety. Consequently, it became necessary to have a legitimate descendant to replace Mu Qingqing in the trial. This substitution was only made possible through connections with the crown prince. Yet, Qingqing was still being rather reckless. Remembering the foolish actions of his daughter, Mu Yunxi felt a wave of frustration. Although he sought to leverage his association with the Eastern Palace, he had never intended to trade his daughter for prestige. Alas, his daughter had inexplicably fallen head over heels for the crown prince, disregarding his arrangements and prematurely surrendering herself. Rest assured, my lord, His Highness the Crown Prince will certainly not disappoint the young lady. Perhaps he has already sought a decree for marriage and is on his way to propose to the Mu residents. Mu Jin comforted him. Let us hope so, Mu Yunxi replied, initially wishing to secure the marriage decree before arranging for his daughter to cultivate alongside the Crown Prince to assist him in resolving his poison and advancing further. It is indeed certain. The young lady is a descendant of the Dan clan, Mu Jin asserted confidently. Mu Yunxi nodded slightly. You may go and arrange matters regarding Lu Xiaoxi. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Mu Jin replied before taking his leave. Meanwhile, the purpose of sending someone in place of Mu Qingqing to the trial became clear. Having successfully utilized her innate talent for eavesdropping for the first time, Mu Yunxi had gathered all the necessary details from the conversation between Mu Yunxiong and his subordinate, thus unraveling the entire situation. The progression of the entire event unfolded as follows. First, Qin Yue rendered Lu Xiaoxi unconscious, subsequently employing techniques of disguise to transform Lu Xiaoxi into Mu Qingqing. Second, Lu Xiaoxi was to substitute for Mu Qingqing in engaging with the prince to detoxify and resolve the issues pertaining to bloodlines, with the prince being the strikingly beautiful man. Third, Lu Xiaoxi was to be silenced permanently. Analyzing this, Mu Yunxi recognized that although this father-daughter duo were not biologically related, their thoughts were eerily aligned. Both intended to exploit Lu Xiaoxi, indifferent to her fate. Thus, without any intention to acknowledge her father, Mu Yunxi proposed a condition to Mu Jin upon meeting him. If she were to complete her mission, she hoped to extricate herself from the Mu residence and attain freedom. This was deemed acceptable. Mu Jin believed that given Mu Yunxi's circumstances, merely entering the trial grounds was a feat, and placing in the top 100 was utterly improbable. Survival itself would be a challenge. 5 days later, in the capital, upon arrival, they disembarked and proceeded on foot into the city. Under the authoritative shouts of the steward from the Mu residence, the disciples of the Mu family, who had come to participate in the trials, descended from the beast carriages. Among them were Mu Yunxi and her young offspring, traveling in a separate carriage due to her status as a legitimate young lady. However, just as the mother and child stepped down from the carriage, a cacophony of shouts surged forth, heralding the prince's entry into the capital. All unauthorized personnel, retreat. The prince is entering. A grand procession of dust-laden beast carriages abruptly scattered the Mu family's small convoy. Startled, the oxen pulling the carriages from the Mu family began to thrash and bolt in all directions. Such insolence! The prince's guards, swift to respond, ruthlessly slaughtered the rampaging beasts. The scene was a grisly display of dominance, leaving no room for resistance from the creatures. As the imperious caravan threatened to trample her, with a swift motion, Mu Yunxi, cradling her cub, leaped onto the approaching humble vehicle. The driver, however, lashed out with a whip, shouting an abrupt dismissal at her and the cub in her arms. Incensed, Mu Yunxi seized the massive whip with her bare hand and retaliated by flinging the driver to the ground. Not content with this, she propelled herself into the carriage, intent on dragging its occupants out for a thrashing. Yet, upon entering, she stumbled, her feet ensnared, and fell. Motionless, not from inability, but from the realization of the occupant's identity. It was the crown prince, the sire of her cub, the strikingly handsome man, who had been embracing her slender waist and cradling the cub, was equally taken aback. Chapter 6, befitting the arch-villain. But the handsome man, retaining his grip on her waist, simply said, remain still. Mu Yunxi, of course, had no intention of complying. However, an attendant approached the carriage, inquiring, Master Amo, are you? It's nothing, proceed. The handsome man replied. Without further ado, the palace attendant cracked the whip, urging the vehicle onward. Mu Yunxi frowned. We haven't disembarked yet. I shall escort you. The handsome man stated firmly, his gaze shifting to the cub. Father and son locked eyes, recreating the wide-eyed stare down. Mu Yunxi, witnessing this, suddenly felt a surge of apprehension. She was quite certain that the crown prince could never fathom that the small creature was his progeny. After all, who could possibly conceive of the notion that within a mere 8 days, such a plump little one could come into existence? However, upon scrutinizing the handsome little fellow, it seemed as though he had discerned something intriguing. The bewildered child widened his round, glistening eyes and kicked his legs, as if expressing discomfort. Ah, are you unwell? After posing the question, the striking figure adjusted his embrace of the child and gently caressed the little one's bald head. Instantly, the child's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a chubby kitten being affectionately petted. As for Mu Yunxi, this was the first time the little one had willingly allowed another to hold and touch him, stirring a peculiar sensation within her. In stark contrast, the charming man appeared quite pleased. He then procured a piece of candy from his pocket, evidently intending to unwrap it for the little one. No, absolutely not. Mu Yunxi firmly interjected. It could cause cavities. Not a problem. He has no teeth. The resolute man insisted, bringing the candy tantalizingly close to the young one's mouth. No. Mu Yunxi remained steadfast, physically intervening, yet irresistibly drawn by the sweet aroma. The child reached out for the candy. Observing this, the handsome man swiftly placed the treat into the child's grasp. In that moment, Mu Yunxi, unable to prevent the inevitable, watched helplessly as the little one quickly shoved the candy into his mouth. Mu Yunxi could only express her disbelief. Whoever gives you something, you just consume it. What if it's poisoned? The bewildered child blinked innocently before reaching into his mouth to discard the candy. But that was not the end to a. The little creature, incessantly spitting, had expelled all the sweetness from its mouth, splattering it upon a certain gentleman. The impeccably clean gentleman exclaimed in surprise, while the small child, having finished, turned to its mother, seeking comfort in her embrace, displaying an endearing demeanor of obedience despite not comprehending the reason for her displeasure. Mu Yunxi, unable to suppress a laugh, longed to take the little one into her arms. However, the child, in a rather mischievous manner, wiped its candy-smeared hands on the gentleman before diving into its mother's embrace, leaving him momentarily speechless. The gentleman, now resigned, tightened his arms, attempting to gather both mother and child into his hold. Yet, as Mu Yunxi nestled into him, she inadvertently struck his heart thrice with her playful antics. With a sharp intake of breath, the gentleman loosened his grip, losing the chance to embrace them both tightly. Mu Yunxi, with her little darling, nimbly leapt through the car window, escaping just as the attendants of the Eastern Palace were about to intervene. The mother and child fled swiftly, leaving the gentleman smiling, his expression blooming like a garden in full bloom, faster than a rabbit. The attendants, initially poised to pursue, halted and inquired, "Master Amo, shall we give chase?" "Let her be. She is of my concern," came the gentleman's languid response. However, the crown prince. Another attendant attempted to voice an objection but was restrained by a companion, adhering to the command. Very well. The gentleman, having concluded the matter, revealed the 3 strikes upon his chest, as a dark dragon pattern re-emerged upon his brow, pulsating with an ominous darkness, heralding destruction. Simultaneously, the loquacious attendant found his forehead shattered, collapsing to the ground in defeat. The entourage was gripped by terror, daring not to glance at their deceased companion, hastening towards the Eastern Palace. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the handsome gentleman had already vacated the beast-drawn carriage. She had departed from the group with her young cub to explore the city on her own. Enchanted by the bustling surroundings, the little one chattered incessantly, displaying an insatiable curiosity. Mu Yunxi observed with amusement, recognizing the child's newfound fondness for the lively atmosphere. "Ah," the little one nodded earnestly. "Then, my dear, let us first procure some new garments for you, and afterwards, we shall dine at the most vibrant establishment, the Osmanthus Pavilion," Mu Yunxi proposed. "Ah," the child was overjoyed, clapping her hands in delight, leaving the attendant at the entrance of the clothing shop utterly astonished. This little master was exceptionally clever and remarkably charming. Truly, the young lady had a talent for nurturing. As a seasoned attendant of a reputable clothing store in the capital, he prided himself on having encountered numerous young masters. Yet he had never seen one so small and enchantingly delightful. The praised little one, understanding the compliment, smiled at the attendant. "Ah," the attendant was taken aback, truly intelligent. "Indeed," Mu Yunxi responded, before inquiring, "Do you have garments suitable for my little cub?" "Of course." The attendant eagerly began to extol the shop's virtues. "You have come to the right place, esteemed lady. Though our shop may be small, we offer exquisite craftsmanship, with a full range of attire for both children and adults. And alterations are included. You will undoubtedly be pleased." Mu Yunxi was quite pleased as he entered the shop, where the attendant promptly presented the finest garments available. The young gentleman touched this one and examined that one, smiling radiantly. The shopkeeper did not intervene, generally. Customers were not permitted to handle such exquisite fabrics without making a purchase, but who could resist the charm of this young master? However, this preferential treatment stirred discontent in a nearby woman. Why were she and her son allowed to touch the fabrics while they were denied the same privilege? Humph. The attendant serving her forced a smile, suppressing an unspoken thought. "Have you considered the appearance of your snot-nosed child? How could he possibly compare to this young master?" Despite her grievances, the disgruntled woman still chose a garment. Yet, to her dismay, the young master seemed to have taken a liking to the very piece she selected. "What are you doing?" She scowled, glaring at Mu Yunxi. "Control your little brat. What is he pointing at?" Little did she know. Her harsh words only provoked the young master further, who swiftly darted over and snatched the garment from her grasp. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the little rascal would exhibit such thieving tendencies. The woman was incensed, declaring, "This is outrageous. This is intolerable." Yet, the audacious little thief paid no heed to her outrage, having settled the cost himself. Mu Yunxi pondered in disbelief where the child had acquired the money. as she had certainly not provided it. Meanwhile, from across the street, the tea house bustled with life. Chapter 7. Observing the young ones and their sweethearts. Delightful indeed. Gently touching the waist of a certain handsome gentleman, it became clear that the money belonged to him. How curious that he was oblivious to the fact that this little one had pilfered his purse. Indeed, this situation held a certain intrigue. With a faint smile, the handsome man sipped his tea, continuing to observe the antics of the small figure. Meanwhile, the outraged woman who had been robbed was beside herself, shouting for assistance. "Madam," responded two imposing first-grade warriors who entered the scene, their stature intimidating. Yet, the even more formidable Mu Yunxi remained unfazed. "What? Do you wish to fight?" she taunted. "Stop," urged the two attendants hastily. "There is no need for violence. Let us discuss this matter amicably." "What is there to discuss? That little brat must return the clothing immediately, or else I shall show no mercy." The furious woman was in no mood for restraint. "Are you out of your mind?" Mu Yunxi retorted. "Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? My son has paid for this. It rightfully belongs to him." "Indeed," echoed the small one, patting the garments he had seized, signaling the shopkeeper to wrap them up. "He has already paid." The shopkeeper, feeling the weight of the situation, reluctantly acknowledged. "That is indeed the case." The humiliated woman, her eyes aflame with anger, sensed that the UAE tower was indeed beginning to underestimate others. However, she issued a dire warning. "Very well. Excellent. You shameless wretch. If you have the audacity to leave the UAE tower without the town's warriors, both you and your son shall meet your demise." The small child, sensing the insults hurled at them, felt an urge to retaliate and was ready to fly out and strike the opponent. Having anticipated the situation, Mu Yunxi had already embraced him tightly, preventing him from recklessly taking flight. The young master then settled down, disregarding the woman. However, he produced another gold leaf, offering it to the waiter. The waiter, upon seeing it, hastily replied that the previous gold leaf was more than sufficient to purchase the attire and that there would be change. The young master merely glanced at the garments before him and insisted on offering the gold leaf. The waiter then discerned that the young master intended to acquire all the garments. The young master nodded in satisfaction, as if commending the waiter's astuteness. The waiter, in a frenzy of delight, promptly wrapped up all the garments for the young master, realizing that even if he were to be idle for the rest of the month, his sales target would be comfortably met. The other waiter nearby was on the verge of tears, lamenting that the woman had spent so long deliberating without settling the bill earlier, thus preventing him from making a single sale. However, the esteemed young master suddenly uttered a sound toward him. The waiter inquired in bewilderment, "Does the young master have any instructions?" The young master bestowed upon him a small gold nugget. Though not as substantial as a gold leaf, it was purely a gratuity. The waiter expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young master, thank you. My name is Zhang San. Should you visit the UAE pavilion again, you may directly summon me to attend to your needs." "And me? I'm Li Si." The waiter who had just wrapped up the garments for the young master glared daggers at his companion, resenting his blatant attempt to poach his valuable customer. "Thank you, esteemed madam," Li Si said, as he deftly presented the packages. "These are the young master's garments. Would the madam care to acquire an outfit for herself?" Upon hearing this, the young one felt it necessary for her mother to adorn herself beautifully. Thus, she produced a golden leaf without hesitation. "Ah, no matter." Mu Yunxi was utterly indifferent. She promptly embraced the little child and gathered the child's garments, striding away with purpose. Li Si and Zhang San intended to intervene, but alas, Mu Yunxi's long legs allowed her to escape in mere strides. The two could only watch with wry smiles, hoping that should a conflict arise, the warriors within the shop would come to their aid. However, neither anticipated that the woman waiting outside would bellow, "Teach those two a lesson." As the two first-grade warriors stepped forward, they were swiftly sent flying with two resounding thuds. The bystanders in the street were left astounded, bewildered by the turn of events. What could have transpired? Perhaps there was some discord within the shop, yet due to the presence of a mid-grade warrior within the UAE building, they refrained from escalating matters, opting instead to resolve it outside. It seemed plausible. However, this young lady was truly formidable, managing to kick a first-grade warrior away with ease. Surely, she must be at least a second-grade warrior, one would think. In that moment, all passers-by cast admiring glances at Mu Yunxi. The young master, in particular, clapped his small hands in delight. Mu Yunxi mused that the little one was growing remarkably fast. Just the other day, he was incapable of clapping, and today he had mastered it. Most likely, he had learned from witnessing someone applauding a street performer. As for the woman who was momentarily stunned, she stared at Mu Yunxi in disbelief and stammered, You are a second-grade warrior? Upon hearing her words, Mu Yunxi glanced at her and noticed the little child in her arms, busily rubbing his nose with his tiny fists. However, just a few steps later, the young lad pointed towards the tea house across the street. Mu Yunxi looked up and beheld a strikingly handsome young prince, languidly leaning against the window, his expression a playful blend of amusement as he observed her and the child, exuding an enchanting charm that was utterly captivating. The little one expressed a desire to approach. Though Mu Yunxi initially wished to avoid any entanglements with this prince, she conceded, for the child seemed eager to go. The coins jingling on the little one were likely bestowed by this prince, and it would be rather impolite to disregard him after accepting his generosity. In the elegant room, the handsome gentleman awaited the arrival of the mother and child, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Did you enjoy your shopping? The little one, just sat down, gleefully touched the assortment of packages and cheerfully replied, The handsome gentleman, noticing this, chose not to expose the child's covert pilfering and casually opened a package to unveil a small garment. Shall I help you try it on? He asked. The delighted child immediately raised his little hand, signaling the gentleman to assist him. This endearing display amused the handsome gentleman, who acquiesced. Very well, I shall help you change. Left somewhat overlooked, Mu Yunxi almost suspected that the two had formed a secret bond unbeknownst to her. She promptly inquired, How did you come to be here? The gentleman, still assisting the child with his outfit, countered, Are you here to participate in this trial? Indeed, Mu Yunxi replied, having little to conceal. Yet she was left with a lingering question. How did you recognize me? Chapter 8. The dual cultivation partners have something on their minds. According to Mu Yunxi's previous analysis, she had undergone a transformation and was then sent to the prince's bed. Yet, he recognized her at a glance in the carriage. How was that possible? Was it the power of bloodline? An awakening? Mu Yunxi was perplexed. The handsome man, who understood her completely, explained without reservation, warriors, aside from the ordinary ones you might be familiar with, can be classified into bloodline warriors and inheritance warriors. Among these, ordinary warriors possess relatively average qualifications, while bloodline warriors, once they awaken a high-grade bloodline, are typically geniuses. Some bloodline warriors can even awaken inheritances, advancing to become inheritance warriors. Mu Yunxi silently noted this and inquired further. How does one awaken the bloodline power? You may visit the pharmacist department. They possess source fire. Given your bloodline concentration, you will see results. The pharmacist department? Mu Yunxi nodded, planning to pay it a visit shortly. The handsome man across from her, however, suggested with a hint of meaning, Of course. If you come to my place and engage in dual cultivation a few more times, you could also awaken your bloodline. Mu Yunxi glanced at him and decisively shook her head. No, I cannot afford the energy to raise a little one after a single mating. The charming man, with a gentle smile, was not in a hurry. Then go to the pharmacist department. Should you require anything, you may come to the prince's residence or the imperial teacher's mansion to seek me. All right, Mu Yunxi replied somewhat indifferently, intending to leave with the little one. Yet, the child seemed to sense that the adults had concluded their discussion and immediately pointed at the pastries on the table, exclaiming, Mu Yunxi cast a glance at the pastries, declaring it unwise for him to indulge. Give it to him. One cannot suspect that I would poison you again, he remarked, a charming smile gracing his lips as he delicately lifted a piece of osmanthus cake, offering it to the young one's mouth. This was the osmanthus cake delivered from the osmanthus house, and a full banquet had been ordered. They would depart only after savoring the meal. Just as Mu Yunxi intended to decline, the young master eagerly accepted, exclaiming with delight, Aren't you longing for a lively place? Mu Yunxi teased, playfully pinching the chubby leg of the little one, whose whims were unpredictable. The unabashed young master relished the osmanthus cake with glee. Seeing his joy, Mu Yunxi chose not to insist on leaving. After finishing a sumptuous feast, Mu Yunxi cradled the reluctant young one and planned to head to the apothecary department. The little one gazed longingly at the handsome man. Understanding the implication, he nodded enthusiastically. A clever little one. The handsome man then rose to settle the bill, only to find his pockets empty, necessitating a request to the innkeeper to collect the dues from the prince's residence. Mu Yunxi paid little heed to these matters. She had already exited the tea house, amidst the bustling street where no one remained aware of her recent exploits. The two waiters, Zhang San and Li Si, were no longer at the entrance of the UAE building, likely having completed a large order and taken an early break. Shortly thereafter, Upon arriving at the apothecary department, Mu Yunxi could vaguely sense a force within the imposing gates drawing her in. Was it the source fire? Pondering this, she prepared to enter but was halted by the guards. Who goes there? A young lady called out softly, directing her gaze towards the middle-aged guard, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. The guard, momentarily taken aback, softened his tone considerably, inquiring about the lady's purpose. The apothecary department is not a place one can enter freely. Mu Yunxi nodded, indicating her understanding. I intend to participate in the apothecary assessment. You are an apothecary? The guard was momentarily stunned. Are you an apprentice aiming to obtain a first-grade apothecary certificate? Indeed, I am not merely an apprentice, Mu Yunxi responded confidently, devoid of any hesitation. However, the guard sensed an unusual aura emanating from the child in her arms, instinctively recognizing that the pair must hail from a prestigious lineage. Thus, he refrained from further obstructing her and proceeded to guide her. Although assessments for the apothecary certificate occur daily, only 2 sessions are held, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. You have arrived at an opportune moment. The afternoon session has yet to commence, and you have an entire hour to prepare. You may observe relevant assessment techniques within the apothecary department. Are there techniques to observe? Mu Yunxi pondered, realizing her lack of knowledge necessitated such an exploration. Although the prince had shared some information, it was rather vague. Precisely. Please register your name. When the time comes, you will be ready for the assessment. The guard continued, already introducing Mu Yunxi to the reception staff. Master Zhang, this young lady has come to take the first-grade apothecary assessment. Oh, Zhang Mu Yu, the official responsible for the apothecary assessments, greeted her warmly. May I inquire your esteemed name, young lady? Mu Yunxi, of the Fuxi lineage. Zhang Mu Yu's attention was drawn to her surname. Is it the Mu family from the southern capital? Indeed. Mu Yunxi did not deny her current identity, which was indeed that of a legitimate descendant of the Mu family. The guard chuckled, remarking that the Mu family of Jingnan was a prominent clan, residing in a land of exceptional talent and beauty. Indeed, Zhang Mu Yu echoed the sentiment, adding that he had not previously heard of an alchemist emerging from the Mu family, although their in-law, the Dan family, had produced numerous alchemists. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi chose not to engage further and inquired, has the registration been completed? Yes, it has. Zhang Mu Yu discerned the lady's desire to refrain from lengthy conversation and ceased to press her. The guard then guided Mu Yunxi to observe the assessment techniques. A certain small individual took out a small golden bean and presented it to the guard as a token of appreciation. The guard, initially taken aback, soon smiled broadly as he accepted it, saying, should you need anything further, just call for me, oldly. Thank you. Mu Yunxi replied gratefully and began to peruse the books on the shelf. Guard Oldly refrained from further interruption. However, shortly after Mu Yunxi prepared for her assessment, a handsome gentleman who had returned to his residence summoned his subordinates. He handed them a remarkably vivid portrait of a certain young master and instructed them to investigate the whereabouts of this child. The subordinate was momentarily stunned but dared not ask further questions, hastily accepting the portrait, and couldn't help but marvel at the child's striking beauty, noting a resemblance to their master. Chapter 9. Pursuing a career is quite simple. Could this be the master's illegitimate child? Surely not. Realizing he had stumbled upon a significant mystery, the subordinate broke into a cold sweat. Frightened, I shall go at once. The handsome gentleman cast a meaningful glance in his direction, leaving the subordinate even more apprehensive. In haste, she retreated, refrained from engaging in further conversation, and set out to investigate. The handsome man, satisfied, tapped the table lightly, yet soon fell into contemplation, while the beautiful woman gradually furrowed her brow. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Mu Yunxi, after an hour of reading, she began her assessment. According to the gentleman's assertion, although she had yet to awaken her bloodline, having undergone dual cultivation with him, it would not pose a significant challenge to attain a first or second rank alchemist certification. Although Mu Yunxi was somewhat skeptical, she deemed it necessary to attempt, yet the child was not permitted entry. The attendant, who was meticulously reviewing the candidates, obstructed Mu Yunxi from bringing the little one inside. Upon hearing this, the child expressed discontent, exclaiming, I won't make a fuss, allowing me and won't be a hindrance. Mu Yunxi believed the little one to be exceptionally well-behaved, silently playing with his hands while she read, and wondered why he was not allowed entry. However, before the attendant could respond, a young woman behind them grew impatient, asserting, just because you say he won't make noise doesn't guarantee it. If he starts crying and disrupts our performance, what then? Several others participating in the assessment echoed her sentiments, voicing their dissatisfaction, asserting that a child so young lacks self-control. And if he were to disrupt the process, who would be held accountable for the failure? Meanwhile, the disregarded child felt a surge of anger, responding with a frustrated cry. Mu Yunxi, equally irked, retorted, I assure you he won't disrupt anything. If you are so easily affected by a mere child, perhaps you lack the capability. What did you say? The young woman who first protested flared up, demanding, repeat that. Halt this clamor. An elder emerged from the examination hall, his voice quelling the disturbance. I overheard the young lady's words and found them to be true. Is it beyond your capabilities to concoct elixirs simply because a child weeps nearby? A certain young master, far from pleased, declared with gravitas, I would never weep. His pronouncement caused the elder, who had intervened, to raise an eyebrow in amusement. How old is the child? The elder inquired. 6 months, replied Mu Yunxi, and he rarely cries. He is quite intelligent. She defended the little one's honor. Indeed, I can see that. The elder chuckled softly. So young, yet so clever. He must possess a remarkable aptitude for mental acuity. Surely, he is destined to become an apothecary. The young master, aware that he was being praised, beamed with delight. Upon hearing this, an attendant questioned with disbelief, Master Ma, is the child truly permitted to enter? Affirmed the elder. Ma Yingxing, head examiner of the proceedings, confirmed with a nod. Going forward, we shall augment the trial's complexity by randomly introducing children or beasts. If one cannot maintain focus, how can one dare to style oneself an apothecary? The other examinees, upon hearing this, were visibly frustrated, yet dared not show disrespect to the proctor. They could only glare resentfully at Mu Yunxi and the babe in her arms. Mu Yunxi, however, had already entered the examination hall with the child, cutting short their glares. The examinees were not best pleased. As the assignment for the elixirist examination was being delivered extemporaneously by the head examiner, all of the examinees directed apprehensive gazes toward Ma Yingxing, who was standing in the center of the hall after they had seated themselves. Ma Yingxing, in a straightforward manner, announced that the sole requirement for this assessment was to concoct a chi-boosting pill. This revelation left many candidates with a perplexed expression, despite being a first-grade elixir. The chi-boosting pill demanded a high degree of collaboration among the alchemist's various skills, rendering it one of the most challenging first-grade pills to refine. However, some candidates wasted no time and had already taken out their alchemical furnaces, ready to begin their work. It was then that Mu Yunxi realized she did not possess a furnace of her own. Could someone lend me a furnace? She inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. The entire assembly fell silent, at a loss for words. Yet, a small figure gazed at Ma Yingxing with bright, eager eyes. Ah. It seemed Ma Yingxing understood the unspoken request. You wish for this old man to lend you a furnace for your mother? The little one nodded vigorously, clearly aware of the principle of fair trade, and produced a sprig of herb from his pocket. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. Where had this herb come from? Was it pilfered from your father? Regardless of its origins, Ma Yingxing agreed to the transaction. Mu Yunxi glanced at the innocent-looking little creature in her arms, whose eyes soon twinkled with mirth, exuding an aura of harmlessness. She reached out and gently ruffled his soft head, choosing not to comment as she commenced her alchemical endeavors. With a furnace secured, the Herbal Affairs Department would provide each candidate with 3 sets of medicinal materials, which meant that every participant had 3 opportunities to succeed. Feeling a bit more at ease, Mu Yunxi, embarking on her first foray into alchemy, recalled the extensive reading she had done earlier, hoping it would serve her well. Confident in her grasp of the knowledge, she began to translate what she had learned into practical application, her movements evolving from clumsy to deft with remarkable speed. At this moment, no one was aware that she had not only reviewed the examination techniques, but had also diligently perused nearly 100 other books that lay together. However, as she flipped through the pages, onlookers merely assumed she was searching for a particular volume. Unbeknownst to them, in her previous life as a semi-AI, she possessed an astonishing memory, capable of comprehending a text almost instantaneously, as if each page had been scanned and stored for future reference. The tomes were all related to the esteemed art of alchemy, which enabled Mu Yunxi to successfully concoct 2 energy-replenishing pills in one attempt, leaving her momentarily astonished. Two pills formed. Ma Yingxing, drawn by her remarkable achievement, was equally surprised. This young girl exhibited considerable potential. Typically, a first-tier alchemist would be pleased to produce a single energy-replenishing pill from a batch of ingredients, as they often struggle to control the essence of the herbs. Yet, here stood this young girl, effortlessly defying expectations. It was no wonder that she could create such spirited little beings. Her innate spiritual talent was indeed exceptional. And with the surname Mu, it was not surprising that the Dan clan had nurtured this remarkable girl. Ah, the little one joyfully clapped her tiny hands. Nearby, other participants in the alchemical examination cast envious glances, some so distracted by their jealousy that they ruined a batch of medicine and were left to lament their misfortune. Mu Yunxi then rose to express her gratitude, thanking the elder Ma. You may go, Ma Yingxing replied with a smile, his attention shifting back to the other candidates in the arena. Sensing a looming threat, Mu Yunxi remained vigilant, acutely aware that she had become a target. Consequently, she could not simply make her little companion vanish, which added an element of caution to her actions. After all, the presence of a looming threat signifies that the adversary possesses the capability to take her life. Chapter 10. The Enfeoffment of the Crown Princess. Who could it be? Mu Yunxi was engulfed in confusion, her innate talent for eavesdropping pushed to its zenith as she sought to discern the location of the hidden assailant. Yet, the opponent was remarkably formidable. She could hear naught but silence. However, as an enigmatic aura began to diffuse, the imminent danger suddenly surged forth. With her ears subtly twitching, Mu Yunxi keenly turned her gaze towards a nearby mansion, her heart quivering slightly. Someone from the Mu Yunxi family intends to kill me. Furrowing her delicate brows, Mu Yunxi found herself perplexed. After all, she currently held value to the Mu Yunxi family, and it would be illogical for them to target her. No, perhaps not. If the assailant was affiliated with Mu Yunxi, it would indeed make sense. Thus, the one who had just aided her in averting disaster might be another powerful figure from the Mu Yunxi family. Understanding this, Mu Yunxi felt a modicum of relaxation as she began to untangle the intricate web of connections. She proceeded towards the mansion, feigning ignorance of the clandestine confrontation. Yet, her eavesdropping ability remained activated, capturing whispers of secrets. Meanwhile, within the Mu Yunxi residence in the capital, an elderly man thundered, Hengshan, what do you intend to do? It should be I asking you, for she is merely a lowly maidservant. To kill her is trivial, yet you dare to obstruct me? Preposterous. She currently occupies the trial spot designated for Qingqing. Do you wish to eliminate her and place Qingqing in peril within the trial grounds? The old man was utterly speechless. Did he possess no sense? Humph. The disgruntled middle-aged powerhouse, Hengshan, although still harboring murderous intent towards Mu Yunxi, managed to restrain himself. Very well, he thought. He would wait until she emerged from the trial grounds to exact his revenge. He feared, however, that she might perish within, meeting her demise at the hands of his own blade. Yet, that was of no concern to him. The elder rebuked once more, warning, I advise you not to cause me trouble. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences before the clan leader. Cowardly as a mouse. After his tirade, the guardian Hengshan stormed away, his fury unabated. Within the room where their argument had transpired, the two stewards, already kneeling to the point of exhaustion, were drenched in sweat from fear. Elder Luo, what if the guardian Hengshan cannot contain his wrath and truly kills that girl? What shall we do? That will not happen, the elder asserted confidently. The clan leader will soon arrive in the capital. He would never dare to act recklessly. The clan leader is coming to the capital? The two stewards were initially taken aback, but soon one of them, with a glimmer of insight in his eyes, inquired, is the crown prince to propose? Upon hearing this, the stewards felt an overwhelming sense of relief, followed by an outpouring of congratulations. Congratulations to the clan leader. Congratulations to the young lady. It seems our Mu household is on the verge of ascending to a first-rate aristocracy. The elder, though pleased, let out a soft sigh. Hengshan was particularly protective of Qingqing, and his attitude indicated that Qingqing was unwilling to keep that girl around, which was a pity. Otherwise, she could have served as an invaluable asset. At merely 20 years of age, with the prowess of a third-tier warrior, even without being a bloodline warrior, she could easily stand above her peers. To speak frankly, the young lady's current displayed talents were overshadowed by that girl's. However, the young lady had yet to awaken her bloodline power, and once she did, she would undoubtedly be extraordinary. It is not fitting to compare her to a mere maid. The steward has already remarked that there is nothing to lament. After all, the girl hails from humble origins, and not every young lady is fortunate enough to be born into privilege. As descendants of the Mu and Dan families, the young ladies have indeed started their journeys from a place of advantage. Indeed, the elder nodded in agreement and instructed Zhang Qingyun. You shall approach that girl and inform her of the trial's regulations. Conduct yourself in a manner that maintains appearances, and avoid any overt displays of favoritism that might invite criticism. Understood. Zhang Qingyun, the steward called upon, comprehended his duties well. He would ensure that the resources befitting the Mu family's direct lineage would be allocated to her. Go ahead. The elder reassured him with a nod before returning to the arrangement of other matters within the estate. Unbeknownst to them, having absorbed all of this, Mu Yunxi had already devised new plans in her heart. Thus, in the ensuing days, having been assigned a place to stay, Mu Yunxi ventured out daily, seemingly preoccupied. Zhang Qingyun observed her but paid little heed, failing to report to the elder. He assumed that Mu Yunxi, a newcomer to the bustling capital, was simply enamored by the city's splendor and was enjoying herself to the point of oblivion. He mused that a person of shallow insight might possess the strength of a third-grade martial artist purely by chance, perhaps having stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. Yet, it was a pity that such a lowly life would never allow her to truly savor it. With these thoughts, Zhang Qingyun grew increasingly indifferent to Mu Yunxi's whereabouts. It was not until 5 days later, when the representative of the renowned medicinal family arrived at the trial grounds, that matters took a turn. The leading elder, a third-grade alchemist named Han Wentong, suddenly sniffed the air and remarked, "What is that scent?" "Ah, it seems to be the aroma of a premium spirit gathering pill." Premium spirit gathering pill. The attendant accompanying him merely caught a faint whiff of a fragrant herbal scent, unable to discern its origin or determine its quality. However, Han Wentong was unequivocally certain and had already followed the aroma towards the location of Mu's group. Clearly having identified the source of the scent, the steward of the Medicine King clan promptly trailed behind. Intending to advise Han Wentong to refrain from hasty actions until the disciples were properly arranged for their trials before delving deeper into the matter. Yet, it was you. Han Wentong had located the individual and was now scrutinizing Mu Yunxi intently. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qingyun felt a sense of foreboding and hurried over to inquire, "Elder Han, what guidance do you have? Has our young disciple offended you in some manner?" If that were indeed the case, Zhang Qingyun cast a vexed glare at Mu Yunxi. After all, the Medicine King clan was not only a formidable first-rate family, but also one that all clans sought to befriend rather than offend. Yet, Han Wentong boldly declared to Mu Yunxi, "You have refined a spirit-gathering pill of at least 3 patterns, have you not?" "What?" Zhang Qingyun was taken aback, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Was Han Wentong out of his mind? How could a mere maid have concocted a third-grade spirit-gathering pill, let alone a refined 3-pattern version? It was utterly implausible. Zhang Qingyun was convinced that it was either Han Wentong who was deluded or that he had mistaken her identity. However, when questioned, Mu Yunxi nodded affirmatively. "It is I." Chapter 11. She is an invincible spirit conductor. Indeed. Han Wentong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Just as I suspected. My nose, indeed, remains as keen as ever. I've caught you. Haraha." However, the steward who accompanied him expressed doubt. "Wentong, surely you must be mistaken? Just look at her age. She can't be more than 20. How could such a young girl possibly concoct a 3-pattern third-grade gathering spirit pill?" "Indeed." Zhang Qingyun quickly chimed in. "Elder Han, you must be mistaken." The nearby disciples of the Mu family nodded in agreement, bewildered by the situation. It seemed that both the accuser and the accused were peculiar individuals, each with their own eccentricities. Yet, Han Wentong remained steadfast, proudly asserting, "Impossible. I would never be wrong. The fragrance of medicinal herbs emanating from her is distinctly layered, particularly in her hands." At this juncture, he lifted Mu Yunxi's hands. And had that certain young master not been absent, lost in slumber within the realm of immortals, he would likely have faced repercussions. Nevertheless, Han Wentong harbored no ulterior motives. Despite the beauty of the young girl, he earnestly articulated, "You outsiders simply do not understand. But I assure you, I have not misidentified her. The faint aromas of herbal essence, dried herbs, and medicinal juice blend in her hands, mingling with the fragrance of medicinal dew and vapor, ultimately coalescing into the scent of the gathering spirit pill. There can be no mistake. I would stake my life on it." The crowd listened in silence, incredulous at his confidence. How could this possibly be true? Yet, Han Wentong remained unwavering, cheerfully addressing Mu Yunxi. "Come now, little girl, do show me the 3-patterned gathering spirit pill you have refined." Mu Yunxi smiled gently, finding the elderly gentleman before her far more intriguing than the information she had gathered from the apothecary department. She promptly extended a delicate porcelain vial towards him as a gift. Her intention behind orchestrating this scenario was to captivate Han Wentong, thereby securing him as a temporary ally. Once the trial concluded, the members of the Mu family would think twice before attempting to act against her. Unbeknownst to Han Wentong, who was currently engrossed in the elixir in his hands, a look of obsession painted across his face, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it truly is a 3-pattern pill. May I inquire? Was it freshly forged less than 3 hours ago?" "Indeed," Mu Yunxi affirmed with a nod. "Haha." Han Wentong's pride swelled, confirming his suspicions. What a treasure! Such an exquisite spirit-gathering pill. Only a handful of individuals in our apothecary clan possess the skill to concoct it. We seldom encounter such a rarity. It is worth noting that ordinary spirit-gathering pills bear no patterns, unlike the one offered by Mu Yunxi, which showcased 3 intricate designs upon its surface. These patterns were a manifestation of the practitioner's spiritual energy, essence, and consciousness, facilitating the swift absorption of the pill's medicinal properties, rendering them milder and easier to assimilate. The steward from the apothecary clan, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. This cannot be. It is simply inconceivable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyun's expression soured immediately. "Elder Han, let us defer this discussion until after the trial, shall we?" "Why?" Han Wentong queried, perplexed. "Is this not a splendid matter? Moreover, did none of the elders accompany you this time? Bring him forth. I wish to speak with him." "No." Zhang Qingyun was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. "Elder Han, there seems to be a misunderstanding, but this is a matter concerning the Mu family. I kindly ask you to refrain from rushing to conclusions and allow us to discuss this after the trials, if you would be so gracious." "Of course not." Han Wentong was utterly perplexed. This child possesses such extraordinary talent in alchemy. Why would he need to undergo trials? A prodigy of his caliber should not be required to focus on combat prowess. The court has established relevant regulations. Zhang Qingyun could only lament. He is not ignorant. Rather, he comprehends all too well. In situations like that of Mu Yunxi, I can assure you that the more outstanding she becomes, the more it will serve to embarrass the young lady and tarnish the Mu family's reputation. Thus, he felt compelled to respond, "My apologies, Elder Han. But our elder truly could not attend this time, so we must defer this discussion until after the trials." "No." Han Wentong felt a surge of indignation rising within him. Yet, Mu Yunxi spoke up, "Senior Han, let us wait to discuss my joining the Wang family of alchemists until after the trials. I have promised the family head to represent the young lady in the trials. One must uphold their word." Han Wentong retorted, "To replace the young lady of the Mu family? How could she possibly be deemed worthy? What is Mu Yunxi thinking? I cannot fathom. A genius alchemist is a far greater asset than a daughter of no merit." Zhang Qingyun was eager to defend the family head's decision. He was certain that the head was unaware of Mu Yunxi's prodigious talent in alchemy beforehand. Had he known, he would never have made such arrangements. However, the matter had reached this point, and there was no way for him to clarify anything now. All he could do was continue to navigate this tangled situation. Otherwise, it would surely lead to more amusing incidents. "I have an agreement with the Mu residents. As long as I can place among the top 100 in the trials, I shall attain my freedom. Therefore, I only require your assistance as a witness. Here, I possess a document penned by the steward of the Mu residence. I implore you to examine it." Han Wentong took the document and, upon a cursory glance, found it to be consistent with what the young lady had previously stated. At this juncture, Mu Yunxi continued, asserting that if this endeavor proceeds smoothly, she would be free and willing to serve the apothecary clan for 3 years. Upon hearing this declaration, the steward of the apothecary clan could no longer contain himself and quietly cautioned Han Wentong. "Wentong, there is something amiss. It would be prudent to wait until we ascertain the truth before proceeding." Although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Mu residence, the steward's reaction indicated that he likely had no knowledge of the girl's alchemical talents. As a descendant of the Mu family, she concealed her abilities and sought an alternative path in public, showing little regard for her family's reputation. Such behavior was viewed with disdain by the steward of the apothecary clan. Nevertheless, Han Wentong, in his straightforward manner, insisted there is no need for such complications. She possesses great talent. Furthermore, she is second only to the young master. Thus, regardless of any underlying issues, agreeing to this is not a loss. Wentong, you truly lack insight into the hearts of good people. The steward, infuriated, waved his sleeve and departed. Little did he know that a mysterious figure nearby had already thoroughly investigated Mu Yunxi. He had already concluded that by the age of 20, One could possess at least the combat prowess of a third-tier warrior and the alchemical skills of the same rank, an achievement unattainable by mere prodigies. Such a remarkable talent could be more than just an alchemist. It might be an all-knowing and omnipotent spirit guide. Chapter 12. The Cub's Treasure Hunt. What? The young subordinate who brought the intelligence was completely taken aback. My lord, are you referring to the legendary profession of spirit guide? The young warrior was aware that within the Xianhua dynasty, there existed a little-known yet legendary profession, the spirit guide, whose practitioners were all prodigies of extraordinary talent. This reminded him of Mu Yunxi, who, though not old, exhibited exceptional abilities. However, they were not entirely alike. Those prodigies seemed to master anything they pursued. For instance, there was a remarkable individual, merely in their 20s, yet already a first-tier spirit guide, a fourth-tier warrior, a third-tier alchemist, a second-tier talisman master, and a first-tier feng shui master. How maddening. It was as if they were not of this world. In comparison, Mu Yunxi's accomplishments appeared rather ordinary. Nevertheless, he commanded, "You must instruct our informant in Mu City to investigate this girl's background thoroughly, particularly the reasons for her discord with the Mu family. Do you wish to undermine her?" The subordinate inquired. Wu Hou smiled nonchalantly. "If it is possible to do so, we must strive to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, our intelligence network is still inadequate, allowing the apothecary clan to gain an advantage. Perhaps she is merely an alchemist after all? Once you obtain more comprehensive information, you will see things differently. Now, go and make the necessary arrangements." "Indeed, my lord." "Are the people of the Ying Mountain Marquisate investigating this girl from the Mu residence?" "Yes, my lord." "Then you should also investigate. It seems this girl is truly a prodigious alchemist. Have you uncovered anything?" "Indeed, this is the information you requested, General. It appears her talents emerged after the Crown Prince's entourage departed from the Mu residence. From the intelligence gathered thus far, that seems to be the case. What actions is the royal family taking?" "It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince has sought the Emperor's decree for marriage, wishing to wed the young lady Mu Qingcheng of the Mu residence. The Emperor has commanded Minister Liu to draft the edict." "How intriguing. Is this the reason the Mu residence chose to abandon her?" "Continue your investigation." "Yes, General." At this moment, countless factions in the capital are simultaneously delving into the life of Mu Yunxi. Meanwhile, Han Wentong has already conveyed to Zhang Qingyun, "Since your Mu residence has made a decision, once this girl emerges from the trial grounds, she will belong to my esteemed alchemical family. You from the Mu residence should refrain from any underhanded actions." Zhang Qingyun. He found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at this moment, the royal family, as the host of the trials, announced that the trials were about to commence, thus rescuing him from his embarrassment and confusion. Upon hearing the announcement, Mu Yunxi took her leave from Han Wentong, expressing her gratitude for his assistance. "Thank you, Senior Han. I shall now proceed to participate in the trials. A trifling matter, no need for formalities." Master Han assured her. "I shall also instruct the House of the Medicine King to look after you. When you emerge, I shall personally receive you. So there is no need to fret about the schemes of the Mu clan." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi offered her gratitude with a bow and followed the Mu clan into the trial grounds. Master Han then issued instructions and, once the younger generation had departed, commanded, "Old Yao, investigate the grievances between her and the Mu clan. If reconciliation is possible, pursue it. If not, with the Mu clan head expected in the capital, summon the young master from the valley." "The young master?" Manager Yao exclaimed, taken aback. "Is her countenance truly of such significance? Moreover, were you not excessively impetuous this time?" Master Han retorted, "Were the valley master not in seclusion, it would be fitting to invite him. What is amiss with summoning the young valley master? Make haste." He then added, with a hint of excitement, "This young lady's talent is undoubtedly extraordinary." Meanwhile, within the trial grounds, Mu Yunxi furrowed her brow slightly, sensing a divergence from the outside world. A blue-clad youth standing nearby expressed surprise. "Are you unaware?" He then chuckled knowingly, adding, "Indeed. Given your discord with the Mu clan, they would scarcely divulge much to you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi turned to him inquisitively. "You are?" The youth in blue smiled gently. "I am Ji Yun, a second-grade alchemist from the House of the Medicine King, entrusted by Elder Han. I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my ability throughout this trial." Mu Yunxi expressed her gratitude with a bow and inquired directly. "Thus, the trial grounds exist in a separate dimension from the outside world, do they not?" Ji Yun nodded and replied, "Indeed, the trial ground is a space established by powerful beings, characterized by its sparse spiritual energy yet abundant demonic aura, making it suitable for the survival of magical beasts. Understanding this, Mu Yunxi likened it to her own chaos jade immortal realm, a world unto itself. However, she was not inclined to team up, stating plainly, "I prefer to operate alone. So I shall not accompany young Master Ji." Yet, Ji Yun wished to express that without their companionship, he would be unable to provide support. Nevertheless, he did not press the issue, bidding her to take care of herself. "Very well," Mu Yunxi replied before departing with an air of nonchalance. Ji Yun shook his head slightly, perceiving that this seemingly delicate and beautiful young woman possessed a temperament that was exceedingly strong-willed and audacious. A member of the Yao Wang family, standing behind Ji Yun, could not help but remark, given her demeanor, "I can somewhat comprehend why the eldest Miss Mu would find her intolerable. She is quite unlikable. Yet, she undeniably possesses talent." Ji Yun acknowledged that he lacked her natural gifts. Despite being older, he was merely a second-tier alchemist. However, the other members of the Yao Wang family held a different opinion, questioning whether the gathering spirit pill was indeed crafted by her, as deception could not be ruled out. "Stop with the baseless talk," Ji Yun insisted, trusting in Han Wentong's judgment. "Let us cease lingering here and commence our endeavors." Prior to the trials, the royal family had clearly established the rules. Thus, upon entering, everyone was acutely aware of their objective, to slay magical beasts. The ranking in the trials would be determined by the number of magical beast hearts collected, based on previous year's data. Obtaining 10 hearts from first-tier magical beasts would guarantee a position among the top 100. Having scrutinized prior data, Mu Yunxi aimed to amass as much as possible, anticipating potential fluctuations this year. However, the awakening of the little fledgling, who was already bawling in the wonderland, prompted Mu Yunxi to retrieve him. Had he emerged in such haste without even having his milk? A certain little one, cradling his milk bottle, puffed out his cheeks in displeasure. "Ah, Mu Yunxi," aware of the cause of his discontent, earnestly explained, "It wasn't intentional to leave you behind. I was merely concerned that you might be intercepted again. So I let you sleep for a while. Isn't it the same now that you're out?" "Ah." The little one grudgingly accepted the explanation, but pointed in a particular direction. "Ah." Mu Yunxi inquired with some bewilderment, "You want to go there?" "Ah." The little fellow nodded before resuming his milk consumption with gusto. Perched upon his small shoulder, a furry little fox, no bigger than the palm of one's hand, was surveying the surroundings. After a moment, it suddenly spoke in a childish voice. "It's a demonic beast arena. Great mistress, follow the direction indicated by Little Master. There might be treasures." Chapter 13. The one with money is the father. The one with food is the parent. Upon hearing this exclamation, the Little Master ceased his milk consumption, and Mu Yunxi gazed at the little fox in astonishment. "You can speak?" The little fox rolled its eyes in a human-like manner. "Of course, I can." "Then why were you barking like a dog before?" Mu Yunxi had always assumed that the little fox was incapable of speech, only capable of making noises like the little fledgling, albeit with different sounds. The little fox was rendered speechless. That wasn't dog barking, that was a divine beast cry. Given my youth and pre-verbal state, was it not to be expected? Mu Yunxi scrutinized the diminutive fox with suspicion. "Are you certain of this transformation?" The fox, somewhat abashed by her scrutiny, retorted, "Indeed. I possess the ability to alter my size at will. To what magnitude can you expand?" Mu Yunxi inquired further. Suddenly, the little one seized the fox, expressing his discontent with a series of vocalizations. Mu Yunxi stifled a laugh, understanding the child's frustration at being unable to speak while the fox could. The fox, comprehending his sentiment, earnestly explained, "Master, you are different from me. You must mature further before acquiring the ability to speak." The little one, seemingly unconvinced, puffed out his chubby cheeks and exclaimed, "Ah." Mu Yunxi observed their interaction while proceeding in the direction indicated by the little one. Once the fox had appeased the young master, who, satiated, lay contentedly in Mu Yunxi's arms, gazing about with curiosity, he vocalized, "Ah." Mu Yunxi then inquired, "Fox, are you familiar with the demonic beast arena?" "Affirmative," the fox affirmed with a nod. It was translocated from the demonic beast continent, utilized by humans for trials or the containment of demonic beasts. "Translocated directly?" Mu Yunxi questioned with surprise. "It seems quite expansive here. When you attain the 7th rank in cultivation, you too shall possess such capabilities," the fox stated matter-of-factly. If the little master were to master his inherent powers, he could accomplish it at any moment. Mu Yunxi mused. "Therefore, have I truly given birth to a human sovereign cub?" "Ah." A certain scion of the human emperor, at this very moment, emitted a sharp cry towards the front. The child startled upright, embracing Mu Yunxi's neck, continuously pointing ahead. Mu Yunxi accelerated, and shortly thereafter, a desolate expanse of ravines and gullies came into view, with one particular chasm being exceptionally vast. The little fox promptly leaped into it, declaring, "I shall investigate first." Mu Yunxi did not dissuade, but followed suit. She had, in fact, already detected some subtle movements. However, upon reaching the bottom, she was nonetheless taken aback. The sight that greeted her, over 100 demonic beast eggs, left Mu Yunxi at a loss for words. Wasn't it said that demonic beasts were solitary creatures, producing only a single egg per birth? Don't dawdle, master, quickly gather them up. Your celestial realm can facilitate their hatching. The little fox, having arrived earlier, calmly advised, already prompting Mu Yunxi to collect the spoils. Mu Yunxi complied, frequently glancing at the little toddler throughout. Once the eggs were secured, she couldn't help but inquire, how did Chuchu know there were so many eggs here? An instinct for good fortune and avoiding danger? Mu Yunxi ventured a guess. The little fox nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the child's prowess. Don't underestimate him. Our little master is exceptionally gifted. The little one, with a proud squeal, evidently shared this sentiment. Mu Yunxi stroked the adorable toddler, remarking, "Indeed, you are remarkable, having already assisted Mother in completing her mission." Given the accelerated temporal flow within the celestial realm, it wouldn't be long before this became a horde of newly hatched beings, a veritable trove of mobile demonic beast hearts. She could cull a batch at random and secure a place among the top 100. However, suddenly, a small creature darted out and pounced towards the ground. Mu Yunxi was taken aback, nearly convinced that this little one was attempting to catch a cricket, for its movements were indeed quite similar. To his surprise, however, it was not a cricket that the creature seized, but a small, plump figure with grass sprouting from its head, entirely clad in black. With wide eyes, the little one scrutinized the dark figure in its grasp, only to disdainfully toss it aside. Perhaps it found the little creature's color unattractive or its appearance unappealing. Regardless, it discarded it without a second thought. Yet, the little fox had already leapt forward, biting onto the small black figure and bringing it back to Mu Yunxi. "What is this?" Mu Yunxi inquired, lifting the little black figure with curiosity. The little fox replied, "It is a magical herb endowed with intelligence, a valuable find. If you plant it in your land, it may yield a field of magical herbs in the future." Magical herbs? Mu Yunxi did not fully comprehend, but he nonetheless decided to keep the small black figure. However, the little one seemed displeased upon witnessing this. Amused, Mu Yunxi asked, "What's wrong? Do you find it ugly, or does it resemble you too closely in plumpness?" Upon hearing this, the little one grew even more discontented, exclaiming, "How could something so unattractive compare to me? Indeed, it surely cannot rival your charm. Little Chuchu is the most adorable and beautiful of all little creatures." "That thing is merely for future alchemical use," Mu Yunxi remarked, cradling the little cub that floated nearby. It seemed that some ingredients for elixirs consisted of magical herbs. "Master?" Mu Yunxi expressed his bewilderment once more. The little fox, however, appeared enlightened, stating, "It refers to the little master's father." The little one was puzzled. "What is a father? Can one eat it?" The little fox truly comprehended his inquiry, nodding its small head. "You can eat, dear master. The money you hold belongs to him. He even treated you to a meal, and that snow-seeing grass is his as well." The young master suddenly realized who his father was. Mu Yunxi wore a bemused expression. According to the little fox's reasoning, having money and food equated to being a father. Yet, this assertion did not seem entirely misguided, for indeed, a human child's sustenance and finances are provided by their parents, as the young ones are too small to earn for themselves. Thus, there was some merit in this perspective. Contemplating deeply, Mu Yunxi gradually solidified his worldview. At that moment, the idle young master pulled out a beast pill and was about to take a bite. Quick as a flash, Mu Yunxi covered the little one's mouth, exclaiming, "It's raw." "Yes, silly master, it must be roasted first before it can be eaten." Offended by being called foolish, the young master retaliated with a punch to the little fox. The fox, unfazed, suggested, "Dear master, let us venture into the magical forest ahead to gather some firewood for roasting the egg." "Very well." Trusting the little fox, Mu Yunxi soared toward the nearby magical woods. Meanwhile, outside the trial arena, within the prince's estate, news of the events that transpired at the entrance of the trial arena was being reported meticulously. Han Wentong held his hands together. Chapter 14. Neither of the two women is virtuous. However, The handsome man raised his gaze, coldly fixing his stare on the reporting subordinate, who instantly felt as though he had been doused in an icy spring, leaving him chilled to the bone. He hurriedly replied, "Indeed." The shameless individual let out a light scoff, jotting down the incident before dismissing his subordinates. Moments later, reclining against the back of his chair, the languidly handsome man murmured to himself, "The alchemist has reached the third tier. It appears the spiritual vein has stabilized." If that is the case. A sudden smile graced his lips, his gaze ablaze as if he had made a momentous decision that invigorated him, causing him to vanish once more from his original spot. Meanwhile, within the trial arena, the other scions of noble families were still struggling to locate the relatively easier prey of magical beast cubs. Although the hearts of these cubs yielded only half the points compared to those of adult Tier 1 magical beasts, they were far easier to slay. The smaller, the better. Were magical beasts facing extinction? That shouldn't be the case, as the royal family releases numerous magical beasts each year to replenish the population. Perhaps the smaller ones have gone extinct. The larger ones no longer wish to breed. After all, giving birth only leads to them being harvested like chives, swiftly reaped. Wait. Look ahead. Is that a magical beast egg being roasted? One of the noble scions, with a sarcastic tone, discovered a new situation. His companions leaned in closer and exclaimed in astonishment, "It truly is. Damn it. Where did this fool come from? Eating a magical beast egg that won't digest. Wouldn't it be better to wait until it hatches and then kill it? Let's go take a look." Cursing and complaining, the noble scions made their way toward Mu Yunxi. As they approached, they gasped in shock. One had already been consumed. "Look at the eggshell. I recognize this fool. It's Mu Yunxi. You idiot. Hand over the egg." As soon as the words were uttered, little Chu-Chu eagerly devoured the egg that Mu Yunxi had offered, then climbed onto her, voraciously consuming the remaining pieces in her hand. At that moment, another group approached, led by none other than Xiankei, the twin sister of the current crown prince. But that was not all. Upon seeing Mu Yunxi, Swank's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "It's you. The shameless hussy seeking to garner attention. You even dared to climb into my brother the crown prince's bed. How disgraceful." The young nobles present were taken aback by Swank's shocking revelations. Many of the prominent families were aware that the crown prince had suffered from a rare poison during his studies abroad and had sought refuge in the Mu residence for healing. Therefore, recent rumors suggested that the crown prince intended to marry the legitimate daughter of the Mu family. But was this information truly credible? Since Xiankei had the audacity to speak out, it must hold some truth. Otherwise, why would Mu Qiqing harbor such animosity towards this hussy? After a flurry of discussions, the gazes of the crowd towards Mu Yunxi transformed. Meanwhile, the openly accused Mu Yunxi continued to tend to the little creature, who had consumed its food too hastily and was now choking. "See? You should be more careful. No more rushing to eat. They cannot snatch it away from you," she admonished gently, while simultaneously nursing the little one, ensuring it swallowed smoothly. The small creature, however, was indignant, and once it managed to swallow the obstructing egg, it pointed angrily at the person who had attempted to seize its food, letting out an indignant sound. In the next moment, a streak of white light shot forth, directly striking that individual and sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Goodness! The crowd was once again astonished. The speed of that white light was simply too rapid. They pondered among themselves, questioning whether they could have evaded it. Furthermore, this infant was quite peculiar. Such formidable combat prowess? He had consumed a monster's egg. Could it be that he was not human, but rather a transformed spirit beast of the magical realm? Speculations ran rampant among the onlookers, but the fierce little Master Chu, after finishing his bout, clung to Mu Yunxi in a pitiful manner. Mu Yunxi felt an urge to laugh as he gently patted the infant's soft back. Acknowledging that it was indeed his fault for scaring little Chu, he deserved the thrashing. The previously agitated little Master Chu then rubbed his eyes, his anger dissipated. After sipping a few more mouthfuls of milk, he let out a soft burp. Mu Yunxi continued to soothe his back, ensuring his comfort. Such an oblivious display of affection infuriated Xiankei, who thought, "Mu Yunxi, do not be so arrogant. Do you think that just by climbing into my brother the prince's bed, you can attain everything you desire? That you can act so dismissively? Bah, dream on. It is impossible. My brother the prince has already secured the imperial decree. On the 18th of next month, he shall be engaged to the stunning Qiqing, and you are nothing. You will gain nothing." Mu Yunxi responded. "You are truly noisy." The little Master Chu, who had been lulled into a drowsy state, opened his eyes wide to gaze at Xiankei. Mu Yunxi continued to pat his back, coaxing him, "Ignore her, go back to sleep." The obedient little Master Chu then closed his eyes once more, nestling comfortably in Mu Yunxi's embrace. The perceptive little fox, with an air of tranquility, skillfully muffled the external sounds, ensuring that her young master could rest peacefully. As for the disdainful Xianke, she was seething with indignation. Am I noisy? You dare say I am noisy? Murmuring, Mu Yunxi raised her gaze toward Xianke, her eyes clear and serene as a tranquil pool. Go away. Xianke, overwhelmed with fury, stammered, You. In a fit of rage, she suddenly harbored murderous intent. How dare this lowly servant speak to me in such a manner? Bring her to me. Eliminate her. However, the accompanying royal youths refrained from acting. For the trial rules were stringent. Within the trial grounds, killing was prohibited. Only beasts could be slain. Witnessing this, Swank's face darkened with frustration. What is this? I am the most cherished princess of my father. Do you dare defy my orders? Xianke, she has provoked you. A mere reprimand will suffice. To kill her now would be unwise. Save that for after we leave the trial grounds, Xuanan interjected wisely. Xuanan speaks the truth. Xianke, do not stoop to her level. Then you all ought to teach her a lesson. Xianke begrudgingly agreed to settle for less, insisting, show no mercy, especially for that insufferable mouth of hers. Let it be swollen beyond recognition. As the sword was drawn, someone quickly recognized it. The Xian iron-cold sword. It appears to be a spirit sword activated by a spirit guide. It seemed Xuanan was destined to rank among the top 10 in the trials. Indeed, with such a spirit weapon, slaying beasts will be as effortless as slicing through clay. Excellent. Xuanan, first, sever her legs. Do not allow her to escape. Xianke, satisfied, added a malicious reminder. Xuanan nodded in agreement, assuring her, fear not, she will not escape. Xianke was thoroughly satisfied. Mu Yunxi, do you have anything to say? Facing this inquiry, Mu Yunxi indeed had words to express. Are you going to strike my mouth or sever my legs? Precisely. Xianke proudly lifted her head, reveling in her superiority. Now you understand fear, do you? Yet, I shall inform you. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will never let you go. Very well. Mu Yunxi nodded, and in the next instant, she moved with the swiftness of a fierce tiger or a swift leopard, darting past Swank's hind legs. At that very moment, Xianke felt a sharp pain in her legs. Before she could react, smack, Mu Yunxi delivered a powerful punch that shattered Swank's mouth. Bang! Blood and teeth erupted from Swank's lips. Chapter 15. I have come to impart my teachings. However, at this moment, Xianke was already drenched in blood, her mouth, neck, and legs soaked. A delayed, agonizing scream finally escaped from her lips. Ah! In her excruciating torment, all she could do was scream instinctively. The other royal offspring were rendered speechless by shock, for both of Swank's legs had been completely severed at the knees. Her mouth was so swollen it could bear no more, with her lips in tatters. The other noble youths were horrified, instinctively retreating in fear. This was disastrous. A calamity had struck. The princess of the current dynasty, the sister of the crown prince, the daughter of the queen, Xianke, had been so brutally mutilated. She had gone mad. Absolutely. Run. As members of the second and third tier noble families, the initial group had all fled in terror. Only the royal family and a few onlookers remained, yet you dared to strike so ruthlessly. Xianan, clutching the spirit sword, wore an extremely grim expression. Mu Yunxi, with an air of tranquility, inquired, do you wish to make a move as well? A shiver ran through Xianan's heart. He suddenly had a premonition that if he acquiesced, this girl before him would likely transform him into the same state as Xianquebec instinctively. He shook his head. No. Mu Yunxi's serene gaze shifted slightly, then begone. Gritting his teeth, Xianan ultimately turned to approach Xianquebec. At that moment, Xianke had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to pain. Xianan, what should we do now? We leave. Grasping Xianke and carefully tending to her broken leg, Xianan prepared to take his first step. Suddenly, a series of tremendous tremors erupted, reverberating from afar with alarming rapidity. This disturbance, a pack of adult magical beasts? Nearby, the offspring of prominent families gazed toward the source of the sound. Yet, Xianan turned to Mu Yunxi, who maintained her composure. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if these beasts had been summoned by her. Impossible. Shaking his head instinctively, Xianan ceased his speculation and swiftly departed with Xianquebec. A pack of adult magical beasts was not something they could confront directly. Avoidance was imperative. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi, who likely understood the reason behind the beast's arrival, was not foolishly lingering. She had already hastened away with the young cubs, presumably due to the eggs. With a clear mind, Mu Yunxi deduced that the incident involving the beast eggs being entirely seized had undoubtedly been leaked, prompting the magical beasts to rush over for a closer look. Meanwhile, the commotion from the herd of magical beasts grew increasingly louder, alarming the divine mechanism camp responsible for the safety of this trial. Uncertain, one suggested, "Shall we split up to investigate? This matter could escalate." Indeed, such a situation had never arisen before. Clarity was imperative. Though these children had entered the trial arena at their own peril, excessive casualties could not be permitted. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and began to assign tasks, methodically checking the surroundings. As night descended, the atmosphere in the trial grounds became ever more terrifying. The sporadic roars of beasts, though lacking the concentrated ferocity of the daytime, echoed from all directions, instilling a profound fear in the participants. "Damn it, why are there magical beasts everywhere?" exclaimed a royal offspring trailing behind Shannon, his face pale and his battle attire stained with blood. Throughout the day, they had been embroiled in relentless skirmishes with the beasts, suffering losses due to the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. The blood staining their bodies was not that of the beasts, but their own. "If this continues, we are doomed," cursed a disheartened group, lamenting their bleak prospects. "Are the strong members of the divine mechanism camp all dead? Why aren't they lending us a hand? How can they help?" Shannon retorted. "If they intervene, will our achievements still count? Currently, there are unexpected changes, yet there have not been significant casualties. The formidable members of the divine mechanism camp may still be devising strategies. We only need to endure through this initial phase, and the situation should ease thereafter. Let us hope for that." The gravely injured Swank's complexion is ashen, still being carried by Xuanan, yet the resentment in her eyes grows ever more intense. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi, the object of her enmity, has just slain a six-legged ferocious tiger, a second-tier magical beast. A small child excitedly pointed at the tiger's leg, his sparkling eyes shining brighter than the stars, more radiant than the moon, making his desire impossible to overlook. Mu Yunxi massaged his temples. "You wish to partake in this as well?" The little one nodded eagerly. "No, we shall save it for tomorrow." The little rascal had already consumed 3 meals of magical beast eggs, 1 meal of beast meat, and 2 servings of milk today. Another meal might just burst his little frame. The child protested loudly, yet Mu Yunxi remained resolute. Eventually, the little one had to relent, extending a chubby finger, implying that perhaps one more late-night snack would suffice. Mu Yunxi retorted, and the little one merely nodded in agreement. Mu Yunxi sighed. "Very well." The small child beamed with joy. Though the little fox insisted all was well, could it truly be so? It was the fox's first time as a nursing mother, and likewise for her as a mother. Neither possessed any experience, and they could not afford to be reckless. Sigh. Raising offspring is indeed challenging, Yunxi lamented. Yet, lamentations aside, the night was advancing, and she still needed to find a suitable place to set up camp, to continue their journey on the morrow. The delighted little one was already humming and rolling around gleefully when, all of a sudden, he sat up with a start, pointing towards the left front. Another discovery? A glint flashed in Mu Yunxi's starry eyes as she resolutely headed in the direction the little fellow indicated. Somewhat frightened, the little one clung tightly to Mu Yunxi's neck, like a little koala, sticking to her very closely. Mu Yunxi held him tighter, reassuring, "It's all right. Choo-choo. Don't be afraid." Still tightly embracing her, the little one buried his head in the hollow of her neck. Whoosh. Mu Yunxi, having lit the fire starter, controlled the speed of their descent while observing their surroundings. Seeing the light, the little one was not so afraid and began to peer around. At this point, Mu Yunxi had ascertained that they had fallen off a cliff, and the drop was quite high. With her cultivation level, the speed was becoming uncontrollable. Seeing the falling speed increase, the fire starter flickered and went out. The little one cried out in fear. Mu Yunxi wanted to comfort him, but plop. They fell into the water. Unable to see her surroundings, she felt like she had crashed into something. As a result, glug, little Choo-Choo, who had opened his mouth to shout, swallowed a mouthful of refreshing water. Splash. Mu Yunxi was then pulled out of the water by someone who had wrapped an arm around her waist. Chapter 16. Could he be my offspring? In the moonlight, Mu Yunxi clearly saw the person before her. It was the crown prince. Their eyes met, and a sudden silence fell. Glug, glug. It was still the sound of little Choo-Choo happily drinking water that broke the silence. Mu Yunxi suddenly experienced a throbbing headache, while the handsome man merely chuckled. Having already rescued the little one from the water's depths, the tiny creature, having gulped down nothing but air, widened its bright, round eyes in confusion. Yet, when Mu Yunxi reached out, she was unable to catch the little one, primarily because the handsome man's hands were considerably longer, having already ensnared the small creature before her. Subsequently, as the handsome man lifted both mother and child from the water's surface, he couldn't help but remark, "You certainly know how to seize an opportunity. What are you doing here?" Mu Yunxi questioned, perplexed. Could he be the new treasure discovered by the little cub? "Tell me the truth," she pressed. The handsome man, lazily retorting, simultaneously channeled his energy to dry his garments. Instantly, a veil of mist enveloped him, accentuating the allure of his resplendent crimson attire, which exuded a captivating, seductive charm, while simultaneously imbuing him with an air of ethereal restraint that was utterly enchanting. The little one, Xiao Chu, was utterly mesmerized. Mu Yunxi, too, was taken aback by the scene before her. From their first encounter, she had recognized his striking beauty. Yet with each subsequent meeting, he seemed to grow even more exquisite. It was no wonder that Mu Yunxi sought to manipulate him to become the crown prince's consort. Nevertheless, despite her astonishment, Mu Yunxi maintained her composure and replied, "Of course, I came to see you." The man, with his alluring gaze, grasped Mu Yunxi's slender waist once more. She furrowed her brow in an attempt to evade him, yet a warm, gentle current radiated from his broad palm, coursing into her lower back and spreading throughout her entire being, swiftly drying her clothes. Xiao Chu, reaching out to grasp the mist, indeed managed to seize a small wisp of white vapor. The little one's agility was commendable. The handsome man, observing the fiery pattern in the creature's palm, couldn't help but express his approval. The young and charming Chu, having been praised, grasped several wisps of mist and opened its mouth to swallow. Mu Yunxi immediately intervened, questioning the incessant urge to stuff everything into its mouth. Alas, the unfortunate Chu had already patted its little belly. Hungry? Mu Yunxi, skeptical, reached out to touch, only to discover that the little creature, which had recently consumed a hearty meal, appeared to have truly digested its food. She had assumed that the meat of magical beasts would be difficult to digest, believing that even an exceptionally gifted young cub would take some time to process it. Surprisingly, it seemed as easily digestible as milk, leaving one feeling just as unsated. Meanwhile, a certain handsome gentleman, having discerned the situation, smiled knowingly. No wonder the little one was incessantly drinking water. Could it possibly catch fish? You ask me? Mu Yunxi inquired, her gaze meeting the lingering smile of the man before her, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake, glistening with warmth. However, the gentleman, still focused on the palm of the small hand, casually replied, There are no fish inside. Haven't you noticed? Finally, the handsome man shifted his gaze to the pond's cold, ethereal waters. Following his lead, Mu Yunxi glanced over, and soon, swoosh, a silver fish leapt from the surface. The charming gentleman remarked, "Look, go catch it." Upon seeing the lively, flopping white fish, Chu could hardly contain its excitement, exclaiming with delight, convinced that this was far tastier than anything before. Mu Yunxi gently patted the exuberant young cub, urging it to calm down before asking, "How should we prepare this fish?" Given that the fish evaded her senses, Mu Yunxi concluded that it was undoubtedly no ordinary fish, thus requiring an unconventional method for cooking. The handsome man, however, declared that the fish was ready to be stewed. Mu Yunxi inquired, "What do I do?" "Boil water and place the entire fish in," he instructed. Although she was puzzled, she complied, eager to ascertain whether this method would indeed yield a savory dish. The moment the water reached a rolling boil and the fish was submerged, it vanished. "What?" Xiao Chu gasped in shock, almost leaning into the pot to search for her fish. Fortunately, the handsome man caught her just in time, his hand sweeping away the chaos, simultaneously enveloping the pot of fish soup. Mu Yunxi then beheld a swirling mist of silver light being infused into the bubbling water. Moments later, an enticing aroma of sweetness wafted from the pot, causing Xiao Chu to exclaim in delight once more. It was then that Mu Yunxi realized this fish was indeed not ordinary. It required formidable skill to transform the fish's spiritual essence into the broth. "What kind of fish is this?" she curiously asked. "The silver moon fish, found only in this one pond within the Xianle dynasty, produces a single specimen every 3 years. So, you came here to catch fish?" Mu Yunxi probed further. The handsome man, having completed his task, ladled the broth and offered it to her while still warm. "The silver moon fish only enhances the physical constitution of children under 3 years of age. Pray tell, how old do you think I am?" He quipped. "I merely mentioned catching fish, not consuming them." As Mu Yunxi carefully poured the soup, she blew gently to cool it, ensuring it wouldn't scald the tender lips of the little one. It is effective only within the span of a tea session. Beyond that, it becomes futile and may even prove fatal, the reluctant handsome man elaborated. Mu Yunxi was puzzled. So, you truly came to see me? The languidly handsome man lazily nodded, casually gazing at the surface of the pond. He could sense that outside, hordes of magical beasts were commencing a new wave of slaughter. Yet, for him, it was of little consequence. He reclined against the gravelly shore, one hand affectionately stroking a small creature's head, engaging in idle conversation with Mu Yunxi. Your sister is still outside. I have severed her leg. Would you like to go check on her? Mu Yunxi suddenly inquired. My sister? The handsome man smiled again. Who told you I had a sister? Mu Yunxi? All right. After feeding, lie down. The handsome man said once more. Mu Yunxi. Why? Suddenly, the little creature spun around, joyfully chirping, perhaps finding it quite amusing. Nevertheless, the handsome man held it quite steadily, cradling the little one in one arm while his other hand grasped the back of Mu Yunxi's head, drawing near with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. You. Mu Yunxi instinctively resisted, her movement swift and agile. She hooked her leg around the handsome man's slender waist, attempting to leverage herself to roll over. Unfortunately, he was quicker, already gripping her leg in an ambiguous posture. Do not move. I shall probe your spiritual veins. What on earth? Mu Yunxi furrowed her brows and exerted force, still wishing to turn over, disliking being so restrained. Alas, his hand on her thigh emitted a gentle light, penetrating into her body, exploring her very limbs and bones. As if that were not enough, he inquired, I ask you, is this little one my offspring? Chapter 17. Educating Wives and Raising Children. I am serious. Mu Yunxi felt a slight pause in his breath, yet he adamantly refused to concede, uttering nonsense. A certain youth appeared perplexed. Is that not the case? Not only was he bewildered, but the fox imprint within his palm seemed equally confused. Had it misperceived? His lineage bore a connection to me, did it not? Surely, it must be my offspring. The self-assured handsome man continued to inquire, yet I failed to comprehend how. In merely a few days since our dual cultivation commenced, this child has grown so remarkably? With an air of calmness, Mu Yunxi replied, Your confusion is justified. I have indeed stated that you are merely talking nonsense. Although this child is mine, you are not involved. The handsome man raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you implying that you alone are capable of conceiving and birthing a child? Precisely. Mu Yunxi maintained her composure. He existed prior. It is just that I kept him hidden from view. The handsome man chuckled softly. I find that hard to believe. Do not dismiss my words. Mu Yunxi insisted earnestly. Otherwise, how do you explain the current size of Chu Chu? Are you aware of his age? He is 6 months old. Where were you 6 months ago? Were we acquainted? The handsome man replied. You are correct in all your assertions, but this child undeniably belongs to me. There is no escaping that. As for why he has grown so much, I intend to investigate that matter thoroughly. You must let go. Mu Yunxi gathered he understood his intentions. He merely sought to uncover the secrets of the celestial realm. However, she was confident in her ability to evade detection. Yet, with him grasping her thigh and pressing down upon her, the position was rather undignified. However, just as she prepared to resist with all her might, the handsome man extracted a radiant orb of light from her brow. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence of the situation lay within the orb, where a faint image of the little Mu Yunxi resided. The perceptive little Master Chu also caught sight of it and was momentarily entranced. He had not anticipated the existence of a diminutive maternal figure. Although the image appeared hazy, the three of them, with their 6 discerning eyes, could unmistakably recognize the little Mu Yunxi. The handsome man, taken aback, transformed into human form. He had known since that fateful night that the person before him had awakened her spiritual veins, albeit still unsteady. According to his original estimations, he believed she would need to fully awaken her bloodline power before her spiritual veins would stabilize. Yet, though the spiritual veins appeared indistinct, it was not due to instability. Rather, it was simply a manifestation of her fragility. The crucial point was that her spiritual vein mirrored his own. Was it a consequence of their dual cultivation? The murmuring handsome man pondered. This seemed to be the only explanation. However, Mu Yunxi did not share this sentiment. Wasn't their dual cultivation merely a means for him to gain advantage in alleviating his poison? How could it be twisted in his words to suggest it was a benefit to her? Otherwise, what was the alternative? The smiling handsome man scrutinized the projection of the spiritual veins before him, stating, Do you think that simply because you are a woman, you can earn my favor? Had it not been for your innate spirit stirring, seemingly intertwined with another realm and resonating with me, I would not have taken action against you. Mu Yunxi remained unconvinced. At that moment, this man had resembled a dog sniffing out a meat bun, and now he claimed to be a man of restraint? Huh, what a ruse to deceive little Chu. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Yunxi indeed found herself at a loss for understanding. However, she felt that the current position was ill-suited for discussing matters, prompting her to exert herself once more. This time, without suppressing the handsome man, she was naturally brought down. Yet, the charming gentleman was no pushover. He promptly wrapped his arms around her, cradling both her and the child together. Originally intending to wait until your bloodline awakening was complete before explaining, since you have stabilized your spiritual veins, it is prudent to inform you first, lest you fall victim to the deceit of that old rogue, unaware of the truth. The old rogue, Elder Han? Mu Yunxi's sharp mind swiftly connected the dots to Han Wentong. What does that mean? Literally speaking, the handsome man refrained from elaborating on this matter. The spiritual veins, born from the convergence of the world's essence, signify that those who can manifest such veins are favored by the heavens, capable of communicating with the myriad beings of the world. Human spiritual veins are divided into two primary categories, the botanical and the animalistic. Aside from myself, there has never been another who could transform spiritual veins into human form. You are now the second. Very powerful? Mu Yunxi, disregarding her predicament within the man's embrace, propped herself up, gazing at the handsome figure before her with the same wide-eyed wonder as the young child beside her. The man, still cradling the two of them, cheerfully elaborated, indeed, both botanical and animalistic types have their limitations. For instance, it is quite challenging for a botanical spiritual conductor to master magical beasts, and vice versa for the animalistic type. However, I am not bound by such constraints and can master both. You, too, possess this potential. Yet your immediate objective should not be to learn the skills of mastery, but rather to solidify this ephemeral shadow. Why? Mu Yunxi listened intently, her remarkable memory almost compelling her to take notes. The ethereal nature of spiritual veins poses a peril when attempting to harness other spiritual entities, as there exists a risk of backlash resulting in the disintegration of one's spiritual essence and a descent into foolishness. Oh, how might I solidify my own essence? Mu Yunxi inquired further. The beast arena serves as an excellent crucible for trials. You should hone your combat skills, synchronizing the mental energy you currently possess with your physical prowess. Once you can wield your martial force and mental acuity without wasting a single ounce, you will be well on your way. That sounds simple, Mu Yunxi declared confidently, rising with determination. I shall commence at once. Not so fast. The handsome man, who had ceased to cling on to her, sat up himself. First, calm your mind and meditate, endeavoring to establish a connection with your spiritual veins. Only through successful linkage can mutual enhancement occur, creating a harmonious cycle. Understood. Without further ado, Mu Yunxi embarked on her cultivation. The handsome man observed her with a hint of exasperation. Her resolve was commendable, yet she seemed somewhat oblivious to the subtleties of their interaction. Very well, take your time, he thought. There's no need to rush. Meanwhile, the small child, feeling abandoned, pointed towards his mother. He had initially intended to crawl over and nestle upon her lap, but was thwarted in his attempt. The handsome man could easily restrain him, not permitting any disturbance to her. Isn't it better for you to be held by your father? Turning to the handsome man, the little boy suddenly shook his head. Mother said I am her little one, and I have no relation to this beautiful uncle. The handsome man mused. You little rascal, you've taken the money, the grass, and the food, yet you refuse to acknowledge your father. How can such good fortune exist? Here, it is simply impossible. Nevertheless, as he pinched the chubby little hand of the child once more, he lightly tapped the fiery patterns upon it. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the little one's body, causing him to exclaim in fright and attempt to flee. In Chapter 18, young Master Chu is the son of light. The meditating Mu Yunxi opened his eyes, only to hear the handsome man warn, do not lose focus. Be careful, or your spiritual veins may explode. Mu Yunxi retorted, you've already frightened my child to the point of crying out. How can I possibly concentrate? Fortunately, after the initial fright, the little one quickly recovered, radiating a bright and luminous glow, appearing even more spirited than before. With that, Mu Yunxi closed his eyes once again to continue his cultivation. The previously distressed child ceased his cries, now captivated by the glow emanating from his own hands. Aren't you afraid of the dark? The handsome man instructed. Next time it gets too dark, just remember to summon the light. Puzzled, the little one glanced at the handsome man, rubbed his chubby face in contemplation, and then, whoosh, A cascading layer of white light burst forth from his tiny form, making him resemble a diminutive, plump sun. The delighted young Master Chu laughed heartily. Thoroughly enamored with this newfound ability, there must be light. In the palm of his hand lay a plush little fox, its expression vacant and bewildered. Although it was well aware of its young master's formidable abilities, it felt a sense of awe as the great master merely nudged it, awakening the skills of the Lightbringer within the young one. Indeed, the great master was exceptional. The little fox, with its innocent voice, was certain that this was undeniably the father of its young master. No one else could impart such teachings. The handsome man who glanced at it appeared contemplative. A companion beast? Indeed, the fox was the young master's companion beast, and the great master had declared that it was a nurturing fox, dedicated to caring for the young one at all times. Upon hearing this, the handsome man smiled softly, recognizing the term nurturing fox, wet nurse. It was no wonder the little one had grown so plump. Clearly, the fox could not have accomplished this alone. At that moment, Mu Yunxi, who was oblivious to the remark, would have likely felt indignant had she heard it. However, she was now immersed in meditation, vaguely sensing a faint glow pulsating from her forehead. The handsome man, sensing something, was slightly taken aback. While he had anticipated her talent in the realm of spirit guiding would not be lacking, he was still surprised by her ability to quickly locate her spirit vein through introspection. Nevertheless, this was to be expected, as it was part of his lineage's legacy. Just then, a roar echoed, as if a magical beast had sensed something and was approaching. Although it was still some distance away, the handsome man had already picked up on it. Even the little fox seemed to sense it, pointing upward in confusion. Upon witnessing this, the handsome father smiled with considerable satisfaction and remarked, "This is a peak second-tier magical beast, the rampaging bull. Soon, we can allow your mother to practice her skills." The little one nodded enthusiastically, extending a tiny finger. The handsome man, perplexed, raised an eyebrow, prompting the little fox to act as interpreter. "What my master means is that he has yet to enjoy his supper." Immediately, the little one nodded again with delight, likely thinking that since his mother had not yet awakened, he could indulge in an extra meal. However, he soon realized that his mother would need to procure his supper, which caused his expression to sour. "What is the matter?" The handsome man mused, amused by the child's sudden change of mood. He had not refused the boy anything nor indicated that he would deny him food. Understanding the situation, the little fox explained, "The master forbids the young one from overindulging. He has just consumed a pot of fish soup, which serves as his supper, and he cannot eat more." "No matter," declared the handsome father, taking a decisive stance. "The young one has just activated his innate skills. The energy expenditure is considerable, and he must replenish himself." Instantly, the little boy was invigorated, soaring into the air and circling around the handsome man in delight. Consequently, upon awakening, Mu Yunxi noticed that her offspring seemed to be in the throes of rebellion. Upon realizing that she was awake, the exuberant little one dashed towards her, exclaiming joyously while repeatedly pointing at the handsome man. Mu Yunxi pondered, "Is this a complaint? It does not appear so." Before the little one could comprehend the exact meaning of the handsome man's words, he urged her to practice outside, assuring her that he would take care of the child. The cheerful little one instinctively lunged towards her charming father. However, Mu Yunxi did not let go. "Aren't you going with your mother? What purpose is there in taking him to slay magical beasts? It is best for him to wait here." After saying this, the handsome man who had picked up the child waved his hand, signaling her to leave. The little one imitated him and waved her tiny hand at Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi was taken aback as the handsome man once again urged her to leave, casually sweeping her away. Although Mu Yunxi did not resist, upon entering the thicket, she instinctively glanced down and saw her little offspring blissfully sleeping in the arms of the prince. Mu Yunxi, for some reason, she felt a twinge of something akin to heartache. Is this what jealousy feels like? Curiously, Mu Yunxi touched her chest, savoring this peculiar psychological and physiological response. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of beasts resonated through the air. At that moment, a colossal figure came charging towards her, evidently having detected her presence. Mu Yunxi lifted her gaze, and in her starry, tranquil eyes, a magnificent bull appeared. It was at the pinnacle of the second rank, approaching the third. Upon discerning the bull's level, Mu Yunxi's brow furrowed slightly. Magical beasts possess thick skin and strong flesh. In a duel of equal ranks, humans are utterly no match for them. In fact, magical beasts can easily cross boundaries to slaughter and devour humans of lower ranks. Upon their initial encounter, the attention of a formidable warrior from the divine mechanism camp was drawn, particularly towards the young woman favored by the venerable Master Han. This development posed a slight complication. Generally speaking, the experts from the divine mechanism camp seldom intervene. However, Mu Yunxi possessed extraordinary alchemical talents, which the court greatly valued. Yet, her situation was distinct. Entangled with an agreement involving the Mu family, causing the divine mechanism warrior to hesitate. In that fleeting moment, an enraged beast, a raging bull, charged towards Mu Yunxi. Having sensed the aura of its unhatched egg emanating from her, though it had yet to attain sentience, its instinct to protect its offspring compelled it to exert all its might. The expression of the divine mechanism warrior shifted dramatically. This was dire. But time was of the essence. In a swift motion, Mu Yunxi, having evaded the bull's aggressive energy, leapt into the night sky. Waves of spiritual resonance intertwined with her essence, continuously emanating from her being. In an instant, Mu Yunxi experienced an epiphany. Perceiving the bull not as a mere beast but as a radiant sphere of energy, intricately woven with crimson veins. Within this luminous form, organs such as the heart and kidneys transformed into distinct orbs of light, some exhibiting faint spots. Were these weaknesses? Uncertain yet intrigued, Mu Yunxi resolved to test her hypothesis. Just as the divine mechanism warrior prepared to assist, they beheld her draw her blade. The short dagger, flung forth, sliced through the faint waves of energy in Mu Yunxi's line of sight, advancing along the path of least resistance, ghost-like, towards the beast, the savage bull. With a thunderous roar, the beast instinctively sensed the impending peril and sought to retreat. Alas, it was too late. With a flicker of her mental focus, akin to igniting the source fire in the apothecary division, Mu Yunxi propelled her dagger with ferocity, driving it into the bull's spleen, piercing the gray spot that lingered in her vision. The savage bull, caught off guard, let out a piercing cry. The seasoned warriors of the divine mechanism camp, who had drawn near, were momentarily stunned. Had it truly struck? The hide of the savage bull was notoriously thick. The strength of a third-tier human warrior should have been insufficient to penetrate it. Unless, of course, it was a spiritual weapon, but she had just been assessed. And it was clear that the young woman's blade was no such thing. Yet the bull, wailing in agony, was undeniably struck, its vitality swiftly waning. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on the verge of death. The warriors of the divine mechanism camp were astounded. This could not be true. To inflict a wound was remarkable enough, but to slay it with a single stroke? What extraordinary power was this? Perplexed and incredulous, the warriors continued to observe until the savage bull collapsed, lifeless, devoid of breath. Only then did they gaze at Mu Yunxi with astonishment. You are an omniscient and omnipotent spirit caller. Good heavens! Could it truly be? Had old Han stumbled upon such a magnificent fortune? This simply could not stand. This young woman belonged to the divine mechanism camp. The apothecary clan was unworthy. A spirit caller, indeed? Recalling the words of the prince regarding Mu Yunxi, she was uncertain whether she truly was that person. All she knew was that she possessed spiritual veins, albeit still rather indistinct. Thus, Mu Yunxi shook her head, declaring, "No. It is impossible." The seasoned warrior from the divine mechanism camp firmly asserted, "You must be. Otherwise, how could you effortlessly discern the hidden injuries of that savage bull and deliver a fatal strike? Only a spirit guide could achieve such a feat." Mu Yunxi furrowed her brow and retorted, "Are you not aware?" A hint of confusion crossed the warrior's face from the divine mechanism camp. "Indeed, if you were aware, you should have reported to the Imperial Master's residence. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Ho, a Marshal General of the left-wing army in the divine mechanism camp. I hereby grant you exemption from the trials. Come with me. It is not yet time." Mu Yunxi declined. Lu Ho was taken aback, questioning, "Why not? If you are concerned about matters with the Mu family, there is absolutely no need. You are a spirit guide. No one can trouble you. Is a spirit guide truly that significant?" Mu Yunxi inquired, surprised. "Is their value greater than that of the Mu family?" "It is not a matter of comparison, nor is it necessary," Lu Ho asserted. Now convinced that this young girl was utterly oblivious, he proceeded to explain, "Each spirit guide is a treasure of the immortal Melody dynasty. To put it simply, once the Mu family learns of your status as a spirit guide, they will no longer trouble you. The issues between you will resolve themselves naturally. You are a genius. There is no need to squabble with the insignificant. Do you understand?" Mu Yunxi nodded, but then asked, "The Mu family also has spirit guides, correct?" Lu Home furrowed her brow slightly, yet did not conceal the truth. "Indeed, there exists one, the ancestor of the Mu family. However, you need not worry, for he will not target you." "Understood," Mu Yunxi replied, extracting a heart from the body of the savage beast. I appreciate General Lu for the information. Yet I have no intention of departing just yet. Farewell. Lu Hou still wished to say something, but Mu Yunxi had already distanced herself. She sensed that her grasp over her own abilities remained insufficient, and she had yet to reach the realm described by the Crown Prince, where not a single ounce of martial power or mental fortitude is squandered. She required further honing, hence she planned to remain for the time being. As for the Mu residence, Mu Yunxi chose not to contemplate it, continuing deeper into the trial grounds. Meanwhile, Lu Hou of the Divine Mechanism camp, trailing behind her, wore an expression of bewilderment. Was this merely a practice session? He had initially perceived her as a fragile young girl, recently awakened to her spiritual veins. Yet she turned out to be the hunter. Very well, I shall observe, he resolved, feigning departure while stealthily lurking nearby, prepared to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Although the Divine Mechanism camp had already investigated the reason behind the beast's previous coordinated attacks, triggered by someone disturbing a nest of beast eggs, leading to the ensuing turmoil, which had now largely subsided, caution was still warranted. The beasts, being inherently unintelligent, had never previously exhibited such behavior as gathering to lay eggs or consolidating them in one location. Thus, vigilance was necessary. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. Although these beasts had developed a semblance of collective awareness, they merely knew to conceal the eggs together, neglecting to establish any defensive measures, revealing their lack of cunning. This is Lu Hou's assessment of the group of beasts, as well as the evaluation made by the Divine Machine Camp. Thus, the trial continues. After locking onto a second-tier golden horn beast, Mu Yunxi initiated a new round of hunting. Whoosh! Another strike. Another fatal blow. Lu Hou grinned, thinking to himself, this one is even more adept in battle than the average spirit guide. Just as he finished his contemplation, a massive golden eye suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Startled, he immediately revealed himself, shouting, "Run. It's a peak third-tier golden horn beast." Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with his warning, Mu Yunxi vanished into the air, darting away like a shooting star. She too sensed the impending threat from the third-tier golden horn beast and fled with great speed. Lu Hou felt a surge of relief. But to his dismay, the golden horn beast lunged past him, pursuing Mu Yunxi instead. How dare this beast? Lu Hou sprang into action, only to hear rustling in the nearby thicket. Suddenly, whoosh! A cloud-piercing leopard leaped out, aiming directly for Lu Hou's back. Damn it! Cursing vehemently, Lu Hou swung his blade in retaliation, but failed to repel the foe and found himself ensnared. Meanwhile, the golden horn beast had caught up with Mu Yunxi and was about to stomp her into the ground with its formidable foot. Buzz! A blood-red blade hurtled towards Mu Yunxi from the front. Furthermore, bang! A certain handsome man suddenly emerged from the depths of the pool, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Chapter 20. The Awakening of the Strongest Bloodline of the Shinon Clan. In that very moment, with a resounding clang, Mu Yunxi grasped her bloodied blade and bravely confronted the colossal beast, creating a dazzling display of sparks. In the distance, Xian Un and the others, drawn by the sound, witnessed this extraordinary scene. However, the radiance emanating from the handsome man was simply too blinding. With their abilities, they could not discern the figure at the center of such brilliance. The only one they could clearly see was Mu Yunxi valiantly wielding her blade against the massive monster, leaving them utterly astonished. It was she. How could she withstand the might of this third-grade golden-horned beast? Her combat prowess was astounding. At that moment, many were extolling Mu Yunxi's explosive power. Yet, Xian Ke found the sight painfully glaring, cursing inwardly. How is it possible that she is still alive? Xian was rendered speechless. Indeed, the other members of the royal entourage had mostly concluded that Mu Yunxi could never escape from beneath the feet of the golden horn beast. However, some perceptive individuals speculated that amidst the previous surge of light, the aura of a powerful being lingered, suggesting, perhaps, a strong figure from the Divine Mechanism camp might intervene. Yet, the handsome man was not of the Divine Mechanism camp and had no intention of intervening. He simply came to offer a blade and, in turn, find a new vantage point to observe. As for Mu Yunxi, her sole focus was on the golden horned beast. The opinions of others mattered not to her. She realized that although her bloody blade could withstand the beast's ferocious attacks, it could not pierce through its thick hide. Without hesitation, she evaded, her starry eyes shining with intensity as she searched for the beast's vulnerabilities. Moments later, whoosh, she transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending the immense body of the beast. Meanwhile, a group of noble scions had approached Xianan and the others. Upon recognizing the leader, Xianan felt a twinge of surprise, yet it was only natural. The commotion here was significant, and those with a modicum of strength would undoubtedly come to investigate. The Dan family was a prominent clan, and Dan Yufeng possessed commendable talent and strength. However, at this moment, he was astonished by the girl in the distance. How formidable. Indeed. Formidable. Shannon concurred, remarking that the third-tier pinnacle golden horn beast's combat prowess was not inferior to that of a fourth-tier pinnacle warrior. She was managing to withstand it. Quite impressive. Dan Yufeng nodded, suggesting, how shall we proceed? If we assist her in vanquishing this beast, our scores will certainly improve. Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose this. Xian Ke shrieked, I want her dead. Dan Yunfeng frowned at her outburst, yet he was aware that Xian Ke's leg had been severed by Mu Yunxi. However, he dismissed her grievances and directed his attention back to Xianan. That is a third-tier pinnacle golden horn beast, even if we do not obtain its heart. If we manage to slay it together, our scores will be substantial. Xianan hesitated, intrigued. I forbid it. Xian Ke vehemently countered, Xianan. If you dare to go, I shall not spare you. Ha! Dan Yufeng scoffed coldly, what right do you have to utter such threats? Xianan. You are at least a man of 7 feet. Are you willing to be commanded by a woman? Even a prince would not act so arrogantly. Xian Ke seethed with rage. Yet, Xianan had made his decision. He placed Xian Ke on the ground and declared, Liang Sisi. You and the others tend to the princess. I will accompany brother Yufeng and return shortly. Xianan. Xian Ke cried out sharply. Xianan, however, chose to disregard the matter and allied himself with Dan Yunfeng. This infuriated Xian Ke, her face turning ashen with rage. That scoundrel Xianan. How dare he defy my commands? I shall not let him off easily. At that moment, with a swift motion, Mu Yunxi's blade struck the colossal beast's golden horn. She discerned that the creature bore no hidden ailments. Its sole vulnerability seemed to lie within that horn. Thus, while her strike was primarily a probe, it carried considerable force. Clang! The golden horn and the blood-red blade collided, resonating with the sound of metal striking stone. Yet, after her strike, the golden horn remained unscathed, showing no signs of injury. However, Xianan, arriving on the scene, noticed a distinct pause in the golden horn beast's movements. He bellowed, everyone, attack together. Aim for its horn. Understood. Dan Yufeng responded, unleashing a strike with his sword, synchronizing with Xian and spiritual blade as they both targeted the golden horn. The golden horn beast roared in fury, its horn charging towards Xian and his companion, seemingly unaffected. Nevertheless, Mu Yunxi observed a flaw in the once pristine golden horn. Red specks had begun to appear within it, its vital point. With newfound understanding, Mu Yunxi had already gathered her strength, preparing to unleash a powerful blow. Unlike her previous strikes, this time she invoked the full force of the chaotic formula, her aura transforming into something extraordinary. And that was not all. A hum resonated as she felt a surge of warmth emanating from her abdomen, swiftly igniting her entire being. Following this, clusters of what appeared to be tangible flames erupted from the blood-red blade. Then, with a resounding boom, a circle of blazing light erupted, resembling a colossal sun illuminating the sky, exploding from within Mu Yunxi. Even the formidable Dan Yunfeng, who had soared above like a giant behemoth after hearing Xian's words, was sent flying. The bloodline awakened. Spitting blood, Dan Yufeng steadfastly gazed at Mu Yunxi, proclaiming, the fire element. It bears a striking resemblance to our Dan clan's bloodline. Dan clan? Xianan inquired, astonished as she beheld Mu Yunxi enveloped in scorching radiance. Is she not merely a maid of the Mu residence? How could she possess such a superior bloodline power? I am uncertain, Dan Yunfeng replied, shaking his head. But I can assert with conviction that this fire element bloodline is not inferior to that of my Dan clan. I can feel my blood boiling. Only a bloodline of equal standing can resonate with my own. However, from what I understand, bloodlines like that of the Dan clan typically awaken before the age of 5. Why is she only awakening now? Xianan questioned, perplexed. There are exceptions, Dan Yunfeng responded. My aunt awakened her Dan clan bloodline in her teenage years. Yet she is remarkably strong. Upon hearing this, Xianan immediately inquired, you mean Xianyu, the esteemed elder? Precisely, Dan Yufeng affirmed with a nod. Xianan then observed a colossal cauldron's phantom igniting around Mu Yunxi and could not help but ask, what is this? Dan Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The divine farmer's cauldron. Her bloodline level is indeed exceptional. It belongs to the pinnacle of the divine farmer bloodlines. Once we emerge from here, I shall certainly persuade my father to bring her into the Dan clan. You may find it challenging to compete with the Medicine King family, Xianan candidly remarked. Dan Yunfeng, undeterred, retorted, "Nonsense. With my father's involvement, success is assured." Xian fell silent, for he noticed a transformation in the flames enveloping Mu Yunxi. Suddenly, a venerable figure emerged, Shinong. Dan Yunfeng was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "We, the Dan clan, must obtain her at any cost." But why? Xianin was yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation, while Dan Yufeng struggled to catch his breath. Shinong. The legendary bloodline. Father, can you see this? Indeed. The Prince of Danyang had witnessed it, and so had the entire capital. In that moment, silence enveloped the city, and even much of the Xianla dynasty found itself speechless. Far away in Mu City, Mu Yunxi also beheld the ethereal, ancient aura emanating from the direction of the capital, the magnificent fiery silhouette of the strongest bloodline of the Shinong lineage awakening. Chapter 21. Who said awakening failed? In the Xianla dynasty, practitioners could assume various identities. The most common was the martial cultivator, while those with technical skills or innate talents included alchemists, weaponsmiths, and geomancers. Except for martial cultivators, who universally possess some martial prowess for self-defense, others typically found it challenging to cultivate multiple disciplines due to the limitations of human energy. Yet, there existed individuals who were born polymaths, effortlessly mastering various fields, leading to the emergence of a legendary profession, the spirit guide. The Shinong lineage's most potent bloodline. The supreme spirit body is a natural spirit guide, destined to become the mightiest of them all. It is well known that the supreme spirit body has an innate affinity with all things, capable of communicating with any being and awakening the spirit within any entity. No wonder. One Wu Ho was continuously astonished, exclaiming, "Could it be Mu Yunxi?" Yet, his subordinates expressed skepticism, questioning the possibility. "You say she is a spirit guide. But how could a mere servant girl possess such noble lineage?" With a hearty laugh, Wu Ho responded, "There may be hidden circumstances surrounding this matter. But I dare to wager, Mu Yunxi is indeed this extraordinary genius. Prepare yourselves. When she emerges, I shall undoubtedly claim her for myself." At that moment, countless individuals were inquiring into the identity of the awakened Supreme Spirit. Simultaneously, many were devising strategies to win over this prodigy. Others were calculating how to establish a favorable relationship with her, even if they could not secure her for themselves. However, human sentiments are ever fickle. When they witnessed the sudden explosion of the divine silhouette of Shinong in the heavens, many minds began to shift. Had the awakening failed? Such a high-caliber bloodline. Should it fail to awaken, would surely result in severe backlash. This genius, it seemed, might be rendered useless. What a pity. Forget it, steward. There is no need to prepare gifts. Truly a disappointment, it appears there is no need for alliances. Indeed, awakening a divine bloodline is no simple feat. Many factions that had initially intended to exhaust all their resources to befriend the awakened Supreme Spirit had abandoned their ambitions. Even a certain Wu Ho, who had been unwavering, found himself dumbfounded. How could this be? My lord, if it truly is Mu Yunxi, it seems some are destined to remain in the role of a servant, unable to enjoy such immense wealth and fortune. Meanwhile, within the arena, as the ethereal visage of Shinong shattered, it became evident to all that Mu Yunxi had indeed failed to awaken. Xianke laughed heartily, declaring that the lowly maid was, as expected, unworthy of such an awakening. The princess is absolutely correct, Liang Sisi concurred. The nearby members of the royal family nodded in agreement, initially believing she might truly awaken an unparalleled spiritual body. An utterly inconceivable notion. Not only did they share this sentiment, but Xianin and Dan Yufeng also concluded that Mu Yunxi had indeed failed. Dan Yufeng, filled with profound sorrow, was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "How could this happen?" The reason was clear, that monstrous beast had attacked her. Xianin, being more rational, had already discerned the underlying issue. Dan Yufeng had also observed that at the most crucial moment of Mu Yunxi's awakening, the golden horn beast had viciously gored her with its horn. The visage of Shinong shattered as a consequence of this. "Damn it, I will slay it." The furious Dan Yufeng leaped into the air, furiously aiming his attacks at the beast's horn, as if it were he who had been disrupted during the awakening. However, before his strikes could reach their target, the beast shattered in response. With a swift motion, Mu Yunxi had already sliced through the beast's horn, delivering a decisive blow. The pinnacle-level golden horn beast let out a horrific howl, its strength rapidly waning. In mere moments, it collapsed, rendered powerless. Swiftly, Mu Yunxi landed upon its heart, performing a surgical dissection to extract the massive, crimson organ. Dan Yunfeng was left speechless. So she truly did fail to awaken? This is entirely distinct from those who have experienced a failed awakening. Typically, after such a failure, one would either suffer a backlash, resulting in death or incapacitation. Yet here she is, not only alive but also energetically vanquishing the golden horn beast. This is utterly beyond comprehension, Dan Yufeng murmured as he approached, intending to inquire if she was all right. However, Mu Yunxi, having procured the heart, made a swift escape. Given her speed, Dan Yufeng found himself unable to pursue her. Meanwhile, a certain handsome gentleman, who had been observing the entire scene, discerned all and contemplated applying some pressure, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. How do you know? Mu Yunxi, appearing before the two men, expressed surprise. Even if I had not experienced a backlash, it does not preclude the possibility of a failed awakening. You would not, the handsome gentleman asserted with unwavering confidence. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Yunxi replied, You seem to possess extensive knowledge. Quite, he acknowledged. At a loss for words, Mu Yunxi shifted her gaze to the little one in his arms. How long has Chu been asleep? You play for as long as he sleeps. Thank you for looking after Chu. Upon saying this, Mu Yunxi attempted to take the small creature back. However, the handsome gentleman refused to relinquish him, stating that it was quite comfortable to hold him in the cold weather, and that he would continue to do so. Are you still afraid of the cold? Mu Yunxi expressed disbelief. It wasn't cold at first, but after you stepped into the water, it became so, the handsome gentleman retorted, defending his position as the victim, and willingly offering to cooperate with her examination. If you doubt me, feel for yourself. Mu Yunxi, indeed skeptical, reached out to touch his hand. To her astonishment, she found it to be genuinely icy. Oh, feeling an inexplicable curiosity, Mu Yunxi reached out to touch the face of the stranger before her, only to find it cold as ice. The handsome man, upon being touched, inquired, How does it feel? Yet, Mu Yunxi remained perplexed and proceeded to touch his chest. The sensation was akin to the chill of pure jade. After she had sufficiently explored this curious phenomenon, the handsome man remarked, That's enough. You cannot take liberties simply because I possess beauty. Mu Yunxi furrowed her brow in response, asking, Why is your entire body so cold? I originally sought refuge from water, but your steps shattered my protective barrier. Consequently, I cannot come into contact with water, which naturally renders me icy, he explained. Then why are you still holding on to Chu? Mu Yunxi questioned, her concern prompting her to snatch the small one away. What if he becomes frozen? The handsome man, devoid of affection, chuckled lightly and declared, You ungrateful little one, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Take care of yourself. With that, before Mu Yunxi could extend her hand to take his pulse, he transformed into a swirling light, on the verge of dissipating. Suddenly, a mysterious tremor surged from all directions of the trial ground. The handsome man, having emerged from the light, immediately calculated something with a serious expression gracing his exquisite features. Mu Yunxi stepped forward and inquired, What is it? However, before he could utter a word, he spat out blood, startling Mu Yunxi. What is wrong with you? Chapter 22. The Imperial Master plans a rebellion. Startled awake, a certain little one felt a bit dazed, his round, sparkling eyes still clouded with confusion. Soon, he was covered by the hand of a handsome man, who then gently ruffled his little head, urging him to sleep. The drowsy young master, in a state of confusion, was unaware of the circumstances. Upon hearing the soothing voice, he attempted to struggle momentarily. However, Mu Yunxi had already patted his back, saying, Sleep now, just go back to sleep. Upon hearing his mother's voice, the young master ceased his struggles and nestled into her embrace, seeking the most comfortable position to continue his slumber. The handsome man, with a smirk, lightly scolded, You little rascal. Mu Yunxi shot him a glare, asserting that her child was not a rascal, but rather fragrant and clean. Nevertheless, despite her glare, concern crept into her voice as she asked, What happened to you? Why are you bleeding? Are you worried about me? The handsome man retorted with a bemused expression. His demeanor suggested that all was well. Mu Yunxi decided not to press further. What had caused the earlier disturbance? It seemed of little consequence. As the handsome man wiped the blood from his lips with a handkerchief, his beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a shadow resembling a dark dragon flickered upon his forehead, causing Mu Yunxi to observe him intently. The handsome man seemed oblivious to her gaze, lost in contemplation, perhaps even gazing into the void, remaining silent for an extended period, leading Mu Yunxi to believe he had lost his spirit. However, she remained still, cautiously sensing her surroundings to guard against any approaching beasts. To her astonishment, there truly was a presence nearby, perceiving subtle movements. Mu Yunxi instinctively summoned a stronger surge of spiritual power. Yet, the handsome man grasped her wrist, signaling her to refrain from any rash actions. Mu Yunxi cast a discreet glance at him, silently inquiring, "What has happened?" "Remain still." The handsome man made a mere gesture to silence her, while he floated gracefully toward the source of the disturbance. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yunxi decided to follow, her movements equally light, observing her discretion. The handsome man did not object. However, as she reached his side, he abruptly pulled her into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Mu Yunxi mouthed in silent protest. Yet the handsome man paid her no heed, leading her away from their original position. In the blink of an eye, a golden flash erupted, obliterating the spot they had just occupied. Mu Yunxi's expression shifted slightly as she observed a shadowy figure resembling a human emerge from the darkness, scouring the area where they had stood moments before. After a considerable time, the shadow gradually faded into obscurity, no longer present. Finally, Mu Yunxi whispered, "What was that?" "Members of the demon clan," replied the handsome man, his tone laced with a hint of gravity. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. Demon clan? But aren't they confined to the demon realm? Indeed, she was aware of this fact, as the environments of humans and demons were starkly incompatible, making it improbable for the demon clan to appear within human territory, even in a beast trial arena. Could it be that the formidable entity that established this beast trial arena had failed to notice the presence of demons, inadvertently bringing them along? Mu Yunxi could only entertain such a reasonable suspicion. However, the handsome man dismissed her conjecture. "No, they just arrived. It appears that the beasts within the trial arena are gradually gaining sentience, and this is somehow connected to that individual. What should we do?" Mu Yunxi inquired, his confusion evident. His cultivation seemed formidable, yet his presence was difficult to detect, which could lead to the demise of many. Perhaps the handsome man, indifferent to the fate of others, was more concerned about the fifth-tier demon general who had forcibly disabled the arena's formation. What could be his intentions? Mu Yunxi realized that the earlier commotion was indeed caused by the sealing of the arena. Suddenly, Mu Yunxi fell silent, not by his own volition, but because the handsome man who had been holding her leaned in closer, his exquisitely handsome face mere inches from hers. Mu Yunxi felt an instinctual urge that if she spoke further, he might silence her with a kiss. "Why have you ceased speaking?" Continuing her silence, Mu Yunxi could distinctly feel his breath caressing her face, even brushing against her lips. He was so close. The handsome man, his eyes shimmering with amusement, meticulously observed the subtle changes in the woman nestled in his embrace, seemingly teasing her to resist. However, as she made no move to oppose him, he reluctantly released her. "I shall go to the edge of the trial arena to investigate. Will you accompany me, or would you prefer to remain here?" The melodious voice of the handsome man left no room for refusal, and he promptly took both ladies into his arms, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed outside the trial arena sensed that something was amiss. "Quickly report to the commander. An incident has occurred in the trial arena." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, the young envoy swiftly mounted his steed and hastened towards the capital. However, the speed of the divine mechanism camp steeds was remarkable. In no time, the esteemed commander, Luo Haoyan, had been informed of the situation. Why had the individuals patrolling the trial grounds, including Lu Ho, failed to issue a prior warning? What are the concealed beast eggs? Luo Haoyan furrowed his brow and inquired. Noting that the magical beasts within the trial grounds were all of third rank or below and lacked intelligence, how could such a situation arise? General Lu explained that they had detected the presence of magical herbs, specifically the gathering magic grass, in a secluded and obscure environment, suggesting that the beasts might have sensed the area was conducive for the hatching of magical eggs, leading them to collectively transport the eggs there. Upon hearing this, Luo Haoyan's frown deepened. If there were no unusual circumstances, then why had the formation maintaining the trial grounds suddenly shattered, resulting in its closure? His subordinate was at a loss for words, and the young envoy appeared equally bewildered. Aware that his question was indeed challenging, Luo Haoyan could only instruct. "You must promptly report this matter to His Highness in the East Palace. I shall immediately proceed to inform His Majesty." "Yes." The young envoy complied and departed. Luo Haoyan, too, did not dare to delay. He entered the palace without hesitation and conveyed the matter. Upon hearing the report, Emperor Xianle's expression turned grave. Could it be that the grand formation set by the Imperial Master had been breached? How could this be possible? Luo Haoyan also found the situation perplexing. Could it be the Imperial Master? Speak cautiously, Emperor Xianle admonished, then sighed. He is likely still with Chun'er. You should accompany him to investigate. If he is not there, chapter 23, you have slept with your true daughter-in-law. The emperor of Xianla ceased his discourse. Yet Luo Haoyan comprehended the essence of his words. Should one not return, the anomalies within the trial grounds were likely intertwined with this absence. Upon their arrival at the prince's residence, they discovered, indeed, the individual had not returned. What of the imperial master? Inquired the emperor of Xianla. I have just dispatched someone to the imperial master's residence to search for him, but he is not there, responded the prince of Xianla, Xianchun, his complexion somewhat pallid. He possessed a handsome visage, with ink-black eyes and a hint of scholarly demeanor that endeared him to many young women and even married ladies, making him a dream lover in the hearts of numerous maidens within the Xianla dynasty. The emperor of Xianla gazed upon his exceptional son, yet sighed once more. This prince was indeed commendable, but the imperial master. Alas, he was not merely a man, but a deity. It was a futile comparison. Suppressing his complex emotions, the emperor inquired, what is your perspective? I believe the imperial master is in seclusion, recuperating, after he assisted me in extracting the deadly poison. He has been unwell and is certainly not entangled with the affairs of the trial grounds, Xianchun earnestly stated. Recently, he had been ambushed, afflicted by a lethal toxin, and had sought the Dan clan's descendants in the southern capital, employing the method of dual cultivation to draw upon their bloodline's divine fire for detoxification. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, exacerbating the poison. Even with dual cultivation, it proved futile. At that moment, it was the imperial master who redirected the poison from his body. Otherwise, Xianchun would have perished. Thus, regarding today's events, he stood firmly with the imperial master. The emperor of Xianla understood his son's sentiments, yet could only manage a wry smile. The imperial master is not so simple. He hails from the Mo family and is their leader, not aligned with our royal lineage. I care not for that. I solely acknowledge the imperial master as my savior, Xianchun declared resolutely. The celestial music emperor massaged his temples, uncertain whether having such an upright son, especially as the crown prince, was a blessing or a curse. His concern was that his naive son might be easily deceived and exploited. Very well, the emperor instructed, setting aside his misgivings for the moment. Luo Haoyan, arrange for an immediate and forceful breach of the formation. Ensure, at all costs, that the children inside do not suffer excessive casualties. Kea is among them. Yes, your majesty. Luo Haoyan, having already anticipated this command, promptly took his leave to execute the order. Meanwhile, within the trial grounds, the imperial preceptor, unaware that the emperor was questioning his motives, was examining the damaged formation. There is some skill involved here, he mused. Standing beside him, Mu Yunxi inquired, is there a solution? Assuredly, the preceptor replied, suggesting that seeking assistance from the imperial preceptor's manor would swiftly resolve the issue. However, he noted that the celestial music emperor's suspicious nature might prevent him from seeking such aid. Mu Yunxi, after considering this, declared, then I shall resume my trials. Will you not observe further? The preceptor urged. No, Mu Yunxi responded. Her sole purpose in coming was to assess the severity of the situation and determine if it posed a threat to her and her young charge's well-being. Reassured that it did not, she saw no reason to linger. Furthermore, she had no desire for her young one to acknowledge a father figure, especially not this crown prince who dared to covet her precious Chu-Chu. Did he think she was oblivious? With that, Mu Yunxi departed without a word of farewell, leaving the preceptor behind. The somewhat helpless imperial preceptor sighed in place and secretly followed them, since he could not leave and was disinclined to work. He naturally preferred to accompany the mother and child, having nowhere else to go. Unbeknownst to Mu Yunxi, who was being followed, he had just found a cave, intending to spend the night there before deciding his next move. Meanwhile, the trial ground, which should have been filled with the chaotic roars of beasts, gradually fell into an eerie silence, causing Lu Ho and the other formidable members of the Divine Machine Camp to feel a sense of foreboding. Something was amiss. Old Lu, should we gather the disciples from various families? It seems like chaos is about to ensue, one suggested. No, Lu Ho shook his head in disapproval. I suspect the magical beasts have truly gained intelligence. If we gather everyone together, our strength alone will be insufficient to protect such a multitude of aristocratic youths. We would be overwhelmed instead. What then shall we do? Several members of the Divine Machine Camp, all at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, expressed their concerns. Under normal circumstances, they would have no trouble dealing with the magical beasts within the trial ground. However, these beasts were different. Should they unite, the situation could become dire. Let us form pairs and disperse, Lu Ho proposed. On one hand, we can inform everyone to remain vigilant. On the other, we can engage in guerrilla tactics, focusing on eliminating some of the third-tier magical beasts. What do you think? Agreed. The others concurred with this plan. With 8 individuals, they could form 4 groups, providing mutual support while swiftly dealing with any encountered third-tier beasts without being ensnared. Then let us scatter. I'll team up with old Zhang. You all decide how to pair off. By the way, if you happen to spot that girl whom old Han values so highly, ensure her safety. Isn't she regarded as a failure due to her awakening? Old Zhang inquired, puzzled. Lu Hou said little, merely advising, just preserve what you can. As for everything else, we shall discuss it once we are outside. With the esteemed apothecary clan's influence, it may be possible to alleviate the backlash. However, old Zhang and the others were skeptical. They had never witnessed a genius who could recover after a failed awakening. Such an individual was undoubtedly rendered useless, no matter how capable the apothecary clan might be. They could at best restore her to a semblance of normalcy. Her innate talent could never be reclaimed. Lu Hou shared this sentiment, yet having witnessed Mu Yunxi's prior prowess, he instinctively wished to safeguard this prodigy. Alas, it was futile. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hou concluded his thoughts and departed with old Zhang. After a tumultuous night, as dawn approached, Mu Yunxi began to prepare eggs for her young companion. Unbeknownst to her, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air captured the attention of certain entities. Roars echoed in low, rumbling tones, reminiscent of a conversation emanating from a beast den within the trial grounds. The demon discovered by the American teacher was also present in the den. He evidently understood the language of the beasts and remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with that individual for now. Once the magic orb is birthed and we acquire it, we shall obliterate this place before our departure. And the thief will meet his demise." The beasts comprehended, nodding in agreement. Among them, a formidable 4th-tier golden horned beast glared with fury. 2 of its kin, its mate and its offspring, had been slain by Mu Yunxi. With 2 of its family lost, its wrath was entirely justified. Yet, what was this magic orb? As the keen senses of Mu Yunxi awakened, she eagerly absorbed the news of an explosion. Chapter 24. The proper approach to nurturing fortuitous offspring. It certainly sounded like a splendid opportunity. Naturally, it was hers for the taking. As for the whereabouts of the magic orb and its timing of emergence, she was uncertain. However, she possessed a precious little offspring. Reflecting on this, Mu Yunxi gently caressed the slumbering infant, her gaze soft and filled with affection. Once well-rested and well-fed, the little one would be ready to embark on their endeavors. Having concluded her thoughts, she entrusted the little fox with overseeing the beast egg's incubation while she herself entered a meditative state. Immersed within her spiritual vein, she sensed a stir upon activating her keen auditory talent. The range of her hearing had expanded dramatically. Previously, she could only perceive sounds within 100 meters. And when pinpointing conversations, her reach extended merely 500 to 600 meters. But just moments ago, it had stretched to 10,000 meters. 50 li. Mu Yunxi marveled at the distance she had just discerned, feeling a surge of appreciation for her enhancement. It is important to note that perception and hearing are distinct. From her experience, a 3rd-tier alchemist, as a master of spiritual energy, could sense activity from 50 li away, yet this was merely perception, not hearing. It was akin to how a 3rd-tier alchemist could detect commotion from 50 li distant, but could not, like her with her keen hearing, capture all sounds and dialogues within that extensive range. The mere connection to her spiritual vein had yielded such significant growth. This spiritual vein was indeed remarkable. Carefully examining her spiritual veins, Mu Yunxi found no apparent changes within them. However, she did observe fine, thread-like strands of light emanating from her veins and intertwining with her body, 38 in total. Upon counting, Mu Yunxi confirmed that these filaments predominantly spilled forth from her hands and feet, with fewer emerging from other areas. In this light, to achieve the princely ideal of not wasting a single ounce of martial and mental energy, she needed to connect them throughout her entire being. Previously, during her encounters with several magical beasts, she had indeed squandered her power. It was imperative to calculate more precisely, ensuring a decisive strike, either a lethal blow or a crippling one. As Mu Yunxi contemplated her next course of action, her mental energy continuously fused into her spiritual veins. Throughout this process, a radiant spiritual light exuded from her entire being. Observing this, the little fox tilted its head in confusion before proceeding to seal the entrance. The mysterious master, hidden in the shadows, smiled silently, finding the little fox quite clever for taking care of both the small and the large matters at hand. Without the fox's intervention, Mu Yunxi's cultivation of her spiritual veins would soon be discovered. The formidable members of the divine mechanism camp would certainly sense it. Had the demonic orb manifested a tad later, she might have completed the first step, merging her veins and becoming a first-tier spirit guide. Subsequently, she could use the demonic orb to awaken her bloodline, solidifying her unparalleled spiritual body and potentially gaining some inheritance. Having contemplated these matters, the enigmatic master's eyes shimmered like obsidian, bright yet unfathomable. Soon, the sky above the arena of magical beasts was illuminated in its entirety. Although the light was dim, it was still enough to bring joy to the little one, far better than the pitch-black darkness. After finishing his milk, he eagerly devoured roasted beast eggs, completely content and oblivious to the fact that he had missed a late-night snack the previous evening. Once he was sufficiently satiated, Mu Yunxi led him out of the cave. She inquired whether the little fox could ensure that the three of them would remain undetected, and upon receiving confirmation, she resolved to venture towards the heart of the magical beasts, the very location where the beasts had convened the day before. She aimed to scout for any careless creatures that could be dispatched swiftly, preventing an overwhelming number of magical beasts during their attempt to seize the magic orb. As they infiltrated the base of the magical beast faction, the little one was elated. "So much meat," he exclaimed joyfully. Mu Yunxi, understanding the source of his delight, gently ruffled his bald head, urging him to temper his enthusiasm and keep his eyes from shining too brightly. The four-ranked golden-horned beast had already become agitated by his gaze. "What?" remarked a nearby tiger leopard. Though it was only at the pinnacle of the third rank and had recently gained sentience, its intellect somewhat limited, rendering its speech rather slow. The golden-horned beast did not mind, for it was the only one capable of human speech, and soon they engaged in conversation. "I feel as if some great power is watching us," it confessed, a sense of trepidation creeping into its heart. "Impossible," replied the tiger leopard in a clumsy manner. "The great magic ape is here. Even if the immortal music emperor were present, it would be futile. No need to panic." The tiger leopard rambled on for several minutes, its words coming out haltingly, leaving Mu Yunxi feeling fatigued just from listening. Meanwhile, the little one remained undeterred, keenly observing the two beasts. Once their conversation concluded, the tiger leopard, in its naive manner, prepared to patrol the camp, causing Mu Yunxi's eyes to shine with newfound determination. Realizing that an opportunity had presented itself, she stealthily followed along with her little cub. The young fox aided in concealing their presence, leaving the oblivious tiger and leopard unaware. After trailing for a while, the young one grew impatient, wondering why they had yet to strike. Mu Yunxi gently patted his head, signaling him to remain calm. She could hear that the creature known as the demon ape was not far from the tiger and leopard. Attacking at this moment would allow it to quickly hone in on their location, which was far too perilous. Obeying his mother's words, the little one had no choice but to cling tightly to her neck, his large eyes unwaveringly fixated on the tiger and leopard ahead. The dim-witted creature, having been scrutinized for too long, had become numb to the impending danger. Initially, it sensed a hint of threat, but that feeling had been cast aside, as it pondered whether the demon pearl was about to emerge, causing its heart to race. Mu Yunxi paid little heed to this remark. Her gaze sparkled like the stars. Channeling the power of her spiritual veins, she maximized the potential of the chaotic technique, allowing her perception to undergo a profound transformation. This time, the peak-tier tiger and leopard before her were no longer mere forms of energy. Rather, she could seemingly peer within, perceiving everything through the tiger and leopard's own vision. A stream of intelligence swiftly materialized within her mind. Beast, tiger, and leopard, peak tier, intellect awakened. Magical skill, tiger and leopard frenzy. Skill flaw, a 3-breath cooldown after tearing apart prey. Upon absorbing this information, Mu Yunxi's eyes gleamed with excitement. She decided to act. The distance was sufficient. As long as she could conclude the battle within 3 breaths, the demon ape would not be able to seize her. Thus, with a swift motion, Mu Yunxi unleashed her blade, dazzling the tiger and leopard momentarily. Caught off guard, the latter instinctively unleashed its magical skills, directly targeting Mu Yunxi's blade in a violent outburst. Now was the moment. Mu Yunxi swiftly dodged, his bloodied blade descending in an instant, within the fleeting span of 3 breaths, during which the tiger leopard was rendered unable to retaliate. He skillfully severed its heart. Blood erupted from the tiger leopard's chest like a gushing fountain, staining the ground and seeping into the earth. Faintly, it seemed to be devoured by some unseen force, gradually fading away. Due to the lack of haste, Mu Yunxi remained unaware, Yet a certain young lord noticed it. He had just fallen from his mother's neck and began to burrow into the ground, swiftly disappearing underground. Chapter 25. The Yin-Yang twin pearls separate. When the demon ape finally arrived at the scene, it beheld a sight that had been dealt with. However, the tiger leopard was not yet entirely lifeless, convulsing and gasping for breath. The demon ape glanced over and realized there was no hope for salvation. With the heart extracted, how could it possibly be saved? The approaching golden-horned beast was so startled by the sight that it let out frantic cries. The assembled group of magical beasts in the vicinity echoed the panic, their own howls resounding in fear, even though they were oblivious to why their leader was alarmed. The sheer prowess of their commander instilled a profound dread within them. Meanwhile, the demon ape, quickly channeling dense magical energy to temporarily stabilize the tiger leopard's life force, inquired, "Who did this?" The tiger leopard. It had no idea. It hadn't even seen clearly. Thus, it was utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing this, the demon ape was rendered speechless, unable to utter a curse, and could only say, "Go forth. I, along with the golden-horned beast, shall avenge you." The reluctant roar of the tiger leopard echoed, for it did not wish to meet its demise. However, the demon ape was left with no choice. The pure magical essence within him was dwindling, and he needed to reserve it for the capture of the demon pearl. Thus, he could not squander it on a creature fated to perish. Consequently, he withdrew his magical energy, and the tiger leopard's vitality swiftly extinguished. With an unwilling gaze, the tiger leopard fixed its unblinking eyes upon the golden-horned beast, a silent plea for vengeance. The golden-horned beast, filled with sorrow, beheld the fading brilliance of its companion's eyes and vowed, "I shall slay those humans." It was convinced that only they could have wrought such destruction upon the tiger leopard. But the demon ape intervened, cautioning against hasty actions. "Observe the blood." What? The initially reluctant golden-horned beast was drawn in by the subsequent words. Noticing that the tiger leopard's blood was vanishing, it must be the work of the demon pearl, the demon ape deduced. It was about to manifest and required a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice? Us. The golden-horned beast's tone faltered, its gaze growing ominous. Yet the demon ape shook his head. "Not necessarily us. Any blood will suffice. Indeed, command your subordinates to commence the slaughter of the human race in this vicinity. Kill as many as you can, ideally luring them here for the hunt." Very well. Without further ado, the golden-horned beast turned and set forth to execute the command. It had long harbored intentions against the human race, and now, the arena was on the verge of transforming into a hellish battleground. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi remained blissfully unaware, trailing behind the young cub as they burrowed deeper underground. I must say, the little cub's skill in digging is truly remarkable. However, being still quite small, he requires assistance, necessitating a larger excavation for him to squeeze through. At last, when they reached the bottom, the little one finally paused, revealing a natural cavern before them. Is it hollow? Mu Yunxi scrutinized the cave, subtly discerning traces of human craftsmanship. Despite the arduous journey of digging, the pristine and radiant little Chu pointed ahead, cradling him in her arms. Mu Yunxi cautiously ventured into this subterranean structure, surmising it might have been excavated by the ancestors of the demon race. Did the human powerhouse who cleaved this land know of the existence beneath? Mu Yunxi pondered, believing they were likely unaware. Otherwise, after all these years, why had no one ventured inside? In truth, a certain esteemed master from the United States could not enter at all. He was deliberately barred from entry, sensing that this place did not welcome him. An ancient demonic relic, perhaps? The master contemplated, realizing he could forcibly breach this place. Yet such an act would undoubtedly endanger the duo who had already entered, prompting him to abandon the thought. Within the relic, Mu Yunxi, cradling the little cub, progressed without peril, swiftly advancing into the interior. The little one became visibly excited, evidently sensing treasure nearby. Mu Yunxi remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings, and at last, upon crossing a stone threshold, she beheld a stone seat. The little one began to yowl, pointing enthusiastically at the stone seat. Mu Yunxi surveyed the area, but found nothing of note. Should she move the chair? Xiao Qi appeared somewhat perplexed, scratching his chubby face as if deep in thought. Mu Yunxi refrained from further questioning and cautiously approached the stone pedestal. However, as she drew near, a buzzing sound erupted. A swirling orb of black and white light surged towards her brow. Mu Yunxi could not retreat in time. Yet, with a swift leap, Xiao Qi seized the orb, demonstrating remarkable agility. Although he managed to grasp the orb, It seemed he could not capture it entirely. Within Mu Yunxi's perception, a streak of black light darted into her forehead. Buzzing with urgency, Mu Yunxi activated the chaotic art, temporarily suppressing the dark light while directing her focus towards the little creature, fearful of the potential backlash. However, her concerns were unwarranted. The little one was engaged in combat with a cluster of white light. Ada. What he had seized was evidently the white portion of the black and white orb, resembling a pearl that attempted to flee but was subsequently struck. Ada. With a decisive slap, the white light pearl trembled under Xiaochu's forceful strike, exuding an aura of dominance. Accompanied by a small fox providing support, the white light pearl had no chance of escape, becoming ensnared and relentlessly assaulted. Only then did Mu Yunxi feel a sense of relief, turning her attention to the black light within her spiritual veins. Hiss. Due to her failure to promptly intervene, the black light had severed many strands of her spiritual threads, causing her forehead and entire head to throb as if ready to explode. Bang! Bang! The chaotic black pearl seemed intent on shattering Mu Yunxi's spiritual veins. The commotion had even stirred the American master, who was waiting outside. His brow furrowed as he calculated something. However, at that moment, little Mu Yunxi raised her hand and struck the black pearl. Behave yourself. Inspired by watching her son pummel the pearl, Mu Yunxi imitated him, using her will to urge her tiny self to relentlessly strike the black pearl. Remarkably, it seemed to be working. The black pearl trembled with light, indicating the effectiveness of their efforts. Thus, mother and son engaged in a synchronized assault, each fiercely attacking the black and white pearls, dimming their radiance with each blow, yet they persisted. Only when the two pearls lay still, emitting intentions of surrender, did they cease their attacks. However, upon seeing the pearls subdued, the little one, without hesitation, stuffed them into his mouth. The white pearl seemed to emit a cry of agony, but it was futile as it was still swallowed. As for the black pearl, sensing the white pearl's tragic fate, it swiftly emitted a soft, black light, swirling around little Mu Yunxi, rapidly repairing the strands of light that had been severed earlier. Quite perceptive, Mu Yunxi was pleased and was about to withdraw from the spiritual veins when her entire being trembled. The power of her bloodline, which she had previously suppressed, vibrated once more. Chapter 26. The fake heiress arrives. Suppress it. A dreamlike, yet familiar voice echoed in Mu Yunxi's ears at that moment. Do not awaken it yet. It is not sufficient. Wait until your spiritual veins and your body are seamlessly integrated, and then awaken the power of your bloodline to gain the inheritance of Shinnong. The eloquent master Mei spoke softly, yet his words resonated deeply within Mu Yunxi's heart, compelling her to instinctively desire to open her eyes and see if he was nearby. However, as if anticipating her thoughts, Master Mei continued, do not be distracted. Follow my instructions. That young one will be under my protection. There is nothing to worry about. At that moment, the external world trembled once more, as the ethereal visage of the divine Shinnong flickered into existence above the capital. What is happening? Even those well-versed in the extraordinary were left bewildered. The martial sovereign who had fixated on Mu Yunxi was equally perplexed, unable to discern whether this was a moment of awakening or not. I don't know, murmured the youthful attendant, lost in confusion. On the trial grounds, why had no one from the master's estate intervened? The martial sovereign inquired. Perhaps the master is absent, making it difficult to summon his people. Nonsense, scoffed the martial sovereign. Though the master is formidable, he is still a member of the Xinla dynasty. Given the current situation, it is evident that the formation of the master's estate is inadequate. Even in his absence, his followers should act immediately. Despite this assertion, the followers of the master were known for their arrogance. Without the master's command, they would hardly heed any orders. Has His Majesty issued the Xinla edict? I have not heard of such. Without the Xinla edict, the master's followers will naturally remain spectators. Those scoundrels are indeed excessively proud. Lower your voice. Be cautious, or the master may take issue with you, the young attendant advised, genuinely concerned for his lord. Indeed, who in the capital was unaware of the master's extraordinary prowess? With a mere slap, he could likely eliminate a marquis. The martial sovereign understood the attendant's thoughts but dismissed them, waiting in anticipation. As the moment of awakening approached, the bloodline surged once more, invoking the formidable power of Xingtian to strike him down. Ha! The little follower chuckled derisively, disdain dripping from his words. In that instant, he was met with a thrashing from Wuho wielding a broom, while the ethereal figure of Shinnong began to fade from the heavens. Infuriated, The alchemist king within the alchemist palace railed against his fortune, exclaiming, "What is happening? Has the awakening occurred or not? Must we remain in such uncertainty?" In the imperial court, the emperor of Xianla observed the unfolding celestial phenomena with equal perplexity. Wasn't the awakening deemed a failure? How then could the Shinong celestial spectacle manifest? It seemed answers would only emerge once the trial grounds were breached and inquiries made of those within. The aged eunuch Li Anren offered a wry smile in response. He was a formidable practitioner, entirely devoted to martial arts. The emperor of Xianla furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you think this might be connected to the imperial master?" Li Anren hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Such a significant commotion could not have escaped the imperial master's notice, and perhaps he had already entered the trial grounds. The emperor of Xianla speculated astutely. Li Anren concurred with this possibility, but refrained from voicing his doubts outright, cautiously stating, "Perhaps not. The imperial master has recently absorbed the prince's poison and has been preoccupied with suppressing its effects. It may prove difficult for him to divert his attention. Let us hope so." The emperor of Xianla wished fervently that those awakening the Shinong talents within the trial grounds would not fall under the imperial master's influence. Otherwise, the dynasty would suffer yet another loss of brilliance. The imperial master, that young and striking figure, who could fathom his true intentions? How could one expect his loyalty to the dynasty to be unwavering? The emperor of Xianla dared not harbor extravagant hopes, thus. He wished that if a true genius were to emerge, he could be acquired under his wing. He only hoped that the leaders of the divine mechanism camp within the trial grounds would be astute enough to establish rapport with that prodigy promptly. Regrettably, Chun'er had not entered, for had she done so, her nature would have undoubtedly attracted the genius. The emperor felt a twinge of regret. However, it remained uncertain whether those within had successfully awakened their potential. Although anxious, he managed to maintain his composure. Little did he know that the esteemed master of beauty had already forged a connection with a certain genius, having even exchanged her allure for a night of intimacy, and was presently safeguarding her path. A hum resonated as a formidable power enveloped the ancient demon relic, stabilizing the crumbling structure. Without the sustaining magic orb, the relic was bound to collapse, yet Mu Yunxi found it inappropriate to divert his focus. Thus, he temporarily secured the relic. At that moment, a certain small creature, sensing the shift, emerged from its burrow and beheld the master of beauty. "Oh!" exclaimed the jubilant little Chu, soaring toward her, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that illuminated the trial ground. However, this light felt rather peculiar to the golden-horned beast, as it bore an unsettling resemblance to demonic energy. The demon ape shared similar sentiments, prioritizing the task at hand, eliminating foes, and drawing out the magic orb. "Understood," responded the golden-horned beast, continuing to orchestrate ambushes against the magical beasts, having already dispatched numerous solitary descendants of noble families. Yet, the formidable warriors of the divine mechanism camp had taken precautions, pairing up to safeguard several prominent family members and those astute groups who had banded together. Moreover, as the underground light intensified, many magical beasts began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. The formidable warriors of the divine mechanism camp seized the opportunity to vanquish several third-tier magical beasts, alleviating their burdens significantly. However, this moment of triumph was fleeting, for the young master had already assimilated the luminous white orb, extinguishing its radiance. With a contented belch, he expressed his satisfaction. The plump figure of the American master gently pinched the cherubic face of the little one, acknowledging the child as commendable digestive prowess. Although the excess energy was somewhat abundant, a portion was generously bestowed upon the milk-white fox, rendering the act not entirely wasteful. Meanwhile, a resonating hum echoed as the small black orb within Mu Yunxi's spirit vein exerted itself fervently. It sensed the complete digestion of its companion, now utterly gone. Fear gripped it. It must intensify its efforts to demonstrate its worth, lest it face oblivion. Thus, the diminutive Mu Yunxi radiated with brilliant light, emitting countless threads that intricately intertwined with its essence, yet still fell short of true fusion. Sensing the urgency, Mu Yunxi commenced the cultivation of the second chapter of the chaotic arts, the concentration chapter. As this chapter was unlocked and comprehended, the little Mu Yunxi grew increasingly luminous and distinct, with the threads emanating from it beginning to merge. The small black orb shone with resplendent brilliance, continuously supplying spiritual energy to aid Mu Yunxi's cultivation. The bloodline power of Mu Yunxi was consequently provoked, resonating incessantly, a force that could scarcely be contained. The ethereal visage of Shinnong reappeared once more. This manifestation instilled a vague sense of unease within Mu Yunxi, who was on her journey to the capital. Father, what on earth is happening? Chapter 27. Do not conceal. I comprehend. Someone is awakening the supreme spiritual constitution of the Shinong lineage. I wonder if it could be someone from your maternal family, Mu Yunxi exclaimed with fervor, cognizant of the immense value inherent in such a constitution. It was this understanding that impelled him to depart for the capital city at the earliest hour with his daughter, despite his conjecture the previous day that the awakening had been unsuccessful. Regardless of the outcome, he was convinced that arriving ahead of time was prudent, particularly if the individual in question was a member of the Dan clan. As a patriarch related to the Dan clan by marriage, it was only fitting that he should personally journey to the capital. Chicheng, upon our arrival at the Dan royal residence, I urge you to engage in heartfelt conversation with your maternal uncle. Your grandmother departed this world prematurely, and your maternal grandfather has been stationed on the frontier for an extended period. In essence, your mother was nurtured and raised by your uncle, and I have no doubt that he holds you in great affection, Mu Yunxi earnestly entreated. Your daughter understands, Mu Chicheng responded dutifully, though a sense of trepidation lingered within her heart. It was not as though she was unfamiliar with the Dan royal residence. On the contrary, she had frequented it during her childhood. However, her two elder cousins never included her in their activities, and her maternal uncle possessed a stern demeanor. Only her maternal aunt was affable and approachable. On the occasions when she had resided there, she felt a sense of unease and discomfort, which diminished her fondness for the Dan royal residence. Previously, she had been unaware of her true nature, but now that she possessed this knowledge, Mu Yunxi harbored concerns that her bloodline might be the cause. She feared that the denizens of the Dan royal residence might have discerned something amiss. Fortunately, she had previously acquired some essence blood from Lu Xiaoxi. During this visit to the capital, she would need to devise a means to integrate Lu Xiaoxi's blood into her own body. Engrossed in their respective contemplations, the father and daughter remained silent for a time. After a protracted pause, Mu Yunxi broke the stillness, stating, "The crown prince has already sought an imperial decree for betrothal. Upon your arrival in the capital, if the crown prince extends an invitation, you may accept it. However, in the absence of such an invitation, there is no need to actively seek his company." It is settled then? Mu Yunxi was filled with joy, though she harbored some concerns. Mu Yunxi nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. His royal highness was indeed commendable, and she had not misjudged him. Indeed, Mu Yunxi shyly lowered her gaze, yet her heart seethed with resentment, for she knew all too well that the person from that night was not her, but Lu Xiaoxi. It seemed that his royal highness was quite pleased with Lu Xiaoxi, which was why he hastily sought the imperial decree. That wretched harlot, truly lascivious, but what of it? No matter how enticing she may be, it would ultimately amount to nothing. The one destined to wed the prince would be none other than Mu Yunxi. It shall not be the daughter of a lowly wet nurse. However, Lu Xiaoxi could not be allowed to remain. With this thought in mind, Mu Yunxi hastily spoke, "Father, about Lu Xiaoxi." Sighing, Mu Yunxi replied, "My dear, since she possesses an aptitude for alchemy, it would be wise to keep her. This way, we do not offend the apothecary clan, and she may prove beneficial to you in the future. It's merely a matter of seduction. If you grant her the position of a side consort to the prince, it could serve your interests. However, her ambitions are too grand, if not for your daughter's vigilance. His royal highness might have desired her instead." Mu Yunxi felt deeply wronged. Nonsense. The prince holds a noble status. He could never take the daughter of a wet nurse as his consort. Mu Yunxi was aware of the truth, yet acknowledged her excessive ambition. She may not be easily controlled. Indeed, Mu Yunxi repeatedly nodded. She must be dealt with. Fear not. Father shall take care of it. Such a talent, if she cannot be retained, must be eliminated decisively. Otherwise, the repercussions could be endless. The daughter listens to her father. Mu Yunxi responded with enthusiasm, feeling a twinge of pride within her. He, Lu Xiaoxi, I will have your biological father come to end your life. Even if you recognize him as your father, there is nothing you can do but meet your demise. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated Mu Yunxi felt, her face reflecting a hint of joy. Mu Yunxi did not dwell on it too much, merely offering a word of caution. Do not become too close to Qin Yue. Though she sacrificed her daughter out of a sense of righteousness, she is merely a wet nurse, not a biological mother. Mu Yunxi's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that the daughter was simply someone who, having grown up without a mother by her side, cherished her company, which led her to offer a life-saving charm. I do not mean to blame you. Valuing emotions is commendable, but just be mindful of the boundaries. If you had not been so indulgent, how could Lu Xiaoxi have dared to entertain such lofty aspirations? Father speaks the truth. The daughter recognizes her mistakes. Mu Qiqing humbly admitted her fault, becoming more cautious in her heart. Mu Yunxi observed this with satisfaction, pleased that his daughter was obedient and considerate. Yet, he remained unaware that this daughter of his was nothing compared to his true daughter. At this very moment, Mu Yunxi was in the ancient demon ruins, having discovered a means to swiftly merge with the spiritual veins. The second chapter of the chaos art was indeed suitable for the cultivation of spiritual veins. Having gained insight, Mu Yunxi felt that the concentration chapter was about infusing her own mental power into the spiritual veins. Once fully integrated, her mental power would become the spiritual veins, and the spiritual veins would embody her mental power, achieving complete unity. With this understanding, Mu Yunxi merged at an astonishing pace, and this was not all. Outside, the American master sensed faintly that the individuals within the ruins were intuitively integrating the spiritual veins into their consciousness. Such innate talent is quite commendable. The American master's eyes curved into a satisfied smile, blooming like a flower, eliciting enthusiastic cries from the little one, as if in admiration. The master then lifted the child onto his shoulder, playfully patting his little bottom as a gesture of affection. The young one wrapped his arms around the master's neck, joyfully chattering in his ear, akin to an animated conversation. The master responded absent-mindedly, unable to comprehend the words, but content that the child was delighted. His attention, however, remained predominantly fixed on a certain prodigy, meticulously attuned to her cultivation progress. Mu Yunxi remained oblivious to this, and even if she were aware, it would matter little. At that moment, she did not grasp the concept of consciousness, merely engaging in the act of integration. Buzz, buzz. As the integration deepened with each step, Mu Yunxi sensed her diminutive self drifting into a peculiar space. Whoosh! The magic orb followed suit. It then realized it seemed to have entered a realm of human consciousness. At that moment, it contemplated causing chaos, seeking to dominate this consciousness and usurp the prodigy. Alas! Bang! A streak of brilliance emanating from the petite Mu Yunxi exploded against it. Bang! The magic orb, startled, hastily retreated. Retreat! Retreat! However, Mu Yunxi was equally formidable, her consciousness firmly restraining the magic orb, leaving it no choice but to stay. Faintly, a thread of celestial energy swiftly enveloped the magic orb. Buzz! The magic orb trembled violently, sensing the presence of two formidable entities within this individual's sea of consciousness. Alas! It was on the verge of tears. Indeed, its companions were not devoured without reason. This group was exceedingly ruthless. The magic orb, once again subdued, was further stripped of its essence by the celestial realm, which voraciously absorbed 90% of its spiritual energy, leaving it nearly devoid of its original form. Meanwhile, the American master outside beamed with delight, realizing the hidden intricacies at play. So, this is the skill that enabled you to swiftly bear such a robust offspring? Chapter 28, The Supreme Spiritual Entity. Such overwhelming dominance. Just moments ago, he sensed the residual power lingering on the individual's meridians, activated by the magic orb. Subsequently, the rebellious magic orb was repelled by its own aura, its residual essence dissipating. However, he could vaguely perceive a mysterious presence within the individual's sea of consciousness, fixating upon him. It was unmistakable. The American master held great confidence in his perception, despite the subtlety of that presence. Had he not entertained certain suspicions beforehand, he might have overlooked it entirely. During his last examination of the individual's body, he had detected nothing amiss, as it was well concealed, hidden deep within the sea of consciousness. Strangely, it did not exude malice, but rather a hint of familiarity. Very well, let it be. As long as it was not a malevolent force, further investigation could provoke the lady's ire. Regardless, this offspring rightfully belonged to him, and he would nurture it swiftly. A fortuitous acquisition of a robust child, indeed. Comforted by this thought, the American master gently patted the little one on his shoulder. The smaller one, feeling weary and somewhat drowsy, slipped from his shoulder and curled up, seeking comfort in his embrace, ready to drift into slumber. The master of the beautiful empire, yielding to the child's wishes, cradled him tenderly, ensuring he could rest comfortably, all the while maintaining vigilance over the ancient demonic ruins. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. Bloodshed. The formidable warriors of the divine machine camp, accompanied by the scions of noble families, were drenched in blood as they fought fiercely. Some unfortunate scions of grand families had fallen victim to the beasts, The creatures within the trial grounds seemed to have gone mad, recklessly charging at the participants. Curse be it. They showed no fear of death, and the situation was dire. Lu Ho, entrenched in the front lines, sensed the frenzied nature of these beasts, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if provoked by some unseen force. Indeed, it was the demonic ape that incited such madness, causing the golden horned beast beside Lu Ho to tremble with fear. As a fourth-tier beast, it possessed considerable intelligence and could perceive that its brethren were so overwhelmed by the aura emitted from this man that they had forgotten their instinct for survival. Would he employ such tactics against me as well? The golden horned beast pondered anxiously. The demonic ape, aware of the danger, had no time to spare. His actions, though detrimental to himself, were driven by the desire for the demonic pearl. This ancient artifact had been left behind by the ancient demons, and after much hardship infiltrating the territory of humanity, he was on the brink of success, vowing never to relent. The ancient demons were bloodthirsty. There were too few of these humans. The beasts must be driven to greater madness, to slaughter one another. Only with enough blood would there be satisfaction. The demonic ape's thoughts resonated with determination. Unbeknownst to him, the demonic pearl had already been subdued. Currently, I find myself serving as a subordinate to Mu Yunxi, without a shred of defiance to be found within me. This cannot solely be attributed to the oversight of the demon ape. Rather, it is the formidable nature of the ancient demon ruins that plays a significant role. These ruins are shrouded in ancient barriers, which even the most powerful of the human race cannot easily dismantle. Alas, our young master, Xiaochu, exists as a rule-defying anomaly, having completed his task alongside his mother. He is now resting peacefully, leaving one to ponder the frustration of such a situation. Meanwhile, the honored Mu Yunxi, having cultivated to an exceptional state, emanates a bloodline aura that grows increasingly potent. The ethereal figure of Shinon continues to materialize above the capital, and many fire and wood affinity cultivators can feel their bloodlines quivering in response. Within the Alchemist King's estate, the atmosphere buzzes with excitement. The 8-year-old granddaughter of the Alchemist King, stimulated by Shinon's aura, successfully awakens the powers of the Dan clan's bloodline. The estate is abuzz with energy as many direct descendants enter seclusion, hoping to deepen their mastery over their bloodline powers through the influence of Shinon's presence. The blessings of the Shinon bloodline are truly profound. The Alchemist King, filled with awe, prepares to enter seclusion himself, as even his bloodline power resonates with vigor. This demonstrates just how domineering the awakening power of a supreme spiritual entity can be, if it has not yet fully awakened. One can only imagine the potential for further advancement upon complete awakening. Stimulated by these developments, the Alchemist King swiftly retreats into seclusion, while also instructing his daughter-in-law to ensure that as soon as this awakener emerges from the trial grounds, they must go to any lengths to invite them to the estate. Regardless of the success of their awakening, this individual is a benefactor of the Shinon lineage, an invaluable benefactor indeed. Such dominance is overwhelming. The esteemed family of the Medicine King has expressed similar sentiments. Within the Medicine King's valley, there are disciples of considerable talent who have successfully awakened their bloodline powers. Remarkable indeed. The city of Xianla has swiftly become a sanctuary for those of fire and wood lineage, drawing the attention of spiritual guides. Numerous spiritual guides can sense their own spiritual veins quivering. The Supreme Spiritual Body. Is this what the Supreme Spiritual Body is? A pinnacle of spiritual essence, said to exist solely within the legends of the Xianla dynasty, has sent tremors throughout the entire dynasty. As Mu Yunxi journeys along the road, he learns of this news and rushes madly towards the capital. He is also a practitioner of the fire bloodline, and crucially, his daughter has yet to awaken her bloodline power. If she could awaken now, she would have the confidence to enter the Eastern Palace. At this moment, Mu Yunxi is equally exhilarated. Father, is it truly possible for me to awaken? Rest assured, Mu Yunxi confidently replies. Though your primary strength lies in the metal lineage like mine, you also possess a fire affinity, albeit faintly. There is a chance. I am too weak. Mu Yunxi lacks confidence, fully aware of her own circumstances. However, Mu Yunxi remains optimistic, believing it is indeed possible. Your mother's awakened bloodline power is formidable. Your previous inability to awaken may have simply been a lack of opportunity. Now that the chance has arrived, it is your destiny. With determination, Mu Yunxi resolves to act swiftly. She must merge with Lu Xiaoxi's essence. No matter what, she must awaken her bloodline power. Otherwise, even if she successfully marries into the Eastern Palace, future complications may arise. Lu Xiaoxi, By what virtue do you possess such an exceptional bloodline? Consumed by jealousy, Mu Yunxi could only hope for a smooth journey ahead. 2 days later, upon arriving in the capital, Mu Yunxi had not yet settled in when the Eastern Palace sent a precious bloodline awakening pill. Filled with joy, Mu Yunxi immediately summoned his daughter, Qingqing. Hurry! Go into seclusion and prepare to consume the bloodline awakening pill. This pill, a treasured artifact of the Xianle dynasty, was so rare that even the renowned apothecary family could not concoct such a miraculous elixir. The royal family had bestowed it upon Mu Yunxi, signifying their high regard for her. While Mu Yunxi was overjoyed, she also felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that she might not awaken her abilities. At that moment, the sky over the capital buzzed with a fiery crimson hue. The air was thick with an overwhelming fire element spiritual energy, intertwined with an enigmatic aura that attracted spirit guides. The fusion of Mu Yunxi with his spiritual veins had reached its final stage. Suddenly, ethereal flames began to flicker around him, blurring the line between reality and illusion. He was engulfed in a blaze of vibrant heat. Chapter 29. The Faux Heiress Seeks Awakening. Initially bewildered, young Master Chu did not grasp the situation until he was swept away by tears. "Ah!" he cried, prompting the exasperated master maid to extinguish the flames. "If you wish to play with fire, you must learn to control it, or you will inevitably be burned." With tears still glistening on his cheeks, young Master Chu wore an unhappy expression, tenderly touching his flushed skin. The little fox, stifling a laugh, mused that if the master delayed any longer, the young master might very well roast himself. Sensing the little fox's amusement at his predicament, young Master Chu shot at a fierce glare, his voice filled with indignation. The little fox hurriedly suppressed its thoughts and took out a stash of milk, coaxing in a childlike voice, "Drink this, and my little master won't feel pain anymore." Huh. Young Lord Chu appeared skeptical, yet he certainly accepted the milk. Remarkably, upon drinking it, the redness vanished from his body, and naturally, the discomfort subsided, leaving him blissfully smiling. The master from the beautiful realm, who had long studied this milk, chuckled as well, realizing why it was so effective. The milk, even in mere droplets, was immensely coveted by the prominent families. This little one consumed it at least 3 times a day, so it was no surprise he was plump. However, the chubby little fellow was far from displeased. Rather, he seemed quite content. Yet, once he finished his milk, he sought a hug, whining softly in the master's embrace. "What was the matter?" the master inquired, puzzled. The little fox explained, "He probably wants you to sing him a song. The master sings to him when he has leisure time." The beautiful master sighed, acknowledging such troublesome habits. But what could be done? He had to sing. With a gentle sigh, he began to serenade. Not only was he striking in appearance, but his voice was equally enchanting, leaving young Lord Chu entranced. Still in a daze even after the song concluded. "All right, the song is finished, now it's time to sleep." The beautiful master gathered the little one into his arms, hoping he would continue to slumber. Indeed, the sleepy little creature was rather adorable. Sleep. Yet, the little one was not quite ready to comply. Persistently whining in his embrace, signaling with his fingers, "When I wake up, I will sing for you." "Ah, indeed. Ah." The little one nodded and then closed his eyes. The American master, observing this, felt satisfied and was finally ready to sleep. However, the little one quickly opened his eyes again and continued to babble. The American master, with an expression of exasperation, helplessly inquired, "Are you implying that you are already awake?" "Ah." The little one indeed nodded. The American master, nearly ready to scold the child, playfully tapped the little one's head. Ah, the young one, oblivious to his father's intentions, simply felt a bit drowsy. After a while, the little one fell asleep, clearly overwhelmed by his father's antics. The little fox observed, "Indeed, the young master cannot outplay the grand master. A mere tap, and he is fast asleep. Serves you right for being disobedient. Any objections?" Noticing the little fox's gaze, the American master raised an eyebrow in inquiry, his beautiful eyes shimmering with myriad lights. A spectacle that instilled fear in the fox. None. Within the ancient demonic ruins, a hum resonated. The vibrant flames emanating from Mu Yunxi resembled exquisite red glass, entirely transparent. Blood surged through her veins, continuously fortifying her foundation and amplifying her strength. Yet, this was not complete awakening. It was merely the brewing stage. Mu Yunxi always firmly remembered that she must fully integrate the spiritual vein to awaken completely. Yet, she sensed that she was still somewhat lacking. The small Mu Yunxi, radiating a pure and ethereal light, gradually became clearer, brighter, and more substantial, even shrinking in size. Yes, She had indeed diminished, reducing in size by 1/3. Yet her essence is imbued with the spiritual energy of Mu Yunxi, no longer merely a separate lineage. The radiance enveloping her has merged into Mu Yunxi's sea of consciousness, without a trace of leakage. Within the realm of immortality, transformations are afoot. However, this is not an elevation, but rather a clarity that has emerged, prompting even the cow to lift its head in astonishment. Eep! A dark, enchanted potion doll has leaped forth. Roar! A throng of bewildered little magical beasts has gradually been corralled into a confined space, unable to scamper about freely. The potion doll, too, has been seized and tossed into the enclosure of little beasts. The realm of immortality seems to have birthed a greater wisdom, drawing in the foreign entities. Mu? The cow appears to have discerned this, engaging in a silent dialogue with the realm. Soon, the patch of grass beneath its feet has expanded twofold. The cow, content, resumes its grazing. Although the grass perpetually regrows as it is consumed, the prospect of a larger expanse brings it joy. These changes, Mu Yunxi vaguely senses, yet remains unperturbed, her primary focus still on cultivating the chaos technique. Unbeknownst to her, at this very moment within the grand manor of the capital, Mu Qicheng has ingested the Bloodline Awakening pill. The potency of the Bloodline Awakening pill instantaneously ignites the dormant bloodline power within Mu Qicheng. A halo of golden light flickers in and out of visibility. The intensity escalates, illuminating the entire room. To Mu Yunxi observing from outside, it is a sigh of concern. The awakened force remains tied to the gold element, and that is rather ominous. The power of the young lady's bloodline predominantly derives from you, with the madam serving as a secondary source. It is quite challenging for her to awaken the Dan family's bloodline. Elder Luo sighed in consolation. The protector of Hengshan was also present and remarked that this indicates the head of the family's bloodline is not inferior to that of the madam. Indeed, Elder Luo nodded, albeit with a hint of perplexity. After all, based on known circumstances, the Mu family's bloodline is considered inferior to the Dan family's. However, this does not discount the possibility that the Mu family's ancestors may have possessed extraordinarily powerful figures, albeit not documented in the known records. Such occurrences are not unheard of. Hence Elder Luo acknowledged the words of Hengshan, though it is somewhat regrettable that if the Dan family's bloodline could be further awakened, the young lady's foundation would be significantly enhanced. Indeed, Mu Yunxi nodded, for this was his aspiration. Yet, it appeared that his daughter might be unable to succeed. In such a case, just as Mu Yunxi felt a pang of regret, he noticed a flicker of flame emanating from his daughter's room. This. Elder Luo's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Mu Qicheng had consumed the essence blood extracted from Lu Xiaoxi. The flames witnessed by Mu Yunxi and the others originated from this very essence blood. When Mu Qicheng uncapped the vial containing a full small bottle of essence blood, flames erupted towards the heavens. Chapter 30. There is no most domineering, only more domineering. Far away in the ancient demon ruins, Mu Yunxi shuddered with a sense of foreboding. Memories surfaced of Lu Xiaoxi, who, prior to being taken for the night, had her essence blood secretly extracted. She could never have imagined that while she lay unconscious, a significant portion of her essence blood had been collected. That was a pure essence of blood, severely depleting her vitality. Had it not been for this, she would not appear so frail, nor would she be so utterly devoid of strength. So it was. It stands to reason that when Mu Qicheng learned that the crown prince required the dual cultivation of the Dan family bloodline to cure his poison, she orchestrated this act. After all, Lu Xiaoxi, from whom the essence was extracted, would not awaken swiftly. Given the degree of extraction, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for her to recuperate. Moreover, she would need nourishing essences to replenish her energy and vitality to awaken, lest she lose her life. Such unscrupulous actions. Even Mu Yunxi, the one responsible for the transformation, could not suppress her anger at this moment. When she was forced to death by Qin Yue, she had not felt such fury. Yet, she found it perplexing that if the essence had been taken, why did Mu Qicheng not conduct it herself, but resorted to Lu Xiaoxi instead? Pondering this, Mu Yunxi speculated that perhaps Mu Qicheng was incapable of merging the essence, or even if she could, it might not yield any beneficial results. That diminutive self had already intertwined with her consciousness, connecting it to the realm of immortals. This addition of merging with the realm should pose no significant issue, right? After all, it was still a form of fusion, fueled by determination. Mu Yunxi pressed on with fervor. Thus, a resonance echoed. The ethereal figure of Shinnong hovering above the capital trembled slightly. Was it about to disperse again? the populace struggled to comprehend. In any case, this celestial phenomenon exceeded their wildest imaginations. Even within the most confidential records of various families, no similar occurrences could be found. All they could do was witness it unfold naturally, filled with envy. Indeed, profound envy. The strength of the Danwang mansion was surely set to ascend to new heights. The Yaowang family would follow suit. Moreover, there exists the Imperial Master's residence, a formidable entity that instills fear. Should it advance further, some have begun to harbor trepidation. However, Master Mo remains indifferent, often extending assistance to the imperial family. The Crown Prince's successful extraction of the poison owes much to Master Mo's invaluable contributions, so let us refrain from unfounded suspicions. Indeed, such a celestial being as Master Mo would hardly concern themselves with worldly power. Consequently, countless female cultivators emerged to clarify the reputation of the Imperial Master's residence. The reclusive spiritual guide of the residence, known for their disdain towards social interactions, gazed fiercely at those who uttered words of caution. They were soon overwhelmed by countless piercing glares. The powerful figures across the capital fell into a profound silence. That individual is truly beyond reproach. This is the most terrifying aspect. The Emperor, concealed within the melodies of celestial music, let out a quiet sigh. The Crown Prince, having heard of the celestial music from his palace, remained unfazed, believing that the Imperial Master is indeed indifferent to mundane affairs, disinterested in such matters. Meanwhile, the Imperial Master, who had been the subject of collective discussion, perceptibly sensed the attention directed toward him. He gazed outward toward the trial grounds, where, amidst the void, a pair of dreamlike, ethereal eyes subtly emerged, almost imperceptible to others. The Imperial Master, silently noting those who spoke ill of him, harbored a personal ledger of vengeance within. It was imperative to support the young lady at this moment, otherwise, the one who slandered him would have already met their demise. Just then, a sudden crowing of a rooster erupted from the Mu residence in the capital, piercing the profound silence, rendering the sound exceptionally loud. Unsurprisingly, it attracted attention from all directions. What is happening? In the midst of inquiries and gazes, Mu Yunxi of the Mu residence found himself utterly bewildered. At that very moment, a plump and dim-witted turkey materialized above Mu Yunxi's cultivation chamber. Even the protective elder Luo was taken aback. Is this truly the manifestation of Miss Yunxi's bloodline? Remarkably, it possessed a certain spirit, emitting sounds unlike any other celestial phenomenon. However, a turkey. The elder of Hengshan muttered instinctively, unsure whether to feel joy or confusion. Damn it. The perceptive Mu Yunxi's face turned ashen with indignation. Why is this happening? The Dan family bloodline has awakened into this creature? She refused to believe it. Is it because I cannot fully merge with that wretched maid's essence? Mu Yunxi was perplexed, lacking understanding of the method to fuse bloodlines. In her desperation, she had impulsively decided to swallow it to see what would happen. The outcome, however, was unacceptable to her. She exerted every ounce of her Dan family bloodline power, attempting to reverse the situation, and lo, the turkey trembled slightly. It seemed to have some effect. Suddenly, a red radiance enveloped the area as the ethereal figure of Shenong descended. The plump turkey visibly slimmed down, radiating a dazzling array of colors, transforming into something extraordinary. The turkey had instantaneously metamorphosed into a phoenix. Astonishment rippled through the onlookers. This was a bloodline upgrade. Could a supreme spiritual body facilitate such an evolution? Quickly, retreat to meditation. The cultivators were once again driven to frenzy, regardless of whether they practiced fire affinity or not. They were eager to try their luck. If they could ascend in their bloodline, it would indeed be a monumental fortune. Witness how even the humble native chicken can transform into a phoenix. But it is not a true phoenix. Rather, it is a seven-tailed pheasant. The newly identified Mu Yunxi has indeed brought satisfaction, for although it remains a chicken, it possesses a remarkable lineage, undeniably a descendant of the phoenix, imbued with a certain spirit that brings contentment. Alas, it seems that Mu Yunxi remains unsatisfied. She continues to invoke her bloodline, even going so far as to ignite a drop of Lu Xiaoxi's essence. Since complete fusion proves elusive, a little stimulation might elevate her fire affinity further. As a consequence, in the ancient demon ruins, Mu Yunxi was roused, her eyes snapping open. She then perceived that Mu Yunxi was attempting to exploit her. How audacious! Before she even sought trouble, this one dared to take advantage? Such recklessness. In that moment, Mu Yunxi concentrated her mental energy, intending to convey her will, but to her astonishment, The ethereal figure of Shinong above the capital opened its eyes, and then, with a swift motion, Shinong lashed out. The blow struck the seven-tailed pheasant. The young bird emitted a shrill cry of distress. Then, bang! It exploded in a brilliant flash of flames. Chapter 31. One must not be too ruthless. Spare her 3 feathers. Observing this, Mu Yunxi felt immense satisfaction. If one desires to indulge, then let them indulge fully. With that said, she paid no further heed to Mu Qi-ching, returning to her seclusion. If one persistently bothers her, then they deserve the lash. Meanwhile, the ethereal figure of Shinong also displayed a look of contentment before retracting its whip, continuing to thrive in the skies, unscattered and indestructible. Silence enveloped the capital, as if time itself had paused. Everyone was astounded by the astonishing display of Shinong's ethereal figure. After a prolonged silence, someone stammered a question. Is it possible to do this? It was unprecedented, unheard of. What is happening? Is the head of the Mu family present? Please enlighten us on the situation. Mu Yunxi, mentioned by name, had always exuded calmness, authority, and a commanding presence, yet he was on the verge of collapse. Once he regained his composure, he beheld the once vibrant, colorful pheasant now reduced to mere embers, yet it seemed to be coalescing. All right. This is promising. It should recover. Elder Luo murmured, filled with hope. In the cultivation chamber, Mu Qi-ching, who had been spitting blood profusely, was also yearning for recovery. As she struggled, her pallid visage betraying her suffering, she simultaneously consumed healing elixirs to suppress the tumultuous energy within her. Regret consumed her. She should not have acted so recklessly. The earlier act of incinerating Lu Xiaoxi's bloodline had not only injured herself, but had also invoked a backlash from celestial forces. It was a disaster. She had believed that if a forceful consumption could lead to awakening, a mere provocation might yield even greater benefits. Instead, she found herself losing both the lady and the soldiers. This could not be the end. At the very least, it should revert to the colorful pheasant. She dared not contemplate further, clinging to that hope. Unfortunately, with Mu Yunxi's interference, how could she possibly harbor any optimism? Oh, but he had indeed granted her something. Alas, it was markedly different now, for the creature was devoid of feathers, completely bare. No, not entirely. There were 3 feathers remaining on its tail. A wave of blood surged from Mu Qingqing's lips as she fainted from the unbearable humiliation. Qingqing. Mu Yuankong swiftly burst into the training chamber, his countenance exceedingly grim. The injuries were far too severe. Hengshan, hasten to the prince's manor and see if you can summon an imperial physician or a healer from the imperial masteress residence. Elder Luo promptly arranged. Indeed, the somewhat disheveled Mu Yuankong regained his composure, urging, Hengshan, be quick. Elder Luo, you too, seek assistance from the Danwang manor. Very well. The old man nodded and departed, recognizing that the expertise of the Dan family was essential, as their lineage would surely possess the knowledge to facilitate recovery. As the two hurried away, Mu Yuankong cradled his daughter and exited the training chamber, oblivious to the small porcelain vial that had fallen nearby, emitting a rich spiritual aura, resonating with the ethereal image of Shinong in the sky. In the trial arena, a certain little one seemed to sense his mother's subtle movements, and with a drowsy flutter, he opened his eyes. A cloud of mist enveloped the beautiful imperial master, her enchanting eyes flickering as she murmured, still feeling sleepy enough to doze a little longer. Ah! The little master, who had just awakened, appeared adorably disheveled, his round, watery eyes wide with innocence, utterly endearing. The beautiful imperial master, feeling a playful urge, pulled the little one close and playfully pinched him awake. The little master, now thoroughly awake, had forgotten the reason for his earlier disturbance. While a small fox continued to gaze curiously at the remnants before them, eager to explore further. However, the perceptive imperial master thwarted its intentions, advising it not to intrude. That recent fluctuation was, the little fox felt a twinge of concern. It's nothing, she reassured. The astute master of the United States, with an inkling of the possibilities, observed the delicate, rosy lips curving into a faintly chilling arc. The master, noticing this, offered a subtle smile, transforming the initial coldness into the warmth of a gentle spring breeze. Meanwhile, the carefree little Chu continued to revel in the amusement, urging the master to play along. The somewhat bored master acquiesced, indulging in the game further. Simultaneously, the diminutive figure of Mu Yunxi had already melded into a stream of light, merging with her consciousness. Suddenly, the ethereal visage of Shinong above the capital erupted, sending shockwaves through the populace, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Was it a failure? Unthinkable. They had gathered for 2 or 3 days. How could this be a failure? Panic ensued among the various households. Even the royal family was anxious. The trivial disputes of the Mu family were no longer of concern. The focus had shifted entirely to the supreme spirit body, the true centerpiece of attention. Comparatively, the colorful pheasant was inconsequential, and whether it could be restored was of little interest. At this moment, the populace was solely concerned with the awakening of the supreme spirit body and its fate. "Look," someone exclaimed, noticing the dispersing Shinong apparition moving towards the trial grounds. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Xianla promptly activated the Xianla decree, seeking assistance from the Master's residents to pry open the trial grounds. They could not afford to wait any longer. Meanwhile, countless spiritual resonances were being absorbed into Mu Yunxi's being. The spiritual energy, fire essence, and with breath converging from the Shinong apparition were all directed towards her. The master, sensing this, nodded slightly, visibly pleased with the outcome. Young Master Xiaochu was perplexed, prompting him to inquire further. However, the esteemed American master was disinclined to elucidate, choosing instead to focus intently on the progress of the young lady. He understood that a complete awakening was imminent. At this critical juncture, errors were unacceptable. Failure would lead to dire repercussions. Initially reluctant to abandon his playful inclinations, young Master Xiaochu soon sensed the gravity of the situation. Glancing into the cave entrance guarded by the little fox. The little fox, anxious about his potential mischief, clutched his leg tightly, urging, "Young master, do not venture inside. Let us wait here." Young Master Xiaochu obediently nodded and joined the little fox, peering over the edge of the cave. In that very moment, a torrent of ethereal resonance and boundless energy surged forth, as if devoured by a great whale, all converging into Mu Yunxi's being. With a swift motion, a radiant fire enveloped Mu Yunxi, and in his hand, a whip-like object materialized, flickering in and out of visibility. The Shinong whip. The esteemed American master gasped in astonishment. A glimmer of joy illuminating his handsome features, rendering his visage even more captivating. Chapter 32. Do not even think about stealing my young lady. This artifact is not merely a weapon. It embodies a legacy, the most authentic inheritance of Shinong. In ancient times, the Shinong whip was used to discern the properties, toxicity, and thermal qualities of various herbs, which subsequently informed their medicinal applications or cultivation for sustenance. It can be said that the Shinong whip is the quintessential vessel of the ancient deity Shinong, establishing the foundational legacy of spirit summoners. Truly extraordinary. Excellent. The esteemed American master felt immense satisfaction, profound satisfaction indeed. In the midst of her awakening, Mu Yunxi faintly sensed the significance and purpose of the Shinong whip, and she felt a profound satisfaction. However, the ethereal image of the Shinong whip swiftly faded from her grasp. Yet, with a resounding hum, a diminutive version of Mu Yunxi emerged once more from the sea of her consciousness, now firmly clutching the Shinong whip. Although its details remained obscured, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the inheritance was finally in her possession. At that very moment, boundless spiritual energy surged into Mu Yunxi's being, permeating her limbs, organs, consciousness, and spiritual veins. A tremendous explosion erupted from the ancient demon ruins, unable to contain such overwhelming power. The commotion of this inheritance was excessively grand. The entire realm of the Xianla dynasty felt the reverberations, with spiritual energy oscillating ceaselessly across various locales. Yet, no one knew whether Mu Yunxi had successfully awakened, for her circumstances were not recorded in any ancient texts. Only the esteemed sect of the United States was privy to her success. Moreover, the individual who had swiftly extracted her and her mother at that moment had already transported them to a secluded meditation chamber. The master of the United States assured her, "In my domain, you may continue undisturbed." Nodding in agreement, Mu Yunxi recognized the necessity of time to acclimate to the power coursing within her, to comprehend the awakening of her inheritance. Thus, after acknowledging his words, she prepared to enter seclusion once more. The little fox opened its mouth. Yet before it could voice its thoughts, it was ushered out of the meditation chamber. "Great master, I haven't tea yet procured milk for you. Little master has run out of provisions," the little fox lamented pitifully. The master of the American Empire was somewhat taken aback. "Isn't the milk with you?" "Certainly not." The little fox produced the last remaining morsel of milk, revealing there was none left. Young Lord Chushu was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "We must wait until the master returns from his seclusion to have some." The little fox indicated this with a nod. Young Lord Chushu, with his youthful countenance glowing, gazed longingly at the master of the American Empire. What is the big deal? It's just a few days without milk. You can eat something else. The master of the American Empire was utterly unconcerned. After pondering for a moment, young Lord Chushu found this reasoning acceptable and joyfully embraced the last morsel of milk, drinking it with delight. The master of the American Empire promptly summoned his subordinates, instructing them to prepare an array of delectable and novel dishes. One subordinate, utterly bewildered from the moment he entered until he exited, pondered whether the child cradled in the master's arms was indeed the one he had investigated previously. Could it be? And what of the child's mother? Was it possible that she was the little maid from the Mu family? Realizing he had stumbled upon a crucial secret, the subordinate was drenched in cold sweat. Alas, I know too much. How frightening. However, despite his trepidation, he knew he must hasten to prepare the meals, ensuring that no one discovered anything amiss. It had to be conducted in secrecy, otherwise, the master would surely be displeased. Since the master had not made this public, it was clear that discretion was paramount. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he managed to keep everything hidden. Simultaneously, with a thunderous boom, the array in the trial grounds erupted. A multitude of magical beasts were obliterated, their agonized cries piercing the air. Due to the explosive turmoil within the trial grounds, the surrounding beasts, previously injured by the blasts, met a dire fate as the formation detonated, leading to their immediate demise. Those already grievously wounded by the ancient demonic ruins were simply unable to withstand the subsequent explosion, perishing in a most pitiable manner. Among the affected demonic beings, one was severely injured and cursing vehemently. What a wretched state! What in the world is happening? My lord, what shall we do now? The fourth-grade golden-horned beast anxiously inquired, blood streaming from several orifices, indicating its significant injuries. This was to be expected, as they had been present during the explosion of the ancient ruins. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they too would have met the same fate as the majority of the beasts. On the human side, under the protection of Lu Ho and others, a considerable number of survivors remained. However, it was lamentable that at least two-thirds of those participating in the trial had perished. Yet, the losses endured by these individuals garnered little attention, as powerful figures from various factions and clans arrived in unison, urgently requesting an audience with the heir of Shinnong. Except for a few who were privy to the truth, the majority were unaware that the one who had awakened the supreme spirit was none other than Mu Yunxi. The divine mechanism camp was directly under the command of the Emperor of Shinla, and the information previously disseminated by Lu Ho and the others was known only to the Emperor himself. Nonetheless, some had already speculated, such as a certain Marquis of War, who approached and stated, "Lady Yunxi, I am Qingjin, titled Marquis of War. May I have the honor of meeting you?" Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Mu Yunxi? Qingjin, what do you mean? The heir of Shinnong, is that Mu Yunxi? Impossible. Is she not a collateral descendant of the Mu clan? Her bloodline is incorrect. No, she is certainly not a branch of the Mu family. She is merely the daughter of a servant. What? Outside the trial arena, the atmosphere is lively, even more so than the explosions emanating from within. Duke Qin Wuho pretends not to hear, continuously calling out, "Miss Yunxi? Stop calling." An elderly man with white hair and beard from the apothecary clan interjects. "Yunxi is one of ours. What concern is it of yours, Duke Qin? Such familiarity is futile." "Nonsense." Duke Qin Wuho retorts with a cold smile. "Your apothecary clan may teach the art of alchemy, but can you instruct someone in the techniques of a spirit guide?" The elder from the apothecary clan's face flushes with anger and embarrassment. "Then neither can your Qingjin. This one can only be nurtured by the imperial teacher's mansion. I never claimed that my duke's mansion could cultivate her. I merely wish to have a conversation with Miss Yunxi," Duke Qin Wuho honestly states. This provokes a number of onlookers to curse under their breath, thinking, this martial man is truly despicable. He seeks to court a young lady at his age. How shameless. However, while they may grumble internally, they have no retort, as Duke Qin Wuho is a bachelor. He has yet to marry, and his household is rather untainted, devoid of any unsavory characters. Yet Dan Yunfeng, you are so close with Yunxi. Why not propose? The Dan Wangfei, eager to marry off her injured son, has already brought him forth. Dan Yunfeng, bewildered, exclaims, "Mother, what are you saying?" The Dan Wangfei smacks her foolish son on the head. "I am arranging for you to take a wife. You should be more proactive about it, you fool." Chapter 33, Amend the Edict. Crown Princess Mu Yunxi. Dan Yunfeng still wishes to express something. "What do you mean?" The dignified lady of Dan declared at that moment, to the amusement of all present. "My foolish son is merely shy. Mu Yunxi, my daughter-in-law. The various families present were taken aback. Has she lost her mind? Dan Yufeng also thought his mother had gone mad and protested softly. Mother, what are you saying? And are you still trying to argue? When you were young, you enjoyed playing with your Aunt Esmaid, and now that you have grown, you suddenly feel bashful? The lady of Dan looked at him with disdain. Dan Yufeng? Me? Did I? I don't recall enjoying playing with Mu Yunxi as a child. Is my mother deceiving me? That girl, is she really Mu Yunxi? Mother, is it truly her? Dan Yunfeng was taken aback. The lady of Dan wore an expression of delight. Naturally, since you were so concerned, why not hasten to propose? Dan Yunfeng felt no such inclination. He merely enjoyed playing with the young girl. Yet, he was met with a sharp slap from his mother. Why are you standing there foolishly? Go. Cough. Qin Wuho felt compelled to intervene. Lady of Dan, this is excessive. Qinjin, you are the one being excessive. How old are you? Still yearning for tender grass? The lady of Dan regarded him with scorn. Qin Wuho, what of age? Is it not commendable to maintain one's integrity? However, he truly means no such thing. He is not that kind of person. Truly. The dignified Qin Wuho expressed his stance. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us wait for Miss Yunxi to emerge. She may still be stabilizing her bloodline, and it is uncertain whether she has been affected. It is possible that she has not awakened yet. A voice echoed softly. Old one, cease your lamentations. Your family harbors no hope, so refrain from uttering sour remarks. We are not fools. I, the feeble patriarch of the Wan family, found myself at a loss for words. However, as many anxiously awaited, the absence of Mu Yunxi became increasingly troubling. Where could she be? Surely, she has not fallen victim to Qinjin's caustic tongue and been affected? General Lu Ho, where is Mu Yunxi? Some had spotted General Lu Ho, aware that he had led the team into the arena, and began to inquire. With a bitter expression, Lu Ho confessed, I too am unaware of her whereabouts. Before the trial grounds descended into chaos, I did see her and urged her to leave. However, the young lady was reluctant, wishing to hone her skills. After her failed awakening, she has not appeared before anyone, and her precise location remains a mystery. Following that, amidst the turmoil of the beasts, she has not been seen. She has not been seen? Qin Wuho exclaimed in astonishment. Such a commotion, and yet you did not notice her presence? Lu Ho had no choice but to admit. In truth, there was little commotion within the trial grounds. Only during the initial phase did an ethereal phenomenon manifest, after which nothing further occurred. If you wish to verify, you may consult others. Indeed, the formidable members of the Divine Mechanism camp who had entered the arena corroborated this account. The scions of prominent families, such as Xianan, concurred, attesting to the veracity of Lu Ho's statement. However, Dan Yunfeng interjected, mentioning that a burst of white light had erupted within the trial grounds during that period, so intense that it nearly blinded onlookers. Were you among those blinded by the radiance? The Dan Queen consort inquired. Dan Yunfeng demurred. Why is my mother incessantly scolding me? Dan Yunfeng wondered, casting a disgruntled glance at his mother. Observing his expression, the Dan Queen consort felt the urge to reprimand him again, lamenting his naivete. Just as the Dan Queen consort was contemplating her daughter-in-law, Elder Luo of the Mu clan arrived. Your Highness, he exclaimed, I am Luo Jinyun, an elder of the Mu clan. I beseech you to grant me a moment of your time for a matter of grave importance. Elder Luo had exhausted all other avenues. He had visited the Dan King's manor, but all those in charge were in seclusion. The only person he could confide in, the Dan Queen consort, was at the trial grounds. After a brief assessment of Luo Jinyun, the Dan Queen consort acquiesced. Come with me. The guards of the Divine Mechanism camp allowed Luo Jinyun to pass. Greetings, Your Highness, he said, kneeling. I apologize for this intrusion, but I am at my wit's end. I implore you to offer assistance. His face was etched with anxiety. Speak, the Dan Queen consort said, erecting a barrier against eavesdropping. Luo Jinyun knelt and pleaded. I beg Your Highness to save Qingcheng. Qingcheng. The Dan Queen consort's brow furrowed. Was it Qingcheng who awakened at the Mu estate earlier? Indeed. Luo Jinyun swiftly explained the situation. As the Dan Queen consort listened, her frown deepened. This is a failed awakening, resulting in a backlash. I fear even the Dan clan may be powerless to intervene. The princess. Luo Jinyun was on the verge of tears. The Dan Wangfei was equally troubled. How about this? Take my order to the residence and have old Miao procure a blood-nourishing pill for Qiqing to consume first. As for the rest, we shall wait until the prince emerges from his seclusion to discuss further. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Jinyun expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply. With a gentle sigh, the Dan Wangfei retrieved her order and said, "Go ahead." "Thank you, Your Highness." Luo Jinyan reiterated her thanks before departing with the decree. Only Dan Yufeng, perplexed, inquired, "Mother, isn't there a bit of a conflict with the Mu family regarding Mu Yunxi? Weren't you the one who wished for me to marry her?" "Fool," the Dan Wangfu scolded lightly, yet clarified, "Regardless of the outcome, Qi is your aunt's daughter. There is no reason to turn a blind eye to her plight. But I have heard that Mu Yunxi seems to have taken a liking to the crown prince. What about the two of them?" Before he could finish, he received a sharp slap from his mother, leaving him speechless. "Old Lu." The Dan Wangfei promptly summoned her subordinate, instructing him to investigate who the royal family intended to designate as the crown princess. Hearing this, Dan Yunfeng was astonished. "Do you believe the royal family's chosen crown princess isn't Qicheng but Yunxi?" "Indeed," the Dan Wangfei affirmed. Meanwhile, the Minister of Rites and Music, Feng Koinen, summoned by Emperor Xianle, had indeed received the imperial edict to amend the decree. Minister Feng felt that the emperor was being rather shameless. Although the decree had yet to be formally issued, many within the Ministry of Rites and Music were already aware. The Emperor of Xianle, having no intention of preserving his dignity, declared that his words meant to bestow the title of Crown Princess upon Yunxi. "It was a mistake on your part. A misinterpretation of the imperial intent. Rectify it immediately and issue the decree forthwith." Chapter 34. Delving deeper, teasing the young lady. Minister Feng, feeling quite helpless, responded, "Your Majesty, I comprehend your wishes, yet this may incite discontent within the Mu family." "That will not be the case," the Emperor of Xianle replied confidently. "Mu Yuankong is a man of intelligence. He knows how to make the right choice. One is likely to be an unparalleled genius, while the other is destined for mediocrity. Even if the latter is of blood relation, for the sake of the family, one must choose the non-biological heir." Minister Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. It indeed seemed a viable strategy. This old servant shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Quickly. The Emperor of Xianle was well aware that any delay could render their efforts futile. Minister Feng understood the urgency, as they were all in a race against time, and promptly withdrew to draft the imperial edict and make the necessary adjustments. In truth, it was quite manageable. After all, they were all daughters of the Mu family. Even if it was widely known that Yunxi was not truly one of them, it sufficed for appearances. Meanwhile, aside from the alchemist's consort, who had recalled this matter due to Dan Yunfeng's reminder, no one else had considered it. The audacity of the emperor's actions was remarkable. It was so brazen that no one anticipated he would take such measures. Even the esteemed master of beauty had not foreseen that someone would forcibly pry open his mouth and extract the bride he had already claimed for himself. He was leisurely awaiting the young lady's emergence from her seclusion, while a certain little one had been once again lulled into slumber, comfortably sprawled across his chest, resembling a plump and contented figure. Upon emerging from seclusion, Mu Yunxi lay languidly on the soft couch, allowing the beautiful American master to scrutinize him. With a gentle smile, the master inquired, "Have you succeeded?" Without needing to be summoned, Mu Yunxi approached, gently nudging the small child, who appeared to be in a deep slumber. At this hour, he typically engaged in play. Clearing his throat, the somewhat guilty American master shifted the topic. "Is your Shinong whip functional?" Mu Yunxi frowned. "Are you probing into my affairs?" "That is unnecessary." The American master chuckled. "You must be aware of the commotion your whip creates when wielded. Do you not?" Mu Yunxi replied. "Indeed. I initially thought you were spying, yet it seems I inadvertently revealed myself. However, if I were to deny it, you would merely continue to speculate. Nevertheless," the American master stated, "it is wise to be cautious of my presence, yet you are presently unable to wield the power of the Shinong whip. Are you not?" "Correct." Mu Yunxi answered sullenly. "Do you have a solution?" Naturally, the American master extended his hand. "Hand me your knife." Mu Yunxi glanced at him, denying. "Did you ever give me a knife?" The American master laughed. "This little one has a habit of absconding with my belongings. It seems he has learned from you." "Do not speak recklessly." Mu Yunxi vehemently denied. "I learned from him." With a charming smile, the American master remarked, "Very well, you learned from him. Now, hand me the knife, not for your sake, but to infuse it with the essence of the Shinong whip, allowing you to harness a portion of its power." "Oh." Mu Yunxi finally retrieved the blood knife. The master of the United States could not contain himself as he received the knife. He effortlessly drew the bewildered lady into his embrace, stifling a chuckle. "I ask you, when the Shinong whip was drawn, was it an act of your volition, or a subconscious response?" The instinctive urge of Mu Yunxi to break free faltered momentarily. "Is there a difference?" "Indeed," the master replied earnestly. "If it was an act of volition, It indicates that you still possess the ability to wield the power of the Shinnon whip, albeit with considerable difficulty. If it was passive, the situation becomes rather troublesome. Mu Yunxi, believing his words, nodded in affirmation. The master, seeing his opportunity, released her while feigning seriousness, stating, "I just sensed your bloodline concentration. It appears quite commendable." At that moment, Mu Yunxi realized that his embrace was merely for the purpose of assessing her bloodline concentration, truly a man of ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she thought it best to allow him to assist her in harnessing the Shinnon whip. Thus, he must be made aware of certain truths. Rising, the master instructed, "Follow me." Mu Yunxi complied, trailing behind him through the expansive palace, yet encountering not a soul. A hint of confusion crossed her mind, but she refrained from questioning, largely indifferent. The master was not one to indulge in explanations. Her silence led him to offer none as he guided her into a side hall. Upon entering, Mu Yunxi could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Is this the alchemy chamber?" "The forging chamber," the master corrected. "That is not an alchemy furnace, but a smithing furnace. Can you not discern the difference?" "I have never seen a smithing furnace before," Mu Yunxi replied, surveying the space. It was indeed large, cumbersome to move, and bore a resemblance to an alchemy furnace. The master raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" "The alchemical furnace, typically shaped like a tripod, bore no resemblance to this forge, which was more akin to a cooking stove at best. If you find it similar, so be it." The master artisan from the west did not dispute this, merely handing over the small creature cradled in his arms. Mu Yunxi promptly caught it, inquiring, "Are you going to help me reforge the blade?" "Indeed," the master replied with a nod, beginning to loosen his rope. Mu Yunxi's brows furrowed slightly, uncertain of his intentions. Soon enough, she beheld the striking figure of a handsome man. She couldn't help but marvel internally at his splendid physique. No wonder he possessed such strength. The dim light had obscured her earlier observations, preventing her from noticing the impressive musculature he bore. Yet, something stirred in her memory, a fleeting touch, but the details eluded her. "What about the beauty mark at the corner of your eye?" Mu Yunxi blurted out. The artisan, poised to engage, chuckled softly, a ripple of amusement dancing in his gaze. "Would you like to see?" At this moment, the master artisan's attention was fixed on her, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic expression, a mixture of mirth and mystery. The blade he had been holding was now set aside. He approached her with measured grace, neither hurried nor lethargic, exuding an aura of calm elegance. Just as he seemed poised to draw closer, he halted. Yet, Mu Yunxi could already sense the cool breath emanating from him, even catching a whiff of the delicate, ethereal fragrance that wafted from his being. Reminiscent of orchids or distant melodies, she instinctively cradled the small creature in her arms, which stirred slightly, emitting a soft sound. The master artisan chuckled lightly. "Weren't you curious to see? Have you lost your courage?" "That is not the case," she retorted. Mu Yunxi widened her eyes, determined to prove that she had not shifted her gaze. "Yet, you are not doing so now. Whatever you desire can be yours at once." The master from the beautiful empire offered a promise, his demeanor both teasing and sincere, as he drew closer, his hand resting on the slender waist of the young lady. "What do you think?" Chapter 35, stripped of the Dan clan's bloodline. "Do you have a contraceptive?" Mu Yunxi retorted. The master from the beautiful empire was momentarily taken aback. Not because he failed to comprehend her words, but rather due to the unexpectedness of her response. Even if it was his first encounter with such terminology, he could discern its meaning with ease. However, the young lady's reaction astonished him. She did not oppose it, and seemed to harbor a hint of anticipation, albeit with some reservations. Understood. She fears the possibility of another pregnancy. The master from the beautiful empire fell into a contemplative silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi gazed at him intently, inquiring, "Is there none?" "None," he replied regretfully. Mu Yunxi exclaimed, "Scoundrel! Raising a child is no trivial matter. You only think of your own pleasure, disregarding everything else." The master from the beautiful empire began to grasp her disdain. Very well. He had earned her scorn, yet his intentions were merely to provoke her. However, now, I possess a means to ensure she does not conceive. As he spoke, he tightened his grip around her waist, drawing her closer with a more intimate embrace. Yet, Mu Yunxi evaded him, pondering the possibilities. "Not a chance. You won't convince me." The enchanting master, without uttering a word, drew his delicate and alluring lips close to the maiden's ear. Mu Yunxi could distinctly hear his breath, seemingly laced with a chuckle. Indeed, the master, adorned with a genuine smile, had gently caressed the fair lady's pristine neck, recalling the splendor of their first kiss. This memory deepened his amusement, and he mused, had he not previously claimed that she was not of his lineage? Now, he seemed to concede otherwise. Mu Yunxi, pushing his hand away with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Do not deceive me. Inquiring about contraceptives is merely a precaution. After all, I am still quite young, and raising one cub is already a considerable undertaking. I lack the energy for a second. Keep insisting, if you must," the master chuckled, releasing his firm grip on her slender waist. Yet he clasped her hand, leading her alongside him. Mu Yunxi initially sought to break free, but he guided her toward the forging platform, insisting that she would need to summon the divine farmer's whip with immediate force. "I cannot summon it," Mu Yunxi replied earnestly. "It resides within the spiritual vein in my hands, and I cannot extract it." She had attempted this before departing from seclusion, yearning to wield the crimson ancient whip. But it remained immovable, merely coiled around her petite form as if it were a mere ornament. Yet, Mu Yunxi understood that it was not merely decorative. She simply lacked the mastery over it. A hint of frustration lingered, but she felt an instinct that once she grew stronger, she would be able to command it. "You need not summon the divine farmer's whip, merely channel its essence. I shall capture it and infuse it into this blade, enhancing its might. Moreover, it allows you to harmonize with the divine whip earlier, so that when the day comes for you to wield it earnestly, you shall not lose control and inadvertently strike yourself." As the master from the beautiful empire spoke gradually, the forging platform was already set in motion, with a searing flame surging forth from within, startling a certain little one awake. Ah! The little creature touched itself, initially believing it had been scorched once more. However, there was no fire upon its body. Ah! Little Chuchio curiously glanced around, thoroughly awakened. Then, it was playfully ruffled by the master of the beautiful empire, who cautioned it not to cause mischief. Upon hearing this, little Chuchio felt quite indignant. "Ah," the master chuckled, affirming, "Indeed, you are quite well behaved and would not cause trouble." "Ah," little Chuchio nodded in satisfaction. Mu Yunxi, feeling somewhat weary, inquired, "Chuchio, did you not notice who was holding you? It is your mother, who has emerged from her seclusion. I am embracing you, and you exhibited no reaction whatsoever? Truly, the little cub has betrayed me." Only then did it dawn upon the little one that it was indeed its mother holding it, leading to a state of astonishment. "Ah," Mu Yunxi sighed, realizing, "The little cub must be discarded. It only just now realized I have emerged." Yet, the newly awakened little Chuchio, completely oblivious moments ago, was genuinely delighted upon this realization. "Ah, ah." With a voice as sweet as honey, it clung to Mu Yunxi's neck, refusing to let go, chattering incessantly with her. As he reached a state of excitement, he felt the urge to take flight. Mu Yunxi laughed and watched with delight, although she could not comprehend the little one's words. She could surmise that he was sharing tales of his recent activities and culinary delights. Beside them, the handsome master from America did not rush to begin his work. Instead, observing the interaction between mother and child, one speaking and the other responding, one calling and the other laughing, warmth shimmering in his beautiful eyes. When the little one grew weary and began to ask for milk, the master finally commenced his labor, initially just tapping away without requiring any collaboration. Mu Yunxi cradled the little one, watching the dashing man as he swung his hammer, which to her resembled the art of blacksmithing. The young master, perplexed, inquired about the purpose of this endeavor. Just as Mu Yunxi prepared to elucidate, the blacksmith announced the activation of the divine farmer's whip. "Good," Mu Yunxi replied, then closed her eyes, reaching into her consciousness to summon the divine farmer's whip she held. Observing this, the young master dutifully remained still, no longer wandering or calling out, truly behaving with remarkable obedience. Meanwhile, during this busy reunion of the trio, the leaders of various clans and houses, who had awaited Mu Yunxi, gradually dispersed, leaving only a few to guard the exit. The Dan King's consort, accompanied by Dan Yufeng, made her way to the Mu residence. The esteemed elder Luo, who had come personally to welcome them, was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling that the young lady was truly on the path to recovery. After ingesting the blood essence pill, her condition had significantly improved. Now, with the Dan King's consort visiting in person, there was hope that all lingering issues could be resolved, perhaps even restoring her bloodline power. Clearly, Mu Yunxi shared the same sentiment. Thus, upon meeting the princess consort of the Dan King, he exchanged merely a few pleasantries before promptly inquiring, "Sister Wangs, do you possess a remedy for Qingqing?" The princess consort shook her head and replied, "No, the backlash from the bloodline is irreversible. I have only come to assess the extent of the backlash. ensuring she retains her original strength and does not become incapacitated. Mu Yunxi felt a tinge of disappointment, but also recognized the situation was still somewhat favorable. He graciously expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Wang. No need for such formality. It is worth mentioning that had Xian Yu still been here, she might have had a solution," the princess consort remarked with a resigned smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi sighed. "Still no news?" "None," the princess consort replied, shaking her head in regret. Choosing not to dwell further on the topic, Mu Yunxi stated, "Qingqing is inside." The princess consort ceased her chatter and proceeded directly to the inner chamber, soon encountering the pale-faced Mu Qingqing. Dan Yunfeng, accompanying her, furrowed his brow, sensing that his cousin's injuries were quite severe. The princess consort shared this concern. She promptly seated herself beside the bed and began to examine Mu Qingqing's pulse. She instructed, "Yufeng, activate your bloodline power to draw forth Qingqing's bloodline essence." Dan Yufeng complied immediately, yet something felt amiss. The princess consort furrowed her brow, sensing an anomaly in Mu Qingqing's bloodline. Chapter 36. Oh no. A falsehood is indeed a falsehood. What is the matter? Mu Yunxi asked anxiously. Dan Yunfeng sensed something was off as well, noting, Sister Qingqing's Dan bloodline feels not quite right. He struggled to articulate his feelings. The princess consort elucidated. It resembles a forced fusion with another's bloodline. How could this be possible? Mu Yunxi was utterly astonished, and then pondered whether it was due to that whip. The Dan Empress remained silent. She was not a descendant of the Dan family and could not draw a definitive conclusion. She could only state that there was a possibility. Yet in her current state, the backlash would intensify. To preserve her life, it was essential to sever her connection to the Dan bloodline. Mu Yunxi had not anticipated such an outcome, for severing the bloodline would irrevocably damage her foundation, rendering his daughter truly incapacitated. At that point, she would be unable to retain her original strength. The Dan Empress understood this all too well, yet she had to admit that if one wished to survive, this was the only course of action. "Surely, my brother will have alternative solutions," Mu Yunxi lamented. The Dan Empress said little in response, suggesting they could wait for her husband to emerge from seclusion, yet she feared that Qingqing might not be able to endure. "It won't happen. The blood-nourishing pill is remarkably effective. She will persevere," Mu Yunxi asserted with conviction. At that moment, the frail and weary Mu Qingqing opened her eyes. The Dan Empress gazed at her with compassion. "You heard everything, didn't you?" "Yes," Mu Qingqing replied softly, biting her lip. She had indeed heard everything. She had been awake for a while, but exhaustion and discomfort had prevented her from opening her eyes sooner. The Dan Empress noticed the resentment and unwillingness in her gaze. Yet there was also a glimmer of understanding. It was evident that the girl was acutely aware of her situation, which only made her more pitiable. "Just hold on. Once your uncle emerges from seclusion, perhaps there will be a solution." "Will there be?" Mu Qingqing asked in despair. The Dan Empress, feeling a pang of sympathy, reassured her. "There will be." Mu Yunxi's heart ached deeply. "Why? Sister-in-law, do you know why this is happening? How could the divine phenomenon of Shindong manifest so suddenly?" He simply could not fathom why such an occurrence transpired. Was everything not proceeding smoothly? It was not solely she who had drawn forth the unparalleled celestial forces. Others had similarly coexisted peacefully with the divine phenomenon. Yet, contrary to this, others had leveraged the Shindong phenomenon to enhance and even advance their bloodline powers. While here in Xingqiang, the Pill King's consort was equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Dan Yunfeng could not suppress his thoughts. Could this be the result of Mu Yunxi? "Mother, may I inquire whether the celestial phenomenon arising from bloodline awakening can be controlled by the awakener?" Unable to restrain himself, Dan Yunfeng posed the question. Mu Yunxi's powerful frame trembled as he queried, "Are you suggesting that it cannot be controlled?" The Pill King's consort interjected, "The celestial phenomenon is invoked by nature, a remnant of ancestral forces lingering in the cosmos. It possesses no consciousness. Even if it were to gain sentience, it would remain unmanageable. I must have overthought it," Dan Yufeng said, sheepishly scratching his head, realizing he had misspoken. The Pill King's consort did not immediately reprimand him, but stood to say, "I shall take my leave for now. Once my husband emerges from his seclusion, I shall have him come and take a look." "Thank you." Mu Yunxi expressed his gratitude once more, preparing to see her off. Suddenly, Mu Xingqiang posed a question. "If, hypothetically, someone were to extract my essence blood, would they be able to merge with my bloodline power?" The trio halted, turning their gazes towards Mu Xingqiang. Mu Yunxi, in astonishment, exclaimed, Has someone extracted your essence blood? Mu Yunxi was taken aback. She had merely intended to inquire, not believing that fusion was truly impossible. Doubting oneself inevitably leads to ruin. As a result, Mu Yunxi felt a surge of panic. No, it was more than that. I. How dare that audacious servant girl? Mu Yunxi erupted in anger. How could she have the audacity? I am uncertain. I merely recalled that my aunt mentioned my bloodline being peculiar. I sense that it is not solely due to that lash. It may also be related to Qin Yui drawing my blood. Mu Yunxi spoke timidly, her tone laced with uncertainty and trepidation, which accurately reflected her true state of mind. Thus, no one doubted her honesty. However, Mu Yunxi began to connect the dots. No wonder that servant's daughter quietly ascended to the rank of a third-tier warrior and even became a third-tier alchemist. It seems she awakened an unparalleled spiritual body, correct, Sister Wang? Due to Mu Yunxi's situation, Mu Yunxi had not paid much attention to the trials. Yet as a member of a prominent clan, he had heard whispers of certain news upon arriving in the capital. Yet he never imagined that the wretched girl would scheme against his daughter, stepping over her to rise. It was utterly disgraceful, a tremendous humiliation. Indeed, that woman was also Qingqing's wet nurse. Sister Wang was aware that Xian Yu left as soon as Qingqing was born. Over the years, lacking maternal care, Qingqing had grown increasingly fond of that wet nurse, treating her as her own mother in gratitude. And the result? Mu Yunxi seethed with resentment. He should have warned his daughter, preventing her from reaching this unfortunate juncture. It was his oversight, a grave error. Yet he truly never anticipated that the servant girl possessed such capabilities. Extracting essence blood to merge with innate bloodlines, surely only the demon clan would engage in such practices? Mu Yunxi harbored suspicions that the despicable individual had colluded with the demon clan. However, the alchemist queen perceived an underlying peculiarity in the situation. While the demon clan possessed such forbidden techniques, they were not applicable to the human race. Moreover, although the Dan lineage blood coursing through Qingqing was exceedingly pure, it was insufficient to awaken the supreme spiritual body. This was indeed the truth, due to Mu Yunxi's supreme spiritual body, which had been fortified by the Chaotic Sutra. The Chaotic Sutra grows stronger in the face of adversity, capable of progressively and infinitely enhancing its master's potential. Prior to Mu Yunxi's arrival, Mu Yunxi had clandestinely drawn Lu Xiaoxi's essence, and at that time, Lu Xiaoxi did not possess the remarkable talents that Mu Yunxi currently exhibited. Mu Yunxi was acutely aware of this and could vaguely sense her essence being probed and stimulated. While she was largely indifferent to this, the divine Shinong whip seemed to take great offense. It stirred to life, manifesting itself. The revered Master Mei, who was harnessing its power for the forging of the blood knife, was taken aback by its sudden manifestation. Chapter 37. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. With the imperial decree issued, Xiao Chuqing curiously scrutinized the Shinong whip. However, the whip's shadow was swiftly seized by Master Mei. Before Mu Yunxi could utter a word, the whip's shadow was pulled into the blood knife. With a resounding impact, Master Mei hammered the whip's shadow into the bloodline, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Xiao Chuqing was startled, retreating in fear to hide behind his mother, clinging tightly. Not only was he alarmed, but even Mu Yunxi was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the commotion. A ring of fiery shadows rapidly expanded from the blood knife's epicenter. The tremors shook the side hall, reverberating for miles. It was not until subdued by the restrictive formation within the Imperial Master's courtyard that the tumult finally eased. Yet there remained a lingering defiance, striving to break free from the oppressive force. The Imperial Master, sensing this in his heart, felt a profound satisfaction. Indeed, it was rather fortuitous. Initially, he had harbored concerns regarding the inadequacy of the Shinong whip's power that the young lady could wield, but it seemed that all had been channeled effectively, yielding considerable might. However, he inquired why the Shinong whip appeared agitated. How do you discern its anger? Mu Yunxi replied while soothing the small creature. Do you believe I possess the ability to teach you cultivation for no reason? The Imperial Master countered. Mu Yunxi understood. He was an experienced spiritual guide, possessing both insight and discernment. The Imperial Master replied with a faint smile, conceding to the notion. What does that have to do with recognizing its anger? Mu Yunxi pressed on. It merely manifested suddenly without expressing any discernible emotion. At least not to anyone other than myself. Spiritual guides, what do you think enables them to command all spirits? By perceiving them. Mu Yunxi responded, suddenly enlightened, realizing that the Shinong whip also belonged to the spiritual realm. Indeed, you must understand that all things possess spirit. With spirit, you can perceive. Subsequently, You may command, enlighten, or eliminate, as you wish. Among these, you should have sensed that elimination is the simplest, command follows, and enlightenment is the most arduous. Mu Yunxi nodded in empathetic agreement. Currently, all I can achieve is elimination. I have yet to reach the level of command. That will come soon, once you can command. You will be ready to receive your certification. As the skilled blacksmith engaged in conversation, the relentless hammering gradually slowed. Mu Yunxi observed him closely. Feeling that this individual was unfathomably powerful, the ethereal image of the Shinnon whip was effortlessly extinguished through his forging, a truly formidable display. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, who was spectating, let out a gasp of admiration, clearly astounded by the blacksmith's remarkable prowess. He began to applaud enthusiastically, a cascade of claps echoing in the air. Mu Yunxi found himself somewhat speechless at this display of support. The blacksmith, with a smile, continued to hammer away, transforming the Shinnon whip's silhouette into a subtle pattern upon the blood blade. To the untrained eye, it might go unnoticed, yet once the whip's power was summoned, it would surely reveal itself. Mu Yunxi quietly speculated, feeling a growing anticipation. It promised to be exceptionally powerful and sharp. With an air of nonchalance, the blacksmith ceased his work and casually tossed the blade to the young lady. Mu Yunxi instinctively caught it, and the blade emitted a resonant hum, shimmering with fiery brilliance. Xiao Chui darted over to the blacksmith, eagerly leaning against him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he beheld the weapon. "Ah, what are you afraid of?" the blacksmith teased, lifting the little one and promptly tossing him into the forge. This startled Xiao Chui, who radiated light, instantly extinguishing the flames within the furnace. Now it seemed unnecessary, as the small child had already nestled inside the forge, playfully engaging with the flickering sparks. It must be noted that the forge was exceedingly robust. Its durability was remarkable, for otherwise, it might have crumbled under the pressure. Uncertain of what to say, Mu Yunxi could only scold the one responsible. Questioning their lack of concern, how could you carelessly discard it? What if someone truly gets burned? Acknowledging her own fault, she requested, "Please, bring me the clothes." The American master, having momentarily put aside his hammer, was in a playful mood. Although Mu Yunxi initially wished to ignore him, the knife in her hand felt rather pleasant. So she decided to oblige. However, upon delivering the clothing, the American master had another request: "Help me put it on." Casting a glance at him, Mu Yunxi did not refuse. She considered it akin to dressing a young one. Yet, as she secured the belt around his waist, she could not help but notice the unique, alluring pheromones emanating from him, reminiscent of ethereal orchids, elegant and enticing. Discreetly, Mu Yunxi brushed her hand against his waist. It was narrow yet firm, and even through the fabric, she could sense his strength. It was no wonder her female companions in a past life favored well-built men. The tactile experience was undeniably pleasant. The American master, equally composed, allowed her to explore without revealing his awareness. He secretly hoped she would become so enamored with the sensation that she would be reluctant to let go. Just then, from the forge, the little one, Xiao Chu, emerged. Witnessing the intimate scene between the two, both adults, sensing the child's gaze, simultaneously released their hold and turned to the small figure, unsure of what it was observing. Clearing his throat, the American master broke the silence, gathering the little one into his embrace, asking, "Are you hungry?" Struggling momentarily, the young master Xiao Chu exclaimed. Though his words were unintelligible, Mu Yunxi inferred that he must be expressing hunger, perhaps even mentioning the names of dishes. Meanwhile, as the atmosphere brimmed with warmth and joy, Qin Wei stepped into the gloomy and dismal Mu residence, only to be seized before she could take more than a few steps. "Arrest her." With a command from the leader, Zhang Qingyun, Qin Wei was apprehended without uttering a sound. Being devoid of any cultivation, she was utterly powerless to resist. Nearly torn apart by the brutish guards of the martial arts estate, only when she realized she had been bound did she begin to feel the pain in her shoulders and hands, her mind still in a daze. "You, take her away." Zhang Qingyun offered her no opportunity to speak, insisting on escorting her to meet Mu Yunxi. Just then, a decree arrived. A messenger from the palace had come. "The imperial edict has arrived. We summon the lord of Jingnan City, Mu Yunxi, to receive the decree." Li Anren, who had come personally, bore the newly revised edict from Minister Feng. Upon hearing the announcement, Mu Yunxi swiftly emerged from the inner courtyard and knelt down, proclaiming, "I, Mu Yunxi, receive the decree." Without further ado, Li Anren began to read the edict. "By the grace of heaven, The emperor proclaims, Mu Yunxi of the Mu family is a chosen talent, graceful and splendid, with an innate elegance and a bright disposition, destined for greatness. Henceforth, she is to be officially appointed as the crown princess. Thus it is decreed. Chapter 38. I shall not marry the crown prince. I shall marry this seat. Mu Yunxi. For a long while, he was rendered speechless, convinced he must be imagining things. Indeed, this sentiment was shared by everyone in the estate. I, Mu Yunxi, receive the decree. Once more, the 6 words spoken by Mu Yunxi weighed heavily upon his heart, rendering him breathless. As a martial practitioner, he was acutely aware that such auditory hallucinations were impossible. This meant that the chosen one for the crown prince's consort was no longer his daughter, but rather the daughter of that wretched maid. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated rejecting the imperial edict, even considering revealing the underlying truth. However, he had no choice but to accept it, for to do otherwise would be to dishonor the royal family. Meanwhile, Lianren, who entrusted the imperial decree to Mu Yunxi, secretly sighed in relief. Lord Mu, may I have a word? He inquired. Please, Mu Yunxi replied, ushering him into the hall. At that moment, Mu Yunxi's massive frame quivered with indignation as he turned to glare at Qin Yui. Why are you not hastening to escort our guest away? Yes, Zhang Qingyun, drenched in sweat, wished fervently to silence Qin Yui, wishing to strike her for her insolence. To utter such words at this juncture was a blatant mockery of the family head and the entire Mu household. The wretched woman was utterly detestable. Enraged, Zhang Qingyun forcefully dragged Qin Yui away, who, despite her desire to resist and utter more, found her voice stifled by Zhang Qingyun's pressure on her mute point, leaving her to be dragged away like a dog. Lianren, silent and observant, chose to feign ignorance, recognizing that this was a private matter of the Mu family, not his place to comment. Yet, Mu Yunxi, in a moment of self-revelation, lamented, Forgive me, masterly, for my daughter's utter foolishness. She was unaware that her wet nurse had stolen her essence. Had it not been for this failed awakening, I would still remain in ignorance as her father. Lianren was left in a state of astonishment. The implication from Lord Mu was that the reason for his daughter's misfortune was due to the extraction of her essence. Indeed, Mu Yunxi sighed deeply, explaining that the woman just mentioned was not only the wet nurse of his daughter, but also the mother of Yunxi. What? Lianren was taken aback, for the significance of Mu Yunxi's words was profound. Not fearing to speak plainly, Mu Yunxi continued, His Majesty's intentions are clear to me as a loyal subject. I understand that Qianqing's current state is unworthy of His Highness the Crown Prince. However, very well, His Majesty's wishes must be adhered to. Lianren fell silent. The matter was too intricate for him to comment on. Furthermore, he harbored doubts regarding the truth of this situation. It seemed too coincidental. Just as he arrived to convey the decree, he was informed that the bloodline of Mu Yunxi was questionable, potentially obtained through the appropriation from Mu Qianqing. However, Mu Yunxi chose not to pursue this line of conversation further and instead inquired, Does the old master have any additional matters to convey? Convey is too strong a word. It is Minister Feng's directive, Lianren replied, mindful of his mission. Mu Yunxi expressed surprise at the mention of Minister Feng. Indeed, although I serve closely to His Majesty, there are matters beyond my knowledge. It is Minister Feng's side that possesses certain insights. Seizing the opportunity, Lianren revealed the matter concerning the establishment of the Crown Prince's consort. Mu Yunxi grasped the implication but cautiously probed. Yet, it seems Qianqing may be rendered incapacitated. As long as one lives, there remains hope, Lianren responded meaningfully. Mu Yunxi understood and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance, old master. You are most welcome, Mu Yunxi replied, not insisting on retaining him any longer. Elder Luo personally escorted the individual out, discreetly presenting a generous gift. The Emperor of Xianla remained silent for a while before commanding, Summon Chun'er to the palace to meet me. The blessings of thunder and rain are the grace of the sovereign. The gifts bestowed upon this old servant are a testament to His Majesty's favor, and naturally, they belong to me through His Majesty's grace. You old fool, you dare to speak to me like that? Take it away. Get lost. After the Emperor of Xianla finished his playful reprimand, he kicked Lianren out. However, Lianren felt considerably relieved and proceeded to carry out his duties, refraining from mentioning the matters of the Mu residence to anyone else. As for Mu Yunxi's elevation to the position of Crown Princess, the news spread like wildfire. The imperial teacher's residence also took note of this event, deeming it necessary to report. Thus, the refined imperial teacher, who was currently enjoying tea while admiring his daughter-in-law, received this news. Mu Yunxi also learned of it and was left speechless. The charming imperial teacher, with a soft chuckle, commanded, "Bring the imperial edict for me to see." Yes. The subordinate from the imperial teacher's residence wiped a bead of genuine sweat and prepared to retreat to fulfill the task. Yet, the imperial teacher inquired further, "What is your name?" "I am Ji Tsongyue, hailing from the esteemed Ji family of the northern capital, a second-tier formation master." Ji Tsongyue quickly introduced himself, nearly divulging his single status as well, which prompted a look of disdain from the imperial teacher. "I did not ask for so much information. I was overly verbose." Ji Tsongyue dared not utter another word but hesitated to leave, fearing the imperial teacher might have further instructions. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. In the grand halls of the imperial master's residence, he seemed to be the first to be inquired about his name. If the imperial master remembers him, does that signify a rise in fortune, or perhaps a downfall? Ji Tsongyue felt uncertain, yet he inclined towards the notion of prosperity, for such news must hold great significance for the master. "Go, bring forth the imperial decree," commanded the master, who had no other instructions but to see the decree. Ji Tsongyue exited the hall, and just as he closed the door behind him, Mu Yunxi declared, "I shall not marry." The master, setting down his teacup with a lack of mirth, let his lips fall into a cold line, exhibiting remarkable audacity. Mu Yunxi, believing he was referring to her, continued to gaze at him, insisting that the decree must be rescinded. Was it a jest? To bear a child was one matter, but to compel her into marriage? Absolutely not. They had never even courted, and yet an edict demanded her hand? How absurd. With that, Mu Yunxi took the child and departed. However, the master swiftly enveloped both her and the child in his embrace, questioning her fury over a proposal he never made. "What say you?" he inquired. Mu Yunxi was genuinely incensed. This insufferable prince dared to impose his will upon her. How preposterous. In the ensuing chapter, the master, with a charming smile, acknowledged her ire, affirming that she should indeed be incensed for refusing the prince. He was unworthy. Mu Yunxi, perplexed and skeptical, cast him a glance, wondering if he was mocking himself. The master continued, "If you are to marry, it shall be to me." Mu Yunxi was left in a state of bewilderment. What did this mean? Was he not the prince? How foolish. At last, "I comprehend that the young lady has persistently mistaken her mentor for the foolish prince," her tone imbued with complexity. "Throughout, she has regarded herself as that imbecile's counterpart. No wonder she previously mentioned having a sister in the trial grounds. It must be Xianchun's sister. What a foolish child." The mentor, rendered speechless, found it absurd that anyone could make such a mistake, for he bore no resemblance to the prince. Nevertheless, his caustic remarks resonated with a certain little one. The ever-dedicated Xiao Chu Yi, engrossed in devouring fruit, perceived the mentor's words as an allusion directed at him. "Continue eating," the irritable mentor signaled as he pinched the chubby one's neck, urging him to remain silent and continue his feast. Xiao Chu Yi contemplated for a moment and resumed his meal, for the fruit in his hand was irresistibly fragrant, more so than the meat. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi, having reached a definitive conclusion, spoke with equal complexity. "If you are not the prince, then how were you there that day? Did you climb into the prince's bed?" The mentor's countenance darkened. Her words were laden with implications, and he found himself at a loss for a response. Fortunately, Mu Yunxi had not entertained such thoughts. Instead, she pondered another possibility. Could Mu Qingcheng have mistaken her target? That seemed unlikely. With a soft sigh, the mentor elaborated, "Indeed, she had plotted against Xianchun, but I intervened." Mu Yunxi inquired, "So this man is actually interested in Mu Qingcheng? You possess the true essence of the Dan lineage." And coupled with the otherworldly aura that permeated that night, I was able to save Xianchun's life and extract the peculiar poison from him. It was only through our dual cultivation that I took an interest. Otherwise, I would have had no desire to engage with him at all. Mu Yunxi. The silent figure continued to feign ignorance of the term otherworld. Yet you arrived, imbued with the essence of that realm, a temptation too great for me to resist, naturally compelling me to seize you. However, I have not neglected your welfare. Through our dual cultivation, I have stabilized your bloodline's power. Mu Yunxi. So that is the case. I finally comprehend. Yet this fellow possesses remarkable audacity, perceiving the prince as inconsequential. Do you grasp this? Originally, he believed that a clever lady such as yourself would undoubtedly be aware of the situation. With a nod, Mu Yunxi confirmed her understanding. Truly comprehended? The American master appeared skeptical. Of course. Mu Yunxi shot him a curious glance. It is not particularly intricate, is it? You deceived the prince and simultaneously abducted me. Did you not? American master. Well, one cannot claim that is entirely incorrect. Enlightened to the entire affair, Mu Yunxi could not help but exclaim, "You are indeed cunning. You did not inform the prince that Mu Yunxi is an impostor, hoping to witness his folly?" "I am not his father, nor do I expect him to seek my counsel in his moments of folly," replied the American master nonchalantly, while casually pinching the little one in his embrace. The subtly offended little Chuching promptly struck his father's chest, exclaiming, "Ah." The American master chuckled. "Can you truly comprehend even that?" "Ah." Little Chuching delivered another punch to his father. The American master remained unfazed. Yet although Xinshan may be foolish, his father Xuanla is not. He directly conferred upon you the title of crown princess. Does that not constitute an unexpected twist of fate, traversing the righteous path? Speaking of this matter, Mu Yunxi was still infuriated. This imperial decree must be abolished. I shall not marry. Understood. The esteemed master of the beautiful empire was quite pleased with the young lady's stance, yet he insisted she cooperate with him. Mu Yunxi cast him a deep glance, sensing his ulterior motives, and promptly declared, I shall not marry either. Understood. The master of the beautiful empire remained unfazed, primarily because he was well aware of his little lady's misconceptions, her indifference towards Mu Yunxi's impending title as the crown princess, under the false assumption that he was the crown prince, spoke volumes. But this was merely the beginning. He was in no hurry, for time was on his side. As for the imperial decree, did they think they could snatch someone from his lips? The master of the beautiful empire smirked, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Yet, Mu Yunxi could sense the disdain and indifference emanating from his very being. Goodness! He truly disregarded the imperial family entirely. How audacious! However, master, are you truly the emperor's tutor? Mu Yunxi inquired, feeling a sense of doubt. The esteemed master of the beautiful empire had already clarified that he was not. Indeed. Mu Yunxi nodded. So what is your purpose then? Meanwhile, the little one, with juice smeared all over his hands, feared being mistaken for a cloth and getting himself dirty. With a satisfied belch, the little lord beamed with joy, resembling a miniature Maitreya, yet even more exquisite and endearing. Mu Yunxi, already feeling a tad irked, could no longer tolerate the interaction between the two and promptly seized the little one, flipping over without allowing the master to hold him. The master of the beautiful empire, unperturbed, simply smiled and tossed aside the silk handkerchief in his hand. I report to you, Master Mo, as the returning seasoned Song Wei reported outside the hall. The elegant Master Mei responded lightly, her gaze landing upon the young lady before her, gesturing for her to take a seat. Although Mu Yunxi had initially intended to leave, she found herself seated, eager to observe how this individual would address the imperial edict. Aware of her curiosity, Master Mei proceeded to unfurl the decree presented by seasoned Song Wei right in front of her. Mu Yunxi leaned in closely, scrutinizing the calligraphy, and to her astonishment, her name was inscribed upon it, leaving no room for rebuttal. She had anticipated a more ambiguous phrasing, such as simply referring to her as the daughter of the Mu family. Instead, the edict was explicit, with her name boldly written in black and white upon the brocade, accompanied by the imperial seal. How could this be? With questions swirling in her mind, she directly inquired, What do you intend to do? Master Mei, with a calm demeanor, pointed to the edict, exuding an air of composure. As Mu Yunxi continued to gaze at the decree, she witnessed her name transform from Yunxi to Qiqing. Was this sufficient? Mu Yunxi was taken aback, questioning whether the emperor and the court would acknowledge such a change. Moreover, there must be more than one copy of the edict. At least one residing within the Mu residence, right? Unbeknownst to her, at the moment Master Mei pointed, a subtle, ethereal energy flowed through the cosmos. In an instant, the celestial emperor, who was attuned to the shifts of fate, cast his gaze toward the void, recognizing the significance of the moment. This was indeed the work of the esteemed Master Mei from the imperial teacher's residence, whose surname was Rong. As the leader of the Mo family and a top-tier spiritual conduit master, he possesses the ability to manipulate the celestial mechanisms. Damn it, what is he doing? As the emperor of the Xinla dynasty, he senses that the other party is engaged in an endeavor that could alter his dynasty's fortune. Yet, the specifics of this undertaking elude him. He cannot fathom why this fool is so audacious. Does he not fear the repercussions? To tamper with the fate of a dynasty is something that no previous leader of the Mo family has dared to attempt. The backlash is far too great. Yet now, Someone is doing just that. This prodigy has lost his mind. What on earth is he up to? Someone, quickly, summon help. The anxious emperor of Xinla desperately seeks to understand what this individual is doing, how he is capable of altering the fortunes of Xinla, and the motives behind such actions. Simultaneously, within the Mu residence, the carefully concealed imperial edict has been altered. No one within the entire Mu household is aware that the characters Yunxi have been synchronously changed to Qingqing. The masterful manipulator behind this operation, the beautiful teacher, is satisfied with the outcome. That will suffice. Do you take me for a novice? Mu Yunxi is somewhat speechless. The one called out, little Chu-Chu, promptly responds. Mu Yunxi gently pats his little head, saying, I did not call for you. Continue your play. Little Chu-Chu is startled. He stands there, a bit flustered, too afraid to move, thinking he might have injured someone. Mu Yunxi is also taken aback, asking, what is wrong with you? Why are you spitting blood again? Are you feeling too weak? A slight backlash. The beautiful teacher, somewhat speechless, appears pale, clearly in a rather fragile state. Kneeling below. Ji Songyue's expression shifted as he witnessed the formidable master emperor spitting blood for the first time, leaving him somewhat flustered and alarmed. With no other recourse, he complied and set out to fulfill his duties. Meanwhile, after Ji Songyue's departure, Mu Yunxi was already taking the master emperor's pulse, while a small one beside her inquired incessantly. The master emperor, allowing her to proceed, merely asked, can you really take a pulse? Having just learned. I believe I should manage, Mu Yunxi replied, gesturing for silence to avoid disrupting her examination. Observing her earnest demeanor, the master emperor refrained from further comment, instead using a handkerchief to dab the blood from his lips. Little Chu-Jun watched with concern. It's nothing, the master emperor reassured, gently ruffling the little one's hair, his eyes glimmering with warmth. Just a bit of blood, it's inconsequential. Little Chu-Jun looked up at him, his innocent eyes reflecting a hint of worry, which warmed the master emperor's heart. Really, it's nothing. Mu Yunxi, having completed the pulse reading, disagreed. Your pulse is quite weak, with residual venom still lingering within. The backlash has severely affected your organs. This poison may be difficult to expel. Upon hearing this, little Chu-Jun became exceedingly anxious. Don't listen to what your mother says. It can't be that serious. A little rest will suffice. The unconcerned master emperor cradled the small one, offering comfort amidst the distress. Her gaze, fraught with complexity, lingered upon him for a considerable span, though she refrained from reiterating the severity of his condition. Her tone had softened perceptibly. You ought not to have forged that blade for me at this juncture. Her perspicacity allowed her to discern the arduousness with which he had imbued the blood blade with the power of the divine farmer's whip. Yet, he feigned an insouciance, as if the task were facile. Coupled with the two instances of backlash, one in the trial field, the other just now, his physical form. What panacea might expedite your recuperation? However, given her current understanding, she feared that a remedy would prove elusive. The poison had infiltrated his viscera and meridians, akin to a tenacious parasite, challenging to dislodge and eradicate. If my surmise is accurate, forcibly extracting this venom would substantially diminish your cultivation, would it not? Indeed. The beauteous imperial preceptor conceded with a nod, reassuring his little lady, fret not, for I possess the means to contend with it. I might even leverage it to augment my strength. Otherwise, I would not have courted this venom. You scheme against others, yet they may be scheming against you. Even without knowing the precise antecedents, she couldn't help but remark that the confluence of events seemed too convenient for the man before her. He desired this poison but feared its potency, and then she conveniently appeared, fulfilling his dual cultivation requirements, whereupon he absorbed the toxin. Were these calculated steps not excessively coincidental? As an adept of algorithms, she was acutely aware that an abundance of coincidences typically signified machination. However, the comely imperial preceptor, upon hearing her words, maintained his smile. That is also a possibility. Her reaction was one of speechlessness. Are you not concerned? Not in the slightest. The American instructor remained composed, not feigning indifference, but rather assured that before true power, all schemes were futile. He believed that as long as he could control the poison, any machinations were merely offering themselves as fodder. Mu Yunxi mused, this fellow is truly arrogant. Even as the poison threatened to consume him, he still disregarded it. Though unaware of his hidden cards and not particularly interested in knowing them, she felt compelled to ask once more what he needed her to do. Given the numerous favors she had received from him, Mu Yunxi remained patient, intending to wait for him to finish contemplating before directly informing her. However, she was taken aback. Just this? Yet, the American instructor seemed to genuinely require only these actions from her. Let's go. Having spoken, the American instructor vanished from his estate, soon appearing at the entrance of the proving ground with the mother and child. Lu Ho, the first to notice, scrutinized the scene intently. He observed Mu Yunxi's actual appearance, accompanied by the legendary instructor and a remarkably adorable, plump child. Chapter 41. A Decisive Utterance. It was a family of three. Simultaneously, others stationed there also detected Mu Yunxi and the instructor, along with the beautiful child in the instructor's arms. Some were dumbfounded, others understood, and still others swiftly transmitted messages to their superiors. In moments, a series of powerful auras rapidly converged. Even the immortal music emperor, who had not previously appeared, dispatched Crown Prince Xianchun. Upon arrival, Xianchun naturally bowed to the instructor. Greetings, Master Mo. Xianchun inquired. Is Master Mo just out of the trial grounds? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, evidently eager to learn more about the esteemed master's circumstances. The collective gaze naturally gravitated towards a certain individual, prompting Xianchun to ask, and who might this be? My son, the beautiful master readily acknowledged. Mu Yunxi's expression shifted slightly as she vehemently denied, no. The beautiful master cast a sidelong glance at her, but refrained from further comment. However, even in the absence of a rebuttal, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Ah, I see. No wonder Mu Yunxi is so exceptionally talented. It turns out she has already garnered the favor of the master. Realizations dawned upon many, their faces illuminating with understanding. Those who had previously speculated that Xiao Chu was merely a shape-shifting spirit beast now found clarity. This child was either truly the master's offspring or a spirit beast tamed by the master, suggesting a remarkable origin. Yet, such enlightenment drove some into a frenzy, particularly one Marshal Marquis. Master Mo, you are leaving others with no path forward. The already arrived alchemist queen wore a complex expression as she asked, Master Mo, when did you discover her talent? If it were anyone else, the others would have felt confident in vying for a chance. However, with the object of competition being the esteemed Master Mo, a sense of despondency washed over everyone. How could they possibly compete? In terms of strength, none could compare. And beauty? The Marshal Marquis Qin was truly beside himself, despite believing himself quite handsome and possessing considerable masculine charm. Moreover, he has always felt that the esteemed master possesses an overwhelming beauty that is rather excessive. Yet, the master's dignity and aura are far from being alluring. Instead, they are ethereal and majestic, a presence that captivates the heart of anyone, regardless of gender. For instance, the once naive Duke of Qin, who was smitten, felt somewhat flustered, cough. This immediately drew the attention of the esteemed master. Qinjin, why are you coughing? Oh, it's nothing, Duke Qin chuckled awkwardly. However, Master Mo, your actions seem rather swift. Could you not leave us some room to breathe? Qinjin's words were indeed pertinent. Master Mo, it seems you are indulging in youthful pursuits, the candid Lady Dan remarked. I believe that the young lady would be far more suited to my Yufeng, being of the same generation, don't you think? Oh, please no. The name Dan Yufeng felt a wave of panic. Mother. Silence. Do not falter. Lady Dan felt compelled to fight for her cause. She must strive earnestly, for the esteemed master likely harbored intentions to take on a disciple, though perhaps not truly enamored with Mu Yunxi. However, the elegant and refined Master Mo immediately retorted with conviction, he is unworthy. Furthermore, when have I ever been of the same generation as you? I am merely in my teens. The emphasis on the phrase in my teens resonated heavily, striking a chord in the hearts of all present. Even the youthful Xianchun was taken aback. Master, could it be true that you are merely in your teens? That cannot be. I, Xianchun, am already 23. How can it be that you are only 20, younger than I? This is unfathomable. I cannot believe it. At the age of 21, Dan Yunfeng was skeptical. Master Mo, please do not jest. With your remarkable prowess, you must be at least a century old, correct? To which, He Ling, merely 20 years of age, responded with a youthful laugh that startled many. The elder, Han Wentong, solemnly remarked that Master Mo was indeed not very old, being the youngest leader of the Mo family in nearly a millennium. Although Master Mo had presided over the Imperial Master's residence for several years, he had appeared quite youthful upon his initial emergence. After years of absence, he was markedly different now. The current head of the renowned Yu family, Yao Cheng, expressed his sentiments with sincerity. The youthful Imperial Master, who had been referred to as naive, retorted sharply, You, old fellow, have remained stagnant for 5 years without any progress. Cough, cough. Yao Cheng nearly choked at this comment. This young man. No, one truly cannot regard this young imperial master merely as a junior. He mustered the courage to respond. I am ashamed. Indeed, he should feel ashamed. Your Yao family has failed to nurture her. And the matter concerning Han Wenong is rendered void, stated the beautiful imperial master directly. Naturally, Han Wenong was displeased upon hearing this, but Yao Cheng swiftly cut him off. Master Mo speaks the truth. My Yao family lacks the foundation to cultivate an awakened being of supreme spirit. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Dan could not help but interject. Head of the Yao family, you are being unduly modest, are you not? I recall that your ancestors also had awakened beings of supreme spirit, correct? That was indeed a long time ago, Yao Cheng replied candidly, before inquiring, according to Master Mo. Do you intend to personally mentor Miss Yunxi? No. The esteemed Master Mei denied the suggestion, stating that he would send her to the Four-Clan Spirit Manor. Yao Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, that is indeed the course of action. However, he inquired, do you have a vacancy for her? Naturally, Master Mei replied decisively, asserting that aside from the Four-Clan Spirit Manor, no other place would accept her. Hearing this, the Emperor of Xianle could not restrain himself and sent an inquiry from the palace, asking, might Master Mo also take Chenu along? Given their current engagement, it would certainly be appropriate. Your Majesty is mistaken. The one betrothed to Prince Chun is Mu Yunxi's daughter, Mu Qiqing, not her, Mu Yunxi. Master Mei interjected abruptly, not allowing the Emperor to continue. The Emperor of Xianle, still perplexed by the antics of a certain master, was taken aback, exclaiming, that is impossible. I would not err. This is a decree I issued myself. Then it must be an error on the part of your Majesty's subjects, which is quite fortunate. Otherwise, this matter would become rather tedious, especially since Yunxi and I have already had a child together, and she is quite grown now. After speaking, Master Mei patted the little lord, confident in his victory. The bewildered young lord was momentarily stunned. Is Uncle Mei really my father? Didn't mother say he wasn't he? Yet, despite his confusion, Master Mei's declaration rendered the scene silent. Everyone gazed in awe at this family of three, holding their breath. Could it be true that they were indeed a family of three? Chapter 42. Little Chu Chu recognizes her father. Good father. Master and Mu Yunxi had long been bound by affection, and the child was already of considerable age. The little creature is not merely a transformed spirit beast, but rather the son of the esteemed imperial master. My heavens, the entire capital is left in a state of shock and disbelief. This cannot be a jest. It is truly reality. Even Duke Qin is taken aback, and Master Mo, please, do not jest. You, a young man, claiming that this chubby little one is your son is one thing, but to assert that he is indeed your offspring with the young lady Mu Yunxi is utterly outrageous. While some may have entertained the possibility earlier, the consensus leaned towards the notion that the little one was indeed a metamorphosed spirit beast. And although Mu Yunxi has garnered favor, it hardly implies a bond profound enough to lead to parenthood. Master Mo, you. At this moment, the alchemist lady also yearns to voice her thoughts. However, the imperial master has already grasped the little one in his arms, preparing to unleash an aura of shared bloodline. Yet, Mu Yunxi interjects, do not cause a stir. Although she is not entirely opposed to the idea now, it does not signify her willingness to publicly acknowledge their connection or to associate herself and the little one with this man. Moreover, this fellow has made no prior arrangements with her before brazenly appearing with her and the child. This man, Mu Yunxi, unable to articulate her frustrations, finds herself in a tumultuous emotional state. Meanwhile, the imperial master responds, very well, since my lady prefers discretion, we shall maintain this arrangement for the time being. Mu Yunxi. With a smile that barely conceals her irritation, she yearns to strike this man before her. Indeed, her instincts were correct. He seeks to claim the little one for himself. She even wished to swallow her whole. What a delightful thought. Does she truly believe this is a buy one get one free deal? No. He hadn't even purchased one, yet he hoped to ensnare two with empty hands. Mu Yunxi chose to remain silent and snatched the little cub from the arms of the esteemed master. Subsequently, she disregarded everyone else and grandly departed from the scene. The atmosphere fell into an extreme silence once more. The emperor of the celestial music within the palace was equally vexed to the point of a heartache, disinclined to speak. Meanwhile, Xinshun, having regained his composure, initially intended to inquire further, yet the elegant master had already pursued his spouse, now closely trailing Mu Yunxi, faintly murmuring, "Do not be upset. It is for your own good." Hee. Mu Yunxi continued to chuckle coldly. Huh. The bewildered young Lord Chushi was observing the situation. First, he glanced at his mother's cold smile, then at his father, and even touched himself. After a moment, young Lord Chushi loudly questioned, "Is this uncle really my father?" The inquiry was met with a nod from the esteemed master. Of course. Where else would you find such a splendid father? If not for me. Young Lord Chushi pondered this and widened his eyes to gaze at his mother, exclaiming, Mu Yunxi, without needing to guess, understood that the little one was rebelling, eager to acknowledge his father. However, it mattered not, for the little fellow could not yet speak. Even if he recognized him, it would be of no consequence. He would not call. Thus, Mu Yunxi stubbornly maintained her stance, declaring he was not, but rather an uncle. With a resigned sigh, young Lord Chushi nodded obediently. The American tutor, so it is, and still they deny it. Very well. If they refuse to acknowledge, then so be it. The entirety of the celestial realm recognizes it, and your denial is of no consequence. It is only a matter of time. On the other side, the crowd watched the family of three depart, a sense of emptiness in their hearts. After a long while, Marquis Qin Wu spoke with a hint of resentment. Is that really Tutor Mo? It is him. The queen consort of Dan spoke with a complicated tone. Who would have thought that even a deity could be moved by love? Indeed, who would have thought? Xian Shun's tone was even more complex. However, at this moment, he had not yet realized that the imperial tutor had been toying with him all along. Otherwise, his emotions would undoubtedly be even more intricate. He was currently contemplating the fact that his imperial father had intended to bestow the title of crown princess upon Mu Yunxi, a plan that had fortunately failed. Otherwise, would he not have become a treacherous and unrighteous man? Not only would he have betrayed Mu Qingcheng, but he would also have stolen the beloved of his savior. If the emperor of the celestial realm were to know his thoughts, he would likely be infuriated, as he was already half dead with anger. He had finally realized that the imperial edict of marriage had been altered. Damn it! Filled with suppressed rage, the celestial emperor threw the altered edict directly at Feng Kunnen's face. The innocent minister Feng was on the verge of tears. Your Majesty, I swear, when I drafted it, I absolutely wrote the characters Yunxi, and certainly not Qingqing. Of course, the celestial emperor knew this. However, he could not reveal it. Was he to tell his officials that the one in the imperial tutor's residence could alter imperial edicts at will? However, Lianren, this servant is here. You are to immediately make a trip to the Mu residence. Find an excuse to inquire whether the edict has undergone any changes. Yes. Lianren received the order and quickly retreated, his forehead covered in a sheen of nervous sweat. As the imperial decree eunuch, he was acutely aware that the edict announced that day clearly bore the name Yunxi. However, the document currently preserved in the Department of Rites and Music had inexplicably transformed into Qingqing. Could it be that Minister Feng had truly lost his senses and made a grave error? If that were the case, it would be a relief, but if not, Lianren dared not contemplate further, for it could only imply one dire possibility. The imperial minter had clandestinely altered the decree, signifying a blatant disregard for his majesty. He fervently hoped this was not the case. Murmuring to himself, Lianren hastily departed the palace, making his way towards the Mu residence. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, news had also reached them. Mu Yunxiang, upon hearing the revelation, was utterly astonished. Is this message indeed true? My subordinate speaks not a word of falsehood, Zhang Qingyan assured him. Yet Mu Yunxiang remained skeptical. It seemed impossible. The decree was inscribed in clear black and white, Yunxi, not Qingqing. Perhaps, master, you should have another look, suggested the Hashan protector, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Elder Luo, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Another examination could indeed be prudent. Do you truly believe I can misread it? Mu Yunxiang responded, somewhat exasperated, having scrutinized it several times already. Nevertheless, given the gravity of the situation, he did not refuse the suggestion. Very well, Mu Jin, go fetch the decree. Yes, Mu Jin complied promptly. When he returned with the decree, Lianren had also arrived, coincidentally ushered in. Despite the whirlwind of doubt swirling in his mind, Mu Yunxiang remained silent, decisively unfolding the edict to examine it alongside Lianren. Inevitably, they both discovered, to their astonishment, that they had indeed misread it all along. It was unequivocally Qingqing, not Yunxi. Lianren's complexion turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. His Majesty would never tolerate such provocation to imperial authority by the imperial master. Chaos was imminent. However, Mu Yunxiang remarked, could it be that this is the will of heaven? It seems the crown princess must indeed be his daughter, Mu Yunxi. Chapter 43. The Final Verdict. It was Mu Yunxi who had stolen the blood. Lianren did not respond to this assertion, his thoughts in disarray, his eyelids twitching violently, akin to the foreboding sense of an approaching storm. Yet, Mu Yunxi chuckled. It is fate that binds them. Qingqing and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are perhaps destined to be together, after all. With this in mind, Qingqing's bloodline power is surely destined to be restored. Upon hearing this, Lianren recalled the words Mu Yunxi had spoken during his last visit to convey the edict. At the time, he had brushed them aside, failing to report them to His Majesty. But now it struck him that there was profound significance in those remarks. After Lianren departed, Mu Yunxi continued to scrutinize the imperial edict, finding it peculiar. The characters Yunxi and Qingqing were indeed vastly different. How could one misread them? It seemed that following this incident, the eunuch responsible for reading the edict would need to be replaced. Fool. Elder Luo scoffed, then said, Head of the family, might I have a look at the edict? Naturally, Mu Yunxi did not refuse. However, after examining it closely, Elder Luo found no signs of alterations. Could someone have swapped the decree? Being more astute than Hengshan, he could not believe that Lianren would misread the edict, which only led to the conclusion that the current decree was not the same as the previous one. However, Mu Yunxi confidently asserted that no one had altered or touched the imperial edict. He feared that Qingqing might, in a moment of impulse, destroy it, which is why he had placed a restriction. Should anyone else come into contact with it, he would be alerted. This left Elder Luo at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the protector of Hengshan remarked, What does it matter? After all, the current crown princess remains the young lady. Mu Yunxi, having allied herself with the imperial master's residence, was untouchable. If she could not be eliminated, then it was best to disregard her. I thought you would suggest we secretly continue our assassination attempts. Elder Luo scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? The Hengshan protector retorted. Although I may act rashly at times, I am well aware that the imperial master's residence is not a force we, the Mu family, can afford to provoke. This is a truth, for even the royal family dares not openly challenge the imperial master's residence, having to swallow their pride and admit that the imperial edict was flawed and concede their mistakes. In the Wei tea house, the mother and daughter duo had once again reserved a private room where the exquisite imperial master was preparing tea for them. Would you care for some? He inquired with a gentle smile, his movements as graceful as flowing clouds and rushing waters. The aroma of tea had already permeated the room, filling it to the extent that even the neighboring chamber could detect it. The attendant, perplexed, could only summon the tea master. Fortunately, the imperial master had sealed the private room effectively, preventing the fragrance from wafting out further. Otherwise, the tea house owner would soon be in tears. However, at this moment, Mu Yunxi had discerned a hint of something unusual. The tea leaves, seemingly ordinary, appeared to possess an added ethereal quality after passing through his hands. Indeed, give it a try. The esteemed master from the west placed a cup of tea before her, just as Mu Yunxi was about to lift it for a sip. The little one in her arms, Xiao Chujun, eagerly leaned forward to take a drink first. The moment he did, he was scalded, letting out a yelp. Yet this did not deter him from continuing to sip. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, This foolish little creature, perhaps I no longer wish to keep him. Meanwhile, the slighted Xiao Chujun, blissfully squinting his eyes in delight, seized the empty teacup and flew over to his handsome uncle, only to be met with a firm grip from the master, who did not refill his cup but instead presented another cup of tea to Mu Yunxi, encouraging her to try it. At last, Mu Yunxi lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip, and was immediately enveloped in the fragrance that danced upon her lips and teeth. An invigorating wave surged through her entire being. Even her spiritual energy felt slightly enhanced. What a splendid tea! Mu Yunxi exclaimed sincerely, How did you achieve this? She had observed that the tea leaves bore no lingering spirit, nor had the master added anything to it. How had it transformed so? Could it be that his movements were so swift that she had failed to notice? Examine the tea leaves again, and sense them attentively, the master suggested. Thus, Mu Yunxi began to scrutinize the tea within the canister, activating her spiritual veins. In doing so, she discovered that amidst the dried and fully matured tea leaves, there flickered a subtle glow within the veins of the leaves themselves. The words reappeared before Mu Yunxi. Common tea leaves, harvested from the depths of the mist. Inherently imbued with spiritual essence. Tea leaf condition. The rough technique of the tea master has dissipated this essence. Restoration of the tea leaves. By untangling the meridians of the leaves, the essence can be revived. Instinctively, she channeled her spiritual energy to restore the tea leaves' meridians, and the small handful of tea leaves in her hand began to exude a rich aroma. This prompted the tea-deprived Xiao Chu to rush over, eager to nibble on the leaves in her palm. Mu Yunxi swiftly evaded, only for the larger figure across from her to snatch the tea away. Indeed, the spiritual essence had been restored. The discerning Master Mei's gaze was piercing. He had initially worried that before the establishment of the academy, he would be unable to assist in obtaining the certificate, yet it now appeared his concerns were unfounded. "Are we to establish the academy?" Mu Yunxi inquired. Master Mei nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, prior to that, you shall reside at the Master's residence." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's serene eyes narrowed slightly. "I do not refuse. You must study and cultivate at the Master's residence, or you will undoubtedly fail to obtain the certificate," Master Mei asserted. Mu Yunxi remained silent. Little did she know, at that moment, when Li Anren conveyed Mu Yunkong's earlier words to Emperor Xianla, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Was His Majesty truly prepared to turn against the Master? Was this not ill-advised? Li Anren felt compelled to voice his concerns. However, Emperor Xianla replied, "There is nothing improper. He is far too domineering." The remarkable achievements of Mu Yunxi in blood fusion suggest that Mu Qingcheng will surely be restored to her former glory. If not, returning what was stolen would be entirely justified. In Chapter 44, the omnipotent spirit guide must enter the palace. Upon hearing this, Li Anren realized that His Majesty did not truly intend to sever ties. Rather, the Ink Master had played a jest upon the Emperor and the Crown Prince, necessitating some form of accountability. This accountability required that Mu Qingcheng must emerge as a prodigy, at the very least not significantly inferior to Mu Yunxi. Otherwise, it would be indefensible. There was a looming concern, a fear that the Imperial Master would not acquiesce. Li Anren had no choice but to acknowledge this. Yet, Emperor Xianla had made his decision. He must comply. Summon the alchemist consort, Mu Yunxiong, to the palace. As commanded, Li Anren hastened to fulfill the order. At that moment, Mu Yunxi and Rong Lin remained oblivious to the unfolding events, engrossed in their studies within a private tea-house room, one teaching, the other learning. What you have just done can be considered a process of awakening the spirit. Shifting the topic away from cohabitation, Rong Mimi elaborated that another capability of a spirit guide is to awaken the spirits within all sentient beings. Mu Yunxi listened intently and inquired, "What about the controlling aspect you mentioned previously? How does it differ from awakening?" Controlling spirits is relatively more challenging. For instance, if you are a first-grade spirit guide, you can only control non-sentient spirits. A second-grade spirit guide can control sentient ones. If you wish to command a formidable spirit, such as a fourth-grade magical beast, you must first ascend to the rank of a third-grade spirit guide. Of course, there are also powerful second-grade spirit guides capable of forcibly commanding fourth-grade magical beasts. Mu Yunxi nodded, indicating his understanding. Then discerning the weaknesses of an adversary is also a skill, correct? This is a fundamental ability, and you must have sensed it. The moment you first activated your spiritual meridians, you could discern your adversary's weaknesses. Rong Lin, with an air of unwavering confidence, provided thorough explanations without hesitation. Mu Yunxi continued to nod, inquiring, "What other capabilities do we, as spiritual guides, possess?" "Boundless potential," replied Rong Mimi, her composure unwavering, speaking nothing but the truth. However, Mu Yunxi remained skeptical. Could it truly be limitless? "Indeed," Rong Lin replied, pouring tea for the impatient little Chu, and continued in a narrative tone, "Let me ask you. Since you can perceive all things, does that not render you invincible in combat?" "That depends on one's strength," Mu Yunxi countered. "If faced with a fifth-tier opponent, I would surely be unable to see through everything." She believed there must be limitations. Glancing at the young creature beside her, she found it somewhat amusing. Its laughter was so unrestrained that it nearly caused drool to spill forth. Yet, she had no time to dwell on that, as her inquiries persisted. "So, you mean to say that in battles of equal rank or even against one tier higher, spiritual guides are invincible? Because they are omnipotent?" "You could put it that way," Rong Lin affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yunxi likened the role of a spiritual guide to that of an all-powerful area of effect spellcaster. However, she felt somewhat inexperienced and realized she needed more opportunities to practice, suddenly filled with anticipation. Just then, as if to coincide with her thoughts, a commotion erupted outside the tea house, where a throng had gathered near the entrance of the Yulu across the street. "Make way. Zhang San, Li Si, step aside." Move aside, please. The remarkably observant little Chu, upon hearing this, darted toward the window, only to be caught by Rong Lin, leaving him to peer down from the windowsill. Mu Yunxi had also approached the window, witnessing Zhang San and Li Si being carried over, their bodies drenched in blood, their breaths feeble, having suffered grievously. It was the work of the general's mansion of Dingnan. They claimed that Zhang San and Li Si had offended their grandaunt and were merely being taught a lesson, replied a well-meaning young man who had come to assist. Wang Laowu, the summoned waiter from the inn, said little and had already gone to fetch a doctor. However, at that moment, Mu Yunxi had already leapt through the window, landing beside Zhang San and Li Si, channeling her spiritual energy as she examined the two. Startled, the manager of UAE building recognized Mu Yunxi and breathed a sigh of relief. "Do not worry, my lady, they will survive," he said, though he added, "but they will be maimed." At that moment, Mu Yunxi discerned that both of their hands had been ruined. Even with prompt medical attention, recovery was impossible. Young Master Chu, who had followed her down, felt a surge of anxiety. "Do not panic," reassured Rong Ling as he gently approached the young lady. By now, Mu Yunxi had gathered her spiritual essence at her fingertips and pressed it onto Zhang San's arm. The formerly unconscious Zhang San was jolted awake, crying out in pain. "Ah!" Young Master Chu echoed with concern. The manager of UAE building, however, wore a grim expression, attempting to intervene. "My lady, do not hinder her. She is saving lives," remarked a martial artist stationed within the UAE building, displaying discernment. The onlookers, hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances. Is she truly saving him? Then why does Zhang San still cry out in agony? Confusion swept through the crowd. Yet, Zhang San himself began to comprehend the situation, for his hands had been devoid of sensation until now. At present, the intensity of the pain serves as a clear indication of the severity of the situation. Zhang San, fully aware of this, was overwhelmed with emotion and shed tears of gratitude towards the young lady. "It is no trouble," Mu Yunxi replied, continuing her work with determination. In no time, she channeled her spiritual energy to reconnect Zhang San's severed meridians one by one. After a brief period, when the physician from Mocian Pavilion arrived, Zhang San's hands had been successfully reattached, regaining both sensation and functionality, requiring only a period of rest for complete recovery. The physician expressed his astonishment, exclaiming how all the meridians had been severed yet were restored seamlessly, akin to the work of a celestial being. "Is it true? He has truly recovered? This is utterly miraculous." The onlookers marveled in disbelief, casting awestruck glances at Mu Yunxi. However, at that moment, Mu Yunxi felt somewhat drained. The process of reconnecting the meridians, bones, and even the marrow of these two individuals was no simple feat, consuming far more energy than merely restoring the spiritual essence of ordinary tea leaves. Rong Ling, perceptive as ever, noticed this and, cradling the young cub, squatted down gracefully. Whether healing the living or controlling creatures, both demanded significantly more energy than dealing with the inanimate. Mu Yunxi silently acknowledged this, calculating that the energy expenditure for restoring the meridians of a human hand greatly surpassed that required for reviving the essence of tea leaves, by nearly dozens, if not hundreds, of times. By the time she had healed Li Si's arm, she felt quite fatigued, yet with Rong Ling's support, she managed to rise. Just then, a procession approached, calling out loudly, "Is Mu Yunxi of the Mu family present? His Majesty has issued a decree. You are to enter the palace at once." Chapter 45, The Sweet Husband and the Warm Child. A great calamity approaches. Ah, Xiao Chuyi, this clever spirit, immediately turned to face the intruders. His cheeks slightly puffed in indignation, likely offended by the loud summons that had disturbed his mother. Coincidentally, the equally displeased imperial teacher. A flicker of dark light passed fleetingly across his forehead, causing the leader of the entourage to tumble from his steed. The captain. The 6 companions accompanying him were taken aback, hastily dismounting to assist him. Meanwhile, the onlooking citizens instinctively parted to clear a path for these individuals to pass through. As the enraged captain of the Imperial Guards rose to his feet and beheld the figures ahead, his fury dissipated instantly, his face turning pale in shock. The Imperial teacher. What brings him here? The messenger had not mentioned his presence. Was this not a trap laid for him? In a state of panic, the captain dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "We, the humble servants, pay our respects to the imperial teacher. We acted recklessly and have offended you. We deserve the gravest of punishments." The entire squad of imperial guards, now kneeling, was drenched in sweat, their anxiety palpable. Upon hearing his words, the guards wished they could vanish at once. Yet, They had no choice but to report, "We beseech you, Master Amo. His Majesty truly has decreed the summons for Miss Mu Yunxi to enter the palace." The captain, with no other option, braced himself to deliver the news. "Enter the palace?" Mu Yunxi finally spoke, her voice laced with curiosity. "May I inquire as to the reason?" Hearing her response, the captain exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "As for the specifics, I am uncertain, but the head of the Mu family has also been summoned, so it may pertain to familial matters." "Very well, I understand." Mu Yunxi nodded, yet she did not express her consent to enter the palace. The young commander grew somewhat anxious, and with a sharper tone, Rongling exclaimed, "Leave." Upon hearing this, the imperial guards promptly withdrew, not daring to linger for even a moment, fearing that a single additional word could lead to their demise. In the capital, it was well known that this individual was capricious, utterly intolerant of defiance. Should he be displeased, no matter who the person may be, they would certainly meet their end. The crux of the matter was that this person possessed extraordinary abilities, and no master would provoke him over a subordinate's fate, rendering any death essentially meaningless. As the guards dispersed, a certain young master struggled slightly, seemingly wishing to descend. Rongling, casting a glance at him, could not help but inquire, "What do you intend to do?" The young master pointed towards the two attendants, then rummaged through his tiny pocket, producing 2 gold leaves, evidently intending to bestow them upon the pair. The 2 perceptive attendants were instantly warmed by his generosity, exclaiming, "We are exceedingly grateful for the lady's healing." Unfazed, the young master directly tossed the gold leaves down. The 2 attendants, seeing this, did not hesitate, swiftly picking up the leaves while expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, lady." "Thank you, esteemed teacher." The innkeeper, overhearing, quickly offered his thanks as well, saying, "Thank you, esteemed teacher." "Thank you, lady and young master." Even the martial artist stationed within the Yuyue Tower emerged, bowing and proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed teacher." "There's no need for excessive formality," Rongling replied, gently patting the plump child beside him, then turned to the young lady next to him and asked, "Shall we leave?" "Indeed," she responded. Mu Yunxi nodded slightly. Having conveyed a few medical instructions to Zhang San and Li Si before departing with Ronglin. "Indeed, did you not witness the fear exhibited by those military men earlier?" Even Mr. He from the Yue Tower came out to pay his respects. It could not be mistaken. My heavens, we, the lowly common folk, have had the fortune to pay homage to such divine beauty. The focal point of the crowd's discussion was primarily centered around the esteemed master from the United States, with Mu Yunxi appearing as a mere accompaniment. However, both Dr. Zhang and the warriors and shopkeeper of the Yue Tower were deeply astonished by Mu Yunxi's capabilities. It seems certain rumors were indeed accurate. This young lady, Mu Yunxi, is none other than the awakened supreme spiritual entity, and the recent phenomena are all linked to her. "Mister," he exclaimed in admiration. "Should we take some action?" inquired the shopkeeper of Yue Tower. "There is no need. Such a personage is beyond our reach. Even if we wish to ingratiate ourselves, we are unworthy. We shall proceed as usual. Zhang San and Li Si shall be elevated, and should she bring that young master with her again, they will attend to him." "Understood," the shopkeeper replied, fully aware of the implications. With the promise of rewards and the impending promotion of Zhang San and Li Si, they felt as though fortune was smiling upon them. Although they had endured considerable hardship, the rewards were undeniably worth it. One could only remark on their fortuitous politeness towards the young master that day. Otherwise, they would not be reaping such benefits now. Of course, they would have also avoided the misfortune of losing an arm. Every sip and morsel, it seems, is predestined. Meanwhile, having settled the bill and exited the tea house, Mu Yunxi, accompanied by a certain master, was preparing to enter the palace. Without refusing the company of Mu Yunxi, she inquired, "What do you think the emperor intends to do?" "You shall know once we arrive. With my presence, there is no need for concern," responded Ronglin in a composed manner. Ignoring him, Mu Yunxi was aware that taking this individual along posed no significant issue. Her curiosity lay in the emperor's intentions. As they traveled in their carriage towards the palace, the princess consort of Dan did not enter the palace. She evaded Li Onren's imperial decree, claiming to assist her husband in seclusion. In truth, she had not entered the seclusion chamber at all. Instead, she summoned Dan Yufeng and inquired, "I did not inquire in detail about the matters within your trial grounds previously. Now, recount everything that has transpired over the past few days in detail." "Is it necessary to recount all?" Dan Yufeng questioned, feeling it might be superfluous. However, the princess consort insisted earnestly, "Indeed. Nothing must be omitted. Even if you deem it trivial, there was indeed a significant matter at hand, the incident involving Lark. You are aware, are you not? She had her legs severed by Mu Yunxi. Had Mu Yunxi married the crown prince, it would have been a different scenario. Now, with this uproar, will Mu Yunxi be unharmed? Dan Yunfeng expressed his concern over this matter. Yet, with the emperor's mentor backing Mu Yunxi, it should be all right, shouldn't it? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the princess consort's expression shifted profoundly, indicating that the situation might not bode well. What is the matter? Can the emperor's mentor not protect Mu Yunxi? After all, Lark is merely a princess. She cannot be that significant, Dan Yunfeng pondered, perplexed. However, the princess consort understood well that matters could not be assessed so simply. Come, we must enter the palace. Originally, she did not wish to wade into these murky waters, which is why she avoided Lianren. However, it seems that she now has no choice but to proceed, lest she inadvertently invite calamity upon herself. Chapter 46. All Seeking Death. In the royal palace. Within the Tian Hall, Mu Yunxi was the first to arrive, bringing along Mu Qingqing. The imperial physician was in the midst of taking her pulse, and the conclusion drawn was similar to that of the Dan Wangfei. Given the circumstances, it would be best to sever the connection to the Dan lineage. Mu Yunxi intended to seek something, but the Xianle emperor had already spoken, instructing him to withdraw. The physician, having received the command, departed without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing had fallen to her knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, Qingqing is unwilling to accept this fate. I implore you to take my situation into consideration." Impudent! Mu Yunxi immediately rebuked, "Rise. This is not a matter for you to address." "Do not be concerned," the Xianle emperor replied, unfazed, and commanded the attendant Xianchun to assist the young lady in standing. Xianchun complied, inwardly sighing at her distress. The delicate and tearful Mu Qingqing evoked considerable sympathy, and her plight indeed appeared dire. In Xianchun's eyes, this only intensified his protective instincts, further fueled by their previous encounters at the Mu residence. He reassured her. "Rest assured, the engagement shall remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's heart stirred, yet her expression grew even more sorrowful. "That cannot be. If I am rendered incapable, how could I ever be worthy of His Highness?" Xianchun sought to provide further comfort, but the Xianle emperor interjected once more. "I have commanded that Mu Yunxi be summoned to the palace. As long as your words are truthful, I shall ensure she returns her essence." To her utter astonishment, Mu Qingqing's countenance transformed as she nearly succumbed to weakness at the emperor's words. The emperor of Xianle, a figure of remarkable acumen, undoubtedly perceived the underlying truths. "Could it be that your words lack veracity?" he queried, incredulity etched upon his face. "Impossible." Mu Yunxi promptly interjected on behalf of his daughter, asserting that the mother of Mu Yunxi had openly confessed to this matter. Oh, this piqued the emperor's interest. "Where is her mother?" he inquired. "In the capital, at the Mu residence." Mu Yunxi replied, his expression darkening with ire as he mentioned Qinwei. "I truly did not anticipate that a mere servant in the household would dare to so brazenly defy her master. Then summon her forth for a confrontation. She must acknowledge the truth before us. No matter her extraordinary talents, she must not insult the dignity of my royal family," the empress interjected, unable to contain her thoughts any longer. Her vexation regarding the incident with Xianke had long simmered, and she had been seeking an opportunity to confront Mu Yunxi. However, with Mu Yunxi awakening an unparalleled spiritual body and catching the attention of the imperial teacher, she, despite her status as empress, had refrained from acting rashly. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. This audacious young woman had not only harmed Xianke, but had also incapacitated the eldest daughter of the Mu family, who was, moreover, the designated crown princess and the granddaughter of the Dan king. Furthermore, the act of seizing one's bloodline power was an affront to the demonic path, warranting universal condemnation. Even the formidable imperial teacher would need to tread carefully, lest he face repercussions. In light of this, the empress proposed, "This matter must be substantiated, Your Majesty. Our royal family could report to the strongest in the realm, requesting their intervention to restrain the imperial teacher." "That is inadvisable," the emperor of Xianle replied, shaking his head in disapproval. "Though the Mo master may be youthful and impetuous, he is also a guardian of our Xianle dynasty. We must exercise caution and not act unless absolutely necessary." However, the queen still had words to express. Outside the hall, Lianren reported, "Your Majesty, the princess of Dan requests an audience." "Isn't she supposed to be assisting the king of Dan in his seclusion?" The queen inquired, astonished. Very well, please let her in. The emperor of Xianla remarked, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, the queen furrowed her brow. Did she not wish to avoid this? Perhaps she sought to ascertain the king's wishes. For being her nephew by blood, she was naturally inclined to advocate for him. As the emperor spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Mu Yunxi. The latter, sensing the gaze, quickly raised her eyes, only to find the emperor observing her, causing her heart to race. She was uncertain whether His Majesty had discerned anything amiss. Yet at this juncture, it seemed she could only plunge forward into the abyss. She had to convince herself that she was indeed Lu Xiaoxi. No, rather, Mu Yunxi was the false identity. Yes, it was Mu Yunxi who had usurped her bloodline's power and struck her down, resulting in her current state of being, where the blood of the Dan family was volatile and liable to backlash at any moment. As Mu Yunxi contemplated this, the princess of Dan had already been summoned into the palace. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty, and greets her majesty the queen and his highness the crown prince. No need for formalities, the emperor of Xianla replied, gesturing for the queen to assist the woman. The queen stepped forward to support the princess of Dan and playfully teased, We have finally awaited your arrival. Today, His Majesty is here to advocate for this girl, Qi Qing. Surely the Dan residence could not absent itself? Your Majesty speaks true. Those in the residence are rather foolish. Primarily, Yufeng is still young and lacks understanding. Believing that my entering to see his father would prevent me from leaving freely, the princess of Dan responded, readily shifting the blame onto her naive son with a cheerful smile. Time has passed, and it is indeed time for marriage. However, the empress, with a smile, ceased her words, but then remarked, Well, it is also a good thing. If Mu Yunxi truly engaged in such deeds, he would be of questionable character. The consort of the Dan king laughed silently, her gaze resting upon Mu Yunxi. To speak candidly, she did not believe that Mu Yunxi had ever taken from Mu Yunxi's lineage. She had expressed this opinion at the Mu residence. Yet, her niece seemed either too naive or willingly manipulated, as she had escalated this matter to the royal court. Alas, even if her niece were aware of the truth, it was likely she could not oppose Mu Yunxi, whose ambitions far exceeded his abilities. This time, it seemed a significant crisis was imminent. The consort of the Dan king, who had always held a low opinion of Mu Yunxi, resolved to speak. Your Majesty, I have heard some whispers regarding this matter. But based on my understanding of the Dan lineage, Mu Yunxi is certainly not one who would steal bloodlines. Oh, the immortal music emperor glanced at the consort with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Do you dare to assert such a claim? The consort's heart trembled, and she had already deduced that the emperor likely knew the truth, but was clearly seeking a confrontation. This was indeed a struggle between the royal family and the imperial masteress residence. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to clarify. I do not dare to make a definitive assertion. I can only be 80% certain. Therefore, upon leaving the residence, I instructed Yufeng to forcibly awaken my husband. Once he emerges from seclusion, he shall provide a definitive answer. Regardless of the circumstances, the consort of the Dan king had to declare her stance, ensuring she would not be used. If necessary, she could distance herself from the Mu family. Otherwise, offending the imperial masteress residence could lead to grave consequences for her family at the front lines. As soon as she finished speaking, coincidentally, Lianren had already paid his respects outside the hall, declaring, The old servant greets the imperial master. After acknowledging Miss Yunxi, he urged, Please, both of you, proceed directly into the hall as per His Majesty's command. Lianren, striving to uphold the dignity of the Xianla emperor, was indeed quite determined, for Rongling would not wait for announcements. He boldly entered with no regard for decorum. Consequently, both he and Mu Yunxi overheard the words of the Dan Wangfei. Once they entered the hall, Mu Yunxi naturally turned her gaze toward the Dan Wangfei, who returned the look. In that moment of shared glances, the Dan Wangfei's heart skipped a beat. Those eyes, they bore a striking resemblance to those of her sister. The revered Xianyu. Chapter 47. Qinwei is not my mother. How could that be? The Dan Wangfei's heart nearly leapt from her chest. She had not sensed it before, but this exchange of glances brought forth the realization. There is no need for excessive formalities. Come forth. Provide a seat for Master Mo. And one for Miss Yunxi, the Xianla emperor graciously instructed. Lianren promptly arranged seating, and once everyone was settled, the Xianla emperor spoke first, since Master Mo is here. It saves me the trouble of sending for you. However, Rongling chose to disregard this, instead focusing on the Dan Wangfei, remarking, You are rather astute. The imperial master flatters me. I merely speak the truth. All within the Dan Wangfu are straightforward individuals, candidly expressing their thoughts without ambiguity. The Dan Wangfei replied courteously. I can see that. The Xianle Emperor responded with a smile, unconcerned that Rong Ling did not show him deference, and directly addressed, Mu Yunxi, you may speak. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yunxi immediately stepped forward, directing his gaze towards Mu Yunxi. Humph, what a cunning scheme you have devised. Ah, sensing the malice. Young Master Xiaochu quickly glared in defense of his mother, though his ferocity was undermined by his tender youth. Ignoring him, Mu Yunxi eloquently declared, Master Mo, I, Mu Yunxi, have a matter to inquire. With renewed courage, he continued, might the esteemed imperial master be aware that the person you favor, Mu Yunxi, has secretly conspired with her mother, Qin Yue, to steal my daughter's essence? Nonsense. Mu Yunxi retorted vehemently, her indignation palpable. The matter of her essence was a sensitive topic. And now Mu Yunxiong audaciously accused her of pilfering Mu Qingqing's essence? Huh. You are blind to the truth. It is one thing to be misled, but I must ask, if I had indeed stolen her essence, why is it that the one awakening the divine Shinnon bloodline is not she, but I? Are you suggesting that a crow can usurp a magpie's nest and transform into a phoenix? Such blessings are beyond the wildest dreams of even the demon race. Yet you dare to entertain such thoughts. With a fierce countenance, Mu Yunxi unleashed her frustration, her powerful aura exuding an undeniable presence that momentarily left Mu Yunxiong speechless. Not only him, but even the esteemed imperial master was taken aback, his eyes filled with intrigue as he observed the young lady beside him. So fierce, so captivating. Young Master Xiaochu, who had instinctively nestled closer to the imperial master, felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity, his gaze fixated on his mother. Indeed, suddenly interjecting. Mu Qingqing could no longer contain herself. Lu Xiaoxi, how can you treat me this way? My feelings towards you and your mother are profoundly sincere. Yet, is this how you repay me? Not only do you steal my essence, but you also seek to ruin me. Were it not for His Majesty's willingness to advocate for me, I would find myself bereft of any recourse to voice my grievances. As Mu Qingqing spoke, tears streamed down her face, presenting a truly pitiful sight. So much so that Xian Chun could not help but interject, Mu Yunxi. Some actions are observed by the heavens. If you have truly committed such deeds, then before all present, return the essence to Qingqing. Upon hearing this, the esteemed master raised an eyebrow, ready to instigate trouble. However, Mu Yunxi was quicker to retort, preposterous. It is she who must restore my essence. Not the other way around. How is it that in the illustrious Xianle dynasty, no one can discern the issues with her bloodline? Outrageous. The empress, unable to restrain herself any longer, slammed her hand down in anger, exclaiming, Mu Yunxi, while you may indeed be a genius, such arrogance is intolerable within the royal family. Xian Chun, furrowing his brow, nodded in agreement. What the empress says is true. Though you are gifted, you have an imperial master to support you. Yet that does not give you license to act so recklessly. If she were able to integrate, it would imply that I genuinely stole her bloodline. If she cannot, can it truly be said that she is unable to integrate her own lineage? Certainly not. Mu Qingqing immediately retorted, are you truly unaware of the favor you have bestowed upon me? You struck me with a whip, causing my Dan clan bloodline to drift away from its core, rendering it utterly incapable of fusion. Indeed, Mu Yunxiong chimed in, thus, the Mu family shall not hold your previous actions against you, even if you require the precious blood of the enchanting Qingqing to stimulate and evolve your lineage. It is of no consequence. The Mu family shall no longer pursue this matter. Huh. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi raised her hand, applauding the father-daughter duo. Clapping resounded in the air. With a mocking glint in her eyes, Mu Yunxi remarked, what a splendid explanation of my bloodline rank, superior to that of her Mu Qingqing, yet still justifying the reason for desiring her blood. You concede. Mu Qingqing exclaimed, a mixture of exhilaration and madness in her voice. You truly are inhuman. Despite my kindness towards you both, never have I regarded you as mere servants. Enough. The Emperor of Xianle interjected decisively. Am sure, this entanglement is unnecessary. Why not resolve the bloodline issue within Mu Qingqing? However, Mu Yunxi interjected once more. No, Your Majesty. This matter cannot be diluted. It is she, Mu Qingqing, who has stolen my blood, not the other way around. You. Mu Qingqing attempted to argue, but the Emperor silenced her, preventing the Queen from speaking as well, and inquired, what do you intend to do? Return my bloodline. Mu Yunxi responded with composure, asserting, "Your Majesty need not offend me for the sake of a useless individual. You are outrageous." The queen could no longer contain her anger. "Who do you think you are? And who might you be?" Mu Yunxi retorted with a cold smile. "Do you truly believe I am merely the daughter of a lowly servant of the Mu family? If so, then your intellect, dear queen, is hardly distinguishable from that of your foolish daughter." The queen, filled with indignation, found herself subdued once more by the Emperor of Xianla, who inquired, "So, do you refuse to provide the royal family with an explanation?" This question was directed not only at Mu Yunxi, but also implicitly at Ronglin, who, however, seemed disinclined to speak. Yet Mu Yunxi, unperturbed, took it upon herself to respond, "Your Majesty, as a citizen of Xianla, am I obliged to offer an explanation?" Upon hearing this, the emperor's gaze deepened with intrigue. "Are you suggesting that should I demand an explanation, you would no longer consider yourself a citizen of Xianla?" The queen interjected, "How dare you?" Nevertheless, Mu Yunxi calmly affirmed, "Indeed. Excellent." The emperor of Xianla was not angered. Rather, he smiled. "Remember what you have said today. I shall not interfere in the affairs of the Mu family. You must resolve it yourself." "Your Majesty?" Mu Yunxiong was taken aback. Thank you, Your Majesty." Mu Yunxi expressed her gratitude with a bow and turned to Mu Yunxiong, offering a somewhat righteous reminder. "Qin Yue is not my mother." Chapter 48, Reclaiming the Bloodline. Delivering a fatal blow. "You are talking nonsense." Mu Tingxing exclaimed in fury, her anger a mere facade to mask her unease. "Qin Yue is not your mother. Would she go to such lengths for you?" The events of the past had been meticulously orchestrated by Qin Yue, leaving no room for error. Even if Lu Xiaoxi were to uncover something, she would be unable to reverse the situation. Moreover, she had reached a tacit agreement with Qin Yue. They must relentlessly pursue Mu Yunxi, ensuring her complete eradication. This was their final opportunity. Otherwise, as the Dan Wangfei had warned, should the Dan Wang emerge from seclusion, the issues surrounding the bloodline could be irrevocably exposed. She must thoroughly merge Lu Xiaoxi's essence before this moment. These underlying thoughts flashed through Mu Qingqing's mind, causing her heart to race as she resolutely cried out, "Your Majesty, I implore you to permit Qin Yue to enter the palace for confrontation." The Emperor of Xianla, however, did not respond to her plea. Though his initial desire was for Mu Qingqing to also become a genius, even if a secondary one, the recent display by Mu Yunxi led him to reconsider. The shrewd ruler deemed it unnecessary to offend a superlative talent for the sake of someone as inconsequential as Mu Qingqing. Furthermore, the stance of the Danwang mansion was quite clear. The Dan Wangfei seemed disinclined to favor Mu Qingqing. How intriguing, truly intriguing. As the orchestrator of this affair, the Emperor of Xianla found himself immensely entertained and had no intention of intervening, merely allowing these individuals to engage in their own courtroom drama. With Ronglin choosing not to partake, it would be beneath him to step in. His only rival was Ronglin, and no one else, not even Mu Yunxi, warranted his genuine involvement. Yet, while he remained silent, Mu Yunxi seized the moment, declaring, "Your Majesty, allow her to come." At last, the Emperor of Xianla commanded, "Summon her." "Your servant is here." Li Anren promptly responded. "Bring forth the sinner, Qin Yue." "As you command." Li Anren obeyed and swiftly returned with the already summoned Qin Yue. Upon her arrival, Mu Yunxi immediately launched an attack. "Qin Yue, is Mu Qingqing not your offspring?" The words resonated with a profound and ethereal cadence, causing the already anxious Qin Yue to freeze momentarily before she reluctantly admitted, "Yes." "Impossible." With a drastic change in complexion, Mu Qingqing cried out in anguish, "Qin Yue, what nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's expression softened slightly. However, Mu Yunxi, with a sneer, took immediate action. It was absurd to expect resolution through confrontation with shameless individuals like Mu Qingqing and Qin Yue. It was utterly impossible. Even in death, they would never admit their guilt. Thus, as soon as Mu Yunxi acted, he severed Qin Yue's wrist. Utilizing the power of a spirit summoner, he swiftly extracted the most potent essence of her blood. Mu Yunxiong, his face paling, contemplated intervening. Yet, the esteemed master from the United States was not merely a backdrop. Thus, Mu Yunxiong found himself subdued with just a shift of his aura. As for Mu Qingqing, whoosh, Mu Yunxi unleashed his blood knife whip. It immediately penetrated the outer layer of the Dan clan's bloodline, drawing forth the essence of Mu Qingqing's blood. Before anyone else in the hall could react, Mu Yunxi had already fused the blood of Mu Qingqing and Qin Yue. Thus, the two bloods intertwined seamlessly. This was not all. Sizzle. From the two droplets of blood emerged wisps of essence that soared into the air, transforming into a stream of water-like spiritual energy. This astonishing scene left everyone, including the Dan Empress, utterly spellbound. Our Dan clan has never engaged with descendants of the water lineage. The Dan Empress, with a profoundly complex tone, cast a lingering glance at Mu Qicheng before addressing Emperor Xianle. Your Majesty should be aware that our Dan clan is inherently fiery. Should we truly combine with those bearing water lineage, the Dan bloodline would obliterate the water essence within the offspring. In other words, Mu Qicheng is undoubtedly not the daughter of Xianyu. The verdict is final. The revelation struck like a hammer, leaving Mu Yunkong's face ashen. At this moment, if he still failed to comprehend, he would truly be foolish. Yet, there remained a glimmer of confusion within him regarding Mu Qicheng. Before he could finish his thoughts, the anxious Mu Qicheng had already knelt down, weeping. No, it is not like that. Perhaps there is an unexpected turn? Aunt, you are being too absolute. The onlookers, particularly Emperor Xianle, interjected softly. Who is Xianyu? She is known as the Venerable One. The bloodline of the Dan clan within her exhibits signs of ancestral return, a formidable force indeed. Therefore, her biological daughter must possess a bloodline strength that is absolutely not to be underestimated. Given the domineering nature of the Dan clan bloodline, it is impossible for it to leave any residual water element power within the descendants. This is the essence of the Dan clan's bloodline, supreme and unparalleled. Even if Mu Yunkong's metal bloodline provides some assistance to the water element, it pales in comparison before the Dan clan bloodline. It simply cannot compete. All arguments are rendered futile. With an indifferent tone, Mu Yunxi dispelled the 2 drops of essence blood from his hand. Mu Qicheng collapsed despondently to the ground, as if life had drained from her, her entire being rendered motionless. However, Qin Yue spoke up. It is my fault. All of it is my doing. I swapped the lady's daughter. Qingqing knows nothing. Everything is my mistake. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yunkong's expression grew complex, igniting a flicker of hope within Mu Qingqing. Father slap. Once again, Mu Yunxi struck, wielding a blood knife that came crashing down towards Mu Qingqing. Mu Yunkong was instantly consumed by rage, and in that moment, Mu Qingqing spat blood. A wave of fiery energy coursed through her body. Subsequently, the pure bloodline power of the Dan clan surged toward Mu Yunxi. With a hum, a crimson fire whip materialized above the blood knife in her hand, exuding an aura both mysterious and unfathomable. The Shindong whip. The Emperor of Xianle's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly realized that his impromptu decision was indeed correct. However, the ethereal image of the Shindong whip flickered and vanished in an instant. Although many were present in the hall, only the Emperor of Xianle and a certain imperial master took notice. As for Mu Yunxi herself, she sensed that she could summon even greater power from the Shindong whip, and thus nodded in satisfaction indeed. Because of this, many within the hall felt a dawning clarity that Mu Yunxi had reached completeness. Yet, completely oblivious to this, Qin Yue believed that Mu Yunxi intended to annihilate them all. Without a second thought, she cried out in despair, My lord, Qingqing is also your daughter. You cannot abandon her in her time of need. Chapter 49. The Death of Qin Yue. The Dominance of the Dan Empress. Goodness, what a shocking revelation. The crowd was left utterly speechless. The Dan Empress gazed at Mu Yunkong with eyes filled with fury. Previously, she had found it strange that Mu Yunkong, a 6th-grade martial artist, could not discern which daughter was his own. So it was, in her wrath, the Dan Empress wished she could strike Mu Yunkong down with a single blow. This wretched scoundrel had brought torment upon the true descendants of the Dan bloodline. In a fleeting moment, the Princess Dan cast a gaze filled with compassion upon Mu Yunxi. Originally, she had been somewhat perplexed, sensing that the girl seemed to know the truth of her origins yet refrained from disclosing it to her elders. Now, the truth lay bare before her, and she exclaimed with indignation, Mu Yunxiang, you are unworthy of Xianyu. Mu Yunxiang, pallid and devoid of excuses, acknowledged the gravity of his past misstep. Recognizing that he had sown the seeds of calamity, he ought not to have allowed her to remain. Hearing this, Qin Yue felt little dismay. She had merely been a lowly maid of the Mu family, having once served Mu Yunxiang closely, but after Xianyu's marriage, she had been dismissed. Yet, her beauty and humble origins rendered her a captivating presence, and in the eyes of Mu Yunxiang, she eclipsed the existence of other men. However, the reverence and submission she inspired in him lingered in his thoughts, thus leading to the birth of Mu Qicheng. You spoke of seeking a spouse, and I paired you with Lu Laogo without objection. It appears there was a hidden scheme behind it. Unbeknownst to Mu Yunxiang, Mu Qicheng was indeed his daughter with Qin Wei. Had he known, he would never have allowed her to be born. Now, as matters escalated to this point, both were daughters, one having been nurtured since infancy. Despite the harshness that resided in Mu Yunxi's heart, he could not forsake Mu Qingqing. Nevertheless, as Qin Yue exposed the truth before all, he displayed a certain resolve. Very well, you may go. After all, Qingqing is my daughter, and I shall not treat her unjustly. Thank you. With a pallid visage, Qin Yue plunged a dagger into her own heart, a decisive act to the very end. In the final moments of her life, the dying Qin Yue gazed longingly at Mu Qingqing. After orchestrating so much, as a mother, Qin Yue harbored but a single wish, to elevate her daughter to great heights. She felt remorse for Lu Xiaoxi, for Lu Laogo, for betraying Mu Yunxi, and for Dan Xianyu, yet she held no regrets concerning Mu Qingqing. However, the very person she looked upon, Mu Qingqing, recoiled in repulsion, declaring, I am not your daughter. I am a proud descendant of the Dan family. I am the esteemed eldest daughter of the Mu household. How could I possibly be the daughter of a lowly servant? Mu Qingqing vehemently refused to accept such a notion, especially in public. Moreover, she had to deny it to absolve herself of any wrongdoing. She was innocent. Qin Yue understood this, and thus bore no resentment towards her daughter. With a sense of regret, she closed her eyes, concluding a life steeped in relentless striving. At this juncture, much of the farce had been resolved. Mu Yunxi turned his gaze towards Mu Yunxi, a complex inquiry in his eyes. Why did you not inform me? With no evidence to support your claim. Would you believe me? Mu Yunxi retorted. Mu Yunxiong immediately shut his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them to say, How do you know I would not believe you? Do you perceive me as such a fool? Well, it seems you are unwilling to acknowledge me. Mu Yunxi remained silent. In her heart, she indeed did not wish to recognize him. However, the Dan princess consort erupted in fury, exclaiming, How can you expect she to believe you? You are so oblivious that she was subjected to humiliation right beneath your nose. Who knows whether you have deliberately turned a blind eye to Qin Yue? Wang Sa. Silence. Do not shout like that. This humble princess does not deserve it. Xianyu is but a fool, solely focused on her cultivation. She remains oblivious to your indiscretions, and now that she has departed, you could not even care for her kin. How dare you question Shi now? She has never received your care and has only witnessed the affection you bestow upon Mu Qingqing. How can she trust you? To speak candidly, it is fortunate that she did not. Had she placed her faith in you, who knows how she would have been subjected to your humiliation? Are you intending for her to relinquish the Dan lineage to fulfill your desires and those of the lowly maid's daughter? The furious princess, Dan did not allow Mu Yunxiong a moment to defend himself, unleashing her wrath unabated, leaving his complexion a kaleidoscope of pallor and hues of despair. Yet, this was not the end. Your Majesty, I beseech you to decree the dissolution of the union between Xianyu and Mu Yunxiong. The Emperor of Xianlu found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this appropriate? The affairs of this couple were their own, and with Xianyu absent, what right did he have to issue such a decree? Mu Yunxiong, unable to contain himself, replied, Sister-in-law, this matter concerns Xianyu and me. You are overstepping your bounds. If the Emperor were to publicly decree our separation, what face would remain for me? Mu Yunxiong? I might as well retreat into seclusion. The Emperor of Xianlu was averse to escalating the situation to such an extent. Though Mu Yunxiong's personal affairs were in disarray, he still performed adequately as the city lord. Very well, let it be as you say, Your Majesty. However, she has endured far too much suffering over the years. I implore you to confer upon her the title of princess, so that no impudent junior dares to humiliate her under the guise of royal status. This statement prompted an immediate retort from the Empress Fenghua. Do not engage in veiled accusations. Regarding the matter of Xianke, even if she has erred, she has endured a painful lesson. What more do you desire? The Empress Dowager scoffed, merely having her legs severed. Does that truly constitute a grievous lesson? Since the moment Xianyu gave birth to she has ventured into perilous realms for the sake of the dynasty, and her whereabouts remain unknown. Yet you, Your Majesty, are too occupied to nurture Xianke, while you, as the Empress, have transformed a royal princess into such a worthless being. Do you dare to speak further? Were I in your position, I would promptly scurry away with my tail between my legs. You, the Empress, was nearly struck by a heart attack from rage. However, let this matter rest. It is our royal family that owes an apology to Yunxi, the girl. With a heavy sigh, the Xianla Emperor quelled the Empress's fury and turned his gaze to Mu Yunxi. At that moment, Mu Yunxi felt somewhat dazed. The primary reason being that the Empress Dowager was exceedingly fierce, scolding Mu Yunxiong, then Xianke, and even the Empress herself. If this continued, She believed that the Empress Dowager might even dare to rebuke the Emperor. In truth, the Xianle Emperor shared this sentiment. Thus he tactfully remarked, Yunxi, I wish to bestow upon you the title of National Protector Princess. What say you? I say nothing. This response did not originate from Mu Yunxi, but rather from the ever-inconspicuous Master Rong. Chapter 50. Under this title, Filthy Scoundrel of a Father. The typically unnoticeable Master Rong boldly contradicted the Xianle Emperor's decree, causing a noticeable shift in the Emperor's countenance. You a National Protector Princess? To serve the Xianle dynasty? What a cunning calculation you propose. Let us amend that to Princess Linyun. The amiable Master Rong, gently caressing the slumbering child in his embrace, held onto the hand of the person beside him, momentarily preventing her from breaking free. The Dan King's consort mused. This fellow is truly domineering. He insists on inserting himself into every title, demanding that his name be attached, and that too in the forefront. Emperor Xianle found himself somewhat speechless, even the composed robot. Mu Yunxi could not help but roll his eyes at that moment, ready to retort, You. Do you wish to object? Think it through. With a teasing smile. Master Rong lightly grasped her wrist, the pressure of his hold decidedly ambiguous. Mu Yunxi conceded. Very well, let us call her Princess Lingyun. It has a nice ring to it, does it not? The Dan King's consort, ever perceptive, garnered a approving glance from the esteemed master. In truth, Mu Yunxi did not mind much. It was merely a hint of rebelliousness that stirred within her. Seeing his insistence, she pouted slightly and acquiesced. Good. Master Rong's smile radiated brilliantly, dazzling all in attendance. Young Xianchun suddenly felt a flicker in his heart. Oh no, was it the sensation of infatuation? The master's infuriating charm. He averted his gaze, feeling unworthy to look. However, Mu Qingcheng was utterly captivated, her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to restrain herself. Master Rongling, with his resplendent allure, anyone who had beheld his true visage could not help but be astonished. And now, with such a radiant smile, the Dan King's consort thought to herself that even as a married woman, she felt a flutter in her heart. How could the disparity in appearances between people be so vast? Fortunately, she possesses an exquisite beauty, albeit excessively slender, rendering her appearance somewhat unripe, failing to overshadow the captivating allure of the esteemed master. Similarly speechless, Mu Yunxi, having been subjected to the enchanting presence of a certain master at such proximity, suddenly felt that indulging him and witnessing his radiant smile was rather delightful. Alas, the beauty trap is undeniably intoxicating. Cough. Ultimately, it was the seasoned emperor of Xianle who managed to endure it all. He decisively proclaimed, if there is nothing further, let us disperse. I too am weary. The decree for the conferment will be entrusted to Minister Feng to expedite, at which point I shall convey my edict at the master's residence. The master promptly responded, while others remained silent, each departing as they pleased. The men feared their own inclinations, and the women dreaded their potential betrayals. That formidable master is truly terrifying. The emperor of Xianle hastened to the inner palace, only to realize he had yet to soothe Mu Yunxi and ensure he fulfilled his duties as the lord of Jing'an. Furthermore, he had neglected to annul the betrothal between Chun'er and that Mu Qingqing. How could the daughter of a mere servant girl, even if she were Mu Yunxi's illegitimate daughter, be worthy of the crown prince? His son may be somewhat naive, yet he must not be tarnished by Mu Qingqing. How infuriating. Rongling has misled me. The emperor of Xianle was filled with indignation, yet he chose to set aside this matter for the moment, seeking solace in the company of a beauty first. As for Xianchun, he suddenly recalled that his father had not annulled the betrothal. Did that mean he was still expected to marry Mu Qingqing? It was not that he despised her entirely. Rather, her character seemed rather lacking. Xianchun was not entirely foolish. Having reached this juncture, he no longer believed that Mu Qingqing was wholly unaware of the situation. Qin Yue's words were merely a means of exoneration for her daughter. The empress, who shares his path, also holds a disdain for Mu Qingqing. You need not fret over this matter. Your mother will take charge on your behalf. I fear it may be difficult. The empress held little hope. He is captivated by that Mu Yunxi. Would he displease Mu Yunxi, even for the sake of care? Perhaps not entirely. Xianchun mused. Would a man like Master Mo truly be so infatuated with a woman? Your meaning. I imply nothing, merely expressing incredulity. Even if Mu Yunxi is an awakened paragon, it is insufficient. Master Mo is no ordinary man, but a divine being. Indeed, perhaps it is but a temporary favor. The thoughts of gods are beyond mortal comprehension. Go now. The empress spoke no further. After Xianchun departed, She cast a resentful glance towards a certain part of the palace, in the direction Emperor Xianla had taken. Outside the palace, the imperial preceptor's carriage had just begun its leisurely journey when it was intercepted. Yunxi, might I have a word? It was the voice of Mu Yunxi. Much to Mu Yunxi's surprise, the imperial preceptor's displeasure was palpable. Incompetent fool. Can't even drive a carriage. Ji Tsongyue, the coachman, wondered if he should run over the city Lord Mu. Was that the preceptor's intention? It must be. So, he would run him over. Ji Tsongyue was poised to act when Mu Yunxi alighted from the carriage. What do you wish to say? Seeing this, Ji Tsongyue decided to exercise restraint, lest he startle her. Mu Yunxi, unaware of his close call, gazed at his daughter with a complex expression. She is exceptionally talented. And with the support of the esteemed master, it seems the path ahead will be smooth. However, on the side of Qicheng, gritting his teeth, Mu Yunxi finally spoke, suggesting they take a moment to converse privately. Are you unwilling? To be honest, Mu Yunxi was not particularly inclined. Yet the lady of the Pill King, who was also present, lifted the curtain of the carriage and interjected from a distance. She, go ahead. After all, he is your father. The astute lady of the Pill King understood the weight of public opinion. It was rather humiliating for Mu Yunxi to stop Mu Yunxi outside the palace gates, and if she refused to accompany him, it would invite criticism. The esteemed master, however, remained indifferent to such trivialities, for he was strong and held a high position. Yet, for the still nascent Mu Yunxi, preserving her reputation was beneficial. At that moment, the lady of the Pill King did not foresee that Mu Yunxi would be foolish enough to, after Mu Yunxi's reluctant agreement, speak in hushed tones. I know I have wronged you, but your sister Qingcheng is innocent. Could you possibly save her? In truth, Mu Yunxi was uncertain about the age difference between Mu Qingcheng and Mu Yunxi, by referring to the former as his younger sister. He hoped to evoke compassion in Mu Yunxi for the weaker party. This little scheme was easily seen through by Mu Yunxi. You wish for me to use my spiritual summoning abilities to rescue her? Indeed, Mu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. I understand you may harbor resentment, but Qingcheng is too pitiable. As her elder sister, you possess the capability to assist her, at least to restore her original talents. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 51. Healing the White Lotus father and daughter. The Pill King emerges. Mu Yunxi stood in shock. She was aware of the complexities of human nature and the unpredictability of relationships. Yet she truly could not comprehend why, as daughters, Mu Yunxi could not even uphold the most basic sense of fairness. As for Qin Yue, she was not a biological daughter. Her desire to eliminate Lu Xiaoxi in order to smooth the path for Mu Qingcheng was somewhat understandable. But what of Mu Yunxi? Why, after feeling remorse, would she choose to continue in that same vein and make such an audacious demand? With a heart full of questions yet devoid of sorrow, Mu Yunxi replied calmly, no. Stunned, Mu Yunxi's gaze grew increasingly complex. She genuinely felt no guilt towards you. Whether or not she did, I am well aware, and I suspect you understand it too. I cannot repay malice with virtue, and I shall say no more on the matter. As Mu Yunxi turned to leave, Mu Yunxi pressed on. Is there truly no room for negotiation? You must realize that regardless of the past discord between you sisters, you are ultimately bound by blood. She may yet be of assistance to you in the future. Mu Yunxi felt utterly helpless, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Initially silent, Mu Qingcheng could no longer restrain herself. Sister, can you not forgive me? I have truly never wronged you. All those matters were. They were all orchestrated by Qin Yue, and I was unaware. With her complexion paling, tears cascaded down Mu Qingcheng's cheeks. I'm sorry, I understand now. I'm so sorry. Mu Yunxi's heart ached at the sight. Qingcheng, father, let us depart. I am fine. Merely surviving is enough for me. I should be grateful. As Mu Qingcheng wept profusely, her retreating demeanor only deepened Mu Yunxi's sorrow, for she was indeed her own flesh and blood, having watched her grow since childhood. However, Mu Yunxi was not so thoughtless as to force Mu Yunxi into rescuing someone. With a sigh, he conceded, all right, sheesh. I do not blame you, nor do I possess the right to do so. You may go and serve the imperial master well at his residence. Mu Yunxi, with her delicate brows slightly arched, found his words quite unpalatable. Yet, she chose not to linger on the matter, and with grace, she departed without casting a glance at the father-daughter duo. Mu Qingcheng, however, watched her with tear-filled eyes. Sister, please go. Mu Yunxi shook his head with a weary sigh, recognizing her suffering. He was aware of the deeds orchestrated by Qin Yue, and thus anticipated rejection when he made his request. Enough, enough. As he assisted his younger daughter into the carriage, he refrained from looking back. Yet, the carriage from the Imperial Master's residence seemed startled. The horned beast, evolved from the magical dragon horse, was typically gentle, yet its roar unleashed a ferocity. Startled, Mu Yunxi instinctively turned to see the horned beast that pulled the Imperial Master's carriage charging directly towards him. Before he could react, the frenzied horned beast spooked the creature on his side, causing it to bolt in terror. Bang! Mu Yunxi, yet to secure her seat, was thrown about, suffering a painful bump to her head. Mu Jin, desperately trying to maintain control of the carriage, found his hands bloodied and unable to steady it. As for Mu Yunxi, who had not yet boarded, he was caught off guard, receiving a crushing blow from the crazed beast's hoof to his face. The rapid succession of events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the nearby Duchess of Alchemy in a state of shock. Still unmounted on the carriage, Mu Yunxi was taken aback, especially since her son remained inside the vehicle. Fortunately, the horned horse beast of the Imperial Master's residence quickly regained its composure after trampling over Mu Yunxi. After all, Ji Songyue, who had extracted the formation plate, had urgently commanded, set. A resonant hum filled the air as the light of a third-tier formation swiftly enveloped the horned horse beast, firmly anchoring it in place. Mu Yunxi, who had been knocked down, was about to unleash his fury when the elegant Imperial Master remarked, "There is no cause for alarm. My horse merely startled." Mu Yunxi, merely startled, you say? Huh. He was now utterly convinced that the Imperial Master had orchestrated this incident deliberately. Yet, even with this understanding, what could he do? The deed had been executed flawlessly. The esteemed Imperial Master Rome, lifting the carriage curtain, even praised Ji Songyue with enthusiasm. Ji Songyue was overwhelmed with excitement by the compliment. Knowing that indeed, it was essential to have trampled over this city Lord Mu to truly demonstrate his prowess in carriage handling. Master Mo, do not overstep your bounds. Mu Yunxi could no longer contain his indignation. However, the esteemed Imperial Master Rong paid him no heed. Instead, she turned her attention to the still-dazed Mu Yunxi, urging her to come forth. With a somewhat peculiar expression, Mu Yunxi complied and ascended the carriage. Observing this, Mu Yunxi's frustration intensified, yet he chose to remain silent, enduring the humiliation. At this juncture, if he still failed to realize that the Imperial Master was stepping in for someone else, it would render his life meaningless. However, having been so publicly humiliated, he seethed with anger. This daughter of his, raised by another, was indeed estranged from him, further complicated by the meddling of that wretched Qin Wei. Heartbroken, Mu Yunxi shook his head, turning away from the retreating carriage of the Imperial Master, sensing vaguely that his daughter might as well be non-existent. The coachman promptly cracked his whip and sped towards the residence of the Dan Wang. However, upon arriving at the gates, the Dan Wang Fei immediately sensed something amiss. She leapt into the air, calling out, "Husband!" The Dan Wang, who was about to vanish into thin air, was naturally halted by his wife's voice. Yet, he was perplexed. Did Yu Feng not mention that she was at the palace and that a significant incident had occurred? The Dan Wang's emotion surged wildly. Eventually, he exclaimed in anger, "What is the big deal? Just crush it. The Imperial Master is nothing but a waste." The Dan Wang Fei broke into a cold sweat. "Husband, how could you say such a thing? Aren't you inviting trouble?" she asserted. "Indeed," the Dan Wang Fei concluded. Without further ado, the Dan Wang departed. The Dan Wang Fei attempted to restrain him, but was ultimately unsuccessful. However, she had not intended to stop him either. Not long after, the air above the Mu residence reverberated with the Dan Wang's furious roar, "Mu Yunxi, get out here." Just as Mu Yunxi arrived home and had not yet settled down, his expression turned pale. Before he could respond, bang! A colossal fist from the Dan Wang descended upon the Mu residence with tremendous force. Fire erupted in all directions, sending the inhabitants of the Mu household into chaos, with people scrambling in every direction. Terrified, Mu Yunxi hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wang, please stop." Yet, in a fit of rage, the Dan Wang struck, sending Mu Yunxi crashing to the ground, showcasing his fierce and formidable might. And this was not the end. Chapter 52, The Appearance of Xianyu. Missing a daughter. As the elder brother of Xianyu, he is also the maternal uncle of Mu Yunxi. At this very moment, the formidable Dan Wang was engulfed in a tempest of rage. His beloved younger sister had been wronged, and her own daughter had been mistreated. Damn it. The warrior-born Dan Wang longed to unleash his fury upon Mu Yunxi. Who the hell gave you the audacity? With just a few punches, Dan Wang sent Mu Yunxi sprawling, wishing to beat him to death. Yet, To kill him would seem too lenient for such a scoundrel. Damn it, how infuriating. To make matters worse, the short-sighted elders and protectors of the Mu family rushed forth to intervene, pleading for him to cease. Dan Wang, please stop. Assaulting a government official is a crime. To hell with your laws. If you're capable, go ahead and report me. You worthless scum, you deserve a beating. As he spoke, Dan Wang delivered even fiercer blows to Mu Yunxi. As a sixth-tier martial artist, Mu Yunxi was not so feeble, having once been capable of holding his own against Dan Wang. Yet now, the bloodline of Dan Wang had ascended, trapped beneath the relentless strikes. Mu Yunxi realized he could not retaliate. He simply could not rise. It was only when Li Anren from the palace arrived that the onslaught was halted. Dan Wang, please temper your fury. After all, Mu Yunxi is still the lord of a city. Let us consider the emperor's face, shall we? Humph. Relinquishing his grip, Dan Wang grumbled. Very well. For the sake of the emperor, I shall not kill you. I'll leave that honor for Xianyu. Spitting blood, Mu Yunxi felt a surge of indignation. I have wronged Xianyu. I have made mistakes. But it was all in jest. My heart remains solely with her. Bah. Hearing this, Dan Wang was once again tempted to strike. Li Anren hurriedly intervened. Dan Wang, let us speak candidly. This matter is not entirely the fault of Lord Mu. The maidservant is exceedingly cunning. Indeed, Mu Yunxi, whose face is swollen like a bear's, is filled with fury. My error lies in failing to discern her ulterior motives, which has caused Xiao to endure so much suffering. Fools, of course, perceive nothing. The Pill King remains incensed. Where is that wretched maid's daughter? Step forth. A mother's debt must be repaid by her daughter. I shall strike her dead. Alas. Enough. Li Anren hastily intervenes, insisting it is unnecessary. While the maid is indeed culpable, the child is utterly innocent. As an elder, there is no need for such hostility. It only serves to diminish your own standing. Mu Yunxi, realizing he cannot afford to be angry, quickly concedes, you speak wisely, masterly. Though I harbor resentment towards that vile maid for her schemes against me. The child is blameless in my own flesh and blood. Brother Wang, do not call me brother. You are unworthy. The Pill King refuses to acknowledge this brother-in-law. Mu Yunxi takes a deep breath. Very well. I shall refrain. After all, your Dan clan has never regarded my Mu clan with any respect over these years. Huh. So be it. What do you mean by that? The Pill King finds this fellow increasingly irksome. Yet, Mu Yunxi, in a spirit of resignation, retorts, what do I mean? You know in your heart. You claim kinship, but when the identity of the enchanting lady was no issue, she was still your own niece. Did you ever treat her with kindness? To put it plainly, you look down upon my Mu family. You believe we have overreached by associating with your esteemed Dan family. They say one should marry beneath oneself. I, Mu Yunxi, once disbelieved this. Yet now, it is as if one can strike without consequence, showing no regard for honor. Truly, you are selective in your affections. On Xier's side, as the bloodline was revealed, you deemed her a promising talent and rushed to protect her. Mu Yunxi, who candidly expressed his innermost thoughts, could no longer endure this frustration. He harbored genuine grievances against the Dan family. In the past, he had never witnessed the Dan family treating their daughter, Qi with such care. And now, what had changed? Humph. The Dan King, confronted with accusations and resentment, simply grinned, revealing a chilling demeanor, and surprisingly, he was no longer furious. Initially, he was merely irked, but now he was utterly disillusioned. He held Mu Yunxi in disdain and had opposed his sister's marriage. Yet, his sister's unwavering determination to wed had forced him to acquiesce. Over the years, despite his discontent towards Mu Yunxi, he had still regarded him as kin. The recent altercation had been conducted under the guise of brother-in-law, rather than as the Dan King. However, in the contemptuous words of that scoundrel, it was twisted to suggest he looked down upon others. Very well, the Dan King ceased his aggression, declaring that it was merely an act of the Dan residence leveraging its authority. What do you intend to argue about? Do you possess the capability to contend with me? The Dan residence is renowned for its military achievements. Can you measure up? The Dan King scoffed, embodying what it truly meant to look down upon others. Observing this, Li Anren sensed that another confrontation was imminent and hastily positioned himself between the two, suggesting that perhaps silence would serve them better. Dan King, are you not going to visit your niece? I shall. The Dan King flicked his sleeves and dismissed Mu Yunxi, hastily making his way to the imperial teacher's residence. No, that was not quite right. It was nearly time. He had heard from his wife that the child had been born. A robust little one, indeed. Dread. The Dan King felt a pang of baldness, realizing he had no way to explain this to his beloved sister, as he was preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved sister in a secluded place. A woman clad in a vivid red attire appeared, her serene gaze reflecting a hint of melancholy. "What troubles you?" inquired a companion beside her. "Are you longing for your daughter?" another asked with a weary smile. The woman, whose eyes mirrored exhaustion, nodded slightly, pondering the well-being of her daughter, Qingqing. "Alas, it is indeed a burden for you. The child has just been born, and yet you must endure this wretched place. I hope it concludes soon. And then I shall visit my goddaughter, who must be 18 by now. Indeed, in 3 days, it will be her birthday." The gentle-eyed woman replied with a tinge of anticipation, lamenting her inability to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. "We could always hold a belated celebration. What did you sense just now?" The woman, who had said little more, pressed her hand against her chest. Recently, her bloodline had been vibrating with unusual frequency. She speculated that her daughter might be awakening the power of the Dan lineage, and presumably to a considerable extent, perhaps even more so than herself. Otherwise, it would not affect her so profoundly. Regrettably, she was not by her side and had no knowledge of how her daughter fared. 18 years have passed. Qingqing. The name lingered in her thoughts, revealing rare tenderness and unease. Meanwhile, in the celestial music capital, chaos ensued. Chapter 53, Recognition. The Frenzied Protector, Young Master Chu. Bang. The Dan King descended with a mighty fist that caused the Imperial Master's residence to tremble. Waves of energy rippled through the foundation of the estate, quickly enveloping the entire domain. White-clad elders soared into the air from the Imperial Master's residence, shouting in indignation, "Dan King, do not overstep your bounds. Unbridled audacity. Where is that scoundrel of an Imperial Master? What has he done with my niece? The nerve. While others may be oblivious, he cannot possibly be unaware that she is a child of the Dan clan. This vile creature, relying solely on his looks, has managed to charm my niece into his arms and even fathered a hefty son with her. What a disgraceful affair. The audacity of this so-called Dan King, who not only occupies the moral high ground but also exposes the Imperial Master, clearly aware of Mu Yunxi's true identity all along. Thus, he continues to hurl insults. How dare he not inform the foolish Mu Yunxi, and even neglect to notify the Dan royal household, secretly whisking her away. Pray, tell me, is this not the height of irresponsibility? The elder members clad in white from the Imperial Master's residence found themselves at a loss for words. For the Dan King spoke with undeniable truth. While others may be ignorant of Mu Yunxi's true identity, the Master certainly knew yet chose to remain silent, allowing matters to escalate to the point of a child being born. It was indeed rather unscrupulous. Despite being thoroughly berated, the unfazed Imperial Master calmly called out, "Uncle, come down, let us converse within the residence." How utterly shameless. The Dan King was exasperated. This rascal dared to call him uncle. Have you wed? Have you celebrated? The audacity of your actions. The Dan King felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. He realized that the other party was not some lofty Imperial Master, but rather a rogue, a scoundrel. Yet, he found himself compelled to make concessions, for what other choice did he have? He had heard the child had grown quite large, and his heart felt weary. Such disregard for propriety. Cursing under his breath, the Dan King leapt down from the heights and entered the back courtyard of the Imperial Master's residence. The elderly gentleman in white exchanged glances, and with a mutual sigh, acknowledged that the esteemed master had indeed fallen from grace. This sentiment was not theirs alone. The disciples of the Imperial Master felt the same. The once revered Master Mo seemed to have changed. There was an undeniable shift. It was indeed peculiar that the King of Elixirs could utter such harsh words without facing dire consequences. The disciples, clad in white, found themselves in a tumult of emotions. Some of the female disciples were on the verge of tears, pondering what was so special about Mu Yunxi that Master Mo would. The unspoken words lingered in the air, and all understood the implication, tainted, in the eyes of those within the Imperial Master's abode. Their revered and exalted Master Mo had been sullied. Even the fact that Mu Yunxi was an awakened being of unparalleled spiritual essence could not alter their perception. To the disciples of the Imperial Master, the role of a spiritual guide was rather trivial, as most of them would eventually occupy that position, if not now, then in the future. Moreover, the elder gentlemen were concerned and deliberating whether this matter warranted reporting to the elders within their ranks. Surely, we need not meddle. For Master Mo has his own plans, and besides, this is his personal affair. Yet, despite their reassurances, they recognized that Master Mo was the leader of their sect. and thus it was only natural for the sect to take an interest in his personal matters. Should it come to reporting, it would be essential to seek Master Mo's consent. If he declined, that would be the end of it. Agreed. The elderly gentleman nodded in unison, believing this course of action to be the most prudent, lest they provoke Master Mo's displeasure. Unlike previous leaders of the sect, the current master wielded both power and influence. It has always been wise to exercise caution, particularly in the presence of someone as resolute as the Emperor's master. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the imperial residence, the alchemist king wore an expression of complexity as he engaged in a prolonged stare-down with a chubby little boy. Ultimately, it was the child, Chu-Chu, who broke the silence first. You little rascal." The alchemist king reached out, intending to pat the little one. But the child swiftly turned and nestled into his father's embrace, refusing to be touched. The alchemist king exclaimed, "What is happening here? Has that sinister emperor's master corrupted this child? It must be so. That scoundrel." The alchemist king was once again fuming. How could one behave in such a manner? The innocent-looking emperor's master gently patted the child's head, remarking, "You come in here," recklessly reaching out to him. He is clever enough to avoid such indiscriminate touches. It is simply impossible, for you are not his father. The little one nodded earnestly in agreement. The alchemist king became increasingly convinced. This mischievous fellow is indeed to blame. How utterly detestable. Mu Yunxi, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile and spoke a word of fairness, acknowledging that Chu-Chu was indeed shy. "His name is Chu-Chu?" The alchemist king interjected, continuing, "As for the matters concerning you, dear nephew, I too bear some responsibility. Over the years, I have sensed an absence of the Dan family aura within that child. Yet, I always presumed it was merely due to his age and a lack of awakening, never considering it further. I apologize for any distress this may have caused you. These years must have been quite arduous, haven't they?" The alchemist king, despite being a man of few words when it comes to comfort, conveyed his sentiments with a sincerity that was palpable, tinged with profound remorse and sorrow. Mu Yunxi could sense it. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the Dan Wang. For this was the first time she had encountered such a myriad of intense emotions emanating from a human. It felt remarkably genuine, evoking a subtle sense of familiarity within her, reminiscent of the feelings she experienced upon encountering Xiao Chu-Chu. It struck her as peculiar, after all. She had no biological connection to him, so why did she feel this way? Could it be attributed to bloodline? That seemed implausible, especially since she did not harbor such emotions for Mu Yunxi. Pondering this perplexity for a moment, Mu Yunxi surmised a possible explanation. Although her bloodline had evolved, it was fundamentally rooted in the Dan lineage. Yet, she had never awakened the power of the Mu bloodline. Thus, could this sense of familiarity indeed stem from her bloodline? Yunxi? Was there something amiss with his words? Could it be that he mentioned another child? Indeed, cursed be it. How could he bring up such a topic? I apologize. The Dan Wang immediately expressed his regret, a look of chagrin upon his face. Mu Yunxi found it strange and inquired, "What is it?" "Your aunt, whom you have met, may be a bit fierce, but she is quite kind. And your unaccomplished cousin is tolerable. If you were to visit the Dan Wang mansion, they would treat you well." "I shall not go," Mu Yunxi declined. "I have matters to attend to at the Imperial Masteress residence." "Oh," the Dan Wang replied, visibly disappointed. Suspecting that some Imperial Master had instigated this situation, he shot a glare at a certain Imperial Master. At this moment, Chapter 54, The Arrival of the Spirit House Walker. The Imperial Master is the most overbearing. 2 updates. The Dan Wang found himself both amused and exasperated. "You little rascal. You are certainly protecting your father." The little lord, nodding subtly, clung to his father's neck, exuding an air of superiority that amused the Dan King to the point of exasperation. Meanwhile, the protected Master Roan wore a contented smile, clearly pleased. The little lord beamed and planted a kiss on his father's face, the sound crisp and clear, provoking a hint of disdain from the esteemed master. It also stirred a pang of jealousy in Mu Yunxi, the little traitor. "Have you misidentified your father again? Did your mother ever say he was your father?" The little lord glanced at his mother, shaking his head with a touch of guilt. Obediently nodding, the little lord continued to heed his mother's words, waving his small hand at the handsome master, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. What he meant was to signal him to cease his flirtations. The little fox chimed in. "Roan Lin. This scoundrel. Who is seducing whom here?" Just after a kiss, he waves goodbye and accuses him of improper advances. Clearly. He takes after his mother, denying his own actions. Such fortune is too good to be true. However, the Dan King found joy in the scene, exclaiming, good boy. You know how to listen to your mother. Splendid. Yet, when the little lord turned to glance at the Dan King, he remained composed, withholding a smile. Though flattered by the praise, he remembered having glared at the handsome uncle earlier. This little lad, he seems to comprehend everything, the Dan King remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. So clever. The sight of the Dan King stirred a deep yearning within him. He longed to embrace her. Yet he was acutely aware that such a gesture was currently out of reach. He thus inquired, "Is there anything you require assistance with, Yunxi? Do not hesitate to speak. I implore you to express your needs." "I am quite well here for the moment," Yunxi replied calmly. A pang of sorrow gripped the Dan King, and he responded, "Very well, then. Do remember to seek out your uncle when the need arises." "Indeed," Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. "If anyone dares to bully you, you need only to reveal this," he declared. "While I do not claim that the Dan family is invincible, certainly we surpass the Imperial Master's estate in military prowess." "That is indeed true," Rongling concurred, extending the item to her. Yunxi had no intention of refusing, accepting it gratefully. "Thank you. Do not mention it." The Dan King replied heartily, though his heart ached further, as his niece seemed all too enamored with the Imperial Master. Cursed be the Imperial Master. With his charm and cunning, he has ensnared my niece completely. Alas. For the time being, the Imperial Master appeared to harbor no ill intent. Yet one could not be entirely certain. "Let us observe for now," he mused. However, the individuals destined for the four-clan spirit mansion are soon to arrive in the capital. Are they not? Indeed, they are nearly here. Rongling nodded slightly, calculating the days. The earliest batch may arrive within the next couple of days. What are your plans? Will the Imperial Master's estate send several to ensure Yunxi's safety? The Dan King pressed. The four-clan spirit mansion offers great opportunities, yet it is fraught with peril. Without protection, he feared for his niece's well-being. Even if she possessed an unparalleled divine physique, those journeying to the spirit mansion would undoubtedly be exceptional talents. Even if she may be somewhat inferior to her cousin, she certainly has a higher starting point. In light of this, the alchemist inquired, "As for Yunxi, I see she has yet to become a spirit enchanter, hasn't she?" Compared to Mu Yunxi, the alchemist displayed a far sharper insight, clearly discerning this. Mu Yunxi expressed mild surprise, asking how her uncle could tell. "It is not merely observation, but rather a feeling," the alchemist replied with a smile. "Though I am merely a martial artist, I am approaching the seventh realm. This time, riding on your coattails, my bloodline has seen some advancement. The sensation is truly palpable. Thus, I can sense that the spiritual aura surrounding you, while present, remains somewhat restrained, indicating that you have yet to attain the status of a spirit enchanter. Am I correct?" "Indeed," Mu Yunxi nodded, "which is why I wish to remain at the Imperial Master's residence." "Ah, I see. It is wise to stabilize your bloodline here and familiarize yourself with the abilities of a spirit enchanter. This will undoubtedly aid you in entering the four-clan spiritual residence." The alchemist felt considerably relieved. He was merely a martial artist and could not truly teach a spirit enchanter. It appeared that his niece had her own ambitions and was not entirely deceived, which alleviated some of his concerns. However, just as he began to relax, the Imperial Master before him gazed towards the northern city, sensing the arrival of the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker? The alchemist was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned serious. "So soon? Are Spirit Walkers not usually the last to arrive? Is this the first one this year? Perhaps they have sensed the awakening fluctuations of the supreme spiritual body," Rongling remarked nonchalantly. "No need to concern yourself with him." The alchemist hesitated, feeling a sense of unease. At that moment, just outside the northern city gate, a ragged monk, bearing a pained expression, appeared out of thin air. The passers-by observed the scene without feeling any sense of incongruity, as if the individual had not materialized out of thin air. Even the commander of the city guard stationed at the gate displayed a similar reaction, indicating a profound influence on consciousness. It was remarkably potent. Furthermore, as this monk gazed intently into the capital, a fluid radiance, akin to water, rippled from the depths of his eyes, which were as clear as those of a child. The words spoken by the dilapidated monk resonated with an extraordinary cadence, as if each syllable he uttered was imbued with a secret power. In truth, as he wielded the esoteric techniques of the Buddhist order, the scenery before him transformed. The individuals surrounding him dispersed and then reassembled. Yet those who gathered did not belong to the present moment. Before long, he beheld a vision that he had anticipated, Shinnong. Within his perception, the ethereal figure of Shinnong, which had manifested in the capital days prior, emerged. Indeed, it was a transcendent spirit. The dilapidated monk sighed deeply, yearning to witness more. However, suddenly, a colossal black dragon flickered into existence. Bang! Everything before the monk swiftly dissipated. The monk, having been forcefully rebuffed, coughed up blood and sighed softly. He recognized the hand behind this occurrence, yet felt no anger, only astonishment. This individual had indeed grown stronger. The current leader of the Mo sect was formidable beyond measure. The humble monk, having attained enlightenment, journeyed from the west, and had encountered the masters of the Mo sect. Compelled to speak, the dilapidated monk proclaimed, emanating an aura of serenity. Within the capital, the celestial music summoned many to action, as if the spiritual practitioners of the Lingfu had arrived remarkably early. The ordinary citizens, too, instinctively gravitated towards the northern city gate, enveloped by a sense of dazed reverence, as if they were witnessing a benevolent giant Buddha. Chapter 55. The Spiritual Abode of the Four Clans. Advancement. The commander of the city guard, upon realizing the arrival of a formidable powerhouse from outside the city, promptly ventured forth to pay his respects. I am Huangjun, honored to meet the Enlightened One. Huangjun, mindful of the gravity of the situation, hastily responded, please, do come in. His Majesty has already instructed the preparations at the Four Directions abode, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. The Enlightened One, choosing not to dwell on the earlier remark, allowed the matter to pass without further contention. Huangjun, therefore, breathed a sigh of relief. He had dreaded the possibility of encountering a contentious individual, which would have surely led to conflict at the city gates. Such a frightful thought. Huangjun mused. Perhaps he ought to consider an early leave. Originally, he had planned to commence his vacation next month, a perfect strategy to evade these troublesome figures. Yet, this one had arrived far too soon. In the past, visitors would only begin to appear a month prior to the opening of the spiritual abode, but now, here they were, arriving a full 3 months in advance. Moreover, they came as an enlightened one. At this moment, not only was Huangjun deep in thought, but Xinshun, dispatched to welcome the distinguished guest, was equally perplexed by the premature arrival. He could not fathom the reason behind it, though the Emperor of Xinla understood well. Currently, amidst the attentive service of his beloved concubine, the enchanting Yang Guifei, he donned his ceremonial robes with a furrowed brow, reflecting on the passage of another decade. Time flies swiftly. The alluring and graceful Yang Guifei sighed. I have aged. My lord. Nonsense, the Emperor retorted, playfully pinching the plump, radiant Guifei, finally liberated from the allure of the imperial master's beauty. I shall have more rejuvenating elixirs sent to you. Do not indulge in such idle thoughts. The charming and youthful Guifei, with a playful giggle, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Your Majesty, such a delicate yet resplendent imperial concubine has undeniably extinguished the last flicker of intrigue within the heart of the celestial music emperor. At that moment, Mu Yunxi inquired, is the spiritual abode of the four clans located in the capital? The answer was both affirmative and negative. Recently engaged in a duel with a certain monk, Master Rong appeared fatigued. Mu Yunxi discerned this, as did the young Lord Chu Chu, who had taken action. The young Lord Chu Chu, having drawn from his provisions, generously offered his stock of milk to his father. No, rather, his uncle, Rong Mimi. The young Lord Chu Chu even urged him on, implying that a hearty meal would alleviate fatigue. Rong Mimi. Understood, yet I have no desire to drink. Unable to suppress his amusement, Mu Yunxi instinctively encouraged, do drink. Initially resistant, Master Rong acquiesced to his wife's suggestion and accepted the milk. The young Lord Chu Chu nodded repeatedly, eager to heed his mother's words, while the speechless Rong Lin nearly lost his resolve to drink once more. The alchemist king could no longer contain his laughter, leading to a swift glare from Rong Lin, which silenced him instantly. However, he remained unperturbed. Sure. Allow me to elucidate for Shishi. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi promptly redirected his attention from Rong Mimi to the alchemist king. Rong Mimi, displeased, yet seizing the opportunity to consume the milk. The alchemist king then stated with gravity, though the spiritual abode of the four clans is said to be in the capital. It is indeed situated above the capital, however, it remains dormant and invisible most of the time. Only when it is on the verge of awakening will it reveal itself from a specific realm, manifesting above the capital like an ethereal wonder, shrouded in profound mystery. Looking skyward, Mu Yunxi directed her spiritual awareness upward, yet naturally, she discovered nothing. It was only after the Dan Wang had completed her exploration that he remarked with a smile, such phenomena are typically imperceptible, even to the esteemed Imo master. Wouldn't you agree? This statement was, in essence, a subtle test of the capabilities of the esteemed Rong. Dan Wan. So, is it or isn't it? This rascal. Pretending here? Meanwhile, a certain little master who understood the nuances was gazing out the window, where faint, otherworldly lights seemed to flicker. At that moment, a certain emperor master pinched him, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Ah?" The little master felt a tad wronged, simply observing. Dan Wang sensed something amiss, his heart jolting with astonishment. Could this little one have inherited the unique divine power of the Mo master? Could it truly be so formidable? Throughout the ages, the four clans' prodigies have vied fiercely to enter this domain. Only those of genuine talent could endure within the spiritual realms of the four clans, while others merely became fodder. What lies within? Mu Yunxi felt a spark of curiosity. It had only emerged a millennium ago. Was it absent before? The Shanla dynasty has reigned for 3 millennia. Yet the spiritual realms of the four clans appeared merely 1,000 years ago? Indeed, the emergence of the spiritual realms was abrupt, threatening the very foundation of the dynasty. Had it not been for the guardianship of the Mo clan during that era, the Shanla dynasty might have ceased to exist. The reason behind the succession of the rulers of the Mo sect throughout the ages lies in their role as guardians of the dynasty. The contemporary Mo master before you is regarded as the youngest and most accomplished among the numerous leaders of the Mo sect. The Dan King spoke with objective clarity. Devoid of flattery, he would never indulge in the praise of a rogue. Yet, the rogue's strength is undeniable. Satisfied by this acknowledgement, Rong Mimi interjected, asserting that the location of the immortal Melody dynasty is also the Mo sect's sacred ground, thus prohibiting any reckless actions by outsiders or other clans. In my view, it should not be referred to as the four clan spiritual residence, but rather the Mo sect's spiritual residence, as all treasures within belong to the Mo sect and are of no concern to others. Upon hearing this, the Dan King offered a bittersweet smile, remarking, "That does seem rather domineering. Within the four clan spiritual residence, there are indeed items belonging to the four clans. They are not solely the possessions of one." This was a point he conveyed to Mu Yunxi, who understood, leading to the conclusion that this place serves as a unifying heritage site for the four clans. One could say so, the Dan King affirmed with a nod. Mu Yunxi also nodded in agreement, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation to enter the four clans' spiritual residence. However, Rong Mimi had cautioned her, stating that her strength was inadequate and that she should spend the next couple of months in seclusion to enhance her abilities, lest she be defeated upon entry, leaving her motherless and the master without a wife. The Dan King assumed she was upset. Yet the master of the empire understood that she was merely entering seclusion. Upset? Not at all. At this moment, Mu Yunxi possessed a keen self-awareness. She indeed felt weak, especially in comparison to the master of the empire. The one who had attained enlightenment was formidable. Although Mu Yunxi had yet to meet the enlightened one, she had caught sight of the enormous golden Buddha that had appeared from the north. Upon entering the secluded chamber, she immediately sank into the ethereal realm of the chaos jade. As she stepped inside, a resonant hum echoed within her consciousness, revealing the magical orb that seamlessly integrated itself into the mystical domain. Chapter 56, The Awakening of the Shinong Heritage. The air within the enchanted realm stirred faintly, almost imperceptibly. Had it not been for Mu Yunxi being the sovereign of this domain, such a subtlety would have gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, a certain young lord, who had followed her into the training room, was vociferously exclaiming. Mu Yunxi turned to observe him, only to discover that the beast eggs she had previously stored had all hatched, giving rise to a multitude of small creatures. The young lord was animatedly calling out to the brood, saliva dripping from his mouth, a true glutton. Mu Yunxi could not help but remark on the transformation of this little fellow, who had become increasingly unrestrained in his quest for food. A stark contrast to his former self. It must be that the imperial mentor had led him astray, beginning with that piece of candy. Little Chuchu had changed, becoming quite the voracious eater. Not at all perturbed by this observation, the young lord merely chuckled, while Mu Yunxi, cradling him, instructed the little fox to hunt one of the small beasts for the youngling's feast. The little fox swiftly complied, recognizing that these creatures would undoubtedly serve as sustenance for the young master in the future. Time flowed swiftly within the mystical realm, and with the magical orb now present, the designated territory was becoming increasingly conducive for the nurturing and growth of magical beasts. Mu Yunxi too sensed the shift. It seemed as if the magical orb had taken root deep within the earth below. Indeed, the little fox, having efficiently dispatched a magical beast, was now tending to the fire, Xiao Chuchu has already soared away, eagerly awaiting her feast, filled with joy. Mu Yunxi continued to immerse herself in the transformations of the fairy realm, vaguely sensing an elevation in both the spiritual energy and essence of the domain. The enhancement of its spirit was particularly pronounced, as it had begun to establish automatic zoning regulations. There were designated areas for the dairy cattle, the magical beasts, her usual cultivation space, a resting place for Xiao Chuchu, and a section for miscellaneous items. Mu Yunxi was pleasantly surprised to discover that the fairy realm had implemented intelligent zoning within each designated area, such as those for the dairy cattle and magical beasts. There was no chaotic roaming. Each creature was required to remain in its respective zone. This arrangement alleviated her concerns about the magical beasts attacking the dairy cattle as they matured. Although the one particular cow seemed rather enigmatic, and the magical beasts might not necessarily overpower it, should she introduce any larger beasts in the future, it was likely that the fairy realm would allocate additional space for proper management. However, Mu Yunxi sensed that the current expanse of the realm might soon prove insufficient. While it sufficed for now, she wondered if it would expand later to accommodate larger creatures and what conditions might be necessary for such an expansion. Uncertain of the answers, Mu Yunxi decided to set aside her contemplations and focus on her own cultivation, as this was the only course of action available to her at present. She had yet to begin assimilating the Shenong legacy, and with the spirit abode still unopened, she resolved to study the inheritance first. With a clear and purposeful intent, Mu Yunxi established her goal for this period of seclusion, to master the Shenong legacy. As for the little one, she had communicated with the fairy realm, allowing the small creature to come and go freely, and she surmised that the realm was capable of comprehending her instructions. The reality confirmed her assumptions, as the fairy realm indeed proved to be responsive. After satisfying his hunger, the young lad noticed Mu Yunxi in the midst of his cultivation and decided to venture out on his own to sense the presence of Rongling. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "Father is here." Young Master Xiao Chuchu swiftly flew towards the sound, his cheeks flushed with excitement from having eaten too much, making him all the more endearing. "You little rascal." Rongling caught the plump child in his arms, unable to suppress a smile. He had initially wondered where the little one had dashed off to, only to discover he had gone to indulge in meat, his mouth glistening with grease. To Rongling's surprise, Xiao Chuchu produced a beast's leg, presenting it to the esteemed master. This gesture clearly indicated that the young lad remembered his uncle's weariness. Rongling, caught between amusement and exasperation, accepted the offering, remarking on the child's filial piety. Xiao Chuchu nodded with delight and waved his tiny hand, urging the great master to partake. Unable to refuse the child's earnest intentions, Rongling took bites of the meat, finding it quite delectable. Although it did little to mend his injuries or restore his vitality, yet the taste was worth it, especially coming from his beloved nephew, making each bite even more delightful. Seeing his uncle enjoy the meal brought great joy to Xiao Chuchu. However, once Rongling finished, the little one raised a single finger, prompting curiosity. "What is it?" Rongling, wiping his mouth, raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of mischief in the child's demeanor. Indeed, cunning, he thought, realizing he was at the mercy of the child's charm. Meanwhile, as Xiao Chuchu cleverly engaged the great master, on the other side, his mother had made significant progress. Mu Yunxi, radiating with fiery energy, had now caught the attention of the previously docile cow, which had been contentedly grazing. The group of diminutive magical beasts huddled together, trembling in fear, too frightened to move. This was due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mu Yunxi, whose fiery aura radiated with an unparalleled might. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi herself was enduring an even more terrifying force. "My name is Jiang, revered for my mastery of fire, bearing the title of Yin. However, my expertise does not solely lie in flame. My legacy encompasses all elements of the universe. My successor must embody this philosophy. My whip, born from the celestial phenomena, responds to the four seasons, coexisting with all living beings, transforming the ethereal into the divine, witnessing my cycles of spring and autumn." These few profound sentences reverberated in Mu Yunxi's mind, causing her consciousness to surge tumultuously. Her spiritual veins threatened to shatter under the immense strain. Fortunately, the voice ceased, for had it continued, she felt certain that she could not withstand it. Her spiritual veins would undoubtedly fracture. Yet, the speaker did not deliberately unleash this pressure. He was merely expounding his thoughts. This made Mu Yunxi reflect, recognizing the strength and confidence he possessed. Indeed, the divine figure of Shenong was grounded in such self-assurance. Buzz. As the Shinnon whip resonated, a scroll materialized in midair. Mu Yunxi discerned that the rightmost edge of the scroll bore the inscription Spirit Control Technique. Following that were Shinnong's insights on spirit mastery. The text conveyed that to command spirits and beasts, one must first comprehend their weaknesses and needs, followed by education and subjugation. This bore a resemblance to the techniques of spirit guides, explaining why they revered Shinnon as their ancestral master. The supreme spiritual form also originated from the Shinnon lineage, embodying the most representative spirit. As Mu Yunxi pondered this, she observed that the first principle taught in the spirit control technique was to engage one's heart in perceiving spirits or objects to gather information. Throughout this process, one could employ the spirit control method, effectively obtaining precise insights. However, it seems that she can acquire quite accurate information without exerting any effort. Mu Yunxi reflected on her past experiences. The first time she activated her spiritual vein was during a battle with a golden-horned beast, where she could only perceive light orbs and analyze them based on their varying colors. Later, when confronting the fierce beast, the tiger leopard, she utilized the chaotic technique, which provided her with more comprehensive information. Therefore, did the chaotic technique and the spirit mastery technique possess equal efficacy? No, perhaps not. The chaotic technique merely enhanced her own abilities, allowing her to see more clearly. What if she were to simultaneously activate both the chaotic technique and the spirit mastery technique? An idea sparked in Mu Yunxi's mind, and she immediately directed her gaze toward a certain cow. Suddenly, the cow let out a startled moo. And, in that instant, Mu Yunxi felt a tremendous backlash. Chapter 57. The young master of the dragon clan, Long Xiaowang. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from her mouth, startling little Chushu, who had just finished listening to a song and wanted to rush in to share it with her mother. The little one immediately began to cry. Oh, how pitifully little Chushu wept, tears streaming down her face. Mu Yunxi had never seen such a young creature in tears before, which left her taken aback. It's all right. Mother is fine, don't cry, Chushu. Little Chushu, with a look of suspicion, sobbed, Really? Is everything truly all right? It's just a minor backlash. It's not serious. I will recover shortly. As she comforted the little one, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle and asked, when the imperial teacher spat blood. I did not see you crying. Why are you crying now? Ah, the little one, still wiping away tears, glared at his mother in complaint. Can it be the same? Mu Yunxi understood his sentiment and couldn't help but chuckle heartily. I thought you were closer to him. The little one, buried in his mother's embrace, wiped his tears as if to assert that he was indeed closer to her. Mu Yunxi did not insist that he must favor anyone in particular. She simply found it a bit unusual, as the little cub had always been solely fond of her. However, with the emergence of the imperial teacher, the little one seemed to have shifted his allegiance. Yet, she understood that this was likely due to their shared bloodline. The little fellow was rather special, and he must have sensed that the imperial teacher was different, someone to be approached. Thus, she reassured him, it's perfectly fine if you wish to bond with him. I may not be fully aware of your circumstances, but he seems to know much more. Let him teach you. What? The little one widened his eyes, scrutinizing his mother as if to discern whether she spoke with sincerity or was merely deceiving him. Mu Yunxi mused silently, realizing the little cub was becoming increasingly perceptive. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted back to a cheerful one, as if he had caught wind of his mother's silent musings, and he began to nuzzle against her, displaying affection. Mu Yunxi adored this. She stroked the soft fur on his back and said, Do not run about too much. Mother will be practicing for a while longer. Why don't you spend some time with the imperial teacher? The little one, unwilling to depart, promptly nestled onto his mother's lap. His intentions clear. He wished to guard her during her training and would not leave. Mu Yunxi allowed him to stay as she resumed her meditation. Contemplating the earlier backlash, the pain was gone. Instead, it seemed as if her veins had been fortified. No, not merely fortified. They appeared to shimmer with an enigmatic glow. What could this mean? The perplexed Mu Yunxi pondered for a moment before cradling the small cub and exiting the ethereal realm in search of a certain master. Upon their meeting, the astute Master Rong immediately sensed something amiss and inquired, Have you utilized the power of your bloodline to refine your veins a second time? Not at all. Mu Yunxi replied, shaking her head. I merely practiced the techniques from the Shinnon legacy while concurrently employing the methods I had previously learned. A conflict arose between the two. And then Foolishness. Master Rong interjected, having already grasped the young lady's wrist to assess her physical condition. Only after confirming her well-being did he exhale in relief. The techniques must not be executed simultaneously. The higher the level, the more intricate the methods, especially in such cases. However, I feel as though I have become stronger, Mu Yunxi asserted. That is merely luck on your part, Master Rong replied with a hint of annoyance. Your original techniques are indeed quite remarkable, gentle even. Thus, even though the Shinnong legacy's methods are somewhat forceful, they did not yield catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, do not act so recklessly in the future. If uncertain, consult me first rather than engaging in reckless experimentation. He reminisced about his own early days of learning, during which he too had a penchant for folly. Huh? The young master, who had been called out, failed to comprehend. I did not act recklessly. Today, in the presence of others, I merely wished to observe the celestial phenomena and inadvertently activated the divine pulse. Was that truly reckless? Xiao Chu. Oh. So that was merely a frivolous endeavor. Yet, Xiao Chu feels a touch of grievance. He merely wished to ascertain the truth of the matter. What is a divine vein? Mu Yunxi inquired with great curiosity. It is my bloodline inheritance, Rong Lin briefly explained, without delving into further details. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yunxi refrained from pressing further and instead suggested, I shall visit the apothecary division. I used to frequently concoct potions there and left behind some items for their auction. I should have garnered some currency by now. Xiao Chu grew somewhat excited. He relished outings, especially when there was money to be collected. He affectionately pinched the small cub, Rong Lin, yet did not deter him. Go ahead, and should you encounter any peculiar individuals, simply ignore them. Is it that traveler? Mu Yunxi asked. Not just him. Several others have arrived as well, and they are clearly here for you. Is the Supreme Spirit truly that extraordinary? Mu Yunxi inquired with intrigue. Has no one ever awakened it before? Not exactly, though it is rare. To put it in perspective, you are the first in 10,000 years. Mu Yunxi. I see, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. No wonder they are so eager to observe her. However, she did not dwell on it too much. After all, this imperial master seemed quite formidable, and for the time being, she could rely on his protection. Well then, I shall take Chu out. With that, Mu Yunxi exited with the small cub in her arms, appearing somewhat expectant. The little one waved his small hand at his uncle, looking quite pleased. Rong Lin. He didn't even ask if he wanted to join. Alas, he truly has no time. He must tend to his injuries before he can assist the young lady in maintaining order. In the realm of the Lingfu Walkers and the Dragon Clan, indeed, during the interval when Mu Yunxi officially commenced the inheritance of Shinnong, a new wave of forces arrived at the Xianla capital. They had already taken residence within the Four Directions manor. Among them, a young man clad in blue inquired. Young master, shall we not first visit the Imperial Master's residence to meet that Master Mo? The one being questioned, Long Xiao Wang, the young master of the Dragon Clan, appeared to be in his early 20s, adorned with the crimson blood dragon crown, his hair a fiery red. His visage was resolute, radiating an overwhelming presence. The others looked to him, awaiting his decision, yet he replied, No, I have heard that he does not even show deference to the enlightened ones. How could he possibly pay any heed to me? How dare he act so audaciously? The blue-clad youth's face was filled with indignation. What is there that he dares not do? As the foremost imperial master of Xianla, he is a rare 7th tier in the realm of humanity, an imperial-level spirit summoner. Who would dare provoke him? My esteemed ancestor advised me before my departure to avoid any conflict with him. Though somewhat displeased, Long Xiao Wang heeded his ancestor's counsel and had no intention of instigating trouble with that individual. However, having arrived in Xianla ahead of schedule, he could not simply pass the time idly. Let us proceed. AC Che, take a few individuals and accompany me to explore the wonders of this capital. Rising from his seat, Long Xiao Wang clearly was not one to remain idle. The blue-clad youth immediately responded, Yes. Young master, rest assured, I have gathered information. We can visit the apothecary department, which is rather intriguing. Then let us not waste time. Let us go. With that, Long Xiao Wang led his companions away, knowing that his guardian could not dissuade him, and thus followed along. Shortly thereafter, outside the apothecary department, Long Xiao Wang fortuitously encountered the newly arrived Mu Yunxi. Initially, there seemed to be nothing amiss, yet Long Xiao Wang sensed an extraordinary fire within the petite and exquisite woman before him. Chapter 58, Young Master Xiao Chu's Fury. With a swift motion, he was captivated by the ethereal essence of fire emanating from her, drawing him in profoundly. Despite her somewhat frail appearance, she possessed a rare and refreshing beauty, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, which resonated with his inclinations and stirred his heart. The perceptive Xiao Chu, aware of Long Xiao Wang's scrutinizing gaze, was the first to make a move, her luminous eyes also assessing him in return. Mu Yunxi had already sensed the subtly invasive gaze directed at her, causing her to furrow her brows in mild displeasure. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply cradled the little one in her arms as she stepped into the alchemist department. Upon seeing the mother and child, Old Li approached them immediately, noting that the young lady had not been present for quite some time due to her recent busyness. With a warm smile, Mu Yunxi greeted him, inquiring whether the elixirs she had left in the alchemist department had been sold. Certainly. The elixirs you crafted are of the highest quality and have long been sold out. Officer Zhang has inquired several times, eagerly awaiting your return to concoct more for sale. Old Li replied as he guided them toward the back. The alchemist department not only serves to assess the ranks of alchemists, but also engages in the sale and purchase of elixirs and medicinal herbs, functioning as a profitable entity that generates substantial revenue for the Xianle dynasty each year. After all, alchemists participating in the assessments often seek local venues for their craft, naturally procuring necessary materials nearby, and if they have any finished elixirs, they would transfer them to the alchemist department for sale. Thus, Mu Yunxi took a detour this time, bypassing the assessment department and arriving at the bustling trading market. Young Xiao was immediately animated, for it was evident that he still relished the lively atmosphere. Old Li, unfazed, retrieved a colorful wooden horse from his pocket, a trinket he had come across recently, believing that the young master would appreciate it. "Ah," exclaimed the delighted young Chu, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Old Li. "Oh, there's no need for formality. It's merely a small toy of little value. If it pleases you, take it." Old Li held a fondness for young Chu, who, despite his tender years, displayed a remarkable acumen for social interactions, perhaps surpassing even his own mother, and often rewarded him generously. With a playful grin, young Chu accepted the little wooden horse, exclaiming, "Ah, you are too kind." The joyful exchange between the two, filled with laughter, brought Old Li great satisfaction. Though it was a modest gift, the young master's evident delight warmed his heart. Mu Yunxi observed the seamless interaction between the elder and the youth, baffled by how such a young child could embody the essence of a social butterfly. Just look at how pleased Old Li was, and the child had yet to utter a word. Once he could speak, one could only imagine how Old Li might be charmed into offering his very life. As a clever little one, young Chu not only maintained a good rapport with Old Li, but also fostered a friendly relationship with Officer Zhang. Just observe how Officer Zhang's eyes sparkled upon seeing young Chu, exclaiming, "Ah, young Chu and Madame Mu have arrived." In turn, the bright-eyed young Chu reciprocated the greeting with enthusiasm. Mu Yunxi nodded in agreement, asking, "Isn't Officer Zhang supposed to be receiving the candidates at the front?" "It seems there has been a change in duty," Zhang replied modestly. Old Li remarked that Officer Zhang had been promoted and would henceforth be primarily responsible for the transactions in the apothecary department, and he should henceforth be addressed as Officer Zhang Xian. "Congratulations," Mu Yunxi said with a smile. Little Master Chu Chu, adept at socializing, had already presented Officer Zhang Xian with a fruit. "Spirit fruit?" Officer Zhang Xian exclaimed in surprise, never expecting such generosity from the young master. However, recalling recent rumors about the young master's identity, believed to be the son of the imperial teacher, he felt at ease. Within the imperial teacher's residence, spirit fruits were plentiful, as they could cultivate them. Picking a few for consumption was commonplace. However, for a court official like him, lacking significant connections, spirit fruits were exceptionally precious. Officer Zhang Xian, in need of spirit fruits to replenish his spiritual energy, graciously accepted, saying, "I sincerely thank you, little master." The jovial little master Chu Chu, indifferent to the gesture, secretly relished the fruit as well. Officer Zhang Xian then proposed, "Allow me to treat everyone to a meal." "That sounds splendid. I, Old Li, shall join." "Ah." Little Master Chu Chu raised his hand in approval. Mu Yunxi remained silent, suggesting, "Let us go and celebrate Officer Zhang Xian." "Right this way." Officer Zhang Xian promptly invited them. In the apothecary department's trading market, there were also eateries, taverns, and even inns to cater to the needs of traveling merchants and alchemists. Only those accompanied by an alchemist may enter this place, otherwise, access is denied. Thus, this locale is regarded as an exclusive entertainment venue for alchemists. In Mu Yunxi's perspective, it resembles a thematic marketplace, convenient and lively. Otherwise, it would not captivate little Chu Chu. The group of 3 adults and 1 child swiftly selected a restaurant known for its delectable fare, and a steaming fragrant pot was promptly served. Little Chu Chu was so enchanted by the aroma that drool pooled in his mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, it's hot. I'll eat in a moment." While speaking, Mu Yunxi diligently served dishes to the little one and graciously catered to the other 2 guests, saying, "Please, enjoy." Chu Chu is simply too eager. Haha. Quite delightful. It is merely a casual meal. Come, let us feast, Zhang Xianshi remarked, casting envious glances at little Chu Chu, who epitomized the ideal life: an illustrious master, a beautiful wife, and a clever son, truly a winner in life. However, little Chu Chu, engrossed in savoring the meat, paid no heed to anyone else. Seizing the opportunity when his mother was momentarily distracted, he swiftly popped the meat into his mouth, uttering a delighted gasp. Before he had the chance to swallow, he noticed someone approaching them. It was none other than A.C. Che, dressed in blue, who stood beside young Master Long Xiaowang. "Miss, our young master invites you to join him," she announced. Little Chu Chu was taken aback, while Mu Yunxi raised her gaze to see the red-haired youth from earlier on the upper floor, who nodded slightly in her direction with an air of arrogance, as if bestowing upon her a rare favor. Mu Yunxi harbored a disdain for such individuals, and thus resolutely declined their advances. "No, my friend and I are enjoying our meal quite well." "Ah." Young Master Xiaochu seemed to concur, already gesturing dismissively to usher them away. Yet, the young man clad in blue remained undeterred, sneering as he remarked, "My dear lady, do not take offense at my boldness. It is a rare opportunity that our young master has taken notice of you. You should consider gracing us with your presence." With a derisive laugh, the blue-clad youth cast a scornful glance at Zhang Xianshi, who appeared incensed. Rather than retreating, he brazenly struck out. Bang! A punch aimed squarely at Zhang Xianshi's face, he boasted arrogantly, "How audacious! Who my young master takes a liking to is beyond your control." This, crack! Young Master Xiao Chu, having reached his boiling point, fell silent no longer. He abruptly overturned the pot before him, hurling its fiery contents directly at the face of the blue-clad youth. Chapter 59. What of it if they were all to be vanquished? The scalding meat came crashing down, eliciting a startled cry from the young man in blue. Smack! Young Master Xiaochu was not yet finished. He continued to unleash 3 more pots upon him. He emptied every hot pot on the table in his fury. Zhang Xianshi barely had time to intervene, and Old Li was even more caught off guard. As for Mu Yunxi, she was quick enough to act but had no intention of stopping. She sought to escalate the confrontation. Thus, she scooped up the little creature in her arms, lifted her long legs, and with a powerful kick, sent the blue-clad youth flying from the establishment. Excellent. Well done. What audacity. It was the dinner hour, and the young man in blue had approached to flirt on behalf of his master, but ended up assaulting a fellow diner. This displeased the other patrons greatly. Yet, they found it unwise to intervene. It is evident that the individuals gathered around that table are not to be trifled with, especially the red-haired leader, whose commanding presence is accentuated by the dragon crown adorning his head. However, it is quite gratifying to witness that his dog was struck by none other than the lady who had been approached, eliciting cheers of approval from the onlookers. What a splendid display. Yet, the dragon young master above was not pleased. He commanded silence with a mere word. The crowd immediately fell quiet, their concern palpable as they observed the dragon young master leap down. Zhang Xianshi stood, urging him not to act impulsively, for this place belonged to the apothecary's department, and he continued, "You all, silence." The dragon young master had no desire for idle chatter, and those by his side exhibited a similarly brazen demeanor, effectively barring the approaching enforcers of the apothecary's department. Zhang Xianshi was taken aback by such blatant arrogance, seemingly disregarding the authority of the apothecary's department, which filled him with unease. "My lord," bang! The irate dragon young master, having lost his patience, unleashed a forceful strike towards Zhang Xianshi, sending him hurtling through the air and shattering several nearby tables in the process. Zhang Xianshi, now spitting blood, found himself gravely injured, nearly losing his life. Young Master Xiao was particularly incensed, flames of fury seemingly igniting from within him. Mu Yunxi, too, felt a chill in her demeanor, though she was still restraining the young cub in her arms. Yet, the murderous intent glimmered in her eyes. The opponent's assault had been too swift and brutal for her to intervene in time, resulting in Zhang Xianshi's severe injury, an undeniable burden of responsibility upon her shoulders. Thus, she momentarily suppressed her murderous instincts and rushed to assist Zhang Xianshi, intending to administer a medicinal pill. However, before she could retrieve the porcelain vial, Old Li swiftly intercepted it, saying, "Allow me. You should leave at once." The voice of the old man, Lao Li, was notably subdued. He had already discerned that the newcomer bore ill intentions, possessing considerable status and formidable strength. Zhang Xian, barely clinging to life, was also struck with terror. Coughing up blood as he urged, "Leave. He feared that this reckless group might abduct Madame Mu and her child, for they clearly held the Xinla dynasty in contempt and likely disregarded the Imperial Master's residence as well. However, Zhang Xian was mistaken. Long Xiaowang was unaware that Mu Yunxi was affiliated with the Imperial Master's residence. He simply did not regard the Xinla dynasty with any seriousness and was still wary of the Imperial Master's abode. Thus, upon realizing that Zhang Xian had yet to perish, he barked, "Shut your mouth. If you cannot comprehend human speech and continue to prattle, then perish. That is unacceptable." An elder shielding Long Xiaowang interjected softly, "Young master, while it may be one thing to strike, it is quite another to kill. What is there to fear?" Long Xiaowang dismissed the concern. Zhang Xian was merely a trifling figure. If he dies, then he dies. As for that young lady, Long Xiaowang's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Mu Yunxi. How audacious. Take her away. Initially inclined to engage in amicable conversation, Long Xiaowang was taken aback by the young woman's lack of awareness. Thus, he would not be blamed for his lack of sentiment. He resolved to have her taken away. "Young master." The elder sought to dissuade him once more, yet Long Xiaowang had made up his mind, and his subordinates were already moving to act. As they drew near, Zhang Xian mustered the strength to rise, urging, "Hurry." Oldly, shocked, yearned to intervene, but as merely a first-rate martial artist, he could offer no assistance. "Leave?" he scoffed. "Can you still escape?" Surrounded by the disciples of the dragon sect, Mu Yunxi's companions were met with disdainful gazes. One among them struck first, wielding a blade aimed directly at Zhang Xian's face, truly intent on taking a life. Old Li's face turned pale, and despair clouded Zhang Xian's features, lamenting his own inadequacy. In that moment, he found himself incapable of resistance. However, in an instant, Mu Yunxi drew her blade. The bloodied sword blazed like fire, shattering her opponent's weapon and swiftly turning the tide, avenging the attack. Blood gushed forth from the neck of the beheaded dragon sect disciple, splattering onto the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a sweeping motion, Mu Yunxi unleashed her weapon. The blade lashed out like a whip, igniting the air. And in that moment, every disciple of the dragon sect fell, none spared. The scene was rendered utterly silent. Mu Yunxi's speed was astonishing, leaving them unable to react. Even Long Xiaowang was momentarily stunned. It was this very lapse that led to the demise of his men, leaving only him, the old man, and the earlier expelled figure, the fate of the latter unknown. Young Qi, in a fit of excitement, clenched his fists, seemingly eager to join his mother in the fray. This time, Mu Yunxi did not shield his eyes. She had realized that this little one was different from others, not prone to being frightened by the gruesome spectacle. As Long Xiaowang regained his composure and beheld Mu Yunxi, his gaze was laden with icy menace, as if to say, "You seek your own demise." This message was directed at her. The blade in Mu Yunxi's hand still dripped with blood, yet the blood of the dragon sect disciples had been entirely expelled from its surface. The blade remained pristine and gleaming, blood-red and chillingly beautiful, harboring a malevolent aura. Long Xiaowang's keen perception led him to understand that the source of his intrigue was none other than this blade. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "This knife is exquisite, far superior to the insolent demeanor of this woman. Shalao, retrieve the knife. The person is no longer needed." Yes, the elder, who stood protectively beside Long Xiaowang, refrained from offering counsel, for he too recognized the extraordinary quality of the blade before them. As for the young lady, having slain many of Longzong's members, she surely deserved to pay with her life. With a swift motion, he unleashed 5/10 of his martial prowess, aiming to crush Mu Yunxi and her companion. "Little girl, blame your own recklessness. Prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped little Chu as she prepared to ascend and retaliate. However, Mu Yunxi, having already set her sights on the elder, was resolute and unwavering. Under the influence of the Yulingju, she discerned every detail about this formidable opponent. 5th-rank martial artist, fire element, proficient in fire element palm. Peak 5th-rank attack power, current palm state, utilized only 50% of power, exhibiting ordinary 5th-rank attack capability countermeasure, the Shinong blade in conjunction with Yulingju. Aimed at 3 inches to the upper left, these 3 lines of insight materialized in Mu Yunxi's mind, enabling her to respond instantly. With a decisive slash, she struck forth. Bang! The tip of the blade surged forward. The Shinong whip manifested in a swift flash. Whoosh! The elder's fire element palm was shattered and dispersed. Chapter 60, shocking the entire city. The Imperial Master arrives to restore order. The elder's expression turned to one of astonishment. How can this be? Yet, the reality was undeniable. Mu Yunxi not only neutralized his attack but also propelled herself into motion. Under the impetus of the spirit control technique, the Shinong blood blade erupted with extraordinary power, sweeping directly across the elder's body. With a cough of blood, the elder's heart veins shattered inch by inch. He stood there in a daze, his life force already dissipating without a trace. After dispatching him with that single strike, Mu Yunxi, feeling the resurgence of her spiritual veins, discerned the weaknesses within his physique. A lethal blow, devoid of any chance of survival. Even if he was a pinnacle 5th-grade powerhouse, what of it? The moment he refrained from unleashing his full might to subdue Mu Yunxi, he had succumbed to a position of passivity. However, Mu Yunxi, who had dealt the fatal blow, appeared quite pale, her breath coming in rapid gasps. She felt an overwhelming exhaustion, teetering on the brink of faintness. Never before had she experienced such profound fatigue. It was evident that slaying an opponent 2 ranks above her was indeed achievable, yet it demanded considerable effort. Nonetheless, this feat left the entire assembly in a state of shock. Even Zhang Xian's attendant began to doubt whether this young lady before him was indeed the legendary Mu Yunxi of the Imperial Master's manor. Even though the fabled Mu Yunxi had awakened her supreme spiritual body and was a certified spirit guide, she was merely a 3rd-grade warrior. While the empowerment of a spirit guide could allow her to slay foes beyond her rank, exceeding even 1 rank was already an extraordinary feat. At this moment, even the previously arrogant Long Xiaohuang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you?" "The one who will end your life," Mu Yunxi replied calmly and defiantly. She summoned her spiritual veins once more, intent on eliminating Long Xiaohuang. Yet this time, she did not invoke the spirit control technique. It was unnecessary against Long Xiaohuang. With just a glance, his vulnerabilities lay bare before her. Thus, almost as soon as her words fell, her blade was once again unleashed. "Halt! Our young master is none other than the heir of the dragon sect." Not far away, the recently risen ACHA was taken aback, desperately attempting to dissuade Mu Yunxi. Unfortunately, having resolved to strike, Mu Yunxi showed no hesitation. Her swift slash was no slower than when she had taken the life of the old man. As the blade cut through the air, a resplendent flame flickered back to life, mysterious and unpredictable. "Scoundrel! How dare you?" The terrified Long Xiaohuang erupted in fury. Yet, he did not remain idle. Reacting swiftly, he summoned forth a blood dragon greatsword. Bang! Under the might of the blood dragon greatsword, it was obliterated into smoke by the Shinong bloodblade. Such was its formidable strength, for it bore the name of Shinong. No, Long Xiaohuang was horrified, hurriedly retreating. But alas, whoosh! The Shinong blood blade surged forth without losing momentum, cleaving him in twain. At that very moment, as Long Xiaohuang was severed, a terrifying inferno swept towards him from the direction of the 4 Directions mansion. "Scoundrel!" The roar of fury swept across much of the capital, spanning the sky from the 4 Directions mansion directly towards the apothecary division. "Uncle, grandfather, save me." The life force of Long Xiaohuang dwindled rapidly. His voice filled with anguish as he was instantaneously split apart and scattered on the ground. Had it not been for the bloodlight emanating from the scarlet blood dragon crown, enveloping him in a protective aura, his life force would have been extinguished long ago. Mu Yunxi observed this with furrowed brows, contemplating a final strike. Leaving no room for mercy was her long-standing principle. Yet, a formidable presence descended from the sky, crushing the apothecary division beneath its feet, advancing directly towards Mu Yunxi. "You seek death." The newcomer seethed with uncontainable rage. With a powerful strike aimed at Mu Yunxi, the force was such that she could not withstand it at all. To make matters worse, she was already exhausted from her previous battle against Long Xiaohuang, rendering her incapable of even evading the impending blow. However, "Begone!" A resounding voice erupted from the void, shattering the fiery palm of Long Xiaohuang's uncle into a cloud of smoke. Immediately afterward, a pair of colossal eyes emerged from the emptiness, shooting forth a divine beam aimed directly at the vital point of Long Xiaohuang's uncle. "No!" the old man exclaimed in terror, unleashing all his strength in a desperate attempt to counter the attack. Simultaneously, a soothing Buddhist chant resonated from the 4 Directions mansion, aiding Long Xiaohuang's uncle in deflecting the descending divine light. Nevertheless, the impact sent him staggering several feet back, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving him significantly weakened. Yet, this was not the end. The discontented Master Roan cast a glance toward the 4 Directions mansion, irritated by the meddling monk. In that fleeting moment, Long Xiaohuang's uncle had swiftly whisked away the dismembered Long Xiaohuang, disappearing without a trace, fleeing with remarkable speed. Young master observed this with frustration. eager to pursue but was restrained by the little fox. After all, Mu Yunxi was in a dire state, barely able to remain standing, and on the verge of collapsing. Little Chu Jun was startled, ready to fly up to support his mother when his uncle, quicker than him, cradled the young lady in his arms, inadvertently pulling him into the embrace as well. Little Chu Jun anxiously pointed at his mother, his pale face devoid of its usual rosy glow. Cough. Zhang Xianshi was still spitting blood. However, his life was not in jeopardy, for he had consumed a potent pill. The fortunate old manly supported him, his face etched with shock. "Who is that?" he gasped. "Incredible! Terrifying!" In an instant, the formidable fire element warrior had been nearly annihilated. And had it not been for the intervention of an even greater power, that warrior might have been reduced to ashes. It was the Imperial Master. The weakened Zhang Xianshi was equally astounded, his astonishment multiplied. He had long been aware of the Imperial Master as strength and could accept it. But the might of Mu Yunxi surpassed all his expectations. A third-tier martial artist. She not only obliterated a fifth-tier martial artist with a single strike, but went on to slay another third-tier warrior, who was likely also a spirit summoner. Such a record was invincible. Zhang Xianxi's hair stood on end, not from fear, but from exhilaration. As far as he knew, the legendary spirit summoners had only ever been able to kill opponents one tier above them. This feat had cemented their legendary status. Yet, to his astonishment, Mu Yunxi had triumphed over 2 tiers with a single lethal blow. Was this the extraordinary nature of the supreme spiritual body? Suddenly, Zhang Xianshi comprehended why the awakening of such a supreme spiritual body would cause such a commotion. It was exceedingly unusual and frightening. This was not merely an instance of a first-tier peak warrior defeating a third-tier opponent, which Zhang Xianshi could have accepted. No, this was a third-tier warrior vanquishing a fifth-tier one, a chasm between them that was insurmountable. He felt as though he were losing his mind, muttering to himself incessantly, which unnerved old man Li, leading him to believe that Zhang's mind had been irreparably damaged. At this very moment, those who are aware of Mu Yunxi's remarkable achievements are astounded. The third rank conquering the fifth rank. Mu Yunxi, within the Grand Hall of Tian. Where the immortal music emperor resides, a palpable sense of shock prevails. Chapter 61, The Dragon Sect of the Southern Wilderness. The Crimson Blood Holy Dragon appears. The immortal music emperor suddenly feels immense relief, having wisely stabilized his strategy beforehand, diverting his focus entirely to Mu Yunxi. Compared to the favored Zhang Xian, he and the esteemed officials present possess a profound understanding of what it signifies for a third rank to surpass a fifth rank. The disparity between the lower third rank and the middle third rank is starkly clear to them, for they are, at the very least, practitioners of the middle third rank. Years ago, the venerable official took a decade to ascend from the third rank to the fourth rank. A full decade. Minister Zhang of the Rites and Music Department feels a pang of regret akin to biting into a lemon. Although martial arts is an accessible profession, requiring minimal innate talent and lineage, the standards for those above the third rank are considerably higher. Without a solid foundation or substantial resources, advancement becomes exceedingly challenging. It can be said that the path of a martial artist is easy to enter yet difficult to master. One can easily find martial artists on the streets, yet it is rare to encounter those of the fourth rank or higher. The first 3 ranks focus on tempering the skin, muscles, and bones. Akin to a regimen for physical enhancement, requiring no profound insights, just diligent training will suffice. However, once one surpasses the third rank and enters the fourth, the journey intertwines with the realm of enlightenment, and thus the officials within the Tian Hall fall into silence. We may have previously underestimated the supreme spirit practitioners. Minister Xing Luotian of the Punishment Department sighed deeply, remarking on the Emperor's master's decisiveness in taking swift action to secure such an individual. Indeed, the Emperor's master possesses an astute gaze. Her exceptional talent is undoubtedly on par with his. Minister Zhang of Rites and Music firmly believes that the edict he previously penned is flawless. It must be the Imperial Master who has meddled. This Imperial Master is truly formidable and exceedingly meticulous, yet the facts have proven that Mu Yunxi is indeed worthy. Her innate abilities are unparalleled. Typically, a spiritual guide can discern only those of a lesser tier. However, the transcendent spiritual entity that is Mu Yunxi clearly defies such limitations. She might even perceive beyond. Is it possible? Can one of the 6th rank truly be seen through? I find that hard to believe. Records of transcendent spiritual beings are scarce, and she diverges from those descriptions. Now that the Shinon whip has emerged, I remain skeptical yet lean towards the notion that she can unravel the 6th rank. Nay, perhaps even the 7th rank. Absurd. Xing Luotian contends that this is sheer exaggeration. The 6th rank is the utmost limit. A 7th rank martial artist equates to a terrestrial, celestial being. How could such a presence be easily discerned? Within the Hall of Tranquility, a cacophony of debates erupted, nearly reaching a boiling point. The discourse has swiftly shifted from how to accommodate the various entrants to the spiritual mansion to the extent of Mu Yunxi's potential. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Master's residence, the front courtyard has erupted in chaos. Yet, in the rear courtyard, as the private sanctuary of the Imperial Master, tranquility reigns. Only the occasional childish chirp reverberates, hinting at a semblance of life. Rong Lin, however, is too preoccupied to attend to the little one, concentrating intently on healing the young lady. Such recklessness. The forceful assault has severely drained her foundation. If not treated promptly, it will undoubtedly leave lasting repercussions. Cough. The pallor of Mu Yunxi's complexion remains strikingly pale, yet she perceives no impropriety. In such moments, she could not possibly spare that scoundrel. Regrettably, it seems that scoundrel has not met his end. She still harbored thoughts of it. In that moment, Rong Lin slapped his thigh, declaring that in the future, he would take action. It was unwise to have attempted a forceful kill then, as it compromised one's own foundation. Little did he know, as soon as his words fell, he deserved death. Both the young and the old voiced their disapproval. That so-called young master of the dragon sect, the instigator, he must die. Mu Yunxi expressed his dissatisfaction, stating that not only did he attempt to forcibly strike up a conversation with me, but he also sought to seize my blade. If he is not eliminated, even my knife will be incensed. Young Master Xiao Chu nodded in agreement, even howling in a frenzy, saying many other things, although his parents could not comprehend them at all. How dare that woman of Rong Lin's flirt? Who gave her the audacity? At that moment, if it were not for the need to tend to the young lady's injuries, he would have personally gone to eradicate the threat, consumed by anger. Young Master Xiao Chu was equally incensed. He insisted that they should have pursued and dealt with that villain right away, while the little fox attempted to restrain him. Within the Four Directions manner, the enlightened one shook his head repeatedly, lamenting his inability to provide aid. The individual had been cleaved in two. Even with the sacred artifact of the dragon sect sustaining a thread of life, there was no means of salvation. How could one save him? This was not akin to severed limbs that could be disregarded. This was a clean division from the waist down. How could one possibly save that? He was no true immortal. Apologies. The enlightened one merely wished to retreat. This was too much to ask of anyone. However, Long Xiaowang's great-uncle, Long Qianfang, refused to abandon hope, asking if there was truly no solution. At the very least, the monk was at a loss. The enlightened one could only utter this. Cursed be it. The scoundrel Mo sure has gone too far. Long Qianfang was seething with rage, yet he dared only to vent his frustration in the presence of Wu Dao. In the absence of Wu Dao, he refrained from uttering any grievances for fear of being overheard and subsequently punished. Could he truly escape the confines of the Xinla realm? Long Qianfang held a skeptical view, believing that stepping outside would result in his demise. Were it not for your presence, traveler, he would have already taken drastic action. Not quite, Wu Dao replied, shaking his head, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Perhaps I should relay a message to your sect leader, requesting assistance. That will have to suffice. Long Qianfang lamented, feeling utterly helpless. They had just arrived in the imperial capital of Xinla, and now, with his nephew deceased, he was at a loss as to how to explain this to his sect leader. However, he needn't send a message to the Long sect, for a response had already manifested. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the south of Xinla. The guardians of the southern border, tasked with protecting the territory, were startled to witness the emergence of a colossal crimson dragon soaring above. This was the sacred beast of the Long sect, the Crimson Blood Dragon. Simultaneously, from the direction of Xinla, the melodious sound of a zither resonated through the air. The clash of these two formidable entities stirred the surrounding powers into a frenzy. A formidable figure from a neighboring faction raised a question just as the roar from the southern region, where the Long sect resided, resounded through the heavens. Rongling, you have slain my son. You have gone too far. Chapter 62. Surrender Mu Yunxi. Otherwise, where shall commence? This burden, the imperial master silently bore it. After all, it was his wife's doing, and thus, he must shoulder the consequences. Moreover, according to the thoughts of the dragon sect, there is a semblance of truth in his reasoning. The master of the dragon sect believes that within the confines of the immortal melody realm, there is but one individual daring enough to slay his son, the esteemed master of the imperial teacher's manor, Rong Lin. Thus, the demise of his son must surely be attributed to Rong Lin's hand. What a despicable and shameless act, to ruthlessly take the life of a junior. The dragon sect's leader, Long Wujing, was seething with rage. In his eyes, Rong Lin was of the same generation as himself, and his son was but a junior to Rong Lin, yet he was slain by him. What an outrageous travesty! How could he commit such an act? The young sovereign was equally foolish. Despite countless warnings to avoid provoking those bearing the surname Rong, he went forth and incited them. Long Wujing found himself torn between indignation at Rong Lin's vile treachery and frustration at his son's lack of wisdom in provoking someone so formidable. Long Qiafeng was also inept. How could he fail to protect the young sovereign? Long Wujing felt as though he might be driven to madness. They had only just arrived in the imperial capital of Immortal Melody, and already his son had met his end. The young sovereign possessed the crimson blood dragon crown, which, even in death, could preserve a flicker of life. It was time for his twin, Xiaoyu, to prove her worth. Long Wujing suppressed his fury and regained his composure. Indeed, summon Xiaoyu forth. Ensure she is escorted to the young sovereign, and it is imperative that she revives him. Understood, Aoyu responded, and immediately set about making preparations. Long Wujing remained incensed, yet separated by mountains and rivers. He found himself powerless to take action against Rong Lin, relying solely on the deterrent power of the crimson blood sacred dragon from afar. However, the esteemed Master Rong appeared utterly unfazed by such threats, tending instead to his wife's injuries, dismissing it all as mere impotent rage. This situation feels rather extraordinary, remarked Mu Yunxi, somewhat skeptically. Is this truly merely impotent rage? Young Lord Chu is pondering a question. This dragon is indeed quite large. Is it even consumable? It seems unlikely that it could fit into a single pot. In truth, this dragon cannot escape the southern lands. If it forcefully ventures forth, it will inevitably be diminished. It is nothing more than a paper tiger, as Rong Ling suggests. In fact, it is merely his perception that the opponent is such a feeble creature. The Emperor of Xinla might very well be startled into a state of distress. What do you all think? Over at the borders, if the Crimson Blood Sacred Dragon were to mobilize, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Typically, we manage well, but with the Four Clans' spiritual palace set to open, the main forces of the Xinla dynasty must concentrate in the imperial capital as a precaution. If the southern lands were to stir up trouble at this juncture, it would prove quite troublesome. However, Minister Zhao Nan of the Military Strategy Department believes that although the Crimson Blood Sacred Dragon is formidable, it is likely just posturing at this moment. The name of the imperial master carries weight. Perhaps not. Xing Luotian expressed his concern, stating that the dragon sect leader may still be unaware that the perpetrator is Mu Yunxi, not Rong Ling. Once this is known, they may target Mu Yunxi. The Emperor of Xinla quickly understood and nodded. Rong Ling does not count as one of our Xinla citizens, and he does not heed proclamations. He is, after all, the lord of the Mo sect. In contrast, Mu Yunxi possesses the bloodline of the Dan clan. The Dan clan is one of our protective clans in the Xinla dynasty, serving as a backbone of our strength. Should Long Wujing become aware of Mu Yunxi's talents, he will undoubtedly seek every possible means to eliminate her. Indeed, Xing Luotian's expression darkened. For at present, we cannot prevent the Dragon Sect's messengers from relaying information. The Dragon Sect leader will likely receive the full account shortly. And when that time comes, no matter. The Emperor of Xinla is not overly concerned, for he knows that Rong Ling will undoubtedly safeguard Mu Yunxi. At that moment, he suddenly felt that having Mu Yunxi as the wife of Rong Ling would not be such a bad idea. If she were to become a daughter-in-law of the imperial family, with all its power, perhaps they could ensure her safety. The imperial family, however, has many concerns to consider, which is not the case for Rong Ling. No, he feared that the old fellows from the Mo clan might hold differing opinions. Could Rong Ling withstand such pressure? The Emperor of Celestial Music felt uncertain, but could only hope that he would endure. If he could not, perhaps it would present an opportunity for the imperial family. The contemplative Emperor of Celestial Music began to delve deeper into his thoughts. The following day, upon receiving the complete news, Long Wujiang, as anticipated by the Emperor and others, aimed to target Mu Yunxi. Astonishingly, it was not Rong Ling who had taken her life. Mu Yunxi, the awakened supreme spiritual entity and a descendant of the Dan clan, must perish. Long Wujiang could not accept that his son had fallen at the hands of a woman. Moreover, she was that awakened supreme spiritual entity, brimming with potential. She must not be allowed to flourish. However, she was now under the protection of the imperial teacher's residence, and if she dared to kill the young prince. It must have been with Rong Ling's tacit approval. Their relationship was evidently extraordinary. Aou interjected with a reminder. That is of no consequence. It is not him. Ultimately, it is not him. Do you think this sect leader truly fears Rong Ling? No, what this sect leader dreads is the strength of the Mo clan. Regardless of how formidable Rong Ling may be, he is merely one individual. Without the profound backing of the Mo clan, how formidable can he truly be? Long Wujiang felt a resurgence of confidence. As long as it was just Rong Ling, without the Mo clan, the Long clan felt fearless. Aou pondered for a moment and concurred, yet he remained concerned about the alliance between the Dan clan and the celestial music royal family, which should not be underestimated. The Emperor of Celestial Music, plagued by excessive suspicion, shall not exert his full strength. As for the Dan clan, with Dan Xinyu absent, Dan Zhan remains inactive, and thus the situation is stagnant. You are to set forth immediately, accompanied by the Crimson Blood Dragon Guards and 2 Dark Blood Dragon Guards, and proceed to the capital of the Celestial Music Empire, demanding the surrender of Mu Yunxi. Otherwise, we shall declare war. Long Wujiang commanded with an iron will. A hint of trepidation washed over Aou. If they refused to comply, would war indeed ensue? Yes. Long Wujiang's fury was palpable, directed towards a mere girl. Even if she were an awakened being of supreme spiritual essence, what of it? To dare take my son's life is a capital offense. Otherwise, where would the honor of the Long clan reside? Aou comprehended the gravity of the matter. This was indeed a point worthy of consideration. If Rong Lin were to kill, it could be overlooked, for he is an exceedingly cunning individual. Should the young master perish at his hands, the only conclusion drawn would be that Rong Lin is indiscriminate in his actions, devoid of decorum, inviting scorn. However, should he fall to Mu Yunxi, a newly ascended prodigy, the implications would be vastly different. The perpetrator hails from the Celestial Music faction. Should they turn a blind eye, all factions will perceive the Long clan as vulnerable. Such a trend cannot be allowed to flourish. Mu Yunxi must die. Rest assured, the task shall be accomplished. Aou, with clarity of thought, departed with his men. Long Wujiang, witnessing his thorough understanding, felt a wave of reassurance. He believed that as long as Aou remained vigilant, Mu Yunxi would not survive. Mu Yunxi, an entity of supreme spiritual essence, capable of slaying those of the 5th rank. Long Wujiang murmured the critical points from the intelligence report, his murderous intent intensifying. Such a genius, not belonging to his own faction, must perish. Otherwise, the balance of power in the world shall undergo a tremendous shift. Yet he felt a twinge of apprehension. This woman had emerged during the first millennium of the awakening of the 4-clan spiritual realm, suggesting she possessed extraordinary qualities. Having resolved to eliminate her, he knew he must devote his utmost effort to ensure she had no chance to rise. With this in mind, Long Wujiang bellowed, "Summon the celestial sect. Inform them that this sect leader wishes to join forces to hunt down the top genius, Mu Yunxi." Chapter 63. Dual cultivation cannot be used. In the imperial capital of Xinla, within the Master's residence, Rong Ling, unaware of Long Wujiang's numerous schemes, had just ceased his activities. He cleared his throat, coughing up a few droplets of crimson, his complexion paling slightly. Xiao Chuqin, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Mu Yunxi, she said, "Are you truly all right?" "It is of no concern," Rong Ling replied nonchalantly. Yet, Mu Yunxi questioned, "Is this poison something that could be alleviated through our dual cultivation?" Though Rong Ling had not broached the subject again, Mu Yunxi deduced the truth. Recalling his earlier admission that it was because of her that he had absorbed such a peculiar toxin. Upon hearing her words, Rong Ling raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What do you think?" Mu Yunxi gazed deeply into his eyes and replied, "If there is a need, just let me know, and be prepared with protection." Rong Ling was taken aback. Understanding her implication, she wished to repay his act of salvation. However, he felt it was unnecessary at this stage. Their first encounter had been serendipitous, fueled by his curiosity about her, and he had acted without hesitation. Now, with Xiao Chuqin grown, he realized he must approach with responsibility, for he could not be careless. Besides, this intriguing young lady was someone he did not wish to lose. He yearned to possess her permanently. In light of this, he remarked that the use of a condom was ineffective. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. "If we are to cultivate together, it is essential that our essence and energy intertwine. Otherwise, what is the purpose?" She continued, "So, please refrain from making such suggestions in the future." With a semblance of a smile, Rong Mimi picked up the child, saying, "First, You must recover from your injuries. I will merely assist in restoring your foundation. The rest must rely on your own efforts. Ah. Little Chushue waved his tiny hand, allowing his uncle to carry him away. Though he was still unclear about the meaning of cultivating together, he inquired of the little fox. The little fox hesitated, wondering how to explain. How can the master and the great master discuss such topics in front of the young master? It thought, pondering how to articulate this to the still immature little fox. It, too, was not entirely certain. Due to their bond as spirit beasts, they could communicate through mental thoughts. Otherwise, the little fox would not serve as his language translator. Hearing the discontented murmurs from the small creature, Ronglin asked, "What is it called?" Little Chushue rambled on. But the imperial master indicated he did not comprehend. The little fox remained silent, feigning indifference. Little Chushue, frustrated, contemplated giving it a good scolding. Fortunately, the imperial master chose to change the subject, tossing a piece of candy. "Are you hungry?" His candy is specially refined. Even through its shell, one can detect an intense, sweet aroma. Young Master Xiao Chu took but a single taste once and has been unable to forget it ever since. Yet alas, his mother forbade him from indulging. Young Master Xiao Chu, somewhat irate, swatted away the candy, declaring it off limits. Feeling wronged, the amiable Mei Disher merely chuckled, remarking that it was not poisonous, and that their previous unfamiliarity was the reason for his mother's disapproval. "Are we still strangers?" "I am, after all, your father." Young Master Xiao Chu shook his head vigorously, insisting while savoring the candy. "No, you are my uncle. Mother said so. But I suppose the candy is permissible since uncles are familiar faces, not villains, and besides, he has no teeth, so he cannot get cavities." Delighted, young Master Xiao Chu continued to enjoy his candy, only to suddenly remember that the fragrant meat he had ordered earlier was not yet savored, as he had used it to vanquish the villain. He howled in protest, embodying the visage of one who has suffered a great loss. What now? Rong Mimi was baffled by the young cub's train of thought. Fortunately, the little fox ceased its pretense of unconsciousness and translated. "My young master laments that such a delicious meal was squandered on that wicked individual. How unfortunate. That villain did not deserve it." Ronglin mused. Is this little rascal truly only 6 months old? His calculations surpass even my own. And he has managed to collect spoils? Indeed, it was true. Young Master Xiao Chu produced several storage rings. Though he was at a loss as to how to open them, Ronglin sighed softly, suddenly recognizing that the mother and son were indeed a perfect match, one responsible for the battle, the other for collecting the spoils. "Whom did you inherit this from?" Rubbing his brow, Ronglin had no choice but to teach the young cub how to unlock the storage ring. This object required mental strength to break, and its owners often set mental restrictions. For those without owners, it was manageable. However, if a storage ring belonging to someone was forcibly opened, its master would be able to sense it. After instructing the young cub, he questioned whether the little one understood. "Unless you are certain the person is dead, do not recklessly breach such a storage ring. If you are not a formidable being, it is one thing, but if you are like your father, he could lock onto your position and even strike you from afar." The little cub, Xiao Chu, nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent. Ronglin remarked, "I wonder whether imparting this knowledge is a blessing or a curse. Regardless, remember this. Otherwise, if your mother is harmed, your father will not be merciful." Xiao Chu appeared a bit impatient, asserting that he could conceal himself in his mother's small chamber to break it without being caught. Ronglin mused. This little rascal is rather audacious. But then again, he is indeed my offspring. After their exchange, Xiao Chu was already in the process of breaking open Long Xiaowang's storage ring. With a soft sound of a subtle rupture, the mental restriction on the storage ring dissipated. Meanwhile, within the Four Directions mansion, Long Xiaowang's already feeble life force suddenly became turbulent. It was as if someone had breached his storage ring. Wu Dao was uncertain. Long Qianfang hastily searched his nephew's body, only to discover that the storage ring was missing. What was happening? Had it been stolen before? Long Qianfang was convinced. Upon his arrival, no one had approached his nephew. When did the storage ring of that grandnephew disappear? However, that is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that the grandnephew is on the brink of demise. That last flicker of life has swiftly dissipated due to the destruction of the storage ring. Cursed fate. Long Qianfang's expression shifted drastically as he began to cut his fingers to extract his essence blood, desperately attempting to stabilize Long Xiaowang's storage ring once more. Alas, it was to no avail. Long Xiaowang possessed not merely one storage ring. His wealth was boundless, rendering a single ring insufficient. He owned two, both of which were in the possession of Master Xiao Chu. At this moment, Master Xiao Chu shattered yet another of Long Xiaohuang's storage rings. How splendid! Chapter 64. The richest heir in the entire imperial capital. Cursed fate. Long Qianfeng was engulfed in fury, for Long Xiaohuang's vitality was completely extinguished. He was utterly lost. Wu Dao was taken aback. He had initially thought that the destruction of a single storage ring was already a calamity, a stroke of dreadful luck. Little did he anticipate that this young man possessed two rings, both of which were consecutively shattered, obliterating his final chance at survival. It was truly beyond words. Wu Dao felt fortunate to be a hermit, devoid of even a storage ring, thus ensuring that such humiliating misfortunes would never befall him. Amitabha. Long Qianfeng succumbed to despair. He had once harbored hope of escaping punishment, believing that as long as he could save Long Xiaohuang, he would be spared. Yet now, the young man was utterly lifeless. How could one continue to witness Long Qianfeng's desolation? Moreover, remaining here served no purpose now that life had departed. There was no longer a need for his protection. Alas! As a guardian of the spiritual realm, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the prodigies of the human domain, at least until the opening of the spiritual realm. It was imperative that these talents remained unharmed and successfully entered. Long Xiaohuang, gifted in his youth, had already attained the rank of a first-tier spirit guide, a third-tier alchemist, a third-tier martial artist, and additionally, a second-tier insect master of a special classification. He would have been of great utility within the spiritual realm. Yet, he met an untimely demise, vanishing so swiftly that he scarcely had the opportunity to showcase his abilities, extinguished with a mere flick of fate. The injustice of his death was palpable. The supreme spiritual body, with a sigh of contemplation. Wu Dao mused that this newly awakened genius of the Xianle dynasty was markedly different from the recorded supreme spiritual body awakeners. Unlike the Xianle dynasty, the Buddhist scriptures were abundant, detailing the characteristics of several supreme spiritual body awakeners. None, however, matched Mu Yunxi's extraordinary prowess. Not only had he defeated a fifth-tier opponent at the third tier, but he also possessed the strength to eliminate adversaries of the same rank with lethal precision, each strike a guaranteed kill. Such talent was unprecedented, truly extraordinary. In the Imperial Master's manner, Rong Ling, sensing the complete dissolution of Long Xiaohuang's vitality, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He then chuckled, patting the small cub that was still counting the spoils of their conquest. Well done. 2 storage rings had shattered Long Xiaohuang's final hopes. Truly, this was his offspring. The bewildered little Chu was oblivious to the reason behind his uncle's radiant smile and joyful demeanor. Could it be that he was delighted by the sight of all this wealth? So much wealth. Alarmed, the little Chu hurriedly tucked away the spoils, as if fearing his uncle might seize them. Rongling understood his intentions and felt a wave of exasperation. What was he thinking? Will father still take from you? How much have you already taken from me? Little Master Chu was unfazed. You said he is my father. Isn't it only right for him to provide me with pocket money? Ronglin comprehended his implication and could not help but agree. After all, he was still young and could not be expected to earn for himself. With a beaming smile, little Master Chu immediately embraced his uncle, who not only refrained from taking his money, but also generously offered it. What a good person. Little Master Chu pondered for a moment, then rested his head on his uncle's shoulder, making his intentions clear. He would not leave. He patted Ronglin affectionately and, with a smile, advised, "All right then. Before father emerges from his seclusion, do not wander off. Take the opportunity to observe how he cultivates. You might learn something." Little Master Chu agreed and obediently settled down. It was then that Ronglin began to regulate his breathing and channel his internal energy to cleanse the poison from within his body. However, the young master initially did not focus on learning. Instead, he was preoccupied with counting his wealth, so much money. The little fox watched on, thinking that the young master must be the richest infant in the entire imperial capital. How wealthy was young Master Long? His storage ring contained everything, even rare cultivation spirit stones. The more he looked, the happier little Master Chu became. Though he did not fully understand what spirit stones were, he instinctively sensed their value and significance. After a considerable time, the commotion from his uncle's cultivation intensified slightly, prompting him to cease counting and turn his gaze upon his beautiful uncle, utterly captivated. At that moment, dark tendrils of energy began to emanate from Ronglin's body. Xiao Chujia was somewhat taken aback. An impulse to flee surged within him. However, in an instant, a dragon-shaped shadow emerged, gracefully sweeping across the scene. In but a fleeting moment, it consumed all traces of darkness. Xiao Chujiao was left in awe. The darkness had been unleashed from the depths of a certain emperor's body, triggered by the potent toxins. This indicated that the emperor was indeed utilizing this terrifying poison to enhance his own divine power. Thus, the matter of dual cultivation seemed trivial to him. He relished the intoxicating aroma of the toxins, perceiving them as nourishing elixirs, far too precious to relinquish. What a peculiar being. Xiao Chujia sighed emotionally, clutching his father tightly. This was not merely an uncle. This was his father. What an extraordinarily formidable father he had. Young Xiao Chujia was already exhibiting an admiration for strength, leading him to a genuine sense of betrayal. The little fox had sensed the shift, its pair of fox-like eyes reflecting resignation, pondering within, has my young master developed a somewhat materialistic perspective? Previously, he failed to recognize the might of the great master, yet now he is intimidated. It is evident that when the great master emerges from seclusion, the young master will surely advise against defending him, for he is truly formidable. However, when the young master becomes powerful in his own right, will he not revert to his previous demeanor, continuing to underestimate the great master? It seems quite likely, adjusting his behavior based on other strengths. Quite adept indeed. Who taught him such ways? The little fox mused silently, perplexed, for it had not imparted such lessons. It must be hereditary, but whose traits had he inherited? The great master does not seem to possess such a disposition. Could it be the grand master instead? As the little fox pondered deeply, only just crossing the border of Xianla's southern frontier, he commanded, Jiashi, make your way to Jing'an and investigate every detail of Mu Yunxi's activities there, leaving no stone unturned. Understood. The one tasked immediately departed with swift action. Accompanying him, Long Xiaoyu could not contain his curiosity, inquiring, is it truly necessary to place such importance on this? Indeed. Ao Yue replied gravely, the information about her before her rise to fame is alarmingly scarce. This is quite peculiar. A prodigy cannot simply emerge from nowhere. Thus, her past must be extraordinary. Long Xiaoyu fell silent, aware of her ignorance regarding these matters. She merely wished to know, when shall we journey to the imperial capital of Xianla? Upon hearing this, Ao Yue also gazed towards the direction of the imperial capital, but his demeanor shifted from one of subtlety to boldness. Suddenly, he unleashed a fire elemental spirit bird, the fire dragon sparrow, from his bracelet. As the dragon soared into the heavens, Ao Yue promptly ascended with his companions and bellowed towards the imperial capital, I am Ao Yue, protector of the Long clan. By the command of our sect leader, I come to demand the life of the murderer, Mu Yunxi, from his majesty of Xianla. Chapter 65. The entire army advances. The expressions of the Xianla generals at the border shifted drastically as they hastily prepared for battle. Some were even ready to eliminate Ao Yue and his party in the sky. It was only after they had crossed the border, entering the realm of the dynasty, that they realized their oversight. No, it was only upon their self-detonation that they recognized their negligence and incompetence. Curse be it. Many generals erupted in furious exclamations. However, Aoye possesses ample confidence to act thus. For the melodious tunes of Xianla Mu Yunxi have claimed the life of our sect's young master in the imperial capital of Xianla. Damn it. If His Majesty Xianla wishes to avoid war, he must surrender this murderer. As this declaration resounded, the cries for blood vengeance surged from the northern armies of the Long sect. Hand over Mu Yunxi. War. War. The tumultuous roars echoed ever louder from the forces of the Long sect's northern front. The commanders on the side of Xianla soon realized that the Long sect was fully prepared. Were they truly on the brink of unleashing a conflict between these two great powers? Curse be it. They had been utterly oblivious to this development, undoubtedly linked to the individual named Aoye, who had concealed the movements of the Long sect's military within their territory. At this moment, the southern region of Xianla was steeped in solemnity, imbued with an atmosphere reminiscent of impending battle. Fortunately, a voice from the capital emerged, that of the Pill King. Spouting nonsense. Aoye, if you have the guts, come to the imperial capital for a duel. Your young master dared to toy with my niece and met his demise. He deserved it. Aoye's expression shifted, for he knew that any accusation could be fabricated. The young master is not such a person. Nonsense. If you dare, come to the imperial capital to discuss this. Do you think I fear you? Though my Danong army does not garrison in the south, we can still mobilize. If war is truly your desire, then let it commence. The Pill King's imperious voice reverberated through the southern region of Xianla, matching Aoye's formidable presence. Even with the added might of a fire dragon sparrow, it was of no consequence. The Pill King remained steadfast, and this was merely an exchange of words from afar. Cursed be it. Aoya's countenance darkened, for he had grown stronger. Long Xiaoyu's expression was similarly grim, as she felt the weight of suppression bearing down upon her. The Pill King, wielding the potent force of bloodline energy and possessing a formidable mastery over fire attributes, posed a challenge that the likes of Long Xiaoyu, a mere third-tier warrior, could hardly withstand. Consequently, Aoyi abandoned his initial strategy and bellowed, "Very well. I shall take action. If you, Xianla, do not provide a satisfactory resolution, this matter shall not conclude here. Come forth." With a fierce roar, the Pill King's presence abruptly vanished. He would reach the capital of Xianla by tomorrow at the latest. However, Aoyi chose not to hasten his journey, opting for a pace that was, albeit not overly swift. He believed that the Pill King could not represent the entirety of Xianla. Arriving too early might incite a united front against him, while a delayed arrival could allow the collective outrage to gradually dissipate. The sect leader, having witnessed the Pill King's strength, would undoubtedly formulate alternative plans. Yet Aoyu feared that the young master might not possess the patience required. In the midst of his contemplations, Aoyi intended to proceed at an even slower pace. However, upon considering the precarious situation of Long Xiaowang, he ultimately relinquished this notion, unaware that Long Xiaowang had already succumbed to death. At this moment, Long Qianfang had transcended enlightenment and was sending a message to Aoyi, urging him to arrive swiftly. Perhaps Long Xiaowang, though on the brink of death, might still be salvaged. Though the hope was faint, it was worth attempting. In the capital of Xianla, the Pill King's consort spoke gravely. They seek to compel His Majesty to relent. Indeed, they harbor no fear of confronting the Imperial Master alone. Yet they dread a coalition between the dynasty and the Imperial Master to safeguard Shi. The Pill King, his energy waning, grasped this reality with clarity. Yet he also recognized that even if the current emperor were aware of this, he might be unwilling to relinquish his biases against the Imperial Master. Should an opportunity arise, His Majesty would undoubtedly relish the chance to subdue the Grand Master, compelling him to relinquish his arrogance and bow before the royal family. The Dan King began to feel a sense of unease. Previously, the Dan King's residents had paid little heed to the overt and covert skirmishes between the royal family and the Grand Master's estate. Yet the current situation was markedly different as it pertained to Mu Yunxi. She was the daughter of Xianyu, one of their own. It is to be hoped that His Majesty will, as before, exercise wisdom, setting aside his prejudices against the Grand Master and treating Shi with greater kindness. For she is, after all, a princess of celestial music. The Dan King's consort suddenly felt that the title of princess was most opportune. In fact, at this very moment, the Emperor of Celestial Music was also sighing, yearning to suppress the imperial decree of enfeoffment, yet he decided against it. The Shinnong whip warranted a temporary alliance with Ronglin. Lianren, at your service. Convey my edict. The Dan King has rendered meritorious service in repelling the enemy. Grant him 10,000 spirit stones. Your Majesty, Lianren expressed astonishment. This was no trivial reward. For now, they would not hold Ronglin accountable. However, a modicum of interest could certainly be sought. Come forth, summon Chun-Er. The Emperor of Celestial Music issued another command. Xian Chun swiftly arrived at Taiyan Palace from the East Palace, and subsequently proceeded to the Grand Master's estate. Unfortunately, his visit proved futile, as the esteemed Grand Master Rong was in seclusion and unavailable for audience. Moreover, the oblivious Mu Yunxi was also in closed retreat within the celestial realm, diligently attempting to simultaneously cultivate two distinct techniques. To obediently heed the Grand Master's instructions? An impossibility. The powers of the two techniques were currently clashing within her meridians, yet due to her adept control, her meridians remained unscathed. Furthermore, during this process, her meridians were visibly growing stronger. Quite intriguing indeed. Mu Yunxi believed that if she continued to strengthen herself in this manner, her meridians would align with the unique physique she possessed in her past life. Currently, there remained a slight disparity. After engaging in combat with that fifth-grade opponent, her meridians had sustained considerable damage, and after defeating the red-haired foe, her internal organs had also suffered severe injury. Later, an old man had exerted pressure on her, nearly leading to her demise. However, if the strength of her physique could reach the level of her previous existence, she would still possess the capability to fight. Thus, Mu Yunxi resolutely decided to utilize the repulsive force generated between the two aspects to refine her meridians. Ideally, she aimed to enhance not only her skin and bones but also her internal organs, although the latter might prove to be quite challenging. The foundational chapter of the chaos formula could only offer slight refinement to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, while the subsequent second formula remained a blank slate, not yet revealed. Previously, Mu Yunxi had not given it much thought, assuming that once she perfected the foundational cultivation, the second formula would manifest on its own. Yet, that had not occurred. Perhaps her level of perfection was still insufficient? Maybe once she further reinforced her physique, she would attain the complete realm? As Mu Yunxi pondered this, her resolve to persevere only grew stronger, and she set to work. The Imperial Master remained blissfully unaware of her intentions. Naturally, even if he had calculated her actions, he could not intervene. He lacked the authority to do so, as he himself was engaged in perilous cultivation, even leading a certain young one astray. Ah, the little master, who had stealthily absorbed a fraction of his father's dark power, let out a pained cry. Chapter 66. The Divine Embryo, Little Chu Chu. Lord Koyang. 2 updates. The little fox, drenched in virtual sweat, was thoroughly startled. It had no inkling that its young master possessed such audacity, daring to siphon the power of the Grand Master. As the slightly opened eyes of a certain master revealed a look of helplessness, he remarked, "Observing and learning does not equate to merely absorbing." Meanwhile, the tearful little lord, feeling an unbearable pain, lamented, "It feels as if I am about to explode. The last time I was burned, it did not hurt this much." He was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Fool." Pleased with a nod, Rongling further advised, "Similar to the last instance when you wish for light. Now focus on the thought of alleviating your pain." The little lord, albeit somewhat perplexed, began to dwell on this notion, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the more he concentrated on it, the less pain he felt. "I am getting better," he exclaimed. The little fox, taken aback, marveled at the extraordinary abilities of its young master. As a companion beast, it was aware of the young master's exceptional prowess. Yet this was simply astonishing. Was it truly possible for thoughts to manifest into reality? What a remarkable power! The most striking aspect was that the great master appeared completely unfazed. And he even knew how to guide the young master. Now laughing joyfully, the little lord clearly no longer felt pain and was filled with delight. Rongling, undisturbed, returned to his own cultivation. Even while in seclusion, he remained attuned to the movements outside. As the Pill King was able to hold his ground, he had no intention of emerging until that group arrived in the capital. Concerning the royal family's stance, the master seemed indifferent, as if their awareness or lack thereof held no significance for him. However, the Pill King, unaware of this, had already returned to the master's residence and secretly conveyed, "Rongling, come out for a discussion." Rongling? The Pill King was skeptical. That rascal would undoubtedly hear his summons, even amidst his cultivation. With such cultivation, he surely retained a fragment of consciousness to remain aware of the outside world. However, the Imperial Master clearly showed no interest in engaging with him, leaving the Pill King still without a response. Suddenly, a tender whisper echoed in the Pill King's consciousness, startling him so much that he nearly revealed his hidden presence. This voice, it was a transmission. That little creature had managed to transmit thoughts, and with such precision, directly into his mind. Damn it! The Pill King could hardly restrain his expletives. The situation was simply intolerable. How could this be? Not only had the little one's spiritual power reached a level capable of external projection, but it had also managed to capture his mental fluctuations. Such feats were only achievable by warriors of the 4th rank and above. As for an alchemist, one would need to be at least at the peak of the 3rd rank to possess such formidable spiritual strength. No, this was not the most pressing concern. The crucial point was that he himself was on the brink of reaching the 7th rank. Damn it! The more he pondered, the more he felt like cursing. The Pill King was nearing a state of self-imposed isolation. Meanwhile, the little one continued to provoke him, asking, "What brings you here? Why seek my uncle?" The Pill King was oblivious to the inquiry, and the little fox was too stunned to translate, still reeling from the situation. Ultimately, the dejected Pill King merely stated, "If your father is unavailable, I shall return in a few days," before promptly departing. He wished to linger not a moment longer. The blow to his pride was too great. He had initially believed that after the advancement of his bloodline, on the verge of entering the 7th rank, he would not claim the title of invincible, but at the very least, he would be a figure of considerable standing. Yet, here he was, humbled by an infant. Such a tiny being was capable of perceiving his mental presence. Had it been a confrontation, that earlier strike would have left him no chance to evade. However, it is well. The Dan King, having settled his thoughts, contemplated the remarkable prowess of his son. Just how formidable could Rongling be? Did it truly matter whether the royal family safeguarded Shishi? Perhaps not. The Dan King even mused that if the royal family were to act foolishly, their losses might be substantial. As a guardian lineage of the immortal music dynasty, the Dan King did not wish for the royal family to err. Yet should they insist on such folly, he would not remain blindly loyal. He needed to inform his father, if matters escalated. He would find someone to hold the fort in the west while he ventured south. What if he faced the dragon sect? Did they truly believe the Dan family was without means? They could hand over Mu Yunxi, or else war would ensue. Ridiculous. In the military tent of the Dan Yang army in the Western Territory, a burly old man with a scruffy beard momentarily revealed a flash of insight in his eyes. Before him lay a peculiar jade tablet, displaying a line of text. Father, Xian Yu's daughter is not the enchanting beauty, but another. She now goes by the name Mu Yunxi. After recounting the incident of the true and false daughters being swapped, and the emergence of the false daughter as a legitimate child, the Dan King proceeded to address the matter of Mu Yunxi's confrontation with Long Xiaowang. Splendid. The old man, having not yet finished observing the unfolding events, slammed his hand down in approval, shattering the table in the process. The guards present exchanged exasperated glances. Yet again, they would have to replace the table, having just done so not long ago. Without the need for the Dan King's communication, an old man with his own channels of information had already learned of the grandchild's substitution and had previously shattered a table over it. Now, witnessing a second incident, the guard mistakenly assumed it was the same affair, unaware that the situation had escalated fatally. Did the dragon sect still seek trouble? The old man, exuding an aura of lethal intent, harbored thoughts of engaging in battle down south. Let us take action. Then heir, summon Lord Ho Chijun. The old prince? He is still pondering which guard to replace at the table. I fail to comprehend why we need to involve Lord Ho. Hurry. Have him keep an eye on the western front. I must make a trip to the south. With that, the elder hoisted his great sword and vanished in an instant. Damn it. The heir could only curse. He sensed that the old prince had already gone far. Reflecting on the prince's command, he thought, could it be true? Is the old prince really heading south? This is a dereliction of duty. Even if the royal family does not raise an issue, the western front is hardly stable. The moment the old prince departs, damn it, Dan heir, drenched in sweat, hurriedly sent word to Lord Ho in the northern lands. They must not allow the enemy forces to discover that the old prince has left. If they must find out, it should only be after Lord Ho's arrival. Otherwise, if the enemy breaches the borders, it would spell disaster. Curse it. At his advanced age, he remains so reckless. But what exactly is happening in the south? What has Longzong done? Who has been killed? Dan heir, filled with questions, could not grasp the situation but had no time to seek clarity. Chapter 67. The Second Secret of Chaos. The imperial tutor endures a blow in the imperial capital within the Dan Wang residence. Dan Wang felt invigorated after reporting the situation. He chuckled. The old man is furious. Dan Wangfei was somewhat speechless. Aren't you afraid that in his rage, he might confront Longzong? Not to that extent. Dan Wang replied confidently. The old man will likely only dispatch a few people. As long as Longzong dares to act, the Dan Yang army will not hesitate to respond. It may not be so. The princess consort of Dan vividly recalls her mindset upon entering the royal residence and her first encounter with the legendary father-in-law. Terrifying. A true embodiment of ruthlessness. This father-in-law of hers, having never succeeded to the hereditary title of the Dan King, had been bestowed the title of King of Lianyang in his youth. He gained fame early on, vanquishing foes with unparalleled ferocity, and ascended to kingship solely through his military accolades, requiring no inheritance of a throne. Consequently, the Dan King, upon being reminded by his wife, felt a flicker of unease. Could it be? No matter how obstinate the old man may be, he cannot abandon his post, for his circumstances are far from those in the south. You might understand the difference, but let us hope it does not come to pass. The princess consort harbored uncertainties. The personality of Cece indeed aligns with her father's preferences, and she feared that in his delight, he might act recklessly. The Dan King mused. Good heavens. It seems indeed so. The old man might genuinely take a liking to Cece's demeanor. He would surely feel that she does justice to his title of King of Lianyang. Perhaps, in a fit of impulse, he might even confront the dragon sect. Damn it. Over the years, the old man had been remarkably composed. So much so that even his son had forgotten that he was not inherently a placid individual. Despite his advanced age, when roused, he still embodied the vigor of an 18-year-old lad. Damn it. The Dan King was not overly concerned about other matters. His greatest fear lay in the potential turmoil along the western border. Should catastrophe befall the land, it would spell disaster. Defending the border and safeguarding the people of Xianlu was an intrinsic duty woven into the very essence of the Dan lineage, and now the Dan King was genuinely alarmed. Yet, anxiety proved futile. He could not venture north. He could only frantically send messages to his father, urging him to refrain from impulsive actions. However, damn it, at this moment, if he were to head north, it would be akin to revealing the hidden truth, inadvertently disclosing the old man's departure. Yet, if he refrains from going, what on earth should I do now? The crown prince is in a state of anxiety. The crown princess remarked, "Indeed, my father-in-law has truly departed." With a tingling sensation coursing through her scalp, the crown princess could only inquire, is the eldest about to emerge from seclusion? Should he go? The crown prince expressed his concern. While the eldest is commendable, he pales in comparison to the old man, and even falls short of my own capabilities. What do you understand? She retorted. His visit will not reveal the absence of our father. He can merely state that he seeks guidance to enhance his lineage. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the eldest can assist in concealing the truth. That is true. My wife is indeed astute. With that, the crown prince vanished, setting off to visit his eldest son who was in seclusion, at the Imperial Master's residence within the realm of the immortal. Merely a day had passed since the assassination of the young dragon emperor. Upon entering the immortal realm, only half a day had elapsed in the outside world. However, within the immortal realm, 6 months had already passed. Thus, with an aura of profound mystery surrounding her, she had successfully undergone a second refinement of her skin and bones. This led her to unveil the second chapter of the chaotic technique, the spirit cultivation section. Refining the spirit, she felt a tinge of disappointment, as she initially believed that the second chapter would pertain to the internal organs. Yet, as she commenced her practice of the second chapter, excitement surged within her. It could enhance her spiritual veins. She was astonished to discover that the second chapter not only refined her mental strength, but also strengthened her spiritual veins. Although the intensity of the refinement was not substantial, it was nevertheless commendable. The crucial point was that the second technique and the spirit control technique no longer conflicted. Rather, they could complement each other. Indeed, it could be said that the second technique could enhance the spirit control technique. Mu Yunxi harbored doubts. She speculated that once she activated her spiritual veins, supplemented by the spirit control technique and the second technique, she might even perceive the 6th rank. Previously, discerning the 5th rank had proved quite taxing for her, and although she had never attempted to perceive the 6th rank, she believed it would be beyond her reach. The chaos technique was indeed extraordinary. For the first time, Mu Yunxi vividly grasped the meaning behind the celestial realm's introduction of the chaos technique as mysterious. Growing stronger in the face of adversity, and, upon cultivation, progressively and infinitely augmenting the potential of its master. It was undeniably superior to the spirit control technique. With a hint of nostalgia, Mu Yunxi found it hard to fathom the level of the chaos technique, especially since the spirit control technique belonged to the Shinon lineage, reputed to be a pinnacle existence. What, then, of the chaos technique? With a soft sigh, Mu Yunxi chose not to dwell on this question and prepared to emerge from her seclusion. She had been cultivating for quite some time, half a year. In fact, had Xiao Chuchu not come in at all? Although only half a day had passed outside, Xiao Chuchu was lively and had a penchant for food. Logically, she should have come in to seek out beasts to eat, yet she had not. Perhaps she had been so enchanted by the imperial teacher that she had forgotten her own desires. With a tinge of concern, Mu Yunxi hastily exited the celestial realm, fearing that the little creature might have been abducted. However, upon her emergence, she found no sign of the little one. Instead, she sensed the presence of a certain imperial teacher who acknowledged her arrival. Ah, a voice echoed back from a certain little one, who appeared somewhat dazed. Mu Yunxi swiftly approached the pair, only to discover that this was a rather peculiar training chamber, even more bizarre than the one she typically utilized. Upon entering, she found herself unable to extend her spiritual energy outward. No wonder she had been oblivious to their presence earlier. The walls of this place could consume spiritual energy. Ah, the little one, Xiao Chu, who had leapt toward his mother, was now fully awake, having just roused from slumber. After gently squeezing the small fellow in her embrace, Mu Yunxi inquired, "It's been quite a while. Haven't you found anything to eat? Aren't you hungry?" "Huh?" Xiao Chu, patting his little belly, seemed genuinely unconcerned about hunger. "I don't feel hungry at all. It doesn't seem like much time has passed. I merely had a short nap. What have you been eating indiscriminately?" Mu Yunxi questioned, somewhat exasperated. Huh? Xiao Chu, shaking his head vigorously, insisted, I haven't eaten anything at all. The Imperial Master merely mentioned that while I was distracted. He absorbed some of my energy, so I naturally don't feel hungry. Huh? Xiao Chu appeared perplexed. Absorbed energy, so I'm not hungry? Mu Yunxi responded. What sort of reasoning is that? Can your energy serve as sustenance? Yet, the truth was, it indeed could. Xiao Chu was not hungry precisely because of this peculiar circumstance. Oh? The Imperial Master, expressing surprise, had already discerned the unusual nature of the young lady. He immediately drew her into his embrace and, with a flicker of his consciousness, directed a streak of dark light into her spiritual sea. Smack. In Mu Yunxi's spiritual sea, the tiny version of herself manifested instantaneously, wielding a whip and striking forth, leading into Chapter 68. AOU arrives in the capital. A life has perished. The fragmented consciousness of Rong Lin inhaled sharply, feeling a twinge of pain as he rubbed his temples. Mu Yunxi. Serves you right. This is what happens when you fail to conduct yourself properly and pry into others' privacy. Little Master Xiao, giggling merrily, was filled with joy as he found himself nestled between the two, having been cradled in the embrace of the esteemed Imperial Master alongside his mother. After enduring the sting, Rong Lin, once the pain subsided, also smiled, noting the progress. Indeed, a 4th rank had been achieved. The young lady's abilities had evidently advanced swiftly, her spiritual veins noticeably strengthened. And even the Shinong whip could autonomously protect its master now. With such a configuration, entering the spirit mansion of the 4 clans would ensure a considerable degree of safety. Though a touch of treasure hunting skills was still lacking. Let go of me. Mu Yunxi, still unaccustomed to being held in such a manner, attempted to rise. But the Imperial Master refused to release her. Wait. Rong Lin, gently patting the young lady's back, nearly provoked another round of slaps, but instead remarked, still disobedient. Undergoing the second body refinement. After a brief pause, Mu Yunxi could only nod in agreement. Yes, I have been cautious. Everything has been fine throughout. Rong Lin, with a slight nod, chose not to elaborate further and finally relinquished his hold on the young lady. Mu Yunxi, no longer in a hurry to rise, explained. It was precisely due to the second body refinement that I could attain the 4th rank and inherit the enhanced spiritual veins. I understand. Rong Lin regarded the young lady with curiosity. Although he was unsure of how she had cultivated, he could roughly surmise and did not chastise her for her recklessness. Why are you so flustered? I am not flustered. Mu Yunxi stood up, cradling the small cub in her arms. I merely sought to clarify that I hadn't fully grasped your words, yet I have indeed taken your opinions to heart. Rong Lin, upon hearing this, smiled, his brows relaxing. The movement subtle yet as gentle as blossoms swaying in a spring breeze, evoking an exquisite sensation akin to the caress of spring's breath. Ah! Young Master Xiao Chu even exclaimed in admiration. Mu Yunxi thought to herself. This fellow, she knew that a simple explanation would bring him joy. Indeed, Rong Lin, now visibly pleased, rose to his feet. Shall we go out for a stroll? He suggested. Upon hearing of a potential outing. Young Master Xiao Chu was the first to raise his hand in agreement. However, Mu Yunxi swiftly pressed down his small, pudgy hand, exclaiming with mild irritation. You're such a mischievous little one. What is there to explore at this late hour? Young Master Xiao Chu scratched his little head, gazing up at his beautiful uncle in confusion, silently questioning. Indeed. It's dark now. What could possibly be enjoyable? Haven't you ever visited a night market? Rong Lin inquired with a smile, pulling the small one closer into his embrace. I had thought you both had experienced it before, yet it appears you have not. It is, after all, the dead of night. This is not like the bustling cities of modern times. The deeper the night, the more pleasures await. As Rong Lin guided the two into the vibrant streets of the eternal capital, they were introduced to a new realm of wonder. Ah, how splendid, Mu Yunxi remarked. Somewhat bewildered. Are all the passers-by cultivators? Generally speaking, ordinary folk lack such vitality, Rong Lin replied, as he led them into a tavern. The sounds of string and bamboo instruments filled the air, accompanied by lively songs and dances, while the clinking of cups and glasses created an atmosphere of bustling revelry, reminiscent of a world intoxicated by pleasure. Yet, Mu Yunxi was not particularly pleased. Why did you bring Chu Chu to such a place? Is this not a bar? It seems like a place solely for drinking and bringing someone so young to partake in such activities. Thankfully, her father did not recognize her. How irresponsible. However, little Chu Chu appeared to be brimming with excitement, nearly ready to take flight. Ah, the little one, held tightly by Ling, laughed and said, "What does it matter? Chu-Chu is unlike other children. She should have the chance to experience this. It's quite harmless." "Ah," exclaimed little Chu-Chu, nodding earnestly. "To experience this, it's so lively." Mu Yunxi pinched the chubby cheeks of the little one, teasing, "You, my dear, have been sold off, and yet still help count the money." The giggling little Chu-Chu seemed quite enchanted by the prospect of counting money, for she perceived it as a delightful affair. Mu Yunxi was at a loss for words. Not only was this little one a glutton, but she also had a penchant for wealth. What a combination! However, once Ling led the two into his exclusive private chamber, the cacophony dissipated. Little Chu-Chu was astonished. As Ling opened the window and gently prodded the soundproof barrier, the lively sounds returned to little Chu-Chu's ears. Mu Yunxi, intrigued, leaned closer. "Is this the soundproof barrier? It's quite impressive. It can even block out my keen hearing. Indeed, it prevents eavesdropping from those ranked 7th or below. The privacy it offers is commendable. Is this your property?" Mu Yunxi couldn't help but question, for the sophistication of this formation was extraordinary. To her surprise, Ling nodded affirmatively. "Is it from the Mo family?" "Mine, and in the future, it shall also belong to you and Chu-Chu. If you lack funds, feel free to come and take." Little Chu-Chu's two round, shimmering black eyes are sparkling with the prospect of money. Mu Yunxi gently patted his small forehead, observing his eagerness for wealth. "It's not even your earnings. You are not permitted to take any." Little Chu-Chu pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "It's mine, after all." Noticing the little one's defiance, Mu Yunxi was about to embrace him for a lesson. However, the esteemed master interjected, "Look ahead. Tonight a healing treasure will be traded." At his words, Mu Yunxi instinctively turned her gaze, and indeed, she spotted a high platform not far away, where individuals were preparing something, prompting her to inquire, "Is there an auction taking place here?" "Yes, every night, commencing at midnight." As they spoke, Ling, having received the pastry sent by the maid, approached the little one leisurely and began to feed him. Little Chu-Chu, who didn't need to lift a finger, opened his small mouth and eagerly devoured the treat, his eyes crinkling with delight at the sweetness. Mu Yunxi observed silently, but soon found herself being fed a piece as well. Without a second thought, she opened her mouth to accept it. Only after finishing did she realize something was amiss and turned to the one feeding her, only to find the master. His beautiful eyes slightly raised, wearing a teasing smile as he inquired, "Is it sweet?" Silently swallowing the pastry, she admitted, "Indeed, it is sweet." Meanwhile, little Chu-Chu, with his mouth agape, awaited another round of feeding. Ling chuckled and offered him another bite, then turned to offer one to the elder as well. However, Mu Yunxi was no longer inclined to eat. As she opened her mouth to refuse, she was unexpectedly fed a morsel. Subsequently, the esteemed master raised his elegant brows, signaling that it was time. Reluctantly, Mu Yunxi held the delicacy in her mouth and cast her gaze towards the auction stage, yet there was no sign of commencement. Instead, she observed a cloaked figure, obscuring their identity, approaching the staff for a discussion. "It's someone from the dragon sect," Ling remarked. "During your seclusion, this individual had a verbal altercation with your uncle. Aoe of the dragon sect has already arrived in the capital, but why did he not go to the Four Directions mansion and instead sneak here?" Chapter 69. The Master is Truly Wicked. Ling succinctly added, "There's no need to worry about your uncle. He has your grandfather behind him, who serves as the steadfast anchor of the Danwang mansion." "My grandfather?" Mu Yunxi recalled some details. "The king of Guanyang?" "Indeed," Ling affirmed with a slight nod. "The king of Guanyang possesses exceptional talent. Your mother, the revered Xianyu, inherited her gifts from him, while your uncle is somewhat lacking in comparison. However, fortune smiles upon him, as you have awakened the supreme spirit body, which has granted him considerable advantages. He should soon advance to the 7th rank, though his combat prowess still falls short of your mother's." "Have you met my mother?" Mu Yunxi inquired with curiosity. "Alas, no," Ling replied, shaking his head. "By the time I assumed control of the Mo sect, she had already vanished." "Where could she possibly have gone?" Mu Yunxi pressed further. Ling, however, merely stated, "Even if I told you, it would be of no significance." "Oh," Mu Yunxi acquiesced, redirecting her attention to the dragon sect individual, who had finished conversing with the staff and was now ascending to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is reserved for VIPs, while we occupy the 5th. This level is inaccessible to outsiders, essentially serving as the exclusive domain of the owner. Mu Yunxi is well aware of this. Ronglin nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to offer her a morsel of delicacy. Caught off guard in their conversation, Mu Yunxi took a bite. Ah. Little Chuxia is indulging blissfully, consuming the most. Silently swallowing the treat, Mu Yunxi continued to inquire, what brings him here? He seeks to procure a treasure originating from the lion clan, which, when combined with the dragon's blood golden lotus seed he possesses, could resurrect the dragon young emperor. Upon hearing this, both little Chuxia and Mu Yunxi frowned in unison. Can that fellow truly bring someone back to life? Unpleasant. However, the imperial master has asserted that was previously the case. The current dragon young emperor is beyond revival, having perished irrevocably, so there is no need for concern. Is the treasure from the lion clan insufficient? Mu Yunxi questioned. Indeed, Lin replied, giving the small creature's face a playful pinch, attributing this to Chuxia's efforts. Little Chuxia, bewildered, wondered what he had done. The reality is that the dragon young emperor is doomed to extinction, all due to his reckless actions. He had touched the 2 storage rings of the dragon young emperor and, during the moment of his most fragile vitality, broke the spiritual seal of those rings, ultimately leading to his demise. Little Chuxia exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by his own prowess. Mu Yunxi felt somewhat speechless, pondering when the rings had been touched. In her memory, the little fellow had not approached that individual. How could he have managed to pilfer the items? The little master instructed me to do so. The little fox immediately interjected, eager to claim credit. Nearly the size of a palm. It possesses a remarkable ability to conceal itself while venturing forth to touch objects with uncanny precision, all without detection. Mu Yunxi mused, very well. With the little fox in action, one could hardly expect Long Xiaowang to notice. However, this led Mu Yunxi to ponder the unfortunate fate of Long Xiaowang. Moreover, she inquired, is that treasure of the lion sect now yours? Indeed, Ling replied with a smile. Since I have no use for it, it is only natural to sell it at a premium. Understanding dawned upon Mu Yunxi. So you arranged for the water army to bid? At a loss for words, Mu Yunxi could only think to herself, this imperial master is quite the schemer. Undoubtedly, it was a splendid maneuver. Satisfied, Mu Yunxi nodded in agreement. Do they not realize this establishment belongs to you? Aside from you and Chu, no one else is privy to that information, Ling responded with a smile. Not even the upper echelons of this establishment are aware. How could they permit you access to the owner's exclusive floor? Naturally, I am the imperial master. Every faction regards me as an esteemed guest, and the owner must yield, he explained. Comprehension washed over Mu Yunxi. This individual was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed exceptional cunning. It was no wonder he remained unfazed by Chu's repeated pilfering of his belongings. After all, he was indeed affluent. This very establishment likely generated substantial wealth for him daily, replete with treasures. In the eyes of young Chu, a fortune appeared to materialize, igniting a fervent desire to acknowledge a father figure. How she yearned to claim him as her own. Mu Yunxi fully grasped the situation and promptly wiped the little one's mouth, for drool had begun to escape. Embarrassing. The little lord, whose face was wiped with saliva, shamelessly extended his chubby hand towards his father, seeking a warm embrace. With a smile, he received the little one's affection, instantly feeling the fervent affection radiating from his son. Unable to bear the sight, Mu Yunxi averted his gaze and directed it towards the staff who were preparing for the auction. Esteemed guests, may I request your silence? The midnight auction at the unending pavilion is about to commence. As the host's voice echoed, the once lively first and second floors quickly fell into silence. Regardless of their intent to participate in the auction, none would dare to create a ruckus, for those who frequented the unending pavilion were eager to witness its renowned auction, often rumored to showcase remarkable treasures. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, within an elegant room, a striking young man donned in a sleek black outfit, possessing chiseled features yet a somewhat pallid complexion, was inquiring, can you confirm that our clan's lion crystal essence will be auctioned tonight? Rest assured, young master. It is indeed confirmed. Good. As the young master of the lion clan, Ci'in exhibited a far more subdued and composed demeanor compared to Long Xiaowang. His guardian, seated beside him, expressed a somewhat wistful sentiment. The young master is prudent in his actions. It brings me great comfort. Ci'in smiled gently. Elder Qin, rest assured. I shall not recklessly seek death as Long Xiaowang does. However, were it not for the usefulness of the lion crystal essence to me, I would gladly facilitate that AOU. Elder Qin, the esteemed guardian, smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, with the dragon clan paving the way, we shall be able to ascertain the true extent of that unparalleled spirit-body genius. I share your curiosity. Seeing spoke calmly. Noting that the esteemed Wu Dao had traveled from the westernmost regions to be with her, reportedly even performing the time divine art at the entrance of the Xianla imperial capital, aiming to recreate the moment of awakening from that day. Although he had arrived somewhat late, the information he gathered was comprehensive. Initially, Seeing harbored little curiosity regarding the supreme spiritual body awakeners, considering he himself possessed an extraordinary constitution. His indifference towards the supreme spiritual body stemmed merely from his obligation to his father to hasten to the imperial capital. It was only upon learning that this individual had not only attracted the attention of the Lingfu practitioners, but had also ascended 2 ranks to slay the final guardian of Long Xiaohuang, that his curiosity piqued. Old Qin, with a grave demeanor, emphasized that the critical issue was not merely Wu Dao's use of the time divine art, but rather that the master Mo had intervened to conceal that particular scene. Qin harbored suspicions. The true celestial phenomena associated with awakening must inherently contain profound mysteries. However, Chapter 70, the night goddess Mu Yunxi, reveals that Yin was not overly concerned. He believed he could discern the reasons behind the concealment of the Shinong whip, deeming it meaningless and merely an exercise in asserting authority. No, Qin disagreed vehemently. Since the Shinong whip has been summoned, it is destined to be unveiled. Master Mo must be aware of this, yet he still proceeded, and it was certainly not to display any form of grandeur. Perhaps not, Yin retorted. Having heard that the individual in question was relatively young, and their relationship with the awakener was rather delicate, merely displeased that his woman was being scrutinized. Yin felt that many overly mythologized the figure from the Mo family. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate that person. After all, simply by virtue of being a 7th-grade imperial master, they were not someone of his generation who could be compared to. However, it is precisely because of the youth of that individual that various powerful factions have seemingly elevated him to a status akin to myth. Yin is more inclined to believe that this person obtained extraordinary opportunities at a tender age. The elder Qin, who stood beside him, did not refute this notion, acknowledging the possibility. After all, youth, no matter how exceptional, is still susceptible to human emotions, and one naturally experiences moments of fervor. Now, the auction is about to commence with the first item, the lion crystal Xiansui. At the auction venue, the host from the Nightless Pavilion has announced the first item for bidding, immediately capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Yin gazes in astonishment towards the auction stage. The first item? It is indeed reasonable, as Ao Yue had just engaged in discussions with them, likely eager to acquire this item swiftly. Yin nods, continuing to observe. At this moment, the starting bid has been revealed to be 30,000 spirit stones. Yin's brow furrows at such a high initial price. It is expected. This is a typical tactic of merchants. Given that Ao Yue had sought conversation, it indicates a pressing need, compelling the Nightless Pavilion to inflate the price. Consequently, the final bid will likely reach at least 100,000 spirit stones. If the price becomes excessively steep, it may be prudent for the young master to forego it. Losing 1 or 2 pieces would not hinder his comprehension of the secret arts. As the lion crystal Xiansui is presented, the crowd erupts in chatter, exclaiming its impressive size. No wonder the starting bid is set so high. Indeed, such a substantial piece of lion crystal Xiansui is rare even within the lion clan's domain. Quite right. Many voices fill the air with discussion. Yin was somewhat astonished, for he had not anticipated that this section of the Nightless City would surpass our expectations. The starting bid of 30,000 spirit stones is indeed quite modest. This is nearly half of the scattered batch, isn't it? Elder Qin was equally taken aback, observing that the spiritual energy was quite dense. Such a high-grade Xiansui should not be available for sale by the sect. Elder Qin, who managed certain internal affairs, possessed more insight than the younger Yin and had already discerned the underlying issue. It was imperative to relay this matter to the sect leader, as there might be some corrupt elements within the sect. It is only natural. Within such a vast sect, it is inevitable to encounter some rotten apples. As long as it does not affect the foundation, it is not a significant problem. Yin maintained an open-minded perspective. Elder Qin, upon hearing this, sighed in agreement, acknowledging that the young master was indeed correct and that he had been momentarily blinded. However, an investigation was still necessary to prevent a single rotten apple from tainting the sect's reputation. While speaking, Yin took out a special spirit talisman to send a message to his father. As soon as he transmitted the message, The imperial teacher sensed it and intercepted some information, immediately laughing. Indeed, this batch of Xiansui from the lion sect is rather intriguing. Ah, little Master Chu, who had long been eyeing that piece of lion crystal Xiansui, was filled with desire. Upon hearing this, little Master Chu's interest was piqued. Mu Yunxi curiously inquired, "How did you know?" The imperial teacher, who had already made deductions, was initially 80% certain, and now, upon seeing Si Yin's message, he was fully convinced. Noticing the young lady's curiosity, he did not conceal the truth. The Nightless City exists not only in the imperial capital, various factions possess it as well. Goodness! Mu Yunxi realized once again, understanding that this despicable character was actually trafficking in information. The Nightless Tower has reached such a level that it cannot merely be a simple business endeavor to earn some profit. Mu Yunxi suddenly pondered whether she had become too knowledgeable, casting an odd glance at a certain esteemed master. "Aren't you afraid I might divulge this?" she inquired. "It's of no concern to me," Rong Lin replied nonchalantly. Mu Yunxi felt as if she had unwittingly married him, sharing even the details of his assets. Yet, one cannot deny that such a profound sense of trust is somewhat gratifying. Nevertheless, she resolved that, as long as she did not marry him, she would refrain from opposing him. It is prudent to avoid enmity with someone so notoriously troublesome, regardless of the era. Amidst a casual conversation among the three, the piece of lion crystal essence had already reached an astonishing price of 180,000 spirit stones. How swift! Mu Yunxi speculated it could surpass 250. Indeed, her intuition proved correct, as this item was ultimately secured by AOU for 300,000 spirit stones. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Mu Yunxi inquired, "How much profit did you make?" "Not much. Around 250,000, he replied. "Not much?" Mu Yunxi was utterly speechless. The celestial music emperor, who had been secretly observing, was equally at a loss for words. Indeed, he was present in the Nightless Tower, feeling both incredulous and pained by the price of 300,000 spirit stones. "Lianren," he queried with a hint of envy, "is it possible to rob the Nightless Tower? 300,000 spirit stones. That is more than the royal family's annual spirit stone revenue. Otherwise, he would not be so miserly, only awarding the Pill King a mere 10,000 spirit stones. For the Dragon Clan, this was clearly a significant financial burden." AOU's expression at this moment was decidedly grim. "There is nothing else. The spirit stones brought out have all been depleted. Damn it. Someone investigate who that scoundrel on the 4th floor is. They have been incessantly provoking our sect." AO Yao has grown resentful towards the discreetly concealed identities of Xiyin and his companions. However, he does not have the leisure to linger. Having acquired the lion crystal mysterious essence, he swiftly departs from the Nightless Tower, heading towards the Four Directions mansion. Earlier, Long Qianfang had conveyed a message to Ao Yao through enlightenment, stating that Long Xiaowang was in dire straits. He urged Ao Yao to hasten to the capital of Xianla. Ao Yao surmised that Long Xiaowang's situation must be perilous, which is why he stealthily infiltrated the city and first visited the Nightless Tower to procure the lion crystal mysterious essence for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, upon arriving at the Four Directions mansion, he was engulfed by fury and unabashedly shouted into the sky, "Mu Yunxi, come out and face your death." Within the Nightless Tower, Mu Yunxi's serene gaze shifted slightly, and she suddenly ascended into the air, resembling a goddess of the night, manifesting above the Nightless Tower. Yet that was not all. She coldly proclaimed, "Which cur dares to invoke my name? Come forth to meet your demise." Chapter 71. The super genius you do not understand. Goodness. It was utterly unexpected. Those who witnessed Mu Yunxi personally take the stage turned their gazes toward her, curious about her intentions. Ao Yao, a peak 6th grade martial artist, bolstered by the fire dragon Sparrow, could contend even against 7th grade initial stage opponents. In the capital of Xianla, few could claim victory over him, and even fewer could slay him. Yet Mu Yunxi dared to challenge him to come forth and face his death. One must admit, her audacity was remarkable, and her words were indeed bold. Xiyin gazed intently at the young girl suspended in the air, also clad in dark attire, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Dressed with an air of competence, her hair was simply tied high, devoid of any adornments, and all in deep black. Yet, her aura was undeniably radiant. Cool and serene like a luminous pearl in the night, she exuded a subtle brilliance that belied her youthful appearance. With exquisite features that seemed not yet fully matured, her demeanor conveyed an unyielding poise, suggesting that she could deftly navigate any circumstance that might arise. for she was once a being traversing the cosmos, executing celestial missions, a figure of extraordinary power, emanating an aura that commanded respect across realms. Truly enchanting. Rong Ling gazed in awe. Recalling the moment when the breath of another world first graced him, he had sensed this unique energy then. Had it not been for that, he would not have felt his heart flutter. Yet, he had not encountered this extraordinary essence in the young lady since that time. And now, it had resurfaced. Ah! Young Master Xiaochu clung tightly to his father, a hint of excitement evident. The spirited little fox also sparkled with admiration, feeling that the presence of the Grand Master at this moment surpassed her own prowess. At this juncture, no one could resist the allure of Mu Yunxi against the backdrop of the night sky. Even the immortal music emperor was profoundly stirred, pondering whether she was revealing her true worth. Li Anren paused, momentarily taken aback, still trying to grasp the situation. The immortal music emperor murmured, aware that he harbored reservations about Rong Ling, fearing he might act unwisely in this matter, thus she openly displayed her utmost value. It must be said, the impact was remarkable. He had resolved that regardless of Rong Ling's antics, he would steadfastly support Mu Yunxi, such a prodigious talent, as long as she remained unharmed. In the future, she shall undoubtedly become a formidable force, her worth far surpassing that of her maternal title, the esteemed Xianyu. Indeed, she could be equated to the combined value of both Xianyu and the king of Gongyang. The crux of her strength lies in her composure and confidence, which is utterly awe-inspiring. Wei, taken aback by her audacity, momentarily stood in stunned silence, almost believing that the one challenging him, Mu Yunxi, had already attained the pinnacle of the 7th rank. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that she was merely at the 4th rank, leaving him speechless. Such boldness! Wei, rising into the air with equal determination, radiated a fierce light, his aura surging vehemently towards the heavens above the unending tower. The Emperor of Xianla, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and prepared to summon the divine power of his dynasty, unwilling to permit outsiders to insult his prodigy. Yet, he was met with a warning from a certain imperial teacher, advising against rash actions. The Emperor of Xianla. This scoundrel is also in the unending tower. No, Mu Yunxi must have been brought here by him. She had already dispelled her divine radiance and commanded, leave. Bang. Within the aura of the unparalleled spiritual entity, there emanated an unyielding tranquility inherited from the Shenong lineage, a supreme pressure. Upon contact, Wei's divine light was instantly extinguished. Inside the unending tower, silence reigned supreme. After a brief moment, it was Cyan who first regained her composure, realizing, indeed, she was extraordinary. No wonder she could captivate the heart of the Master Mo, who would fervently defend her. At this very moment, Cyan finally comprehended why the legendary contemporary Master Mo maintained an ambiguous relationship with this awakened being of supreme spirit. For he too found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Such a woman is unparalleled in this world. She is an existence beyond compare, regrettably, already claimed by Master Mo. Cyan could only lament that defeat lay in the hands of those closest to the source, for the one who stands at the forefront reaps the rewards first. Were this woman to appear within the confines of the Lion sect, it would undoubtedly render his master, Mo, insignificant. At this moment, Elder Qin could not help but marvel. Indeed, she was extraordinary. Having only recently awakened, she had already grasped the essence of the Shenong legacy, capable of unleashing a devastating mental prowess. The Dragon sect, specializing in fire, inevitably found itself at a disadvantage before such a formidable inheritance. Aoya had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Cyan could only comment that the Dragon sect's protector had been rather careless. Yet, it was not entirely Aoya's fault. Who could have anticipated that Mu Yunxi, merely having awakened her supreme spirit, would reach such heights? Such is the nature of prodigies. Even the Pill King felt a pang of inadequacy. Was she truly that powerful? The Pill King's wife was equally astounded. Indeed, it was beyond her expectations. Even if she merely relied on the innate pressure of the Shenong's might against the fire lineage, she had only just awakened. Although Aoya was merely the 9th protector of the Dragon sect, he was nonetheless a figure poised to advance to the 7th rank. Upon hearing this, Dan Yunfeng found himself at a loss for words. Goodness, just a few days had passed. The Mu Yunxi who had entered the trial grounds alongside him, the one with whom he had fought, was now capable of confronting figures from his father's generation head-on. Is this how geniuses operate? No. He too was considered a minor genius. The disparity was immense. Dan Yufeng resolved that henceforth, should anyone dare to label him a genius, he would retaliate. Such a remark would surely be a mockery. No wonder they had not seen her come forth to submit tasks or claim rankings and rewards prior to the trial results. They were no longer on the same level. Above the Four Directions manor, Aoya's countenance shifted from green to white, utterly mortified. He was utterly astonished. Were it not for being in the imperial capital of Shinla, he would have disregarded everything and crushed the girl who had humiliated him. At present, he could only lament. Mu Yunxi, you are despicable. You bully others with your power. You have brutally killed the young master of our sect, regardless of your talent. You must adhere to the rules. Provide an explanation. Otherwise, our dragon sect will undoubtedly march north to avenge our young master. Vengeance. Mu Yunxi, with a cold smile, retorted mockingly. He was worthless, and in attempting to toy with me, he met his demise. Is it not a case of reaping what one sows, of deserving his fate? You speak nonsense. Although our young master is young, he possesses discernment and would never recklessly provoke a virtuous lady, unless you set a trap to deliberately entice him. Aou asserted with conviction, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. Could it truly be that this extraordinary genius had orchestrated a scheme to seduce the young master of the dragon sect, thus justifying his execution? Otherwise, how could the young master, worthy of his title, be so foolish as to recklessly flirt in the imperial capital with a talented maiden favored by Master Mo? Thus, sensing the oddity of the situation, Wu Dao could not refrain from speaking up. Mu Yunxi, if this was indeed your design, it would be excessive, and you ought to apologize to the dragon sect. Upon hearing this, Rongling instantly frowned. However, since Mu Yunxi had already spoken, Wu Dao, esteemed elder. There were numerous spectators that day at the apothecary department. The truth is evident, and there is no need for me to elaborate. Moreover, you possess extraordinary abilities. You could employ the art of time to clearly discern the events of that day before making a judgment. Otherwise, the younger generation cannot help but doubt whether your supposed impartiality as a practitioner of the spirit realm has faltered. Upon hearing this, Aou's eyes flickered with intensity, and he immediately retorted, preposterous. The dignity of a practitioner is not something that you, a mere junior, can question. Our sect's young master is not a glutton for temptation. He would never frivolously provoke you without cause. Moreover, your cultivation level is far superior to that of our young master. Is he foolish or insane to seek confrontation with you? This matter defies logic. There must be a hidden agenda. Indeed, many individuals displayed a dawning comprehension. Given Mu Yunxi's formidable strength, any man with sense would refrain from unwarranted advances, right? Even Seeing began to harbor doubts, pondering whether Long Xiao Wang had fallen victim to a woman's wiles and walked into a trap. Such a scheme would be exceedingly malicious, aiming to eliminate a cadre of formidable competitors by exploiting the various factions' early arrival in the imperial capital. If that were the case, the practitioner of the spirit realm, possessing enlightenment, could justifiably impose penalties, even disqualifying Mu Yunxi from entering the Four Noble Clan spirit realm. However, at this moment, Mu Yunxi, with a frosty demeanor, interjected. Are you suggesting that if my cultivation does not surpass his, he is free to toy with me as he pleases? This statement is fraught with pitfalls. Aou, maintaining clarity of thought, refrained from falling into that trap and countered. Do not twist my words. I, Aou, have no such intention. I am merely stating facts. Yet, even if he refrained from engaging, the truth spoke for itself. Unfazed, Mu Yunxi urged, Senior Enlightenment, why not employ the technique of time and observe the truth for yourself? The incident occurred in the apothecary department of my divine melody. Even with a multitude of witnesses, it is likely that the members of the dragon sect will remain unconvinced. Unless you personally verify and record the scene, they shall not believe it. Upon hearing this, Wu Dao furrowed his brow slightly. For the application of temporal techniques is arduous and taxing. However, at that moment, Rongling interjected, stating that there is no need to employ the art of time. The veracity of those witnesses cannot escape Wu Dao's enlightened gaze. He merely needs to observe. Wu Dao's eyes flickered with contemplation, for he felt that the Master Mo had overestimated him. The human heart is inscrutable, and even the enlightened gaze cannot perceive everything. Aou, hearing this, sensed a subtlety. Did Master Mo wish to prevent the traveler from using the temporal technique? If that is the case, Aou would insist upon it. He declared. Then I shall trouble the traveler. No problem, Wu Dao replied. It is my duty as a spiritual envoy to protect the talented of the human realm. With a chuckle, Rongling remarked, Are you implying that the young man from the dragon sect is a genius? How absurd. Wu Dao replied, very well, if you wish to see. Then so be it. But let it be known, should there be any intent to pry into matters beyond. Do not blame me for taking action and destroying those eyes of yours. Rongling's words, delivered with nonchalance, were enough to cause a tremor among the various factions present. Wu Dao, too, felt a measure of caution and replied, I shall not pry into secrets that are not meant to be revealed. Little master? Little fox, this logic is indeed extraordinary. Is it not the son learning from the mother? How can one claim the mother learns from the son? Poor little master, bearing such a weight at such a tender age. Despite the complaints, Rongling was acutely aware that his young lady had deliberately sent Wu Dao to observe. She sought not only to prove her worth to the royal family, but also aimed to demonstrate to Wu Dao that her value far surpassed that of the young Lord Long. Moreover, this incident was fundamentally rooted in the young Lord Long's initial transgressions. However, in Rongling's view, such measures were unnecessary. He could manage the situation. Sighing softly, he could only gently squeeze the little cub, unable to voice any objections to his young lady. Meanwhile, Wu Dao had naturally proceeded to the apothecary department, preparing to employ the time technique at the scene of the incident. Aou followed closely behind, while Long Qianfeng remained within the four directions manner, guarding the crimson blood dragon crown. Even though the young Lord Long was devoid of life, this artifact remained crucial and must not be misplaced. Within the apothecary department, the on-duty personnel had already gathered to witness the unfolding events. Those who had been present at the scene that day were still seething with indignation, clearly asserting that the young lord of the dragon clan had instigated the conflict. What further investigation was warranted? Perhaps they felt the punishment should not be fatal. Some echoed this sentiment, recognizing that as the young lord of the dragon clan, being beaten could be tolerated, but being killed was simply unacceptable. What grounds are there for objection? They contended. Had it not been for our esteemed Mu Yunxi's remarkable capabilities, our department's attendant would have been slain by that young lord. Look, let us observe how the prominent figures react. As Wu Dao initiated his time technique amidst the murmurs, the individuals around him faded away. Night transformed into day, and figures such as Mu Yunxi and the young Lord Long reappeared, with all that transpired on that fateful day being recorded within his enlightened vision. He inscribed these events with divine power onto a special talisman, which would later be transformed into an image for others to behold. On that day, Ronglin interfered with his attempt to wield the time divine art, not only preventing him from inscribing that moment, but also denying him the opportunity to delve into deeper insights. However, this time, Wu Dao refrained from overanalyzing. He prudently closed his eyes. Alas, it was indeed the young Lord Long who had erred first, as Ao Hufa, please observe. After speaking, he activated the recording talisman, vividly displaying the events of that day. Ao Yao then realized that it was the young Lord Long's people who, after failing to persuade Mu Yunxi to join them in conversation, resorted to violence first. Astonishingly, it was that little infant who initiated the brawl and emerged victorious. Useless. In his mind, Ao Yao seethed, wishing to subject that troublemaker to 1,000 tortures. Firstly, this was not the dragon sect. It was the immortal music imperial capital. To invite a lady for conversation without knowing her identity, how audacious. Seeking one's own demise. Secondly, to be outmatched even by an infant, and still require the young lord's intervention, thus dragging him into this mess. Furthermore, upon witnessing Mu Yunxi effortlessly dispatch a 5th-grade foe with mere 3rd-grade prowess, Ao Yao was left dumbfounded. Another waste. Ao Yao perceived with clarity that as one of the protectors, the 5th-grade foe had possessed the strength and opportunity to severely injure or even slay Mu Yunxi. Yet, this fool had underestimated his opponent. Not only did he fail to exert his full power, resulting in his own demise, but he also allowed Mu Yunxi the opportunity to dispatch the young lord. These scoundrels. Ao Yao's gaze burned with fury, acknowledging that the fault lay primarily with his side. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede, insisting, even if our sect's young lord had behaved somewhat frivolously, surely it was not a crime deserving of death. In his perspective, the incident was merely instigated by the young master's desire for the company of Mu Yunxi, who he found to be exceptionally beautiful, thus rendering it a form of admiration. Chapter 73. The Teachings of Lady Shi. You must respect women. If you were an unattractive woman, would the young master have invited you for a conversation? If you refuse, that's one thing, but to resort to violence is utterly excessive. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play. The young master's demise is indeed a profound injustice. Not only does he harbor such thoughts, But Wu Dao, a practitioner of the spirit mansion, also remarked that while frivolity may not be a grave offense, Mu Yunxi's accidental killing of him does not warrant blame, and thus the spirit mansion shall not intervene in this matter. However, Ayue vehemently protested, asserting that Mu Yunxi's act was not merely an accident, but an intentional murder. Our sect's young master has already acknowledged her wrongdoing and clarified her identity, yet she still resorted to killing. It is clearly premeditated. What of premeditation? He has already ordered the assassination of my apothecary department's chosen attendant. It is far more than mere frivolity. It is a blatant disregard for the law. A flagrant disrespect for our dynasty. Voices of dissent arose from the apothecary department. Yet, Ayue retorted with ire, stating that even if one of your chosen attendants were to perish, it would not merit the life of our sect's young master. Moreover, he is still alive, while our sect has lost so many. Nonetheless, Ayue continued, do not feel aggrieved. Such a mere attendant is not even a true alchemist, is he? Our sect's young master is a pinnacle spirit caller of the highest order, brimming with potential, destined to become an unparalleled force. The life of that insignificant attendant cannot equate to that of our young master. What a farce. This matter demands an explanation from you, Mu Yunxi, otherwise it shall remain unresolved. How do you intend to leave it unresolved? As Mu Yunxi descended from the air, she was accompanied by a towering figure and a smaller one. As formidable as Rong Lin may be, at this moment he resembles merely an ornament, randomly placed without any discernible presence. In contrast, a certain individual, due to his excessive charm and cuteness, has drawn attention, particularly as he instigated that recent brawl. However, the majority of focus remains steadfastly on Mu Yunxi, especially Wu Dao, who has eyes solely for her. Others might assume that yesterday, when Mu Yunxi executed a reverse kill against a fifth-tier opponent, she concealed her true strength, seemingly only showcasing third-tier combat prowess. Yet Wu Dao perceives the truth clearly. She harbored no secrets. Yesterday, she was genuinely a mere third-tier warrior and third-tier alchemist. Not yet a spirit guide, though she was on the cusp of becoming one. But today, she stands as a fourth-tier warrior, a second-stage body refinisher, having flawlessly ascended to a first-tier spirit guide, even if she appears not to have begun mastering beast taming and spirit control. Her spiritual level has already reached the requisite standard. And these facts are precisely why Wu Dao has chosen to relinquish his pursuit of the investigation into the death of Long Xiaowang. He refrains from intervening in this matter. Mu Yunxi's potential far surpasses that of Long Xiaowang. The latter is unworthy to even carry her shoes. Talents, especially those of her extraordinary caliber, are always afforded certain privileges. In less than a day, no, in less than half a day, such monumental progress. As Wu Dao contemplated these matters, his mind became overwhelmed, leading him to resolve to refrain from any further action apart from observing Mu Yunxi. However, his blatant attention has provoked the displeasure of a certain imperial master, whose disapproving thoughts reverberate in his mind. Ahem, this master M.O. is rather overbearing. Having claimed the attention of all, is it not permissible for others to gaze upon her? Truly, he is no gentleman. Meanwhile, as Wu Dao wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, Aoyu has spoken, declaring that the 3 prefectures of Xianle South have brought untold suffering to the populace. The 3 prefectures shall undoubtedly fall within the domain of my dragon sect. With a cold sneer, the Dan King descended, exuding an air of great arrogance. Go ahead, try me. If the celestial music royal family maintains such an attitude, a battle at the borders shall inevitably ensue within a quarter of an hour. In such a case, countless lives will be lost. All due to the folly of Mu Yunxi. Ayue was not exaggerating. After all, he had made all the necessary preparations. However, the term foolish only elicited a chilling smile from Mu Yunxi, who found the situation amusing, a playful jest indeed. He invited me for a conversation, yet I declined. His subordinates could easily overpower mine, and had I not been sufficiently strong, I would have been forcibly taken to entertain him. Even when I showcased my prowess, he still desired for the powerful to abduct me for private endeavors. I pondered, what would be my fate had I been merely an ordinary woman? Would I be killed by female adversaries, or meet a tragic end at the hands of others? Is this what you deem as mere frivolity? At that moment, Mu Yunxi was no longer composed. The tranquil depths of her eyes now flickered with flames of indignation. She was oblivious to the thoughts of those around her. Yet it was evident that even the enlightened practitioners of the spirit mansion found no significant fault in the actions of the dragon young sovereign. For, despite being cultivators, they were still men, naturally inclined to view things from a male perspective, believing that finding a woman attractive and making a few teasing remarks is inconsequential. Her resistance against murder was deemed excessive. Mu Yunxi could not comprehend whether it was the reverence for strength that led them to believe the weak possessed no rights, or if, in their world, women were stripped of their rights entirely, expected to endure harassment with tranquility. In the world she once inhabited, such was not the case. Finding a beautiful woman on the street and approaching her was acceptable, provided one did so with courtesy. Such insolence is intolerable. Should a lady decline one's advances, an apology is due. Under no circumstances should rejection lead to aggression, assault, or abduction. Conversely, no one should be condemned for defending themselves against such acts, even if it results in the assailant's demise. Yet, here, it seems that one is deemed to be complimented by unwanted attention, and resistance to abduction and potential harm is considered excessive. Scanning the assembly, Mu Yunxi observed that, save for her immediate companions, a state of bewilderment prevailed. The esteemed Dan Wang had noted that disrespect towards women was commonplace, given the rarity of female powerhouses. Her mother was an exception, the sole woman in the dynasty to attain the esteemed rank of titled venerable. Thus, the prevailing ethos is one of strength and male dominance. Mu Yunxi comprehended the audacity of the dragon sect's young master in attempting to abduct a woman in the official territory of Xianla, one who was dining with individuals of the court. In this world, male powerhouses abound, while their female counterparts are scarce. Within the Xianla dynasty, her mother alone holds the title of venerable. Consequently, the grievance of the apothecaries lies in the dragon sect's young master's intent to slay Zhang Xian, not in his attempt to abduct her. And she, a genius who has awakened the supreme spiritual body, is unsure whether they believe that the dragon sect's young master cannot succeed, or that the imperial preceptor stands behind her, ready to champion her cause. All she knows is that she feels deeply displeased, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Therefore, she declared, with unwavering resolve, "Let us begin with my mother, and with me, to instill in you the essence of respecting women. The dragon sect's young master has wronged me, and I say, he deserves to die. In the future, should a similar situation arise, individuals like Long Xiaohuang deserve to meet their demise. I, Mu Yunxi, implore my uncle to spread the word about such murderous women. They can seek refuge at the Danwang Mansion and its affiliated powers." Chapter 74. Dare to suppress the dragon sect with force. The Danwang was momentarily taken aback. Pondering the situation before responding affirmatively, Wu Dao contemplated briefly but chose to remain silent. After all, for one of weaker strength, retaliation is no simple feat. Women are inherently less powerful, and the martial arts cultivation system, prevalent in society, is more suited to men. Thus, in this world, men naturally hold the upper hand, as power ultimately dictates status, with those in positions of authority predominantly being male. Your strength determines your voice, nothing more. However, as a woman, your willingness to support the vulnerable reflects a commendable benevolence. Wu Dao considered this and offered a word of praise, recognizing that Mu Yunxi indeed possesses principles and boundaries, standing on the side of justice. Regarding the dragon sect, Wu Dao cast a glance at the visibly pale Ayue, initially intending to mediate and broker peace. Yet, Mu Yunxi spoke once more, declaring that if war is to come, then let it come. The suffering of the innocent? It is perhaps the dragon sect that suffers. Arrogance. Ayue scoffed in anger, incredulous that yesterday's battle led you to believe there are no capable individuals within the dragon sect. That is not the case. Mu Yunxi did not harbor such thoughts. Rather, the dragon sect is inherently subdued by my presence. Should you desire war, feel free to attempt it. I too am eager to test the extent of my combat prowess as a spirit guide. Aoyi. He was utterly speechless, so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Yet, he had no choice but to take a deep breath and exclaimed, "For your own selfish desires. Are you prepared to disregard innocent civilians? Traveler, with such a mindset, how can you still claim she possesses a benevolent heart? Please, let me clarify. It is not I who neglects the welfare of the populace, but rather you. It is you who initiated this conflict, not I, nor the celestial music." Mu Yunxi believed that the guardian of the dragon sect was not particularly astute. This is due to the fact that you have insulted and slain the young master of our sect. A soldier may be killed, but dishonor is intolerable. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Aoyi thundered. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi could only find it amusing. Really now, what kind of soldier is he? Merely a gluttonous fool, lacking in competence. For such a creature, The dragon sect has mobilized tens of thousands of border troops. Your warriors are truly undervalued. Should the dragon sect persist in this manner, I foresee their inevitable downfall. Very well then, let us first eradicate your northern army. And when my maternal grandfather leads his troops southward from the northern territories, we shall liberate your sect and restore the righteous path. Upon hearing this, not only Aoyi but even the alchemist king found himself at a loss for words. So, it turns out we are the ones embarking on a justified campaign? Yet, upon reflection, there is a certain validity to this statement. The alchemist king was uncertain whether to respond or remain silent. Mu Yunxi, however, was earnest in his intent. I shall proceed ahead, but I am aware that my fists alone cannot contend against many. I must arrive promptly. Are you serious? The alchemist king felt as though he might lose his hair from stress. Aoyu was left so infuriated that he could hardly speak. This was an intolerable affront. This matter was originally in favor of the dragon sect, and yet, how did it come to pass that it is the celestial music that bears the reputation of mobilizing troops, and it seems Mu Yunxi is somewhat impatient to act? Damn it, what is this all about? Mu Yunxi, however, paid him no mind, instead casting his gaze towards the esteemed Master Rong beside him, inquiring if there was a swifter means of conveyance. Indeed, with a gentle nod, Rong Ling produced a small vessel, no larger than the palm of one's hand. Upon seeing it, a glimmer of excitement sparked in the young one's eyes. Is that the Mo sect's void shuttle? Are we departing now? Ignoring the bystanders, Master Rong focused solely on the young lady and posed the question. Mu Yunxi nodded affirmatively, inquiring if it could expand in size. Naturally, came the reply. Without further ado, Rong Ling cast the diminutive vessel into the air, and with a mere thought, it transformed. Buzzing with energy, the tiny craft instantaneously blossomed into a grand sailing ship. Hovering majestically above the apothecary's division, blinding the eyes of the Xianyu Emperor still in the city of eternal night. Damn it, how does he possess such a marvel? Although this vessel was crafted by the Mo sect, its production cost is staggering. Surely, there are only 2 or 3 of these within the Mo sect itself. And yet one is bestowed upon him? The Xianyu Emperor was left speechless. Such a treasure. Shouldn't it remain at the Mo sect's headquarters as a military asset? A means to instill fear across the lands? What could the Mo sect possibly be thinking, granting it to Rong Ling as personal property? Beside him, Lianren could only remark that Master Mo must hold immense significance to the Mo sect. The Xianyu Emperor fell silent, realizing that this prodigy was even more remarkable than he had initially perceived. Otherwise, how could the formidable Mo sect, with its terrifying foundation, indulge him to such an extent? The pressure was overwhelming suddenly. The Xianyu Emperor felt despondent. He had originally intended to gain some advantage from the other party, to earn a modicum of respect and a voice in the proceedings. Instead, it became evident that the regard in which he was held far surpassed his expectations. No wonder this individual, a 7th-tier spirit guide, ought to preside over the headquarters of the Mo clan, yet audaciously ventures to the residence of the immortal music master. Initially, I presumed this might be attributed to his relatively modest strength, perhaps due to his youthfulness rendering him unable to command respect, leading to his marginalization. However, it appears that this is far from the case. He is indeed formidable. At this moment, Mu Yunxi has been taken aboard the void shuttle by Rong Ling. Little Master has also ascended, enthusiastically exclaiming, Dan Wang, what on earth are you doing? Are you really going to engage in battle? Even at this juncture, his mind remains enveloped in confusion, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ao Yao's expression drastically altered as he hastily retrieved a specialized communication talisman. Disregarding the presence of others, urgently sending a message to the sect leader. This is a significant crisis. Never did he anticipate that an esteemed imperial master would personally activate the void shuttle to escort Mu Yunxi to the southern region, leaving him with a sense of impending trouble. He fervently hoped the sect leader was adequately prepared. In the southern region of immortal music, the border soldiers, oblivious to the events unfolding in the capital, stood on high alert. Just then, a faint sound of the void's movement resonated within the governor's mansion of the southern region. Unfortunately, the sound was too subtle. The formidable beings within the mansion failed to perceive anything amiss and continued their fervent discussions on how to fortify their defenses against potential enemy incursions. Only an elderly man seated above the others sensed something unusual and gazed curiously into the void. Then, his eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. His subordinates, noticing the sudden silence, turned to follow the elder's gaze, yet found nothing amiss. In the void, a hearty laughter suddenly erupted. Ha! Guishaonan, you have made some progress. Who is it? An enemy attack? Quickly, protect the governor. Panic ensued among the people within the estate, for they had yet to even glance at the door. They could not even ascertain the precise location of the voice. However, the esteemed Governor Gua took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and respectfully proclaimed, I, Guishaonan, pay my respects to King Liangyang. Chapter 75. Rushing thousands of miles to protect the shortcomings. King Liangyang. The hearts of the generals trembled in unison. This individual had actually come to the southern region? At this moment, King Liangyang, having materialized from the void, possessed a gaze sharp as lightning. Draped in a grand cloak, his powerful physique resembled a mountain range, and upon his arrival, he exerted an overwhelming presence that left all present gasping for breath. Even the relatively composed Guishaonan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if a mighty mountain weighed upon him, an unbearable burden. Rise. The king, settling majestically, consciously tempered his formidable aura, yet even so, the generals felt immense pressure. Perspiring profusely, unable to meet the gaze of this battle-hardened monarch, known for his countless victories, Guishaonan, however, felt a sense of relief with the prince to impose order. The dragon sect's army was not to be feared. Upon hearing this, the other generals nodded in agreement, all exclaiming, the prince is invincible. King Liangyang's prowess was well known. Even if it appeared he had come alone, it did not detract from the confidence he exuded. This was a being who dared to combat the demon race in cataclysmic battles, while the dragon sect was merely a collection of local sections. Nonetheless, Guishaonan astutely considered one point. Your arrival raises a question. Who will replace you on the Western Front? In that moment, Guishaonan's eyes widened in alarm, exclaiming, this is absolutely unacceptable. How about this? You refrain from intervening and merely allow me to maintain order. If it truly comes to a breach, then you may act. Guishaonan held a semblance of confidence in his defense of the southern region, believing that victory might be attained without the need for this esteemed individual's involvement. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether a confrontation would even ensue. The paramount concern was that news of this figure's absence from the Western Front must remain confidential. Should any issues arise there, the consequences would be dire. Ha! Laughed King Kongyang, seemingly unperturbed. I have arrived. Why would I not take action? I have assessed the situation, and there are merely 3 6th-rank officers. I understand the circumstances well enough. I shall eliminate them and depart. King Kongyang was bold enough to seize the opportunity, confident that the Western Front would not have time to falter. Thus he felt no trepidation. However, Guishaonan could not share this perspective, perceiving the risks as exceedingly high. He sought to persuade once more, Your Highness. Enough. I did not come here to indulge in idle chatter. If you are willing to heed my command, then follow my orders. If not, I shall take my leave, and you may pretend I was never here, King Kongyang asserted directly. Your Highness's orders shall be followed without question. Guishaonan replied earnestly, bowing deeply. You have nurtured me. At all times, your command shall be my utmost priority. Very well. But after this matter, all favors shall be extinguished, and in the future, I shall not seek your assistance again. King Kongyang replied with a sense of finality, disregarding any further words from Guishaonan. He then commanded, after I depart, within the span of a tea ceremony, mobilize the troops southward. Dumbfounded, Guishaonan was primarily astonished by the audacity of this man, who could spout nonsense with such nonchalance. Was it not your granddaughter who had slain the young master of the Long clan? It was he who deserved his fate. To insult my granddaughter and meet such a demise, what is the Long clan's patriarch thinking? Does he dare to seek revenge? Who grants him the audacity to treat me as if I were already dead? Enough of this. Spare me your rambling. I am departing now. Are your men prepared to act? Naturally. Very well then. I shall take my leave. Your Highness. Guishaonan found himself at a loss for words. Yet as a former general who had once fought under this commander, he was quick to respond. He promptly issued an order for immediate military action. He understood well that the king of Caoyang, his former superior, was a man of decisive action, who must have already infiltrated the enemy's camp and would soon commence his slaughter. Time was of the essence. If he delayed any longer, it would be too late. In truth, the king of Caoyang acted even more swiftly than he had anticipated. As soon as his military order was issued, the first 6th-grade officer fell silently within the tent, without even drawing his weapon, let alone raising an alarm. Subsequently, the 2nd 6th-grade officer, and then the 3rd, met the same fate in rapid succession. The soul jade within the Long clan did not have time to shatter. Not only had he dispatched these three with ease, but he also derided them with a contemptuous remark, "Trash. Is this truly a sixth-grade officer? Their vigilance is far inferior to that of Xiaonan, the king of Caoyang." Muttering his frustrations, felt that the pace of the killings was too swift. Without the time for even half a cup of tea, he bellowed into the air, commanding his troops to advance. Just as Guo Xiaonan had finished organizing the troops, he found himself gasping for breath, his mind clouded in confusion. Instinctively, he shouted, "All commanders, heed my call. The dragon sect dares to offend our genius, Mu Yunxi. They must be slain. Mobilize the troops, attack." The bewildered border commanders, still somewhat dazed, took a full 10 breaths to react before collectively roaring, "Kill. The dragon sect dares to offend our genius, Mu Yunxi. Slay them." The leaders of the dragon sect, who were several breaths slower in their response, could hardly believe the audacity of the Xinla soldiers. With numerous troops stationed here, how could the mere 100,000 from Xinla's southern forces dare to initiate a conflict? What were they thinking? It was not until the Xinla soldiers crossed the border that alarmed shouts erupted from the main camps of the dragon sect. "This is disastrous. Qing Shuai is dead. Huang Shuai is dead. Bai Shuai is also dead." The guards of the main commanders were in a frenzy. Just as they were about to report to their leaders that the Xinla soldiers had gone mad and taken the initiative to attack. Enemy assault. A formidable enemy approaches. Hurry. The dragon sect army was thrown into chaos. With the deaths of the three main commanders, disorder was inevitable. And as if that weren't enough, was Xiaonan, still laughing heartily in the void, bellowed, "Long Wujiang, you worthless fool. If you dare to bully my granddaughter again, I shall lead the Danong army to your lair." At this moment, Long Wujiang was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. After a long pause, he finally responded, "Danjan, it's you. You have abandoned your post. You are lawless. You seek death. You are vulgar." Long Wujiang was so furious that he nearly suffered a heart attack. He had anticipated that this old man would come to protect his own, but he never expected him to arrive so swiftly. This is not the end. Chapter 76, Reacquaintance. A collaborative kill. Buzz. At this moment, the family of Rong Ling had also arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Grandfather?" "Ah." The restless little one promptly called out, and astonishingly, the sound resonated through the void. The king of Caoyang was rendered speechless. Whose innocent voice was this? Could it be the legendary chubby great-grandson? The esteemed grandmaster, calling out from afar, remarked that since grandfather had come, there was no need to rush away. He would see him off shortly. The king of Caoyang was furious. "You little rascal! I have yet to seek you out, and you dare to approach me?" The young lord, held in the embrace of the esteemed grandmaster, immediately shielded his father, calling out in a youthful voice, Pa, how adorable. You little scoundrel." The king of Caoyang, feigning ferocity, was incensed. Mu Yunxi, perplexed, inquired, "Grandfather, what brings you to the south?" The king of Caoyang, who had long been observing the little girl, responded promptly, "Of course, I have come to deal death. Long Wujiang dares to provoke war. If I do not show up, he will think I am dead. But you, what brings you here?" "They bullied me. So I naturally came. Isn't it a declaration of war?" "I am here to fight," Mu Yunxi asserted matter-of-factly. "Has grandfather already dealt with them?" The king of Caoyang, initially taken aback, erupted with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly, you are the granddaughter of my Longzhan. You possess your mother's spirit, indeed. You are not to be compared with those fakes. I always said, how could the daughter of a girl like that be anything less? Even if her talent is lacking, still exhibiting a lamentable lack of magnanimity. I suspected from the outset that something was amiss, wondering if the inferior lineage of that cur, Mu Yunxi, had somehow diminished my granddaughter's daughter. But it seems not. By the way, did your uncle dispatch that ursine scoundrel?" "Mu Yunxi, not yet. A worthless wretch. Not of my blood." The prince of Caoyang exclaimed in a fit of pique. To leave such a creature alive is an insult. Mu Yunxi, she was at a loss for words. It was the ever-sociable little one who broke the silence. "Ah, what are you trying to say?" The prince of Caoyang was baffled by this infantine query. "Little master says he has been dealt with. To kill him outright would be too merciful. He must be kept alive for a slow, agonizing torment." The little fox promptly stepped in as interpreter. The prince of Caoyang eyed it askance. "In what manner of creature are you?" "I am the little master's wet nurse," the little fox replied. This title had been bestowed by Mu Yunxi, but, "You have milk?" The prince of Caoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. This diminutive fox, a wet nurse? Even if it could alter its size, it made no sense. Reared on fox milk? Ah, but of course. to hear the little one speak of protracted torment. Truly, a creature raised on fox milk, devious. However, the little fox clarified. I do not, but the Grand Mistress does. I merely assist in the feeding. The Prince of Koyang was thoroughly perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Mu Yunxi was compelled to explain. I have a milk cow here, and the little fox helps with the milking and feeding. Prince of Koyang. Very well. I comprehend at last. I wondered. The diminutive creature, so small in stature, somehow nourishes that plump cub, thriving in a chubby, rosy hue. At this moment, Rongling spoke again. Grandfather, shall we sit down and have a chat? Do not presume familiarity. Address me as His Royal Highness. The Wang of Guanyang was decidedly vexed. What nonsense have you been up to dare to seek closeness? Grandfather, do not be angry. As long as the young lady is willing, I am prepared to arrange the marriage at any time. Rongling responded innocently. As for addressing him as His Royal Highness, that was out of the question. Do not be ridiculous. Must she marry you? Your actions have been quite infuriating. The Wang of Guanyang, rolling up his sleeves, was ready to unleash his wrath. However, young Master Chu was already crying out, displaying a protective demeanor that was rather endearing. The little fox chimed in. The young master says you cannot strike the great master. He has been spitting blood to protect both the great master and the young master. How could you possibly strike him? If you did, you would be the villain. The Wang of Guangyang. Good heavens, is this truly the situation? No wonder this pretty boy has grown increasingly effeminate. Yet, he remained skeptical and was about to voice his doubts. Just then, Mu Yunxi interjected. Chu is correct. Let us not strike him. If there is to be a confrontation, let it be with Long Zong instead. The Wang of Guanyang furrowed his brow, casting a long glance at the esteemed master. That wretched fellow. Could he be employing a ploy of feigned weakness? This little rascal is so formidable, yet continues to spew blood? The Wang of Guanyang was uncertain he could prevail in a fight, but if his granddaughter was being bullied, he was compelled to act. Nevertheless, given that both his granddaughter and great-grandson had spoken thus, he decided to relent for the moment. You are spared for now. As for the dragon sect, their commander has been slain, and Xiaonan is currently engaged in the campaign against the remnants of their army. The vast forces of the dragon sect are undoubtedly destined for defeat. Observing this, Rongling nodded, having long since the outbreak of conflict along the southern border, and also detected certain issues within the territory of the dragon sect. The disgruntled King Fengyang regarded the imperial master as nothing more than a scoundrel. Mu Yunxi furrowed his brow. Yet the esteemed imperial master Rong had stated that it was unwise for his grandfather to be away from the critical western region for too long, lest some individuals use this opportunity to attack him. As they conversed, Rongling activated the void shuttle, swiftly transporting King Fengyang to the western frontier. Meanwhile, within the dragon sect, Long Wujing was in a clandestine location, solemnly inquiring about the impending advancement of the Pill King to the 7th rank. The King Fengyang has evidently grown stronger, and with the Ink Master allied with them, Mu Yunxi's future achievements are likely to be considerable. You share a border with Xianlu, which is extensive. Do you not fear being annexed by them? You also have a history of grievances with the Dan clan. Are you truly prepared to stand idly by? What is your plan? A distant, ethereal voice seemed to resonate from afar, imbued with a fierce intent. Could you truly execute a covert assassination against her? With the Ink Master watching, who could possibly harm her? And what if the Ink Master cannot intervene? Long Wujing replied coldly. You should be aware that Rongling recently absorbed a form of ancient relic poison, which originated from our sect. If you are willing to lend your strength, I can assure you that he will be left in a state of near death, unable to act. After a brief silence, the voice responded, very well, as long as the Ink Master does not intervene. Entrust the assassination of Mu Yunxi to me and the Sky Sect. Her legacy and bloodline shall belong to our sect. Chapter 77. Let's have a little daughter. However, I demand 100 golden-winged fruits from you. Long Wujiang insisted, do not refuse. Mu Yunxi's legacy must be the most authentic inheritance of Shinnong. Once her bloodline is absorbed by your son, your bloodline of the golden-winged rock will undoubtedly soar to new heights. It may even revert to a divine level. This transaction is entirely in your favor. Had it not been for Mu Yunxi's excessive bullying of my son, I would not engage in such folly. The leader of the Cheong sect, Jean Balian, scoffed, do not pretend. What you covet is the blood of the Mo master. Do you think I am not aware? His blood can aid your ascension, correct? Speak plainly, brother. Are we in or out? Long Wujiang demanded a straightforward answer. In. Jean Balian acquiesced. promising that once the deed was accomplished, the golden-winged fruits would be delivered. With that, Long Wujiang severed the connection, unperturbed by the possibility of betrayal post-transaction. However, at this moment, he reached out to another faction, fully aware that plotting against Rongling would not be a simple task. At the very least, he needed assistance from within the Mo sect. Otherwise, the Long sect would find it impossible to contend with the contemporary Mo master. Soon, Lu Fan, the son of the previous Mo master, received a covert message from Long Wujiang. Elder Lu, shall we join forces to overthrow the Mo master and restore your Lu clan's dominance over the Mo sect? A subordinate promptly entered, inquiring, what are your orders, Elder? Has the Long sect recently clashed with the Mo master? Freshly emerged from seclusion, Lu Fan was unaware of the unfolding events outside. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he listened intently, gradually realizing that the person in question was indeed his son. Lu Fan found this revelation utterly astonishing. Elders, please summon all the esteemed members to the assembly hall and inform them that I, as the elder, have convened a council of elders to discuss matters of great importance. He is convinced that with Lu Fan's lineage as the son of the previous Ink sect leader, he will undoubtedly provide formidable assistance. Now, all that remains is to seize the opportune moment to act. This moment, he must personally procure. Rongling, you, in your youthful arrogance, have unknowingly offended countless individuals. Yet, you dare to brazenly shield Mu Yunxi, not even considering whether your protection is warranted. With a resolute heart, Long Wujiang swiftly convened the Guardians and Elder Council, and after issuing a few instructions, departed from the Dragon Sect, heading towards the Spirit Office. Although the 4 clan Spirit Offices are situated above the imperial capital of Shenla, the main Spirit Office is not within the territory of Shenla, but is established in the central part of the human realm. Within, powerful individuals abound. Long Wujiang understands that to challenge Rongling, he must position himself upon the pedestal of righteousness. Otherwise, it would be difficult to compel him. The Spirit Office possesses such stature. Meanwhile, as Long Wujiang was engaged in frequent activities, Mu Yunxi, who had been conversing within the Danyang army at the Western Front, prepared to take his leave. However, King Qinyong would not permit it, inquiring what the haste was for. Stay for a meal before you go. Your grandfather has even sent someone to prepare a feast, he exclaimed. Look at this. Initially, you wanted to eat, so stay. Finish your meal before departing. There is nothing pressing in the south, and Long Wujiang wouldn't dare to act, King Qinyong jovially remarked. Perhaps it was due to his advancing years. But this little one in his arms seemed increasingly adorable with each embrace. How could one so intelligent exist at merely 6 months old? Who would believe it if told? Because of the little one's undeniable charm, King Qinyong now thought that while the imperial master had his flaws, he was predominantly commendable in his lineage. Under the auspices of cooperation, such an adorable little grandson came to be. With squinted eyes full of mirth, King Rongyang rose to his feet before Mu Yunxi could respond, exclaiming, I shall take this little one to the sidelines for a bit of fun. You may wander about with this little rascal. With that, King Rongyang swiftly departed, soaring into the air until he vanished from sight. All that could be heard was the excited, childish squeals of the little one. Mu Yunxi felt a twinge of skepticism. It appeared that the young cub was one to cower from the strong. Previously, when encountering the Dan King, he had not been so affectionate. However, Ronglin held a different opinion, advising her not to be envious, as the bloodline of the grandfather was likely more closely aligned with the child's own, leading to an initial sense of familiarity. What of Mu Yunxiang? Mu Yunxi inquired, voicing a long-held curiosity. Ronglin pondered and suggested, could it be that the lineage of your mother is so potent that it completely suppresses his bloodline? Are you implying that he has merely inherited his mother's bloodline? Mu Yunxi responded, taken aback. Is that to say I am simply a product of my mother? Ronglin nodded slightly. It was not entirely implausible. A powerful bloodline, when assertive, could indeed dominate the energies of other lineages. What do you mean by that? Mu Yunxi wondered, sensing that the young cub seemed devoid of the Shenong bloodline. Ronglin, understanding her deeper contemplation, grasped her hand and reassured her, rest assured. There is no such issue with Chu Chu, he often radiates flames. At his words, Mu Yunxi recalled this particular trait, but she mused, yet his flames are unlike mine. Are they not? Shouldn't it be said that one emerges from the blue, surpassing the blue? The esteemed imperial teacher countered. Or perhaps it is a fusion of my powers that has given rise to a new divine strength. Then why am I unable to teach him, while you can? Mu Yunxi inquired once more. This explanation seemed to possess a touch of logic. The inexperienced Mu Yunxi felt uncertain. Truly? Of course. If you do not believe it, you may peruse more books. Some ancient traditions dictate that men pass knowledge to men and women to women. The yin and yang differ, and thus the nuances of cultivation vary. For ordinary individuals, it suffices, but for our offspring, it is naturally exceptional. Young Ling spoke with such conviction that he almost seemed to convince himself, and Mu Yunxi found it increasingly difficult to harbor doubts, already nodding in agreement. The Emperor Master, exhaling a silent sigh of relief, tightened his grip on the young lady's hand and deftly shifted the topic. Shall we take a stroll? You have never been to the Western region, have you? His lineage was indeed formidable. The initial divine body was more akin to him. If the young lady were to learn of this, it would be another matter altogether. She might never wish to bear his child again. Chapter 78. The Vastness of Heaven and Earth. The Master of Ink is the greatest. Unperturbed by the conversation, the Master of the Empire continued. Do you know whom the Western region is safeguarding against? I have heard a bit. Mu Yunxi acknowledged. It is the demon clan. On the subject. What became of that demon last time? He perished. You killed him? Not precisely. He was blown to bits. The area is now utterly destroyed. And should we wish to cultivate there again, we must find another piece of land. The unrepentant Yang Ling fabricated a tale with his eyes wide open. Due to his machinations, the beast arena ultimately succumbed to an explosion, erasing the remnants of the demon clan that once occupied that place. Thus, he could undeniably be considered a murderer. Initially, Mu Yunxi was skeptical about the notion that the destruction was self-inflicted. However, upon observing the innocent expression of the esteemed master, who appeared genuinely unperturbed, she found herself persuaded to accept this reality. The master, with a radiant smile, dazzled Mu Yunxi once more, rendering her unable to avert her gaze. Instinctively clasping the hand of the handsome master, the composed master led the young lady along the borders of the Western territory, simultaneously instilling further trepidation in the demon army, which had just been cowed by King Ganyang. Why on earth was the master of the Ink sect present in the Western territory? Cursed be it. Who was it that said Dan Zhan had departed the Western realm, allowing our forces to march into the human domain? The irate demon general cursed. Convinced there must be a traitor within the ranks. That figure cradling an infant, Dan Zhan, could not possibly be a mere illusion. Nonsense. He had verified it. The truth was undeniable. He had nearly been pierced by the divine sunfire of the opponent, leaving him utterly terrified. As if that were not enough, Dan Zhan had just departed, and now another master from the Ink sect appeared. Despite his youth, this individual was undoubtedly formidable. With these two present in the Western territory, the outcome of a demon army assault could only lead to a dismal defeat. Even he, a high-ranking demon general, might find himself ensnared in this debacle. It seemed there were those within the military who sought to conspire against him. Damn it! Surely, members of the Shadow Demon clan were plotting his downfall. What scoundrels! Enraged, the demon general swiftly reported the matter, firmly asserting that there was a traitor in their midst. If not, then certainly there were spies among them. Little did he know that the old and young were merely enjoying a leisurely excursion, each with their companions and scenic views. Of course, Lord Koyang did intend to deter the demonic army, as he had indeed absented himself briefly. Thus, he was already expressing gratitude to Lord Ho-chung, who had come to relieve him. Choo-choo, come, greet your great-grandfather Ho. Lord Koyang chuckled as he stroked his great-grandson's bald head, flaunting the infant before Lord Ho-chung. This old fellow is honorable. He arrived swiftly. With a wry smile, Lord Ho-chung was about to interject, advising him not to embarrass the child, when he saw the little one earnestly clasp his tiny hands into fists, bowing towards him. Ah! Lord Ho-chung's eyes gleamed with surprise. This? Ha. Lord Koyang, bursting with pride, boasted about his grandson. Isn't he clever? Despite his youth, he comprehends everything and follows instructions obediently. He's far superior to my foolish son. And those idiotic grandsons aren't even fit to carry his shoes. Lord Ho-chung. So, this is Xian Yu's grandson? Indeed, Lord Koyang said gleefully, caressing little Chui's bald head once more. Lord Ho-chung remarked wistfully, had the marriage transpired back then, this would have been my beloved grandson, I presume? Lord Koyang paused slightly, recalling past events, and chuckled awkwardly. That's all in the past. Your family, ahem. Your son should marry soon. Honestly, it's been so many years, and he still hasn't married. Isn't he making things difficult for this old man? Alas, he has been worthy of everyone in his lifelong battles, except for this matter. Which he feels sorry for old Ho. Quickly changing the subject, Lord Koyang asked, will you stay for a late-night snack before you leave? No, although the north is tranquil. It is not prudent for me to linger here. I shall take my leave. Very well. Should there be matters to discuss, do not hesitate to summon me. Agreed. The swift departure of Ho Qingjun, having attended to his duties, left a somewhat bitter taste in the mouth of Wang Kongong. Alas, in the beginning. I hope you treat Lord Ho with more kindness. That young lad nearly became your grandfather, but your grandmother deemed him unsuitable. What could I, your great-grandfather, do? I could not compel your grandmother to marry against her will, could I? After explaining himself, Wang Kongyong felt somewhat relieved. This was truly not his fault. Since Xianyu disapproved, the betrothal had to be annulled. One cannot force such matters. Alas, in truth, he had wished to impose his will. Yet, that girl Xianyu was adamant, even going so far as to find a clumsy fool to marry. Now, it seems, that fool is genuinely foolish. The more Wang Kongyong pondered, the more despondent he became. Meanwhile, the little one was patting his chest, and upon seeing this obedient grandson, Wang Kongyong's spirits lifted. He muttered, "Ah, well, your mother certainly knows how to choose." The little one, Xiao Chu, nodded eagerly in agreement. Wang Kongyong couldn't help but chuckle. This little rascal is indeed quite clever. As for the imperial teacher, it appears he is rather sincere at this moment. Ahem, I shall observe further. One cannot easily grant approval merely for good appearances. Who knows what lies beneath? If outsiders are untrustworthy, it would be intolerable if our own were treacherous as well. He would have no choice but to oppose it with all his might. Alas, opposition is futile now. The child has grown so large. Wang Kongyong oscillated between laughter and worry, primarily due to his daughter's matters, which had long been a thorn in his heart. The elder council of the Mo sect had just commenced when Lu Fan remarked, according to reliable sources, "It has come to my attention that the Mo master has engaged in clandestine relations. It is regrettable that the esteemed traditions of our ancient Mo sect have been tarnished. Now, in the name of an inconsequential woman, one dares to wield the void shuttle to intimidate the dragon sect. What is the meaning of this? You must understand that our Mo sect is also a guardian of the spiritual realm. And within our ranks are practitioners of the spiritual path who uphold the harmony of the human domain. It is our duty to strengthen our collective. However, as the steward of the Mo sect, how can Rongling engage in such disgraceful conduct?" The elders were momentarily at a loss for words. Such unrefined remarks. Yet, among them, an elder with white brows took the floor, asking, according to Elder Lu's words, "What shall we do?" Indeed, this is a valid point. The other elders nodded in agreement. Lu Fan felt a surge of discontent. Had these individuals been so thoroughly crushed by Rongling that they had lost their spirit? This was not the outcome he desired, yet he resigned himself to the fact that as long as they did not oppose him, he could maneuver his plans. Chapter 79. The Immortal Master possesses the art of resurrection. The King of Kongyong, who yearned for a life of leisure, contemplating retirement and cherishing his grandchildren, was merely indulging in fantasy. At his age, he was still relatively young among martial practitioners, being merely in his 70s, and could still serve on the borders for several more decades. Once a warrior attains the 7th rank, they transcend the limits of the human body, boasting a lifespan of 200 years. Thus, a combatant in their 70s, like Dan Zhan, remains youthful, especially given his formidable strength and adeptness in leading troops. It would be inconceivable for him to retire so soon. The King of Kongyong understood this well. He was merely expressing a desire for the others to visit often. With the void shuttle, the journey would take but a moment. Certainly, Rongling replied readily. Though he refrained from mentioning that activating a void shuttle would require a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones. This contraption devours wealth like a voracious beast. It is indeed expensive, yet undeniably swift. Moreover, it can be adjusted in size, capable of accommodating an army of 100,000 at its maximum capacity. The capacity is astonishing, and spending lavishly is not too great a flaw. However, this concern does not occupy the mind of King Caoyang, who nods with satisfaction and declares, "Good. I shall remember this. Do not think to dismiss it lightly." As for Cici, King Caoyang is apprehensive about the dragon sect potentially seeking revenge through underhanded means. Thus, he solemnly advises, in the future, stay indoors as much as possible. Once you enter the spirit mansion, you shall be safe. Yet, there is no cause for alarm. Rongling remains unfazed. The ones he ought to worry about are those from the dragon sect. King Caoyang scrutinizes him closely and asks, "Can you guarantee that you will protect her no matter the time or place?" Of course, Rongling replies with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of pressure. King Caoyang is momentarily at a loss, pondering whether this young man is simply too impetuous or genuinely confident. It seems unlikely that he possesses such certainty. Considering the vastness of the world, there are indeed formidable opponents, and not a few. Yet, this young man remains somewhat inscrutable. Everyone claims he is a 7th-rank imperial spirit conductor. Nevertheless, King Caoyong must reply with profound significance. A 7th-rank spirit conductor still cannot boldly traverse this realm. Rong Lin lifts his gaze to regard the old man, his expression serene, as if he holds everything in disdain. Yet, he emanates an undeniable grandeur that is both subtle and significant, leaving King Caoyong somewhat unsettled. This young man, it seems he is not merely a 7th rank. Could he have advanced to the 8th rank? King Caoyong inhaled sharply, feeling a chill. This child is too extraordinary, terrifying, at such a tender age. Is this indeed the prowess of an 8th-rank spirit conductor? Is he not invincible in this world? No. What more is there to say? Prince Juyong waved his hand dismissively, displaying a look of disdain. Oh, your aunt is over there, to bring her something. To his delight, Prince Juyong instructed Dan Er to fetch 3 storage rings, one intended for Princess Dan, while the other 2 were meant for Mu Yunxi and, naturally, for young Master Xiaoqiu. Dan Er gazed longingly for a while before catching up to his lord. Why not keep the young lady a few more days? Not to mention the young lady. But young Master's son is truly adorable. He even rewards himself with gifts that are of great utility to him. Quite considerate indeed. This place is besieged by the demonic army. There is nothing entertaining to be found. What purpose would it serve to remain? Prince Juyong retorted indifferently. Dan Er paused, unable to refute the truth of the statement. Indeed, the demonic army loomed ahead. The malevolent aura frequently encroached upon them, rendering it an inhospitable locale. Seeing such a tender young child like young Master's son endure hardship in this wretched land was truly heartbreaking. With a long sigh, Dan Er lamented his unwillingness to part ways, noting that young Master Yu and young Master Feng still lacked a certain charm. Indeed, Prince Joyong concurred. Alas, it is also my son's folly. He cannot compare to that young lad. Wrong. Dan Er found himself at a loss for words, as this was an undeniable truth. He had already expressed his disdain for the 2 young masters. Criticizing the prince would be exceedingly impolite. Ultimately, it all circled back to Miss Xian Yu's remarkable abilities. With a gifted daughter and a son-in-law of unparalleled brilliance, one could only marvel. The more Dan Er contemplated, the more he felt that the Dan family was poised for greatness. Meanwhile, in the capital of Xianyue, the emperor, having convened an all-night court session, was mobilizing the elite imperial guard from the depths of his treasury. Within the Quadrant Prefecture, Emperor Xianle was indeed decisive. Aou grunted with displeasure, yet understood that with the talent exhibited by Mu Yunxi, it was sufficient for Emperor Xianle to act in such a manner. However, this made it exceedingly difficult for the 2 Dark Blood Dragon guards to find an opportunity to strike, unless there was a significant upheaval in the Xianle imperial capital, diverting all attention and combat strength. Alas, that was unlikely. Sect Master Aou felt he had failed in his mission entrusted by the Sect Master and was deeply disheartened. Long Qianfang, however, stated, the Sect Master may have other arrangements. We shall await the opportune moment. Aou retorted, if we could create an opportunity, the Sect Master would not have to exert so much effort. Ultimately, it is because we are too inept. Long Qianfang remained silent, knowing that Aou was using this as an opportunity to criticize him. However, in this matter, he would not offer excuses as he was indeed incompetent. Long Qianfang fell silent once more. The Fire Extremity Origin Vein, the strongest battle vein within the Dragon Sect lineage, was the reason why the young Dragon Sovereign was able to surpass his brothers at a young age and inherit the position of young master. Enlightenment had intervened previously for the same reason. Those who awakened the Fire Extremity Origin Vein possessed divine efficacy in combating the demonic race upon reaching supreme power. Now that the young Dragon Sovereign was deceased, Long Qianfang proposed with difficulty. Could Xiaoyu undergo a body exchange? They were born of the same womb, and Xiaoyu's talent is not lacking. Is a body exchange possible? Despite such a procedure never having been performed, Long Qianfang believed it might be feasible, primarily because the siblings were twins, possessing excellent compatibility in all aspects. Aou shook his head, replying, impossible, unless a legendary immortal master were to intervene. However, immortal masters exist only in ancient texts, their lineage long extinct. Alas. Upon hearing these words, Long Qianfang's eyes flickered, and he could not help but exclaim, you say that Rong Ling is so extraordinary. Is there a possibility? Absolutely not. Aou asserted with utmost certainty. However, a cunning thought crossed his mind as he added, yet we could compel him to act. With his remarkable prowess and the exceptional legacy of the Mo sect, he may indeed possess a method of body transformation. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, Long Wujiang's gaze shifted dramatically. Coincidentally, he also learned that Lu Fan had just departed from the Mo sect, and he felt that a significant opportunity was at hand. Shortly thereafter, Rongling, who had just arrived at the Imperial Master's residence, turned his gaze towards the void. Chapter 80. The ancient divine eye of the Imperial Master strikes. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire city was shaken. Even those ancient recluses were stirred. It is worth noting that previously, no matter how much commotion Mu Yunxi caused during his awakening, these venerable beings remained undisturbed. Yet now, all sensed a shift because Lu Fan himself possessed extraordinary cultivation. Moreover, his identity as a master of the Mo sect was highly unusual. Senior Elder Lu. The Immortal Music Emperor has made an appearance. What is the meaning of this? The Immortal Music Emperor did not allow him to ponder too long and explained. This void shuttle was activated by the Imperial Master to protect our prodigy Mu Yunxi. It is not an act of recklessness. I am aware of the strict rules of the Mo sect, but this matter is justified. I implore Senior Elder Lu to clarify this to the elders of the Mo sect. It turned out to be for the sake of the prodigy Mu Yunxi. Lu Fan understood. He then calmly remarked, "This has nothing to do with Mu Yunxi. It is an internal matter of my Mo sect. Protecting individuals is not out of the question, and if the master of the Mo sect sends a message, the people within the sect are not devoid of compassion and will certainly comply. However, he has acted on his own accord. This is rather unfortunate. Even if he is the master of the Mo sect, the Void Shuttle is a strategic treasure, and it cannot be misused for personal gain." Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Xianle realized that Lu Fan was indeed targeting Ronglin. Moreover, the approach was fierce, causing him to lament. He had to muster the courage to suggest, "Might we postpone this discussion until the Spirit Palace is opened? You are aware that the stability of the Xianle imperial capital relies entirely on the might of the Mo Master. With the imminent opening of the Spirit Palace and the absence of the Mo Master, I fear our royal family alone cannot maintain order." "Not a problem." A voice resonated from within the Four Directions Palace. AOU declared, "Our dragon sect is willing to dispatch 10,000 Crimson Blood Dragon Guards to safeguard the Xianle imperial capital. I believe the Cheong sect, Tiger sect, and Lion sect would also be willing to lend their forces." "Huh." The Emperor of Xianle laughed. "Your dragon sect would relish the opportunity to devour my talented subordinate, Mu Yunxi, yet you propose to protect me? Is your intention to encircle and eliminate Mu Yunxi instead? Do you think I am a fool?" These individuals truly believe he has lost his senses, willing to abandon Mu Yunxi to confront Ronglin, although he had indeed entertained such thoughts in the past. Now that he had made a decisive resolution, and given their presumptuous demeanor, he was determined to resist. As for that lad, Ronglin, he could be dealt with later. At present, they were all in the same boat, and he stood firm. "Gentlemen, the Mo sect is the foundation of our dynasty's enduring existence. It will not be extinguished simply because the Spirit Palace is opened. Therefore, let us refrain from foolish talk. Elder Lu, if you truly wish to take away the Mo Master, so be it, but I implore you to summon powerful allies to assist me in defending the imperial capital, particularly to ensure the safety of Mu Yunxi. She must not come to harm. Otherwise, our Xianle will inevitably plunge into a four-sided war. Death will ensue." This was a threat. Lu Fan, filled with rage, retorted, "What audacity! Once the four-way battle commences, the Celestial Melody dynasty shall be utterly obliterated. Let us put that to the test. With the absence of Master Mo's protection and the unparalleled genius Mu Yunxi, our Celestial Melody is destined for ruin. If the Dragon Sect can mobilize forces to the north for the insignificant Dragon Xiaowang, why should we not dare to wage a war for the true prodigy Mu Yunxi? Do they believe our Celestial Melody to be spineless?" The Celestial Melody Emperor, with his fierce proclamations, demonstrates remarkable resolve. Furthermore, this is the imperial capital of Celestial Melody, or home ground. Thus, the Imperial Guards have already rallied, shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Within the Danwang Manor, the Danwang has risen to his feet, representing the Danyang army, roaring in response. Additionally, the current heir from the has also taken to his feet, declaring war. Lu Fan, his face turning a shade of green with anger, never anticipated that his assertive entrance and opening remarks would lead to such immediate backlash before even the arrival of Rongling. However, at that moment, the previously silent Wu Dao stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, may I have a moment of your attention?" As a representative of the spirit realm, his words commanded respect, and the celestial melody emperor gestured for him to speak. "Brother Wu Dao, please proceed," Lu Fan echoed, with Aou expressing no dissent. Originally indifferent to the gathering, Rong Ling, who had been cradling a child in the manor, raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Wu Dao. Noticing this, Mu Yunxi followed suit, sensing that something unexpected might unfold. As Wu Dao acutely sensed Rong Ling's gaze upon him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his heart. Yet he felt compelled to speak. "Master Mo, I have heard that you possess the ability to exchange bodies. I am willing to act as a mediator. I implore you to assist in swapping the bodies of Long Zong's young master, Long Xiaowang, and his twin sister. In doing so, the enmity between Long Zong and Xinla will be resolved, and Long Zong will have no reason to act against Mu Yunxi, should they dare to strike. The Lingfu General Office pledges to retaliate with full force, obliterating Long Zong." Upon utterance of these words, the entire city trembled, especially the Emperor of Xinla, who was taken aback by the Lingfu General Office's vow to annihilate Long Zong. "This cannot be allowed," Lu Fan exclaimed in fury. "As the leader of the Mo sect, you ought to lead by example and adhere to the sect's rules. To act so brazenly, disregarding the elders, are you intent on rebelling against the Mo sect?" This heavy accusation had long been on Lu Fan's mind to cast upon Rong Ling. Yet the swift intervention of the Emperor of Xinla left him with no opportunity to do so. He had thought he would return empty-handed, only to be surprised by the Lingfu General Office's involvement. Indeed, the Lingfu General Office must also harbor some trepidation towards this prodigy, allowing you to be so arrogant, so dismissive of others, so unruly. They are prepared to discipline you. At this moment, Lu Fan almost found himself amused, yet he pondered, but what of it? Indifferent. Rong Ling made a statement that reverberated through the air. All present were left in sheer astonishment. Even Lu Fan stood dumbfounded, only to be quickly overcome by elation. For it was Rong Ling himself who declared his intent to rebel. However, what significance did the Mo sect hold? With a faint smile, Rong Ling turned his gaze towards Lu Fan. Suddenly, a pair of immense eyes appeared in the sky, and in an instant, Lu Fan's void-shattering shuttle trembled violently, swiftly diminishing in size. All individuals within the void shuttle were forcefully expelled, without exception. Consequently, the combat prowess that Lu Fan had surreptitiously brought along was laid bare for all to see. Lu Fan's expression changed drastically in anger as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the void shuttle had shrunk to the size of a palm and was seized by Rong Ling. The esteemed Master Rong, possessing an ethereal grace, radiated divine light as he proclaimed, "The void shuttle is my creation. Its ownership belongs to me. The Mo sect has no right to demand explanations from me." Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a response. Chapter 81. The Divine Being Suppresses the Contemporary. The Spirit Bureau. Yet more individuals had arrived, and this time, they were anything but ordinary. The Emperor of Celestial Music, with a sudden clarity, gazed towards the source of the commotion, sensing impending trouble. With a heavy heart, he could hardly fathom that this incident would escalate to such proportions, even drawing the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Bureau into the fray. This time, it was not Lu Fan orchestrating the chaos. Rather, these individuals were intent on confronting this extraordinary being, who was indeed too remarkable. The higher-ups of the Spirit Bureau must have grown wary of him. The Emperor of Celestial Music, with a mind as clear as a mirror, found himself at a loss for words. The one who had sighed had already emerged into view, causing a slight tremor in the heavens and the earth. This individual had torn through the void to arrive, exhibiting immense power. Mu Yunxi faintly sensed this and felt a slight shiver in her heart. This was her first encounter witnessing someone capable of directly ripping through the fabric of space. Although, in her previous life, she was indeed capable of such feats, her alloyed body was enhanced with the most advanced spatial black technology. Yet, the principle behind the arrival of this individual, who has torn through the void, differs significantly from the spatial technology she employs. Her corporeal form escapes the confines of space at the speed of light, achieving instantaneous movement through the dimensions. In contrast, this person seems to simply suppress the fabric of space with sheer force, rendering it incapable of restraining him. With a profound understanding, Mu Yunxi gazed contemplatively, her eyes reflecting a calm wisdom, unshaken by the formidable presence of the newcomer. This composure elicited a reaction from both Wu Dao, who had been observing her, and Rong Ling, who was protecting her. The former was taken aback, while the latter expressed admiration. Rong Ling, always aware of the extraordinary nature of the young lady, looked contentedly into the void towards the middle-aged man who had emerged from the rift, Long Howren, one of the key figures in the spiritual administration. Long family. Do you represent the Long sect, or do you speak on behalf of the spiritual administration? Rong Ling inquired calmly, his demeanor unwavering, as if the strength of his interlocutor was of little consequence to him. This question stirred a change in the gaze of the immortal music emperor. Are you a descendant of the Long sect? The spiritual administration, a gathering of humanity's mightiest, naturally includes powerful figures from various factions, such as the venerable Long Howren. However, once they enter the spiritual administration, these individuals sever ties with their mundane factions, as mandated by the organization's regulations. The purpose of the spiritual administration is to unite diverse forces in the face of external threats, necessitating that its members transcend narrow clan loyalties and prioritize the collective strength of humanity. Thus, the exchange between Rong Ling and the immortal music emperor was indeed delicate. Furthermore, the celestial emperor Xianle continued, if you've come on behalf of the dragon sect, spare us the grand pronouncements of righteousness, lest you tarnish the very principles of the Bureau. Upon hearing this, Aoyu's eyes flashed with ire, poised to deliver a reprimand. However, Long Howren sighed once more. Why do you speak thus, Celestial Emperor Xianle? The Bureau is governed by rotating stewards, and this month it falls to me. I heard that the young dragon sovereign met a violent end due to his somewhat flamboyant conduct, and I was filled with lamentation. I believe that the fire extreme origin vein would remain forever veiled in obscurity, never to shine again. Yet, Master Mo's expertise has reached such an advanced level that he can perform body replacements. Naturally, I must swallow my pride and come to beseech him. Long Howren appeared to be only around 40 years old, quite youthful. In reality, he was at least a centenarian, his powerful cultivation allowing him to maintain a youthful visage. However, his words immediately drew a frigid retort from Mu Yunxi. Somewhat flamboyant conduct? May I inquire, senior, what you mean by somewhat? Do you believe that I, Mu Yunxi, was wrong to slay him? Is it not so? However, your talent is remarkable, and your youthful impetuosity is understandable, so it is not entirely your fault. Therefore, the Bureau will not take any action against you. Rest assured, Long Howren stated candidly, as if the Bureau's forbearance was a great leniency for which she should be grateful. Mu Yunxi, however, felt a surge of disgust. The flame within her rekindled, prompting her to retort icily, since that is the case. Then I invite Senior to speak at the Imperial Preceptor's residence and converse with me, Mu Yunxi. Aoyu then rebuked, Mu Yunxi. Do not presume upon your talent and become too insolent. I am insolent, so what? Don't mistake my politeness for weakness. I, Mu Yunxi, have inherited the legacy of Shinong, awakening the supreme divine body of the Shinong lineage. To engage in conversation with a predecessor is a mark of respect. I offer him a rare opportunity. Ao Yao's complexion turned an ashen hue, for he had witnessed the repercussions of that day, and was well aware that Mu Yunxi echoed the words once spoken by the disciples of the dragon sect. He understood that Mu Yunxi had no intention of letting bygones be bygones and was determined to bring this matter to light, which irked him greatly. Yet, as he uttered a singular word, get lost, Mu Yunxi lunged forward, brandishing a blade in his direction. Empowered by the Shinong whip, the blood-drenched blade struck like a whip, unleashing a terrifying pressure from the Shinong lineage that surged forth, aimed directly at Ao Yao's face. Impudent. Long Howren's expression shifted, contemplating a counteraction to suppress the onslaught. However, how could Rong Lin allow him to intimidate his beloved in his presence? With a resounding hum, the ancient divine eyes reopened, effortlessly dispersing Long Howren's formidable energy. Thus, Ao Yao was predictably struck, even as he sensed the impending crisis and summoned his strongest defense. He was forced to stagger back several steps, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, he was a peak 6th grade martial artist, possessing the fiery dragon sparrow and the combat prowess of half a 7th grade warrior, yet he was repelled by a single strike from Mu Yunxi. Such humiliation was utterly disgraceful and raged. Ao Yao could not contain his fury, ready to retaliate, declaring, You seek death? Then meet your demise. You all deemed that I should not slay Long Xiaowang, yet now you wish to kill me? Is this not the epitome of double standards? You silence. And you, who have come from the general administration, why do you unleash your oppressive aura? Since you find Long Xiaowang to be somewhat ostentatious, why should you be angered when I exhibit similar behavior towards my elder? If you possess the capability, accompany me calmly into the Imperial Master's residence for a discussion. You are several centuries old, yet cannot maintain your composure in the face of such provocation. Why should I, at the tender age of 18, be expected to endure and tolerate? Mu Yunxi believes that these individuals are utterly foolish, attempting to use this incident to complicate matters for Ronglin and her. Yet, when they find themselves in a similar situation, they can also endure and yield, only to impose double standards upon her. The demands placed on Ronglin are truly to eliminate rivals while disregarding one's own dignity. Spare us the grandiloquent rhetoric. Let us be candid. Speak plainly. If the Imperial Master does not assist Long Xiaoyu in changing his body as you claim, what will you do to him, or to me? How far must this go? Silence. Either take decisive action to suppress the Imperial Master and kill him, or cease your insincere moralizing. Long Howren, somewhat speechless, encounters a junior who disregards him for the first time. Yet this junior, shielded by Ronglin, remains impervious to his overwhelming aura, rendering him powerless. As for Aou, he may speak bravely, but how could he possibly harm Mu Yunxi? The moment he uttered his threats, he sensed that he had been locked onto by a certain Imperial Master. Should he dare to act recklessly, the only one likely to perish would be himself. Naturally, the enlightened Tao, the immortal music emperor, and the ancient beings within the immortal music empire would not take action against Mu Yunxi and Ronglin. However, that Lu Fan appears to be restless. Yet, just as his gaze flickered, with a detached smile, Ronglin addressed him. If you possess the capability to incite the Mo sect to turn against me, and the Mo sect chooses not to hold you accountable, I shall concede your prowess. Otherwise, conduct yourself with propriety. Lu Fan. He had only just learned that the sky shuttle was something Ronglin seemed to possess. Upon hearing this threat, he dared not act too rashly. If Ronglin were to perish here, all would be well, but if not. So, this was the reason. They were both elders. Yet, he, Lu Fan, was unaware of this matter. Now it was truly a farce. Those old codgers in the Elder Council had not stopped him from seeking out Ronglin, likely waiting to witness his humiliation. Damnation! Lu Fan, finally understanding, felt like nothing more than a buffoon. As for Long Howren, though harboring discontent, he maintained a composed facade. Let us dispense with grand principles and speak only of interests. The Dragon Sect and the Celestial Music Sect bear animosity due to the death of Long Xiao Wang, which is detrimental to our future united resistance against external enemies. At present, we merely require Ronlin's assistance to perform a body swap for Long Xiaoyu, thereby resolving this feud. Afterward, the Dragon Sect will no longer seek retribution against Mu Yunxi. What say you? It matters not. Mu Yunxi responded calmly. I, Mu Yunxi, fear not the Dragon Sect's retribution. Let them come, and I shall face them all. Ha! Aou, his face ashen with anger, forced a laugh. Such arrogance. Do you believe that if the Dragon Sect truly sought revenge, this would be the extent of our efforts? If we were to truly retaliate, from this day forward, you would know no peace. I, Mu Yunxi, fear not. Mu Yunxi responded coolly, not fixing her gaze on Aou, but instead looking at Long Howren. I, Mu Yunxi, shall settle the score for those I have slain. If the Dragon Sect wishes to retaliate, let them come. If I, Mu Yunxi, were to be killed, it would be my own fault, and I would have no words to say. However, to have my master, the Emperor Teacher, exchange bodies for the individuals of the Dragon Sect and resurrect the Dragon Young Emperor is utterly impossible. You. Long Howren furrowed his brow, wanting to express that this woman was simply being unreasonable. Yet, Wu Dao spoke up. Haojuan, let it be. The grievances between the Dragon Sect and Xinla shall not involve the Lingfu General Administration. That is unacceptable, Long Howren replied, displeased. The physique of the Dragon Young Emperor is quite remarkable. Mu Yunxi is also a genius. Should she perish, it would be a loss for the human realm as well. But if you compel my master to intervene, it would undermine my resolve. As a top-tier genius, I possess the confidence to dominate my contemporaries. What you are doing now is suppressing me, attempting to destroy my self-assurance, making it impossible for me to assert my superiority over my peers. You must understand the implications of this. Mu Yunxi, with her unwavering confidence, spoke with utmost sincerity, her words resonating deeply, as if the very heavens were stirred by her declaration. At that moment, many sensed a tremor in the air above the capital city, where the Lingfu was activated. A soft light flickered, as if in applause. The spiritual realms of the four clans only welcomed the talents of various lineages, existing solely for the extraordinary. Yet, at this moment, due to Mu Yunxi's words, the Lingfu actually trembled. What could this signify? The Emperor City of Xianla was astonished. Indeed, the supreme spiritual bodies were exceptional. Long, esteemed senior, Mu Yunxi must be the pinnacle of talent in our human realm. Why must you persist in making things difficult for her over a mere waste like the Dragon Young Emperor? I do not seek to make things difficult, came the reply. I desire what is best for the human realm, yet you all. They fail to comprehend the depths of my anguish. It is futile. You, Mu Yunxi, possess such confidence, and thus, I shall not intervene. However, the tone shifts with Long Howren, whose gaze gleams with malice. If you cannot suppress the contemporary generation and cannot dominate the talents of other clans within the spirit mansion, then your words today are mere folly. At that time, do not trouble the elder. I, Mu Yunxi, shall undoubtedly achieve this. As members of our kind, no one shall surpass me. Each word from Mu Yunxi is resolute. Following this, the spirit mansion trembles. This is not the end. After speaking, she fixates on Aou and declares, prepare your dragon clan for my vengeance. For it is merely the death of your clan's young master. He was at fault first. Yet your dragon clan continues to provoke me time and again regarding this matter. You instigate various factions, incessantly seeking conflict. I, Mu Yunxi, vow here and now, I shall annihilate your dragon clan. Chapter 82. To proclaim destruction is to bring annihilation. A night of action. However, Mu Yunxi draws forth her bloodied blade and swears an oath, with the divine witness of the Shenong path. Buzz. An ethereal image of Shenong emerges in response. The assembly is moved, even though this Shenong image is not corporeal and remains faint. Its appearance signifies that the Shenong path testifies to this oath. Aou's expression shifts slightly. You dare to make a solemn vow upon the path of the great? Do you not realize that if you fail, the Shenong path shall elude you forever, and you may even face the risk of path collapse? Even witnessing how extraordinarily adept Mu Yunxi is at understanding the path, one must concede that it is rather impulsive. Impulsive? No, Mu Yunxi is not an impulsive individual. Every action she takes is meticulously calculated. Once a living embodiment of artificial intelligence, she was devoid of warmth, rendering impulsiveness an impossibility. Even self-destruction was a result of meticulous contemplation. After delivering his words, Mu Yunxi took complete control of the confrontation, leading Rongling away. He suddenly realized that during their initial encounter, he had never sought the consent of his lady. He had acted upon his own volition. While his manner of conduct may not have mirrored that of Long Xiaowang in every regard, the essence was undeniably similar. A soft cough escaped Rongling, revealing his frailty. A manifestation of vulnerability. Mu Yunxi glanced at him, her perceptive gaze discerning his realization of the error. The immediate coughing of blood from Rongling ignited a sense of panic within him. Indeed, his lady had not forgotten. Yet at that moment, circumstances had been pressing, and she had neither objected nor repelled his advances. With a disdainful huff, Mu Yunxi regarded the small creature in his embrace, ultimately refraining from casting blame upon him. Deep within her thoughts resided an unwavering belief in the supremacy of strength. During times of weakness, she would endure, even if it meant suffering losses. She did not retaliate simply because the other party's actions were improper. A wave of confusion washed over Mu Yunxi as she sighed softly. The existence of male superiority and female subservience in her world stemmed from male dominance and female vulnerability. In contrast, her own world championed gender equality. Thanks to formidable women who had risen to lead a faction of female strength, creating a haven for ordinary women beneath the shadow of patriarchy. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the notion that power dictates everything. To expect the powerful to empathize with the weak and act in their favor is an illusion. Furthermore, those capable of advocating for the weak are not merely strong individuals. They are, in essence, sages. Sage. Throughout history, how many true sages have there been? What is it? It seems that I can sense the confusion reflected in the young lady's expression, prompting me to inquire softly. As for the little one nestled in my arms, it remained blissfully undisturbed, sleeping soundly throughout. With lowered eyes, I let out a gentle sigh, dismissing it as mere reminiscence of the past. Is there something you do not understand? The young lady inquired once more. I raised my gaze to meet hers, captivated by the brilliance in her eyes. Devoid of any pretense, a sudden smile graced my lips. It is well. Yet, she furrowed her brows, momentarily forgetting the little one in her embrace. Firmly grasping my hand that sought to withdraw. Are you still angry about that day? Though I did not ask, you did not resist either. If I had pushed, would you have ceased? I countered. She nodded affirmatively, naturally. I regarded her in silence, initially skeptical. However, I soon assessed that perhaps her words held truth, for she possessed her own pride. It seemed I had misunderstood. Her lack of resistance at that moment appeared to stem from her own convictions. She had always perceived herself as weak, incapable of defiance. In reality, her frail body rendered her unable to struggle, yet she had not uttered a refusal, leading me to believe she was acquiescent. Noticing her silence, I spoke again. I understand now, she intended to respond. Indeed, she had grasped something essential, that when confronted by fate, one must first declare a refusal. Only then should one gather strength to resist. Perhaps, even if she had voiced her dissent at that time, she would have faced retribution, not from me, but from Mu Yunxi. Yet, even if no words of refusal were uttered, Mu Yunxi would still demand her life, would she not? Thus, from the very beginning, one ought not to yield to tyranny, just as she stands at this moment, unwilling to submit to the might of the dragon sect. Of course, her initial decision was predominantly driven by the desire to resolve her own issues. However, circumstances have now shifted. The dragon sect, Mu Yunxi's sharp gaze flickered. Perhaps, from this very instant, the path to vengeance may commence. Why wait for a moment of greater strength, when one can grow stronger through battle? The understanding dawned upon Mu Yunxi, illuminating the reason behind the tremors in the spirit mansion that her earlier words incited. For those were the declarations of a true powerhouse, the words of a genius, an authentic prodigy, unfazed by any oppression, dominating the contemporary realm, invincible among peers. Though inspired in the heat of the moment, these were heartfelt utterances, thus earning recognition. Within the sea of consciousness, the spiritual veins surged, amplified by Mu Yunxi's newfound clarity. The spiritual energy skyrocketed several-fold, eliciting astonishment from Rongling, who was observing her. Had she ascended yet again? Was she on the brink of becoming a second-tier spirit guide? The title of spirit guide itself underscores the necessity for profound comprehension and an innate connection to the ethereal. Mu Yunxi, having unraveled certain enigmas, achieved a harmonious convergence of thought, naturally facilitating her advancement. Indeed, this was also due to her profound foundation. She was no mere child, possessing a wealth of experience, merely tapping into her reserves at this moment. Mu Yunxi swiftly raised her hand to block, declaring no. Ronglin was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. Very well. If you choose not to share, then enlighten me on what you have comprehended. I shall not disclose it, Mu Yunxi replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of provocation. Ronglin's eyes curved into a smile. All right, I shall await the moment you wish to reveal it. With a trace of curiosity, Mu Yunxi scrutinized him. Are you not intrigued? I am indeed curious. Yet if my dear wife is reluctant to share or show me, what can I do? Ronglin replied, his expression one of helplessness, yet filled with affection. He was quite aware of what his little wife had grasped and would never jeopardize her resolve as a formidable individual. Her unyielding spirit was evident in her quest to dominate her contemporaries and achieve an invincible stance. His apparent curiosity also served to help stabilize her determination. So he felt no disappointment in being rebuffed. Rather, he found joy in it. Mu Yunxi, rendered speechless, considered him quite peculiar. However, the so-called strange master beamed with even greater radiance. You just referred to me as my master. Despite his underlying insecurities, Rong de Dizzy grasped the essential point with remarkable accuracy. Reveling in his contentment, Mu Yunxi, now even more at a loss for words, thought, truly, how remarkably odd. To find such joy in this is rather easy to satisfy, pleasing to behold. With her gaze lowered, she spoke. I shall retreat for a period of contemplation. Please take care of Chu-Chu. When he awakens, do not feed him anything indiscriminate. Start with milk. Of course, Ronglin replied, readily acquiescing. Mu Yunxi lifted her gaze once more and added earnestly, really, do refrain from feeding him anything chaotic. As Mu Yunxi closed her eyes once more, he remarked, I shall take my leave. Rongling nodded. Yet he was not without his subtle antics. With an air of nonchalance, he approached the young lady and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon her forehead. The gesture was swift and gentle, leaving no time for Mu Yunxi to react. By the time she lifted her gaze in surprise, the esteemed master had already stepped back, leaving behind the lingering coolness of his touch, which held her in a moment of bewilderment. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, this line might deceive a child like Xiao Chu-Chu, but to think it could work on her? With a soft smile, she turned and made her way to her private cultivation chamber. Once she had entered, the master murmured to himself with a gentle smile, how increasingly enticing. Thus, although he felt a twinge of guilt, he had no regrets. Surely, if given another chance, he would inquire. After all, the young lady would undoubtedly find it hard to refuse. With a confidence in his own allure, the master embraced the petite figure and retired to slumber. Meanwhile, inside her cultivation chamber, Mu Yunxi had a thought. With the Shinong's mastery over myriad paths, There existed the dark path within its teachings, which she could explore. As she channeled her spiritual veins to resonate with the Shinong whip, she infused it with the profound essence she had comprehended. Buzz. As the Shinong whip quivered once more, Mu Yunxi's intent transmitted insights regarding darkness into her consciousness. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was indeed possible to actively acquire a certain legacy. The Shinong teachings were truly a treasure. Previously, having passively acquired the pyrokinetic and spirit guide legacies, Mu Yunxi had initially believed that all inheritances were imparted in this manner, a rote, didactic transfer of knowledge, experience, and insights. However, with the advent of the second chaos art, she began to suspect otherwise. Inheritance, she surmised, could also be actively sought. The passive acquisitions were likely due to the inherent automated mechanisms within the Shinong legacy. Upon sensing that the recipient of the inheritance was proficient in pyrokinesis or was a spirit guide, it would autonomously release these respective legacies, calibrating the dosage according to the recipient's strength. Quite intelligent, yet this intelligence alone could not maximize the value of the Shinong inheritance. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Yunxi felt gratified that she could proactively unearth new aspects of the Shinong legacy. In truth, only a certain imperial tutor remained unaware of her actions. Otherwise, he would have been astonished. The acquisition of inheritances was almost always passive, relying on awakening, strength, and gradual unlocking. Such proactive interception, as demonstrated by Mu Yunxi, was virtually unheard of. Crucially, the Shinong legacy was remarkably obedient, providing precisely what was requested. This was no simple feat. At this moment, however, Mu Yunxi was oblivious to her exceptional nature, as she contentedly commenced her cultivation of dark energies. As the sun climbed high, a certain little one awoke in a state of bewilderment. Why do I see Daddy and not Mommy? Where's my mommy? The drowsy little darling began to nurse, and once satiated, inquired again with a questioning At present, I am uncertain when I shall emerge. Today, your father accompanies you. Please refrain from wandering about and disturbing her. If you desire to go somewhere or wish for something, simply convey it to your father. The little fox is somewhat perplexed, wondering why, after just one night, the great master can communicate effortlessly with the young master. Xiao Chu, however, seems unfazed, continuing to converse with his father as if it were the most natural thing in the world, brimming with vivacity. Meanwhile, a certain master observes, occasionally responding with a few words, spending the better part of the day idly with the little one. Soon, a stir arises from his young wife. Has she emerged? A surprised Rongling gazes intently towards her direction. The little one also looks over, puzzled. How intriguing. Is it a clandestine affair? Rongling can sense that the young wife's presence is faint and rapidly diminishing. In no time, she departs from the master's residence. Where could she be headed? With a hint of astonishment, Rongling swiftly takes the young cub and follows her. Thus, the family of three arrives at the Four Directions mansion in separate groups. Rongling vaguely deduces the young wife's intentions, but is taken aback, slightly incredulous. At this moment, Mu Yunxi has already infiltrated the Four Directions mansion, targeting the dwelling of Aou and his companions. Clearly, she seeks to exact revenge upon them. The critical point is that, at this moment, Wu Dao remains utterly unaware. Naturally, Aou and his companions are even less aware that Mu Yunxi has arrived and has fixated her sights on Long Xiaoyu. Indeed, she aims to extinguish the hope of the dragon sect. A body swap? Not only will she not facilitate such a change, but she also intends to eliminate the candidate. As the dialogue unfolded, Aou, engaged in conversation with Long Qianfang, remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their situation. He suggested that, if all else failed, they might have Xiaoyu absorb the blood essence of the young master, which could potentially awaken the fire extreme Yuan pulse. Long Qianfang furrowed his brow in response, asserting that the young master's awakening largely depended on his innate comprehension, and regrettably, Xiaoyu fell slightly short. The frustration lingered over the unwillingness of that master Mo to intervene. What about the sect leader? Are there no other arrangements? Aou inquired, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. Previously, we were oblivious to the fact that the Void Shuttle belonged to Ronglin. Now that we are aware, what further plans could there possibly be? He sighed, a ghost of a smile touching his lips, though his pallor betrayed his fatigue. Despite the incident during midnight, where he was subdued by Mu Yunxi, the true toll was exacted by a covert strike from the Imperial Master upon his departure. Had it not been for that, he would not have needed such an extensive recuperation before he could engage with Long Qianfang regarding subsequent matters. Is there truly no one capable of dealing with him? Long Qianfang questioned, his voice tinged with reluctance. It seems that Lord Hao has not yet departed and is currently at the Xianla Imperial Palace. If your suggestion fails, could there be an alternative approach? Aoyu felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, contemplating the possibilities. If Lord Hao had not left, it was conceivable that he was orchestrating something significant. After all, what reason would he have to enter the Xianla Imperial Palace? If not to forge some understanding with the ancient sages residing within? Long Qianfang's excitement was palpable. So there remains hope for Xiaoyu. But if we confront Master Mo, and it leads to his inability to change his form, that cannot be allowed to happen. Perhaps one could start with Dan. For Dan Zhan is absent from the capital, and Dan Wang poses little threat. If we manage to subdue Dan Wang and coerce Mo, sure, he may indeed take action for Mu Yunxi's sake. Aoyu has already devised a clever plan, intricately woven like a chain of rings. Observing from the shadows, a certain imperial master expressed admiration. Had they not come, they would have remained oblivious to the audacity of these individuals who dare to scheme against him, truly ignorant of their folly. A certain little one, protesting telepathically to his father, was particularly irked. Don't rush. He calmed the young creature, gently stroking its back. Your mother is about to eliminate that dragon Xiaoyu. No matter how much they plot, once a life is taken, all is for naught. Little Master Chu blinked his bright, round eyes, yearning to sense his mother's intentions, but was halted by his father. Do not meddle, it would disrupt your mother's plans. Pouting, little Master Chu reluctantly refrained from causing any disturbance. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyu, engrossed in his cultivation, remained blissfully unaware that Mu Yunxi had stealthily entered his chamber. However, the two dark blood dragon guards sensed something amiss, exchanging thoughts cautiously. Be careful, there seems to be a threat. You felt it too? The two, uncertain, sought confirmation. Both possessed the 6th tier cultivation and excelled in the path of shadows, being elite dark guards of Long Wujing. Yet, at this moment, they could never anticipate that their mental fluctuations were detected by Mu Yunxi. With a slight sense of alarm, Mu Yunxi was indeed surprised. Had it not been for the 2's mental disturbances, she would have remained unaware. She grew increasingly vigilant, silently admonishing herself not to underestimate the dragon sect. A formidable power in its own right. Her earlier ease in dispatching their forces had almost led to her downfall. Fortunately, she and her companion were communicating telepathically, averting potential failure. Meanwhile, the silently mobilizing Mu Yunxi cast her gaze toward the two sources of disturbance. A single glance was all it took. At that moment, one of the two covert dark blood dragon guards, sensing something amiss, grew restless. Should we inform Aoyu? He wondered. Perhaps not, his companion telepathically suggested with some hesitation. Let's observe first. It might just be an external probe. We have Dao comprehension cultivators here, along with Protector Aoyu and Elder Fong. It shouldn't be a major issue. Besides, this is the Quadrant Prefecture. If anything happens, Xian Lu will be held accountable. Even if Master Mo dislikes us, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to us within the Quadrant Prefecture. You're right, the uneasy dark blood dragon guard sighed, suppressing his anxiety. I never thought we'd have to rely on Master Mo for protection. But no sooner had he uttered those words than he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Simultaneously, his comrade witnessed his companion emerge from concealment, a torrent of blood gushing from his heart. The guard, about to cry out for help, was unable to utter a sound as an intense burning sensation engulfed him. Similarly exposed, he was instantly reduced to ashes, scattering into the air. The aroma of burnt flesh roused Dragon Xiaoyu, who opened his eyes to witness the horrifying scene. Before he could voice his terror, struck down from head to toe, she could no longer utter a sound. She was dead, and her body was swiftly turning to ash. Yet, a crimson light surged forth from her being, hurtling towards the pallid-faced Mu Yunxi. In a fleeting moment, Mu Yunxi found herself unable to evade the oncoming attack, and could only raise her blade in defense. Clang! The blood light collided with the blood-soaked blade, producing a resounding impact. At this juncture, Wu Dao was the first to act, stepping forward with determination. In a single stride, he crossed into Long Xiaoyu's chamber. Following closely behind was Aoyu, and then Long Qianfang. However, none of them could perceive Mu Yunxi, who had already concealed herself in the shadows and made her escape. Yet, the remnants she left behind caused the expressions of the three intruders to shift dramatically. Long Qianfang, in disbelief, bellowed, Xiaoyu. He could hardly fathom that both of his nephews had perished before his very eyes. First Long Xiaowang, and now Long Xiaoyu. Both were prodigies of the Long clan's younger generation, with Long Xiaoyu's talent merely a hair's breadth less than that of Long Xiaowang. With Long Xiaowang gone, Long Xiaoyu was the presumptive heir to the position of clan leader. Yet now, Long Xiaoyu was also dead. Cursed fate. Wu Dao, enraged to the core, swiftly unleashed a wave of Buddhist light, enveloping the charred form of Long Xiaoyu. Ao Yao, regaining his composure, retrieved the lion crystal essence he had previously bid on, shattering it with a single strike. A resonant hum emanated as the rich aqueous energy, in conjunction with the Buddhist light, rapidly infused into Long Xiaoyu's body. After a considerable time, the charred figure of Long Xiaoyu miraculously returned to its normal state, within which a lotus seed began to unfurl, transforming into a bud that stubbornly refused to bloom. Some of the power of the scarlet blood lotus had been expended. Wu Dao sensed that the air was imbued with the essence of the scarlet blood lotus. Had it not been for the lotus protecting its master, the monk might not have perceived the impending change so swiftly. There was no choice but to swiftly extract the blood essence of the young emperor and infuse it into Xiaoyu's body. This was their final hope. Long Qianfang, standing beside, decisively proposed a course of action. Initially reluctant, he recognized the necessity of this choice, understanding that a body swap would be futile without Long Xiaoyu alive. A lifeless body of the young emperor would serve no purpose. With a bitter smile, Aoyu lamented the audacity of someone to commit murder within the confines of the Four Directions mansion, even with 2 dark blood dragon guards assigned to Xiaoyu. It proved futile. This was infuriating. The matter was far from over. Justice must be served to Xianla. Long Qianfang's eyes burned with rage as he implored, "Monk, you must help us seek retribution. Rest assured, the immediate priority is to save a life. As for the subsequent matters, I shall exert my utmost effort," Wu Dao replied, his irritation palpable. He was no weakling, yet he had been successfully ambushed right under his nose, a true humiliation. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that the assailant was none other than Master Mo, a figure of nefarious reputation who shamelessly disregarded all morals. No wonder many within the general office held reservations about him. If only he were free to act, Wu Dao would have stormed into the imperial master's residence to berate him and summon Hao Juan for a confrontation. It is excessive. What does it matter to eliminate a mere junior? A certain young one, already sighing, remains uncertain about the cause of such lamentation. Perhaps it is an expression of admiration for her remarkable mother. In any case, even the expression of the esteemed mentor appears somewhat dazed. He truly did not anticipate that the young lady would exact such severe retribution upon her enemies within less than a day's seclusion, and the sun had scarcely set. Upon touching the small cub, the mentor realized that although he possessed great strength, if his adversary were to be a lady of her caliber, he would indeed feel a chill down his spine. Not only has she grown at an astonishing pace, but she is also a woman of action. One cannot help but commend her brilliance. The little lord, nodding in agreement, displays a commendable honesty, likely fearing the repercussions of insincerity. Mother is truly formidable, henceforth. He shall refer to her as uncle, for mother forbids acknowledging a father, and so be it. The fickle little lord, with his own calculations, resolutely follows his mother's instructions. Meanwhile, the celestial music emperor, upon receiving the news, wears a look of bewilderment. What is this? It appears that the Master Mo has struck, annihilating Long Xiaoyu. The guardians of the Four Directions, awkwardly reporting, wonder what to make of this situation. While Master Mo's actions are indeed exhilarating, the guardians and the sovereign find themselves in a challenging predicament. The celestial music emperor feels as though he may lose his hair from stress. How infuriating. Can he not enjoy a moment of peace? But was there any evidence left behind? Naturally, none. Well, that is fortunate. Yet, who knows that only Master Mo could render the scene so impeccably clean? The beleaguered commander of the guards, understanding the bitter reality, could only accept his orders and depart. The balding Emperor Xianla gazed deep into the palace, pondering the ongoing discussions between his ancestors and that particular individual. Surely, that person was aware of the situation? Curse be it. Trouble was brewing once again. Why could they not wait for this Hao Kuan to depart before stirring up chaos? It had scarcely been a day, and yet the turmoil resumed. Suddenly yearning for abdication, Emperor Xianla summoned Prince Xianchun, personally imparting the wisdom of rulership, preparing for his own retirement. Unless Rongling was absent from the capital, he had no desire to remain in power. Little did he know that the instigator was not the esteemed teacher of Emperor Rong. At that moment, he was at home, pouring tea for his lady and tending to her wounds. Another failure. After sipping tea, Mu Yunxi felt unsatisfied with her initial kill. Rongling remarked, Is this truly a failure? What shall we say to those from the Sifang mansion? That young dragon emperor is foolish, yet Long Xiaoyu is far more cautious, providing ample protection. After dispatching them, I was utterly exhausted. I was not swift enough when dealing with Long Xiaoyu. Rongling cast a deep glance at his lady and could only say, "No matter, you have dealt them a significant blow." They had not yet abandoned their attempts at body swapping, but now they are left with no choice but to extract the Dragon Emperor's essence to save Long Xiaoyu, which must be infuriating for them. Not enough. Mu Yunxi declared with determination. What I seek is the annihilation of the Dragon Clan. We are but at the beginning. What plans do you have? Rongling inquired gently. Once I recover and enhance my strength, I shall make another attempt. Mu Yunxi concluded, convinced she could achieve another feat. However, even if captured, she felt assured, for he would be there to support her. At that moment, he would intervene to protect the individual, for it would be unjust to stifle the young lady's inherent nature. Thus, a certain imperial master concurred, advising him to recuperate properly. However, a sigh from Long Howren interrupted Rongling's words. Master Imo, how can you act in such a manner? Given your blatant disregard for propriety, I am left with no choice but to intervene. Prepare to receive a strike from me. Before his words could fully resonate, a tremendous force erupted within the royal confines. A powerful clash ensued, as a hand met a fist, creating rippling waves in the air. The formidable protective array of the Imperial Master's estate swiftly unleashed its power, enveloping the entire city in a protective barrier. Even with timely protection, the commoners were left palpably shaken. Though many couldn't perceive the celestial energy fluctuations, they experienced a profound sense of reprieve. Such was the clash of supreme beings. Were it not for the protective arrays enveloping the imperial capital, the entire city would have been reduced to dust. Lord Hao, is your assault within my celestial joy imperial city not excessive? The general headquarters stipulates that human realm powerhouses must not engage in combat within densely populated cities. Your actions constitute a breach of contract. From the depths of the celestial joy imperial court, a weathered voice of a formidable entity echoed, audible only to those of the fourth rank or higher. Such was the shielding prowess of the strong. Is their rank of consequence? Ronglin retorted mildly, they are merely adequate. Mu Yunxi. Very well. Thus. She silently rose and re-entered the cultivation chamber. Ronglin. Such diligence. Alas. The most formidable are those prodigies who possess not only exceptional comprehension, but also unwavering diligence, a discerning mind, and a penchant for astute synthesis. At this moment, he felt a slight sense of urgency and resolved to cultivate assiduously as well. Ah, little Chu-Chu nodded earnestly, with great solemnity. Ronglin smiled indulgently, and taking the little one, also went to cultivate. As for the matters outside, the royal family was already addressing them, so there was nothing more for him to do. At this moment, Emperor Xianle has manifested himself to declare, Your Majesty, Xianle will assuredly investigate this matter thoroughly to ascertain which miscreant is responsible. Once evidence is discovered, there shall be no leniency. Like hell I will wait for you. Long Howren's countenance turned slightly ashen. Yet, despite his strength, he was constrained by the regulations of the general headquarters. Presently, he could only lament, Very well, I shall remain within the four quarters manner, awaiting the outcome of Xianle's investigation. Rest assured, Emperor Xianle avowed with utmost certainty, the personnel from the Ministry of Justice are already in position. Our dynasty's most adept detectives have been mobilized. Emperor Xianle was indeed as good as his word, having deployed all the necessary individuals without any perfunctory actions. However, he held great confidence in Ronglin. Since it was the latter who had executed the deed, it was improbable that any trace evidence would remain. Investigate then, investigate meticulously. Scour every inch. What could possibly be unearthed? For quarters manor. With Long Howren's assumption of residence, Ci-En and his cohort, dwelling in the courtyard opposite the Long clan's abode, were filled with profound sentiments. This Master Imo bears a considerable grudge, Elder Qin remarked, shaking his head. Ci-En, however, harbored alternative conjectures. Is it at all conceivable that Mu Yunxi was the perpetrator? Elder Qin paused, then chuckled dismissively, shaking his head. Impossible. Why? Ci-En countered. Does it even need to be asked? Elder Qin responded. Wu Dao resides in that very vicinity. It is rumored that prior to the assault on Long Xiaoyu, 2 rank 6 Dark Blood Dragon Guards were slain first. Rank 6, and Dark Elemental Adepts at that, are exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Mu Yunxi, for all her genius, is merely rank 4. How could she have possibly slain those 2 in an instant? and then proceeded to overpower Long Xiaoyu, all while evading capture. Elder Qin surmised that the young master was overestimating the young lady to some extent. However, the points raised by him had indeed crossed Si Yin's mind. Yet there remained one glaring inconsistency that perplexed him. If it were truly Master Mo who had made a move, how could Long Xiaoyu possibly have been spared? This revelation left Qin Lao momentarily stunned, truly taken aback. Indeed, if Master Mo had intervened, Long Xiaoyu would have had no chance of survival. Yet, if not Master Mo, who could execute a killing blow right beneath the eyes of the Dao-seeking? Perhaps it was a collaboration. Master Mo dispatched the Dark Blood Dragon Guard, while Mu Yunxi eliminated Long Xiaoyu? This was the only explanation Qin Lao could muster, for otherwise, the situation simply did not add up, and even this reasoning was something Si Yin could begrudgingly accept. Perhaps, with a soft sigh, Si Yin reflected on the peculiarities of Xinla Emperor City. He had only arrived a day prior yet had already witnessed two peak confrontations. Should he linger further? One could only wonder if the Four Directions manor would be reduced to ruins, a thought that sparked a hint of anticipation. Nevertheless, Qin Lao, activate our strongest defensive array and maintain the highest level of defense at all times. Si Yin commanded. Qin Lao paused, astonished. Did the young master believe that Master Mo would strike again? It is uncertain, but it is better to be prepared. Si Yin felt that readiness was prudent. He sensed that this matter was far from over. Yet whether it would be the Dragon Sect retaliating or the Imperial Master S estate striking again against the Dragon Sect remained ambiguous. With that Haoquan presiding, it was highly probable that the Dragon Sect would indeed retaliate, was it not? Were there only two of the Dark Blood Dragon Guards? Could the Dragon Sect orchestrate an assassination of Mu Yunxi within the Imperial Master S estate? At the Imperial Master S estate, a melancholic sigh escaped the beautiful master, primarily pondering the implications of the young lady's impending mission against the Dragon Sect. Meanwhile, Long Howren had entered the Four Directions manor. Did he not need to first draw the attention away? The young master Xiaochu was perplexed by his Uncle Mei's thoughts and the reason for his sigh. The Imperial Preceptor had suggested clearing away some bothersome individuals for his mother. Xiaochu immediately shook his head, asserting that his mother was capable and didn't require assistance. The Imperial Preceptor cast a sidelong glance at the confident child, suggesting they wait, as the young woman might yet deliver another surprise. Thus, the Grand Imperial Preceptor Rome, engrossed in cultivation, did not provoke Long Howren. Long Howren, having narrowly escaped disaster, was now inspecting the scene of the incident. There was no trace of Master Mo's aura. Given that the assailant was a master of dark attributes, he wondered if someone was attempting to exploit the situation. He pondered whether Master Mo had concealed his presence or altered his aura, something he believed the enigmatic Master Mo was capable of. Wu Dao responded that if she had been present, he would have detected her. However, Long Howren countered, what if Master Mo had concealed her? Wu Dao conceded that it was likely either Master Mo or someone else exploiting the situation, such as the Lion Sect. Given that Si Yin had arrived and the Lion Sect had numerous practitioners of dark arts, Long Howren speculated that such a possibility could not be ruled out. Wu Dao assessed the probability of this scenario at 30%, noting that while the various human realm forces maintained a semblance of harmony, they were fiercely competitive in secret. With the opening of the Spirit Mansion imminent, it was plausible that factions would attempt to eliminate formidable rivals outside the mansion to gain an advantage. Before the opening of the Spirit Mansion in previous years, many prodigies have perished within the celestial city of Xianla. However, it is rare for individuals of extraordinary lineage, such as Long Xiaowang and Long Xiaoyu, to meet such a fate. This time, with 3 months remaining until the Spirit Mansion's unveiling, only 2 factions have arrived. And the most formidable talent from one faction has already been extinguished, with the time of death spanning less than 3 days. In past instances, a powerful overseer at the traveler level could quell the surging tides from all sides. Yet now, Wu Dao feels an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, he expresses his gratitude to Hao Jiwen with a bow. Long Howren waves his hand dismissively, saying nothing further, though his mind is rife with contemplation. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi, who has already entered the celestial realm, remains unaware that Long Howren has taken command at the Four Directions mansion. Thus, she resolves to eliminate all members of the Long clan. Otherwise, she may never have another opportunity to act and might even find herself captured. In her private musings, Mu Yunxi reflects on her insufficient stealth. Although her lack of power plays a role, she believes that if she could become a part of the darkness, no, not merely that, but if she could transform into dark matter, existing throughout the heavens and the universe, omnipresent yet unnoticed, Would anyone still be able to perceive her? At this moment, Mu Yunxi considers that perhaps she can transcend the insights of Shinno, utilizing her past experiences to grasp a deeper essence of assassination. In this world, due to varying physiques and the distinct energies of heaven and earth, some individuals can cultivate to become akin to transformed super beings. Therefore, does dark matter exist in this realm? It must. But without specific detection instruments, how could she perceive its presence? Subsequently, she must integrate with them, becoming a constituent of dark matter. From Mu Yunxi's perspective, the spiritual perception of a spirit guide is, in fact, quite unique. In the absence of high-tech dark matter detection, she might be able to perceive them through her spiritual sense. And this period of meditation lasted for 2 months. Yet, she remained unperturbed, continuing to focus her perception, subtly transforming herself into a part of the primal chaos wonderland. Outside the wonderland, it was already late at night. The silent Mu Yunxi emerged from the wonderland at a certain moment. Buzz. The wonderland trembled slightly, evidently startled by Mu Yunxi. Because Mu Yunxi did not communicate with the wonderland during this departure, she exited on her own, and upon emerging, no one noticed. Even a certain imperial preceptor failed to immediately perceive anything. However, the dragon-shaped shadow at the center of his brow flickered, causing a slight stirring in his heart, and he directed his perception towards the cultivation room where the young lady was. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the young lady had emerged, and she was staring blankly at her own hand, quite strangely. What's wrong? Rong Lin inquired with curiosity as he swiftly approached, while also continuously observing the young lady, sensing some subtle change in her. Mu Yunxi shook her head. I can't quite explain it. I seem to have sensed them. But it's not very stable, but I can confirm that they are here. They are in the wonderland. They're also outside. And the concentration seems to be even greater outside, because in the outside world, she seems to be able to perceive them more clearly. Them? Grasping the crux of the matter, a flickering dragon-shaped light appeared at the center of her forehead. Mu Yunxi soon realized that when the light stirred subtly, a faint aura of dark matter within her perception seemed to become more animated. This revelation brightened her eyes as she swiftly re-established her awareness of these activated substances, enabling her to better comprehend their patterns of existence. The master of the empire is indeed marvelous. It is essential to understand that dark matter typically embodies a state of indifference. At least from Mu Yunxi's perspective, it is characterized by stability, tranquility, and a lack of disturbance. Yet, the master of the empire can evidently instigate their agitation. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Could he possibly be a child of dark matter? Contemplating this, Mu Yunxi instinctively reached out to touch the master of the empire, driven by a scientist's curiosity. She sought to perceive him. The silent master allowed the young lady to explore him freely, in a subtle manner. He sensed that her touch bore a certain enchantment. Within his consciousness, images flickered, both unfamiliar and yet familiar. Father? Mother? The unintentional murmurs of Rong Lin caused a tumult within his mind. On a side note, additional content is here. This is to express gratitude to the previous supporter, Qingzi, for comforting me and gifting me the crystal spinning top. I later calculated that it cost 2,500 RMB each, quite the expense. Qingzi may find the group number in the introduction and join to verify with the management to receive a tangible gift for the family of 3 as a token of appreciation. The red envelope can be fully refunded, and participation in the peripheral prize draw is still ongoing. For those who have yet to join, hurry up. 7017K Chapter 85. Double Kill. The God of Assassination, Shi Huang. The influx of images grows ever more numerous. Some are relatively clear, while others remain shrouded in ambiguity. Chaotic and disordered. Rong Ling instinctively yearns to perceive them with greater clarity, but alas, the venom within him retaliates. Caught off guard. His meridians and even the surface of his organs are corroded. Not your concern. Rong Ling promptly gestures to suppress the poison before demanding, proceed. The somewhat awkward Mu Yunxi declines, no, I cannot. Did you not wish to? Rong Ling inquires with a raised brow, signaling her to continue resolutely. Eager to oblige. Mu Yunxi extends her hand, shall I continue then? Indeed. Rong Ling, yearning to see the previous images with utmost clarity, feels an unspoken urgency. Regrettably, Mu Yunxi, as she touches him again, fails to render those indistinct visions any clearer. Instead, as her delicate hand roams, he finds himself growing warm, a sensation akin to kindling a fierce flame. Compelled to grasp her hand, Rong Ling feels the need to restrain himself. Mu Yunxi gazes up in surprise, perplexed by his actions. With a slight arch of his brow, Rong Ling cautions, should you continue touching, we may find ourselves in a predicament. Instantly retracting her hand, Mu Yunxi laments. What a pity. Touching this fellow truly establishes a deeper connection with the subtly elusive dark matter. Noting the fondness in her eyes, Rongling playfully encourages, if you cannot bear to part, then continue. Let us discuss this later. With her desires restrained, Mu Yunxi decided against having a second child, feeling that it was enough for now. As she began to contemplate, her spiritual veins pulsed faintly, hinting at a transformation into dark matter, albeit subtly. However, Rongling could sense that although the young lady stood before him, she felt somewhat elusive, an imperceptible shift that stirred a sense of enlightenment within him. At that moment, Mu Yunxi inquired, "Do you think I will be discovered by Hao Jun if I go now?" "Not at all," Rongling assured her confidently. "As long as you maintain this state, there should be no significant issues." Gaining some assurance, Mu Yunxi decided to seize the cover of night for one last endeavor. "Then I shall bring Chu Chu along." With that, she expertly prepared the sleeping little Chu for the unfolding spectacle. Yet Mu Yunxi added, "You should stay behind. Take Chu Chu to the Imperial Masteress residence. Long Howren may come seeking conversation." Rongling nodded, feeling a tinge of regret at missing the opportunity to witness the young lady in action. Nevertheless, he understood that once Mu Yunxi took action, Long Howren would undoubtedly seek him out. Thus, he resigned to remain behind, playing the role of a quiet, handsome caretaker. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi had already vanished, heading towards the Four Directions mansion for her next strike. Inside the mansion, the unaware crowd had gathered, primarily due to the extraction of Long Xiaohuang's essence, which Aou was currently administering into Long Xiaoyu's body. Both Long Howren and Wu Dao stood guard nearby, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments, instilling Aou with utmost confidence. The rich, fiery essence of Long Xiaohuang's blood permeated Long Xiaoyu, palpably catalyzing the crimson blood lotus within him. The bud quivered delicately, on the cusp of blossoming, a sight to behold. Alas, overwhelmed, Long Xiaoyu coughed up blood, his meridians on the verge of rupture. Witnessing this, Long Howren produced a piece of lion crystal marrow, crushing it and forcefully guiding its essence into Long Xiaoyu's body. The gentle power of the lion crystal marrow swiftly healed the fractured meridians, encouraging the lotus bud to unfurl further. Long Qianfang watched with bated breath, anticipating a miracle. Under the collective gaze, the crimson blood lotus blossomed within Long Xiaoyu, revitalizing and stabilizing his life force. Furthermore, stimulated by both the crimson blood lotus and Long Xiaohuang's blood essence, Long Xiaoyu's bloodline trembled, poised for advancement. Wu Dao was taken aback, pondering whether Long Xiaoyu could seize this opportunity to elevate his bloodline, perhaps even awakening the fire origin meridian. If so, it would be a boon, indicating Long Xiaoyu's innate talent was merely a shade below Long Xiaohuang's. Aoyue, equally thrilled, exhorted Long Xiaoyu to remain steadfast, circulate his cultivation technique, and strive to reawaken his bloodline power, lest he squander the crimson blood lotus, lion crystal marrow, and the young master's essence, all invaluable treasures. Each item, on its own, is an invaluable treasure. Now, they are all being utilized on Long Xiaoyu, a testament to the immense resources Dragon Sect is expending. This has all been sanctioned by Long Wujiang, and for him, Long Xiaohuang's essence blood is undoubtedly the most precious, as he cherishes that son above all others. Daughters are not typically considered heirs, but circumstances have forced Long Wujiang's hand, as Dragon Sect has no other hope but Long Xiaoyu. Therefore, at this moment, Long Wujiang desires nothing more than Mu Yunxi's demise. He is once again pressing Qiong Sect, inquiring when their people will arrive in Xianla Imperial City. However, Long Wujiang understands that the distance between them causes delays in communication, and he does not believe Qiong Sect is deliberately neglecting him. Consequently, Long Wujiang is now messaging Aou, signaling that preparations should commence. Upon receiving the message, Aou comprehends with crystal clarity that Qiong Sect's assistance is imminent. He feels a surge of anticipation and excitement. His immediate task is to conceal Qiong Sect's clandestine arrival and to assist in creating opportunities to ensure their success in a single strike. Before entering the capital, he was privy to parts of the sect master's plan and surmises that the sect master intended for Lu Fan to retrieve Imosher. Alas, Lu Fan proved too inept. However, the advent of Hao Jiwen is undoubtedly a turning point, and Hao Jiwen should intervene when necessary. They must simply await Xiaoyu's recovery before making their move. As Aou observes Long Xiaoyu's progress and muses to himself, he envisions Mu Yunxi's death, stripped of her essence blood and inheritance. Yet, even as he concludes his thoughts, a silent blaze of fire erupted, piercing through Long Xiaoyu's heart and shattering the lotus blossom within. With a resounding crash, the already unstable Long Xiaoyu exploded into nothingness, reduced to ashes. The formidable power of her bloodline backfired, annihilating her entirely. The scene fell into a profound silence, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, unable to react. Even Long Howren was momentarily bewildered before he soared into the air, heading toward the Imperial Master's residence, exclaiming, "Rongling, you must die." In that fleeting moment of Long Xiaoyu's demise, Long Howren sensed nothing but the ominous aura of the fatal strike. Too late to intervene or extinguish the threat. You dare to slay Long Xiaoyu before me. Disregarding the law of the land, you are no different from a demon. With his power unleashed, Long Howren radiated an overwhelming presence. In stark contrast, Rongling appeared utterly innocent, seated before him alongside a formidable figure. The captured master of the Lion Clan, Si Qianma. This individual was the second guardian of Si Yin, tasked with covert protection, and held the rank of a 7th-grade revered master within the Si lineage. Unbeknownst to him, he had become an unwitting witness. Si Qianma, equally perplexed, began to comprehend his role in this unfolding drama. "Master Imo, you truly," he mused helplessly. The innocent Rongling extended his hand, summoning an immense gravitational force that pulled Long Howren into the residence. The latter, initially intent on resisting, found himself halted by the royal figure who sighed, "Haokuan, your repeated acts of violence suggest that you hold the lives of the citizens of our celestial melody imperial capital in contempt. I, Xianla, shall assuredly report this matter to the General Administration. The General Administration must provide an explanation." You, with some suppressed frustration, Long Howren ceased his resistance and entered the imperial tutor's residence, intending to directly question Ronglin, substantiate the accusations, and then take action. It is undoubtedly him. There is no escape, so there is no immediate rush. It was impulsive, primarily due to never having been so disregarded, leading to a moment of anger and a lack of consideration. However, at the very instant he entered the imperial tutor's residence, within the Four Directions manor, silent and imperceptible flames reappeared, and this time, the flames pierced through Aoyu's heart. A screech. The fire dragon finch, concealed within him, erupted instantly. Alas! The fire dragon finch could not save Aoyu. The moment it emerged, it was ensnared and absorbed by a fiery whip. This instantly enlightened Wu Dao, realizing that it was Mu Yunxi. It was actually you. In utter shock, Wu Dao simply could not articulate his emotions. But even after being recognized, Mu Yunxi did not cease her actions. She struck out once more, her target being Long Qianfang. How dare you? Extremely vigilant, Long Qianfang, being a 7th-grade expert, possessed some skill even without a title. He instinctively unleashed formidable flames, illuminating the entire Four Directions manor. This also triggered the defensive array disc on the lion's sect side, and a black tortoise emerged, shielding all the scattered flames. Alas, no matter how strong Long Qianfang's aura or how terrifying his protective flames, it was all in vain. Mu Yunxi had long discerned his weaknesses. Like a reaper of souls, Mu Yunxi was silent and imperceptible. In a swift strike, the powers of darkness and fire, amplified by the spiritual veins, rapidly breached Long Qianfang's defenses, piercing through his innermost organs. Yes, his innermost organs. Long Qianfang had sustained injuries to them in his early years, which had never fully healed, rendering them the most vulnerable part of his body. At this moment, pierced as if a dam had burst, he possessed no means of defense. The terrifying aspect of Mu Yunxi's attack had remained concealed until the very moment of Long Qianfang's demise. Even the enlightened could not perceive it. Only when Long Qianfang's organs were penetrated did the enlightened witness that strike. Yet still, Mu Yunxi remained unseen. How could this be? The enlightened's face paled in disbelief. How was this girl capable of killing before him while remaining hidden from his sight? Had she grown so powerful that even he, the enlightened, could not bear to gaze upon her? No, that was inconceivable. Even Hao Jun could not achieve such a feat. Mu Yunxi, an 18-year-old girl, one who had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, having just awakened her supreme spiritual body, how could she accomplish this? Yet the reality before him was undeniable. Save me. The despairing Long Qianfang felt the flicker of life ebbing rapidly. The enlightened rushed to stabilize his injuries. But alas, he was powerless. Mu Yunxi's strike carried an annihilating force. Whether or not there were crimson blood lotus seeds within Long Qianfang's body, he could not survive. He fell before the enlightened, eyes wide open in eternal death. Beside him lay Aoyu, who had long since departed this world. How could this be possible? The enlightened, utterly disoriented, found it incomprehensible, even gripped by a profound sense of dread. As a walker of the spirit pavilion, although he is also of the 7th rank, he is a formidable 7th rank with a title. His combat prowess far surpasses that of Long Qianfang. While Mu Yunxi can slay Long Qianfang, it is certain that she cannot defeat him. Yet, can she truly not? At this moment, Wu Dao is filled with uncertainty. However, Mu Yunxi's vengeance has not yet ceased. Just as Wu Dao is lost in despair, a scream echoes nearby. No. Help. The cries resonate through the air. Wu Dao hastily rushes over, only to behold the lifeless bodies of the blood-red dragon guards strewn across the ground. In this moment, within the 4 Directions Pavilion, all members of the dragon clan have perished, leaving no survivors. Shock. Silence. Such is the atmosphere of the 4 Directions Pavilion at this instant. Even the onlookers, including Xiyin and the guards of the pavilion, can only stand in astonishment. Silence reigns for a long, long time. Terrifying. Xiyin feels a tremor coursing through his entire being, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill. In their generation, they have produced a powerhouse like Mu Yunxi. How extraordinary. At merely 18 years of age, she has attained such strength? I must strive harder. Xiyin feels his blood boiling. Among his peers, none are his match. Even those of the previous generation fall short, leading him to believe he was the most formidable talent of his time. Yet now, in this moment, he realizes he is still lacking. Far from enough, Mu Yunxi. She is utterly captivating. Cough. At this juncture, Mu Yunxi finally reveals herself, standing coldly in the air above the 4 Directions Pavilion. Before Wu Dao and Xiyin can react, her voice reverberates throughout the celestial melody imperial capital. I declare, the dragon clan shall be obliterated. This is merely the beginning. Next, we shall turn our attention to the southern frontier. Long Wujian, prepare to meet your demise. As a side note, I have only just opened my account at noon yesterday, so the subscription event will conclude tonight at midnight. For those who have yet to participate, hurry and join. There are related posts in the comments section, and if you are unclear about anything, feel free to check there or find the group number in my profile to inquire with the administrators. Thank you for your support. I cherish you all. Chapter 86. The Imperial Teacher's strength is despairing. At this moment, far away in the southern frontier, Long Wujian remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, everyone in the Xianla imperial capital heard the proclamation. The common folk were largely unaffected, yet those acquainted with Mu Yunxi, those aware of the Long sect and Long Wujian, were left utterly astounded. Fierce, ruthless, unrelenting. This was the unified label bestowed upon Mu Yunxi by those who comprehended the implications of the statement. Has it not been a mere day? At this very moment, the Emperor of Xianla felt a sense of disorientation. If his memory served him well, Mu Yunxi had, at the stroke of midnight, delivered a fierce declaration to annihilate the Long sect. Remarkably, not even a full day had passed. The next midnight had yet to arrive, and the common people were still preparing for slumber when Mu Yunxi had eradicated the entirety of the Long sect in Xianla imperial capital. Lianren, am I mistaken? Or have I inadvertently entered a secret realm, emerging years later? The Emperor of Xianla could not help but ponder whether there truly existed a secret realm with his ancestors. Otherwise, how could Long Haren have taken Mu Yunxi inside for just a brief moment, only to emerge and hear of the calamity at the 4 Directions mansion? Initially, it was presumed that Master Mo was behind it. Yet now it is evident that it was indeed Mu Yunxi who orchestrated it. Thus, it seems that the ancestral realm truly harbors a temporal secret. He merely lingered there for a short while outside, years have elapsed. Otherwise, how could Mu Yunxi have progressed so astonishingly? It must be the case. Terrifying. The dazed Lianren found himself in a stupor, entirely oblivious to the inquiries of Emperor Xianla. All he knew was that he had not ventured anywhere. He had genuinely spent a day. Yet, in just that one day, the heavens of the capital had transformed. Mu Yunxi's rate of growth is nothing short of astonishing. How could this be? The most shocked were undoubtedly the members of the Mu family at this moment. From the humble servants to Mu Yunxiong, they all felt that Mu Yunxi was no longer the person they once knew, nor the one who had departed from their household. Absolutely not. How could she be the same? In the Imperial Master's residence, Long Haren's gaze darkened. He could no longer maintain his composure. Yet, the esteemed master still wore a genial smile, proclaiming, "See, I have told you that it was not I who struck. Do you still not believe? How could this be?" Si Qianma stared blankly into the void, sensing the aura emanating from the 4 Directions mansion, utterly incredulous. In less than a day, Mu Yunxi had eradicated all members of the dragon sect, including Long Qianfang and Ao Yi. Even the path of enlightenment could not impede her. How was this accomplished? Si Qianma felt that this was beyond the capabilities of any mere mortal. What has become of this world, and why does it evolve with such rapidity? Could it be that the Imperial Preceptor's residence possesses a temporal anomaly, where a brief respite for tea translates to years, even decades, in the outside world? Yet, Long Howren was acutely aware that no temporal distortion existed here. It was merely the erased power, emanating from the youth before him, that suppressed him, hindering his timely aid to Aou and the others in the Xifang prefecture. Rong Lin, you are abetting wickedness. It was agreed that the general administration would not interfere in the conflict between the dragon sect and my little wife. Long Howren, maintain composure, do not be angered. Partake in tea. The Grand Imperial Preceptor Rong smiled amiably, his spirits exceptionally high. Although he had anticipated that his little wife would perform admirably, the outcome still astonished him. Ah, little wife, I find myself increasingly enamored. Even without ascending into the sky, Rong Lin's vision remained unimpaired. He could clearly discern the radiant young woman standing atop the Xifang prefecture. She was but 18 years of age, yet her brilliance eclipsed even the moon in the heavens. The stars themselves paled in comparison. Truly beautiful. Rong Lin gazed with infatuation, even contemplating rousing the little cub in his arms to share in the spectacle. Ahem. Prior to this, he had considered Qin Lao to be adequate, and the Lion Sect's Guardian Array Disc to be formidable. Thus, his presence or absence was inconsequential. However, he no longer held that belief. Damn it, Mu Yunxi was no ordinary person. However, Si Qianma's concerns were clearly excessive. Mu Yunxi paid Si Yin no heed. She was even unaware of his presence within the Xifang prefecture. Mu Yunxi immediately drew her blade, vigilant and wary. Do you intend to kill me? No. Do not misunderstand. Wu Dao immediately denied. In truth, even in her current state, Mu Yunxi exuded an aura of formidable power to Wu Dao. As long as he desires. It feels as though a mere slap could shatter everything. Yet, he refrains from striking, not out of fear of Master Mo, but rather due to a profound apprehension of Mu Yunxi herself. This sentiment leaves Wu Dao in a state of inner turmoil. Nevertheless, the truth remains, he has no intention of resorting to violence, merely wishing to inquire, what brings us to this juncture? With your exceptional talent, you need not concern yourself with such individuals. I initially dismissed them, she retorted, yet they incessantly provoke me. At this moment, does she still bear the blame? Mu Yunxi was decidedly displeased. Was it her obligation to entertain these nuisances? They persistently harass her without cease. Given the circumstances, it seems most prudent to eradicate them. Lest one day, through negligence, she finds herself in a precarious situation. Moreover, if they remain unvanquished, they would merely become pests, seeking to latch onto her. How tiresome. Her demeanor rendered Wu Dao speechless. To be candid, is Mu Yunxi truly at fault? It appears not. The matter concerning young Dragon Emperor ensures that the Long clan will not relent. Furthermore, both Mu Yunxi and Master Mo are individuals averse to compromise, and thus, the conflict shall only intensify. So be it. Wu Dao, having withdrawn, ceased his attempts at persuasion. He previously believed that kindness towards others was a virtue. Yet, he is not Mu Yunxi. He himself is inclined towards benevolence, a trait entwined with his Buddhist practice. In contrast, Mu Yunxi does not follow the path of Buddhism. Her path is evidently that of an unparalleled genius. Her unwavering resolve propels her forward, vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. When paths diverge, one should not oppose. Wu Dao comprehended this truth, thus he retreated. Certainly, he never intended to resort to force from the very beginning. He was simply intimidated. The traveler has retreated. Truly deserving of the title of the one who vowed to suppress the contemporary prodigies. Observing the entire process, Seeing frequently expressed his admiration, becoming quite enamored. This caused some concern for Elder Qin. Thus, after Mu Yunxi departed, Elder Qin felt compelled to earnestly advise, young master, no matter how exceptional she may be, she is still someone else's. Do not act foolishly. Remember, dragon young master, the lessons of the past. Elder Qin feared that his young master, due to his excessive fondness for her, might indeed act unwisely. They were all once youthful and impetuous. Who hasn't been moved by beauty? Yet this beauty is extraordinarily formidable. A common person cannot contain her. I am aware and do not harbor any delusions, yet that does not hinder my admiration for her. Si Yin's heart was as clear as a mirror, yet this clarity did not prevent him from appreciating and liking the young lady. Very well. Elder Qin decided to say no more. As long as the young master refrained from foolishness, that would suffice. I have not overstepped any boundaries. Is that not acceptable? Seyin retorted dismissively. Though still somewhat unconvinced, Seyin did not entirely disregard the advice, replying, "All right, I shall refrain from speaking of it in public. That is your redeeming quality. You heed counsel." Elder Qin felt much more at ease. Seyin smiled and inquired, "How is Hao Jun? Has he been subdued?" "Yes, but it is likely that conflict will arise." I did not dare linger, so I withdrew hastily. Si Qianma was acutely aware of his own capabilities and wished not to become an unwitting participant in that turmoil. Furthermore, he suggested, "Let us send a message to the sect, requesting the sect master to summon Si Hong. With only my presence, it will not suffice to maintain order." Old Qin deeply agreed, recognizing the necessity of the situation. With 3 months remaining until the opening of the Spirit Mansion, the impending chaos was uncertain. The combat strength of our lion sect is woefully inadequate. Si did not boast, promptly contacting his father. Meanwhile, on the side of the Imperial Master's estate, preparations for battle were underway. As Mu Yunxi arrived, Long Howren's aura fluctuated violently. Unfortunately, this was the Imperial Master's territory, and the array's power suppressed him fiercely. The Imperial Master even had the leisure to entrust the child in his arms to the young lady, asking her to take care of it. Upon receiving the small infant, Mu Yunxi sensed a mysterious aura enveloping the child, capable of shielding it from all distractions. Even at midnight, the Imperial Master remained attentive. But Mu Yunxi glanced with concern at the Imperial Master, questioning his capability. Did he not have ample experience in such matters? The astonished Emperor Rong seemed perplexed by the young lady's lingering doubts. Mu Yunxi, understanding instantly, stepped back with the infant. At this moment, if he could still joke, it was likely he would manage just fine. With a gentle smile that resembled blooming peach blossoms in spring, the Imperial Master indeed exuded a sense of assured victory. Inciting Long Howren's fury. In a fit of rage, Long Howren unleashed his full power, shattering the array of the Imperial Master's estate. The estate trembled violently, with cracks appearing in several places. However, a powerful force emanating from deep within the royal palace dissipated the residual shockwaves of the shattered array, safeguarding the surrounding civilian dwellings. If the two were to fight, let them do so in an uninhabited area. Aware that restraining the palace's occupant was futile, he merely implored the pair to distance themselves, lest innocents suffer. "Master Mo, let us depart." With a disdainful snort, Long Howren gestured, signaling their exit. Responding to the summons, Rong Lin took the lead, ensuring his petite consort was safely escorted to the Dan King's manor. The Dan King's consort, receiving her niece and her children, could only acknowledge Master Mo's thoughtfulness in ensuring the family's well-being before his departure, a sign of a conscience. The Dan King, grumbling, conceded some satisfaction. His concern for the mother and children at such a juncture indicated genuine affection. "I yearn to witness the events," lamented Mu Yunxi, her desire unfulfilled. "Enough." The Dan King, exasperated, insisted, "Remain here in the manor and refrain from reckless wandering." "I harbor no fear," Mu Yunxi asserted, confident in the sanctuary of her mystic realm. Indeed, she had employed it during the assassination, slipping within after each strike, ensuring her actions remained undetected before emerging for the decisive blow, a flawless strategy. Save for the realm's limitation of re-emergence at the point of entry, hindering her mobility. Yet, she acknowledged its effectiveness, tempering her expectations. After contemplation, Mu Yunxi resolved to observe, stating, "I shall stealthily approach, act as though I remain here, and provide cover." "Nay," the Dan King vehemently opposed. "The peril is too great. The aftermath of such a battle could obliterate you." "I shall not draw near," Mu Yunxi declared, her resolve unwavering, as she once more vanished into the ether. The Dan King's consort, keenly aware, expressed astonishment. "Is this the power you wielded during the assassination?" Upon finishing her words, Mu Yunxi swiftly vanished. The Dan Wang had no time to intervene. He was powerless to stop her. He had already lost track of Mu Yunxi. What a predicament! Alas, there was no way to hinder her. The Dan Wangfei was also experiencing a headache and could only comply with her request for protection. Yet, while she could go alone, the little one must remain behind. The child was so small. The Dan Wang was at a loss for words. However, after disappearing, Mu Yunxi placed the little cub into the celestial realm, a place of safety. As she followed her instincts towards the site of the confrontation between a certain imperial teacher and Long Howren, she sensed an overwhelming aura approaching her location. Who is it? A golden light swept across. The might of a dragon split the stone. Clearly, it was a powerful ally from the Qiong sect responding to Long Howren. Moreover, It was evident that they had detected Mu Yunxi's presence. However, a side note, here it comes. In a single day, over 20,000 words have been updated. Surely, one must cast a vote for the esteemed author. The full subscription event is still ongoing. Those who have not yet participated should hurry. 7017K Chapter 87. The Rescue of the Beautiful Wife from the Spirit Mansion. 1 update, seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. The Cheong sect's powerful figure, having unleashed an attack, soon realized he had swept nothing at all. HM? Confused. He stepped out from his concealment and personally approached the original location of Mu Yunxi, conducting a thorough investigation. The outcome, naturally, revealed nothing, prompting a frown before departing. However, the perplexed expert from the Cheong sect muttered to himself and vanished once more. After a prolonged interval, he reappeared, truly cautious and rather troublesome. Mu Yunxi harbored concerns that should this individual ally with Long Howren, a certain imperial master might suffer. The subtlety of the situation suggested that this was likely a member of the Long sect. With discernment, Mu Yunxi continued to lie in wait for a while longer, ensuring that the formidable presence had not returned. Only then did she cautiously emerge, resuming her stealthy approach toward the battlefield she sensed ahead. Meanwhile, Long Howren, who had been relentlessly suppressed by a certain imperial master, felt utterly stifled. "Have you ascended to the realm of the immortal?" He scoffed. "How is that even possible?" Rong Ling, appearing quite at ease, earnestly stated, "I am merely a 7th-tier master, as verified by the general administration." Humph. Long Howren did not believe a single word. Although the general administration's assessments were indeed authoritative, he refused to accept that he, an apex 8th-tier expert, could be overwhelmed by a mere 7th tier. No matter how extraordinary that 7th-tier master might be, he could not possibly triumph over him in sheer strength. Yet, he found himself continuously under duress. Each of his attempts to strike seemed to be anticipated by Rong Ling, who deftly countered him. After battling for an extended period, he had yet to land a blow on Rong Ling's garments, instead finding himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Faced with frequent peril, his frustration only mounted. Where were the Cheong sect members? Why had they not yet arrived? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Rong Ling seemed to read his thoughts, chuckling. "The one you await has indeed arrived. Unfortunately, he dares not make a move." Long Howren was taken aback, yet he feigned a mocking smile and said, "Rong Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? Waiting for whom? Is there anyone nearby? You are truly paranoid. Does anyone wish to deceive you?" With a faint smile, Rong Lin replied, "If you say there is no one, then let it be so. As long as you are content, I am in no rush. Before long, you shall be worn down by me." "Damn it." Long Howren seethed with rage. "If you possess the courage, do not continuously suppress me. Let me unleash my full power against you." "Do you think I am a fool?" Rong Lin curiously countered. "If I have the ability to suppress you, why would I allow you to unleash your might?" "You," Long Howren stammered. "Moreover, whether I possess courage or not is well known to all. My offspring have grown so large, yet you, sir, seem lacking in that regard. You scoundrel." Long Howren thought to himself that if he was crushed by suppression, he would surely die of anger first. This damned ink master, why was his tongue so sharp? Mu Yunxi also felt that the imperial master truly knew how to provoke others. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he truly felt this way, though it seemed to indicate that he was struggling somewhat. Otherwise, why engage in such pointless banter? The hidden powerhouse of the Cheong sect shared this sentiment. He had studied Rong Lin and knew that this individual preferred decisive action, finishing encounters with a single strike. The prolonged exchange with Long Howren clearly indicated that he was at a disadvantage. Indeed, if this stalemate continued, he would have the opportunity to strike. If not to deliver a fatal blow, at least to inflict significant damage. Thus, the concealed powerhouse of the Cheong sect remained in wait, anticipating the right moment to act. Long Howren gradually found himself unable to endure any longer. However, at this moment, he harbored suspicions that the members of the Cheong sect must have arrived. He sensed that Rong Ling was deliberately conserving his strength, waiting for the opponent to make a move. Yet, if this continued, he might be the one to perish first. The Cheong sect members were truly unreliable. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he could not remain passive. With a deepening gaze, he declared, "Do you truly believe, my lord, that I cannot contend with you? You may wish to test that." Rong Ling responded with a meaningful tone. Long Howren's heart skipped a beat, yet he seized the opportunity. A strike pierced through his chest. Curse be it, just when he was on the brink of severe injury. Long Howren thought no more. He immediately activated the poison curse. With a sudden surge, Rong Ling, who was momentarily ensnared by the lethal toxin within, spat out blood, blood as dark as night. Mu Yunxi was taken aback, her expression darkening as she sensed impending doom. At that very moment, embraced death. The Qiong sect's powerful warrior, akin to a serpent's venom, struck swiftly at Rongling with a fatal blow. Alas, although this attack was formidable, the esteemed Master Rong merely smiled. In the next instant, a roar erupted. An unseen dragon's roar emanated from the center of Rongling's brow, unleashing boundless destruction. The dark aura burst forth instantaneously, shattering the sneak attack of the Qiong sect warrior, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the latter's forehead. Blood splattered from the brow of the Qiong sect warrior, who left no name behind before meeting his demise. This, evidently, was the true combat prowess of the esteemed master. No matter how strong or patient one might be, a single strike could spell death. And that was not all. Roar. My goodness. Mu Yunxi was utterly stunned. This fellow, appearing so beautiful, was in truth a carnivorous flower. Long Howren was also taken aback, immediately releasing a venomous bug, which exploded. This toxic creature hailed from ancient ruins. As the explosion occurred, poisonous mist swirled around. However, Rongling did not falter. He absorbed it all. No, to be precise, he willingly devoured it all. Insanity. Long Howren was dumbfounded. What kind of madman is this? Mu Yunxi was equally astonished, yet at this moment, she remained unmoved. With a soft sound, Rongling, who had consumed the poisonous bug, spat blood once more. His entire being turned dark, an ominous aura shadowing his brow. Long Howren focused intently and realized that the poison had seeped into his very marrow. What an opportunity. Rongling, you truly astonish me, he remarked. As he dispelled the radiant light around him and drew forth his sword, his aura surging ominously. Clearly, he intended to take advantage of Rongling's imminent demise due to the potent toxin. Mu Yunxi felt a surge of urgency but found herself powerless to intervene. This level of conflict was beyond her capability. She could only. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Mu Yunxi retreated. This brought a sigh of relief to his certain imperial master who had sensed her presence. While others were oblivious to the young lady, he was acutely aware. Heaven knows the fright he endured upon sensing both the arrival of the Qiong sect members and the young lady. Although he had suspected she would come, when she actually appeared, his heart shook with disbelief. What audacity! Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of retreating, for he truly was poisoned and found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Cough. As Rongling coughed up blood repeatedly, he absorbed the potent toxin while maneuvering against Long Howren, appearing somewhat passive. Yet he paid little mind to it. Even as his elegantly flowing robe was relentlessly shredded and torn, it mattered little to him. His ultimate goal was to devour the venomous curse. Now, after being struck a couple of times, once he suppresses the deadly poison, he could easily crush Long Howren. Sighing softly, Rongling felt a tinge of regret. The young lady did not witness this spectacle. How heart-wrenching it would have been for her. How splendid it could have been. As he retreated while pondering, Rongling's focus waned, which incited Long Howren's ire. You are truly courting death. Even in such a state, you dare to be distracted? Do you believe you can slay me? Rongling raised an eyebrow in retort, devoid of any mockery, for it was unnecessary. Long Howren felt slighted, yet instead of anger, he unleashed a palm strike into the void. Bang! The force of the strike erupted into a dazzling blaze, akin to a signal, visible even from the capital. Upon witnessing the signal, Lu Fan, lurking in the outskirts of the capital, immediately sprang into action, swiftly and stealthily making his way over. Upon arrival, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the disheveled Rongling. Look at you now, with a handkerchief. Rongling wiped the dark blood from the corner of his lips, resembling a figure amidst a battlefield, enveloped in a sinister aura. His resplendent crimson robe radiating an even more blinding brilliance, making it hard to gaze directly at him. Lu Fan scoffed coldly, enough with the bluster. You are finished. I can sense it. Sighing lightly, Rongling replied, whether I am finished or not is not for you to decide. It is my young lady who holds that authority. You. Lu Fan was at a loss for words, choosing to forego further banter. He immediately drew his sword, and with a single slash, the air split open with sparks, showcasing a force capable of rending space itself. Regrettably, although his strike was formidable, however, he could not strike Rongling at all. The latter had already evaded with remarkable agility, refusing to foolishly remain there to be struck. Furthermore, at that very moment, a dragon-shaped dark radiance flickered forth from his forehead, and he slightly curled his cold, thin lips. In the next instant, a hum resounded. Likewise penetrating the forehead, it annihilated all of Lu Fan. Not a single word could be uttered. He was already dead. It was as simple as that. Long Howren, you have been using me to aid in your fishing. At this moment, if Long Howren still failed to comprehend, he would indeed be a fool. A formidable figure from the Cheong sect, a powerful individual from the Mo sect. Both met their demise with a single blow. Though Long Howren was stronger than Lu Fan, he was not significantly more powerful than the individual from the Cheong sect. Given that Lu Fan, who had emerged victorious, could be slain in one strike, what fate awaited him, who had been worn down after so long? Damn it! Filled with trepidation, Long Howren contemplated retreating. He could sense the immense terror emanating from this young man, who was cunningly utilizing him as bait, luring out and eliminating his hidden allies one after another. Surely, it would soon be his turn. This scoundrel. They should have attacked together from the very beginning. Now, two were dead, and only he remained. Rongling, let us make a deal. If you spare me, we can put this matter behind us. How does that sound? Long Howren was genuinely afraid and sought to negotiate. If they did not reach an agreement now, he scarcely dared to leave, fearing some hidden conspiracy. A mere turn of his back could spell his doom. Yet, the esteemed Rong, the master of the great empire, replied, "Your words are misplaced. I, a mere seventh-tier master, have been worn down by the three of you in a relentless battle, and it is you who should release me. Enough. There is no one left. You need not fish any longer." Long Howren's complexion was a pallid green. "Release me, and we shall consider it a clean slate, shall we? Is there truly no one left?" Rongling inquired with skepticism. "Is this the extent of the Dragon Clan's connections?" Long Howren, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You are indeed fishing for information. You despicable wretch." What had initially been uncertainty for Long Howren had now transformed into absolute conviction. Damn it, this fiend is truly malicious. To possess such strength, yet feign weakness, causing countless deaths on my side. And I, a fool, have been used as bait for this insidious trap. Damn it, I feel as if I could explode with fury. I care not if I perish in battle, for I can no longer endure this humiliation. However, at that very moment, a resonant hum echoed through the air above the immortal music imperial capital, where dense spiritual energy surged forth. What is this? A disturbance in the spiritual manner. Rongling mused, surprised as he sensed the source. Long Howren seized the opportunity to flee, but alas, he was intercepted by the imperial master, who stood before him. "Where do you think you are going? The battle is far from over." "You," Long Howren fumed, "do not push me to my limits. Is it true? Do you still possess that venomous poison?" Rongling's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. Long Howren felt a chill run down his spine. This adversary was overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume him, the vibrations emanating from the direction of the capital intensified. And that was not all. In the void, a mysterious estate gradually manifested. The spiritual manners of the four clans. Rongling was genuinely astonished, but soon his surprise morphed into profound delight. Though he had not been explicitly named, Rongling understood that the young lady in question was indeed calling for him. Thus, after the young lady took her leave, she ventured to activate the four-clan spirit manor. Was it to rescue herself? However, how could she possibly initiate the spirit manor 3 months in advance? It is utterly incredible, yet brings immense joy. She has arrived. Ronglin soared through the air, disregarding Long Howren entirely. Long Howren. What does this mean? Little did he know, the esteemed Grand Master truly had no time to spare. At this moment, he was eager to rush to the young lady's side. She is simply remarkable. And just as the Grand Master reached the capital, a hum resonated through the air. In a side note, the next update will also be at noon, 7017K, Chapter 88. 8,000 miles of assistance. What a good person. A second update is requested, seeking votes. The four-clan spirit manor has vividly manifested. It truly appeared ahead of schedule. How is this possible? Many gasped in disbelief. Such an event has never occurred in 1,000 years. How can one not be astonished? What is even more alarming is that this was evidently triggered by human intervention. The instigator appears to be none other than Mu Yunxi. Oh heavens! Is this truly human? At this moment, countless individuals express their amazement. Their cries echoing in the air, releasing their feelings of disbelief. Indeed, the unparalleled spirit, occurring once in 10,000 years, surpasses any ordinary being. With a mixture of gratitude and bittersweet realization, the protagonist's emotions were complex. He felt as if he were losing his hair from stress. Otherwise, he would have wished to witness such an extraordinary event. However, He soon discerned that while the spirit manor had indeed manifested, its gates remained firmly closed. Was this a failure? Cough. The ailing Emperor Rong, who was coughing up blood, felt a tinge of confusion, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. At that moment, Mu Yunxi was evidently still engaging in communication with the spirit mansion, her complexion slightly pallid. Clearly, such a summoning was no trivial endeavor for her. But its implications were profound enough to incite a stir. How could this be? The young master of the Qiong sect, upon entering the celestial melody imperial capital, stood in stunned silence. Many pondered whether, had they not rushed, they might have missed this opportunity altogether. Who could predict if the portal would reopen in 3 months' time? It seemed unlikely. Hence, at this very moment, the atmosphere within the Tiger sect was chaotic as they witnessed the sudden appearance of the spirit mansion. Hurry! Accelerate! Time is of the essence. Damn it! Why did the spirit mansion manifest so prematurely? Could it be related to that supreme awakened spirit? The members of the Tiger sect were in a frenzy, hastening their journey while speculating wildly, yet the lack of information rendered them incapable of drawing any conclusions. However, the headquarters of each sect was already in turmoil. Numerous reclusive individuals had emerged from their seclusion. After all, although the four-clan spirit mansion resided above the celestial melody imperial capital, its emergence was akin to the heartbeat of the world. No matter where one was, it was visible. How could it appear so much earlier? Meanwhile, Long Wujing, still oblivious to the near failure of the plan, murmured to himself, until the message from Long Howren rendered his expression a deep shade of pale. Damn it! Is Rong Lin truly this formidable? Long Wujing found it hard to believe. Harboring doubts, especially since neither Qiong sect, Lu Fan, nor Long Howren had genuinely unleashed their powers. Could it truly be over? In disbelief, Long Wujing communicated. How could this be possible? Your sect's third elder possesses 8th grade strength, does he not? Indeed, it is gone. The soul jade has shattered. Has there been some error? Jin Bai Lai furrowed his brow, lamenting the loss of an 8th tier expert. The repercussions for the Qiong sect are indeed severe. Uncertain. Yet Hao Jun has just conveyed that Mo Shi has grown alarmingly powerful, likely having ascended to the status of an immortal master. Long Wujiang transmitted this message with utmost sincerity. Impossible. Jin Bai Lai was utterly convinced the lineage of immortal masters had been severed for countless millennia. No one has managed to transcend this threshold. Hao Jun must be spouting nonsense. Long Wujiang fell silent, aware of the underlying truths. He had wondered if he was lagging behind in news, yet it now appeared that within the human realm, the legacy of immortal masters had not yet manifested. Thus, only one possibility remains. Hao Jun has gained benefits but failed to deliver results. Otherwise, failure would be inconceivable. Lu Fan is also a near 8th tier existence. 2 8th tier experts and 1 near 8th tier could not subdue a poisoned Mo Shi, hindered by the venomous curse. By any calculation, failure should not have been an option. Alas, the transaction is hereby annulled. Long Wujiang felt disheartened. After all, the elder who had departed from the Long sect had lost interest in it, which was understandable. Yet Jin Bai Lai was unwilling to concede so easily. What then? Should we continue to bolster him, empowering him further? Long Wujiang retorted. Consequently, Long Haoran transmitted another message, informing him that Ao Yi and Long Qianfang's group had been entirely annihilated by Mu Yunxi, urging Long Wujiang to dispatch younger talents to the immortal music imperial capital, lest they miss the opening of the spirit mansion. What? He was still unaware that Ao Yi's entire party had been wiped out. However, the steward in charge of the Soul Jade has come to report. Esteemed master, just now, the Soul Jade of young Lady Xiaoyu, Protector Ao, Elder Qianfang, and others has shattered. Damn it! Long Wujiang was consumed by rage, shattering countless decorations within the hall. The steward outside did not dare to utter a single word, having long since retreated, fearful of being turned to dust alongside the wreckage. Mu Yunxi, our sect will not rest until we settle this. Long Wujiang had never imagined that his esteemed dragon sect would suffer such a loss at the hands of mere youngsters. This time, even if it meant wagering the entirety of the dragon sect, he would confront Mu Yunxi and Rong Ling to the bitter end. This is an egregious affront, an intolerable offense. Long Wujiang, in his relentless fury, once again sought the aid of Jean Bailey. Initially, he thought Rong Ling was too formidable, contemplating a temporary retreat. But now, retreat was no longer an option. Mu Yunxi, Rong Ling, you will surely regret this. In the immortal music imperial capital, before the spiritual mansions of the 4 clans, Mu Yunxi, oblivious to Long Wujiang's thoughts, remained wholeheartedly engaged in her endeavors with the spiritual mansion. To her mind, It was Long Wujiang who had overstepped his bounds first. The two parties had long been locked in a deadly feud, so why should she concern herself with potential retaliation? After all, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, why wouldn't he the doors of this spiritual mansion open? Patience is key. Concealed, there was a perception of Ronling, who was attempting to offer counsel. However, at that moment, Long Howren had already stepped into the void, calling out to Ronling, "You, Buzz." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Mu Yunxi's aura surged dramatically, enveloping a certain imperial master beside her in an instant. Buzz, the ethereal spirit of the unparalleled four-clan spirit mansion, enveloped both Mu Yunxi and Ronling. In this moment, even before the gates of the mansion had swung open, Long Howren could discern that, with his capabilities, he could not inflict harm upon these two. Ronling shared this sentiment, his delight intensifying as he thought of his wife's protective nature. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, "This fellow is quite audacious. His knack for taking advantage of situations surpasses even his combat prowess." However, at this juncture, she could not afford to be distracted. She sensed that something was still required to fully unlock the gates of the spirit mansion. Yet, what precisely was lacking eluded her grasp, and if this continued, the mansion might vanish entirely. No, it simply must be opened. Mu Yunxi resolved with utmost determination. She was acutely aware that if the spirit mansion were to disappear, both she and Ronling would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. In truth, they would indeed be at a disadvantage, for at this very moment, several ripples of spatial energy trembled above the immortal music capital. Alas, the one residing deep within the imperial palace had no choice but to make his appearance. He understood that the leaders of various sects were arriving. In previous years, the clan leaders rarely attended the opening of the four-clan spirit mansion, but this year was exceptional. It had been opened 3 months earlier than usual, and through human intervention, it piqued the curiosity of all. Buzz. The first to appear was none other than Jean Bailey, the leader of the Cheong sect, the furthest from the immortal music capital. Buzz. Following closely was Si Zhengyue, the leader of the Lion sect. Shortly thereafter, Long Wujiang of the Dragon sect and Bai Zijin of the Tiger sect arrived almost simultaneously. The distance from Huzhong to the capital of Xianla is considerable, and due to the geographical constraints, the connection with Xianla is rather tenuous. Consequently, they remain unaware of the specific events that have transpired. However, the Emperor of Xianla did not conceal the truth, recounting the events in detail. Bai Zijin, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered, questioning whether it was indeed she who had initiated these occurrences. The Emperor of Xianla affirmed this with unwavering confidence, recalling how Mu Yunxi's bold declarations had previously caused a tremor within the Lingfu, as if it were celebrating her. Thus, this incident, far from being unexpected, had signs that hinted at its arrival. Bai Zijin pondered, having initially thought that such legendary tales were merely exaggerated rumors, proliferated through miscommunication. The figure of Mu Yunxi had been deified, even celestialized, in the eyes of the people. Now, upon reflection, he realized the truth of these claims. What should be done now? He inquired. The ancient families have yet to arrive, correct? Si Zhengyue frowned at this question. Although the Emperor of Xianla possessed the lowest cultivation among the four sect leaders, he was still an emperor, maintaining a dignified demeanor in discussions with these individuals, refusing to display any sense of weakness. However, at that moment, Jean Boyeo directed his attention toward Mu Yunxi and Ronlin, who were enveloped by the aura of Lingfu, and unleashed a powerful palm strike, declaring, "Die." At the same time, Long Wujiang, with a flicker of his eyes, summoned a dragon-shaped fire bow, knocking a blood-red arrow onto the string, aimed directly at Mu Yunxi and her companion. The clash of the golden palm and the fiery arrow was a synchrony of intention, launching a joint assault. Shameless. The Emperor of Xianla exclaimed in outrage, but there was no time for action, as this ambush was executed with alarming swiftness and unexpected ferocity. If Long Wujiang's intervention was somewhat anticipated, then Jean Bailian's assault truly caught everyone off guard. So much so that even the celestial music emanating from the ancient zither, intended as a protective measure, was unable to intervene in time. Boom. The devastating strikes from the two grandmasters have already landed upon Mu Yunxi and his companion.